Chapter 140. Shallow dreams, however. These details are of little consequence. The crux lies in the fact that nightmares exclusively inhabit the mid-layer and deep-layer dreamscapes, never manifesting in the shallow dreams. Wait a moment, I said, observing the barrage of comments from the hypnotist, many of which left me perplexed. Master Fan, what do you mean by mid-layer and deep-layer dreams? Are dreams categorized into different strata? Hypnotist Fantasia explained, much like the distinction between light sleep and deep sleep. When you find yourself in a shallow dream, you are acutely aware that you are dreaming. In such a state, you can even forcefully awaken yourself by plummeting from great heights or through other drastic measures. However, the mid-layer dream is an entirely different realm. You cannot discern whether you are dreaming or living in reality. Even if you eventually realize it is merely a dream, there is no method by which you can awaken, unless someone from the outside rouses you. The most terrifying aspect is the deep-layer dreams, which few have truly experienced. If dreams are manifestations created by the brain in a higher dimensional space, then deep-layer dreams can be likened to a touch upon another world. Upon entering a deep-layer dream, you may come to believe that the dream is reality, devoid of any suspicion. Furthermore, individuals trapped in deep-layer dreams cannot be awakened by external forces. Thus, once lost in such a dream, you are eternally ensnared there. After hearing the hypnotist's words, a cold sweat broke out upon my forehead. The nature of this phenomenon seemed far more harrowing than typical tales of demons and specters. Is there truly no means of escape? I inquired, unwilling to relent. The only method, replied Hypnotist Fantasia, is to have another person enter her deep-layer dream, reveal the truth, and guide her out. If you have no further inquiries, I shall continue with my previous discourse. Nightmares can only traverse the mid-layer and deep-layer dreams. The host remained in a state of stupor for a minute after entering the dream. A minute that seemed rather fortuitous. I was bewildered. I had only been dazed for a minute, yet I had lingered in that nightmare for a full hour. Do not be anxious, host, Hypnotist Fantasia reassured. This is precisely the point I wish to convey. The flow of time within dreams is elusive, akin to triggering a miniature wormhole. It is remarkable that you can ascertain your hour-long stay in the previous dream. I felt a flush creep across my cheeks. Had it not been for the clocks scattered throughout the nightmare room, I might not have been cognizant of the passage of time at all. According to our research, the typical temporal discrepancy across different layers of dreams is 601, meaning that if you remain in the mid-layer for 60 minutes, only 1 minute has elapsed in the shallow dream, and merely a second in the reality beyond the dream. Realization dawned upon me after reading his comments. Are you suggesting that I was just pulled into the mid-layer dream? Indeed, that is the only explanation for the temporal discrepancy in your encounter with the nightmare. The individual, known as Hypnotist Fantasia, must possess extraordinary abilities in real life, as he articulated the intricacies of dreams through a scientific lens, diverging from the conventional path taken by others. Though some of the terminology eluded me, I had at least gleaned a foundational understanding of the nature of dreams. Master Fan, what should I do to awaken from this dream? The Hypnotist Fantasia informs me that we are currently trapped in a shallow dream. If this were your own dream, a leap from a great height would suffice to rouse you. Regrettably, this is not your dream. To escape, one must awaken the dreamer themselves. Glancing at the still slumbering Huang Shui, I inquire if you suggest I should wake this woman. To awaken her directly poses significant risks. It is akin to violently rousing a somnambulist, which could inflict irreparable damage upon her body and brain. Should she have any pre-existing conditions or be neurologically sensitive, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to brain death or an eternal entrapment in the dream realm. I retract my outstretched hand. What then should I do? The most prudent course of action is for you to enter the mid-level dream and guide her consciousness, revealing to her that this is merely a dream, thus rousing her. Another foray into the dream? To be precise, she is currently ensnared in a dream within a dream. Time is of the essence. Should she succumb to slumber within the mid-level dream, she risks being drawn into a deeper nightmare, rendering our chances of escape even more elusive. After reading the hypnotist's message, I hesitate, recalling my recent escape from the mid-level dream, a realm nearly overrun by malevolent spirits. The harrowing experiences within that terrifying chamber leave me bereft of courage to venture back. Is there truly no alternative? The Hypnotist Fantasia urges me to act swiftly. The most excruciating way to perish is not through 1,000 tortures, but rather to die within a dream. With that final message sent, The ID of the Hypnotist Fantasia vanishes from the live stream. To dream within a dream is one thing. To enter a dream within a dream to rescue another seems utterly implausible. Approaching the peacefully sleeping Huang Shui, I noticed the talisman affixed to her forehead, inscribed upon human skin. Having personally endured the terrors of the mid-level dream, I can only surmise that a frail woman like her must be thoroughly petrified. Even death could become a luxury in such a plight. Resolute in my decision, I no longer hesitate. Following the teachings of the wise Taoist, I focus intently on the nebula vortex, seeking the seventh star of the Big Dipper, Yaoguang. I concentrate all my thoughts and intentions, reciting the incantation for entering the dream. In the great dream, where am I now? 3,000 years within the Tong Sang. The sterile hospital room is left with only the sleeping Huang Shui and Yingzi. Upon my entry into her mid-level dream, Yingzi suddenly displays an expression I have never witnessed before. She removes the Tong Sang talisman from Huang Shui's forehead, glancing outside the door before her form gradually dissipates. Moments later, the door swings open, revealing a pair of striking twins. They possess an otherworldly beauty, though the brother bears a large birthmark on his face. They approach Huang Shui, standing uncertainly by her side. "This girl's dream unsettles me," the brother remarks. "And we are merely in the shallow dream. Do you think we may encounter unforeseen circumstances?" "Hard to say. I have an unsettling feeling that someone may have already infiltrated her dream." "Do you think they are also here for the ancient painting left by the Buddha? After all, the celestial benefactor resides within this place." Yet, I find myself more intrigued by how they entered the realm of dreams. This woman's fate is sheltered by the celestial benefactor. Were it not for the ancient painting left behind by the Buddha to guide us, we, the twin youths, would have been unable to penetrate this domain. The strength of the other side should not be underestimated. "Brother, what shall we do next?" She appears to be in a deep slumber within the dream, indicating that she has entered the intermediate dream realm. At this juncture, we have no choice but to venture forth and explore. The two exchanged a glance, their hands clasping the dual-faced Buddha pendant hanging from their necks. By the laws of the 5 elements, harmonizing yin and yang, we summon the souls into the dream. Upon opening my eyes, the first thing I beheld was a small face, trying to appear fierce with its tiger-like teeth, yet possessing an endearing charm. This face, though diminutive, seemed to be favored by the divine, endowed with unparalleled beauty. How exquisite! I found myself marveling, only to realize that this was not the moment for admiration. I stepped back, creating distance between myself and the woman before me. The situation was far more favorable than I had anticipated. Upon entering the dream, I immediately spotted Huang Shui. She sat in the center of the sick room, clutching the blanket tightly around her form, dressed solely in her nightgown, her figure concealed. With a phone in hand, she glared at me fiercely. "What are you doing in my room at such a late hour? There are security guards outside. If you intend to harm me, I advise you to abandon that thought." Seeing Huang Shui's anxious demeanor, I let out a quiet sigh. She was indeed unaware that she was within a dream. The circumstances surrounding Huang Shui were somewhat intricate, so I shall be concise. You currently find yourself in your dream. Perhaps you have not realized this, as you have entered the intermediate dream realm, dreaming within your own dream. Upon hearing my words, Huang Shui reacted promptly, dialing 110 without hesitation and shouting towards the door, "Help! A perverted lunatic has sneaked into my room." Chapter 141. You must believe me. The intermediate dream realm is fraught with peril. I dare not allow Huang Shui to continue calling out, lest it truly attract something unwanted. Silence. Without further ado, I pressed her down on the bed, covering her mouth with one hand. "Calm down and think carefully. I have no reason to harm you." Tears glistened in Huang Shui's beautiful eyes, and I feared she might make a sound, so I pressed my hand tightly against her lips. Her soft, moist mouth brushed against my palm, a sensation that lingered in my memory. This is merely a dream. No matter how real the sensations may feel, it does not alter the fact that this is a dream. I took a deep breath and gradually loosened my grip over her mouth. "You may attempt to call for help, but do not raise your voice or make any drastic movements. I am here solely to protect you." As soon as I finished speaking, eerie footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, uneven and labored, as if trudging through a mire. Huang Shui, still in disbelief, was not dissuaded. However, I was prepared. The moment she uttered a word, I covered her mouth again and pressed her down, swiftly hiding beneath the blanket. The commotion within the room halted the footsteps, as the figure outside seemed to sense something amiss. After about 10 seconds, the door creaked open, revealing a pale face peering into the room. I held Huang Shui down firmly to stifle any sound, while my other hand carefully parted the blanket to create a narrow opening. At the entrance stood a figure clad in a nurse's uniform, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her neck appeared as supple as a strand of noodles. She merely extended her head into the room while the rest of her body remained outside. Several minutes elapsed before this peculiar nurse finally retreated, her irregular footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Had she truly departed? I pressed Huang Shui close, cocooned beneath the covers. We were so near that I could feel the rapid thumping of her heart and the warmth of her hurried breath. I lifted the blanket, but this time I did not release her easily. Instead, I cradled her and moved to the window. Drawing back a corner of the curtain, I gestured toward the profound darkness outside. Huang Shui realized that what lay beyond was not the tranquil Sakura villa, but a shadowy realm teeming with countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. There was not a glimmer of light to be seen, and as she beheld this disconcerting sight, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Ordinarily, the courtyard would be illuminated by 2 perpetual lanterns, and the surrounding surveillance cameras would possess infrared capabilities, making it impossible to be engulfed in utter darkness. Trust me, you are currently ensnared in a dream. Huang Shui's gaze gradually steadied, and her chest ceased its frantic rise and fall. Seeing her regain composure, I loosened my grip on her mouth. Your situation is perilous, for reasons unbeknownst to you. Your dream has been invaded by the spirits of the wrongfully deceased. The only person you can trust here is me, and I alone can assist you. Perhaps driven by selfish motives, I refrained from disclosing the true cause of the apparitions within the dream. If this is indeed your dream, how did you come to enter it? We have only met once. Please do not suggest it is due to my waking thoughts manifesting in my dreams. The reasons are intricate, and the process is extraordinary. Unless one has experienced it firsthand, even my words would likely be met with disbelief. Huang Shui's willingness to converse with me brought a sense of relief. She was not the obstinately inflexible type. How can I know you won't believe me if you do not speak? Huang Shui furrowed her elegantly arched brows, adding, also, if you have had your fill, might you kindly remove your hand from my waist? Misunderstood, I explained that my actions stemmed from a desire to prevent any impulsive reactions. Reluctantly withdrawing my hand, I maintained a distance of half a meter from Huang Shui and proceeded to elucidate the circumstances, omitting numerous secrets and unnecessary details while emphasizing 3 key points. Firstly, this is your dream, awaken swiftly. Secondly, this place is fraught with danger, inhabited by various vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. Thirdly, do you recall the wordless ancient painting that once adorned your home during your childhood? In response to my inquiries, Huang Shui offered answers that left me exasperated. Firstly, you claim this is a dream, yet I feel this is reality. How do you expect me to awaken? By forcing me to leap from a building? Secondly, you assert that this place is rife with vengeful spirits, yet since I awoke, the only figure I have seen lurking in my room is you. Where are the ghosts? Lastly, and most absurdly, my father brought that wordless ancient painting home when I was merely a few months old. Do you truly believe I would remember such events? Huang Shui finished her tirade, leaning against the windowsill, her gaze fixed on me as if I were an unwelcome intruder. Faced with her sharply discerning stare, I casually stroked my chin and took a step closer, cornering her against the wall. What do you intend to do? She demanded. Meeting her gaze, I slowly articulated. You are being dishonest. My exact words were, do you remember the wordless ancient painting that hung in your home during your childhood? Yet your response reveals that it was your father who brought the ancient painting home when you were merely an infant. Huang Shui, I have never disclosed who brought that painting into your household, so I implore you to share everything you know. This is crucial. It is utterly perplexing. Huang Shui attempted to push me away with both hands, but her frail physique rendered her efforts ineffective, her palms resting weakly against my chest. I knew nothing. At that time, I was just a baby, and my memories prior to the age of 3 have long since faded. Realizing she could not dislodge me, Huang Shui bared her teeth in frustration and declared, given your initially favorable impression, leave this place at once, and I shall act as if this evening never transpired. Otherwise, I will disclose everything to Huang Buiyuan. Huang Buiyuan? Why do you not refer to him as father but instead address him by his name? You and your sister seem to show him considerable disrespect. What transpired in your childhood? This matter does not concern you. The memories of the past linger like an unhealed wound within my heart. Even the slightest touch brings forth excruciating pain throughout my being. Huang Shue's voice became increasingly agitated, her tone rising. After she uttered these words, footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor outside. This is bad. I grasped Huang Shue's hand, but this time she resisted fiercely, crying out in alarm. With no alternative, I covered her mouth and forcibly dragged her into the nearby wardrobe. Be still, I commanded, one hand pressing down on her arms while the other muffled her cries. I disregarded any thoughts of gentility as we squeezed into the confines of the wardrobe. I closed the door and peered through the crack to observe the situation outside. A chilling creak resonated from the entrance as the door to the treatment room swung open. A nurse, clad in scrubs, staggered in, her gait uneven and faltering. Perhaps the sounds emanating from this room had piqued her curiosity, for she circled the room several times, reluctant to leave. Noticing the peculiar way the nurse walked, I lowered my gaze and was horrified to see that her white coat was stained with wet, crimson blood. Was one of her legs severed? I focused intently, but suddenly, a searing pain shot through my hand, and in a moment of shock, I released my grip on Huang Shue. You actually bit me. With newfound freedom, Huang Shue burst from the wardrobe, racing towards the nurse while shouting, "There is someone in here. Quickly, summon security." In her panic, she failed to notice the nurse's coat trailing on the ground, and she stepped on it, slipping and tumbling to the floor. "What is this?" she exclaimed, reaching out to touch the substance she had just stepped on, her fingers encountering something damp and sticky. Upon bringing it closer to her eyes, Huang Shue's complexion shifted, blood. A sense of dread surged within her as she slowly raised her head. At that moment, the nurse stood with her back turned, an unfamiliar figure to Huang Shue, who was well acquainted with every nurse in this facility. "You do not belong here. Who are you?" she demanded. Sitting on the ground, Huang Shue was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of terror. She awaited a response. But all she witnessed was the nurse's body, motionless and still, as her head began to rotate slowly, completing a full 180-degree turn. A ghastly smile spread across the nurse's pallid face, her cavernous mouth gradually opening. Indeed, I was never human. The nurse's neck elongated, looming over Huang Shue as that ghastly visage inched closer. Huang Shue felt an icy chill envelop her, paralyzing her in place, her lips trembling in fear, her complexion paling as she found herself devoid of the courage to scream. The five divine generals wield their mystical power to suppress all beings, issuing commands with urgency. In a moment of crisis, a golden talisman flew forth from the cabinet behind her. Chapter 142, The Unutterable Secret, the Suppression Talisman. With practiced finesse, I executed a hand gesture and cast the talisman just before the nurse lunged at Huang Shue, successfully pinning her down. The golden light bore down upon the nurse, and tendrils of black smoke began to emanate from her face, which twisted grotesquely, mere centimeters from Huang Shue's gaze. The golden radiance constricted around her neck like a twisted vine, akin to a venomous serpent thrown into flames. Writhing and shrieking, yet unable to advance a single step toward Huang Shue. Her beautiful eyes, wide in terror, brimmed with fear, rendering Huang Shue momentarily paralyzed by the surreal sight before her. It was not until the nurse's body crumpled lifelessly to the ground that Huang Shue let out a piercing scream, her legs instinctively pushing back in a desperate attempt to retreat. "Now do you believe me?" I firmly grasped Huang Shue's frail shoulders to prevent her from retreating, urging her to take a closer look and imprint the visage of this monstrosity in her mind. "If you continue to resist, we shall remain trapped in this dreadful world, consorting with malevolent spirits for eternity." Huang Shue struggled to lean back, her hands flailing unconsciously. "What is that thing? Where on earth are we?" "Calm yourself," I implored, seizing her arms. "This is your dream. You are ensnared in a nightmarish reverie from which awakening is a challenge." "Dream?" After a prolonged silence, Huang Shue gradually regained her composure and began to reassess my earlier words. "You have had heart issues since childhood. You cannot endure such stimuli. If this were reality, you would likely succumb to an ailment and perish." Though my words were harsh, they were the stark truth. After a lengthy pause, Huang Shue finally acquiesced to my assertion, acknowledging her dreamlike state. "If I am dreaming, how can I awaken?" Her inquiry momentarily stumped me. The hypnotist fantasies had informed me that upon entering a mid-level dream, only a physical stimulus from the real world could rouse one from it. Yet, both Huang Shue and I were ensconced within the dream, with no one capable of awakening her corporeal form. There were methods to achieve this, albeit requiring certain catalysts. Huang Shui and I resided in a mid-level dream. To awaken swiftly, the first approach was to locate the exit leading to the shallow dream. Returning there, and allowing Huang Shui to take her own life to escape the nightmare. Alternatively, we could wait for Yingzi to appear, as she could traverse dreams freely, enabling her to extricate Huang Shui from her nightmare and subsequently awaken her in reality. To exercise caution, I retrieved my phone to seek the opinions of my online friends. Is Master Fan present? I have located the dream's owner. What must I do to guide her back to the shallow dream? After a wait of several minutes, I finally spotted a message from the Hypnotist Fantasies. It is not difficult to return from a mid-level dream to a shallow one. You merely need to identify the nodes of memory. What are memory nodes? The Hypnotist Fantasies explain that these nodes are the most profound memories of the dream's owner, serving as guiding beacons that cannot be erased even within the dream. Pursue the deepest and most unforgettable memories within the dreamer's heart. Once you find them, you will naturally understand the path to escape the mid-level dream. After delivering this enigmatic yet vague message, Master Fan ceased to send further communications. Seek out the most indelible memories? I turned to Huang Shui. What are the most unforgettable moments of your life? Huang Shui hesitated, still reluctant to divulge the profound secrets nestled within her heart. What are you still pondering? In this moment of life and death, your only choice is to place your trust in me. I spoke with a sense of urgency and gravity, asserting that we are not merely playing house. This is a life-and-death live broadcast where failure would plunge us into an eternal abyss of nightmares. Every action we take intertwines with the lives of countless innocent souls. Huang Shui sat helplessly on the ground, unable to meet my gaze. Her lips parted several times, yet words failed her. Have you come to a conclusion? I gently lifted her chin. What I require is a supportive ally, not a burden that would hinder my progress. Do you comprehend my meaning? In the grand scheme of things, Huang Shui is not the sole individual link to the lives of hundreds. In times of crisis, I am acutely aware of who must be sacrificed. Releasing my grip, I promised to divulge everything I knew. Huang Shui opened her eyes, radiant like summer blossoms, prying my hand away as she unveiled a shocking revelation. My mother may have been coerced to death by Huang Buiyuan. I have been plagued by the same vivid dream for a long time, a dream that mirrors our current plight. In the dream, I returned to my childhood. When my family resided in a dilapidated rental, I seemed to inhabit my younger self, observing everything through the innocent lens of a child. Initially, the dream was vague, but with each repetition, the imagery grew clearer. One morning, my mother pointed at a painting, unleashing a torrent of anger that was utterly uncharacteristic of her usually composed demeanor. This scene persisted for about an hour until a man suddenly appeared in the room, as if he had been lurking in the shadows. He intended to harm me, but my mother fought valiantly to drive him away. However, a more horrifying event soon unfolded. Moments later, when the man vanished, the door creaked open, and Huang Buiyuan entered. His expression fearsome as he brandished a packet of traditional Chinese medicine, loudly arguing with my mother. I could not discern their conversation, only that Huang Buiyuan hurriedly departed, leaving my mother to consume the medicine he had brought, after which she never awakened. As Huang Shui recounted her tale, her fingers twisted tightly together. I have endured this dream countless times. It seems that closing my eyes inevitably brings forth the haunting image of my mother in her final moments. After hearing Huang Shui's narrative, I inhaled deeply, chilled by the thought. Could Huang Buiyuan truly commit such an atrocity against his wife? My gaze shifted towards the live stream, where the Hypnotist Fantasies had sent another message. What she saw may not have been a dream, but indeed real memories. I turned my phone screen away from Huang Shui, returning my attention to the stream. Before long, Fantasies sent out another message. For a typical individual, memories from before the age of 3 tend to be vague or entirely forgotten. In truth, these memories do not vanish but are etched deep within the psyche. No external stimuli can awaken such buried memories. Only within dreams can they be glimpsed, often residing solely in the depths of the subconscious. This streamer must have ventured into profound dreams. You must exercise utmost caution. The reminder from Master Fan made me wary of Huang Shui's words, yet I did not fully believe her. Your memories are anchored in the old house from your childhood. We merely need to locate the old house you once rented in dreams to escape. I am aware of its location, but after so many years, it has likely been demolished. Huang Shui gazed at me helplessly, voicing her concerns. The foundation of dream construction lies in your memories, so that place should remain unchanged. Let us prepare to depart. We have lingered here far too long, although I intended to wait for Ingzi, even with the time discrepancy of 60-1. She should have arrived by now. It seems Ingzi has encountered some misfortune, and we must rely on ourselves for salvation. I supported the weak-legged Huang Shui, urging her to rise. Once we step through this door, do not engage with anyone you encounter. Retreat immediately. In your dream, aside from me, everything else is not human. Upon hearing my words, Huang Shui's complexion worsened, and she nodded laboriously behind me, understanding my intent. Holding the suppression talisman, I gently pushed the door open. The corridor outside was shrouded in darkness, with not a single ray of light penetrating, raising the brightness of my phone screen. I halted in my tracks at the sight before me, the fear in my heart indescribable. What is wrong? Huang Shui peered over my shoulder, glancing around in confusion. This doesn't seem like the corridor outside my room. Touching the worn wall and observing the familiar color of the tiles sent shivers down my spine. This was the corridor in the experimental building of New Hu High School. Damn it! How did we end up in this place? I had overlooked a crucial point. Though this was Huang Shui's dream, it was the Yuanshan Shunsha hidden in the Tong Sang talisman that manipulated it. Chapter 143. The nightmare resurfaces. What New High School? Huang Shui clutched the hem of my shirt, her expression tense, her speech faltering. You need not concern yourself with the name of this high school. Just know that all the students here are dead. As I stepped forward, I suddenly heard laughter at the end of the corridor. Oh no. I turned and pulled Huang Shui back into the room, pressing against the wall. There was no time to close the door now. Huang Shui seemed to want to say something, but I quickly gestured for her to be silent and remain still. The footsteps grew closer, chaotic and numerous, not belonging to a single individual. I adjusted my phone's brightness to its lowest setting, peering through the visual blind spots to observe the situation outside. There were 3 high school students, chatting and laughing, clutching textbooks and stationery. On the surface, they appeared harmless. But as they approached, both Huang Shui and I were taken aback. Each of these students bore grotesque deformities, akin to the nurse we had encountered earlier. Their arms and joints were either missing or contorted at unnatural angles, a level of distortion beyond that of any normal human being. Furthermore, these grotesque beings had ashen faces. Devoid of any color, their terrifying expressions starkly visible in the pitch-black corridor. Fortunately, they seemed oblivious to our presence, merely passing by. Quickly, I heard that Shui Fei is about to teach that short kid from class 3 a lesson again. One of them laughed. Haha, it's always entertaining. I wonder how Shui Fei will deal with him this time. The last time Shui Fei cornered him in the men's restroom, nearly shoving his head into the toilet. I felt it was rather excessive. He had it coming. Who told that little man to vie for Shui Fei's girlfriend, constantly babbling about true love? It was nauseating. 3 students engaged in lively banter as we approached the vicinity of Huang Shui's room. Oh, why is the door to the infirmary ajar? Is the school nurse inside? One student voiced his curiosity, causing the footsteps outside to halt abruptly. Should I go take a look? What is so interesting about that wretched door? Besides, what if someone is inside and it turns out the nurse is engaged in an unsavory act with the principal? You'd be in quite a predicament. Your words only serve to pique my curiosity further. You can go if you wish. We shall take our leave. Hey, wait. I was merely jesting. The 3 gradually drifted away until their footsteps faded into the corridor, prompting me to retract my phone and prepare for an escape. Huang Shui's body had stiffened, and the encroaching dread threatened to unravel her completely. Where could we flee? Outside lurked those monsters. What if we were captured? It would be wiser to remain hidden in this room until dawn. Dawn. I grasped Huang Shui's shoulders firmly, imploring her not to utter such foolishness. There will never be a dawn here. Huang Shui, now acutely aware of the horror of being ensnared in an endless cycle of nightmares, trembled slightly, her frail hand clinging to the hem of my shirt without release. Once assured of our safety, Huang Shui and I emerged from the room, traversing the shadowy corridor as we descended the stairs, aiming to escape the laboratory building and then New Hu High School, in pursuit of Huang Shui's memory nodes. My thoughts were lucid. I would not relent until the final moment. Let us not proceed that way. Let us change direction, Huang Shui urged, tugging at my clothing and gesturing towards the opposite end of the corridor. We ventured towards the path the 3 monsters had taken, likely evading their presence. I nodded, recalling the earlier conversation among those 3 students, suddenly sensing something amiss. Didn't they mention the name Shui Fei? Indeed, I heard it too. Shuefei was someone I had encountered during my live stream at Nuhu High School. He and Xin Ming were a couple. Upon entering the dream, I was pulled into the mid-level dreamscape by the Yuan Chun divine spirit, learning of his distorted childhood. Now, he had drawn me back to Nuhu High School. Was he intent on revealing his tragic high school life to me? What was the significance of this? The Yuan Chun divine spirit seemed deliberately intent on ensuring I grasped the events leading up to this moment. He wanted to resurrect his sorrowful, bleak life experiences through dreams and countless vengeful spirits. Was this elaborate scheme merely to torment me? To vent his inner grievances? The more I pondered, the more perplexing it became. At the onset of the task, it was the Yuan Chun divine spirit who dialed the phone to the underworld showcase. What message did he wish to convey with those few words? How was I to fulfill this commission from the underworld? We often presume that forgiveness is a simple endeavor. Yet at times, to forgive is more arduous than death itself. Remember this. Those you have wronged will inevitably become your nightmares. The messages in my voicemail had yet to vanish. Upon rereading them, a wild thought struck me. Everything has a cause and effect, and I must unravel the past of the Yuan Chun divine spirit. As I gazed down the dark corridor, I beckoned to Huang Shui, urging her to follow the three students and discover their intentions. Are you serious? Huang Shui's face turned as pale as a sheet as she approached them. Wasn't this akin to walking into a trap? A mere glance from a distance should go unnoticed. In her eyes, I must have appeared somewhat deranged. Yet she had no choice but to accompany me in this madness. Following the direction of the three students, we arrived at the staircase corner. My body pressed against the wall, I cautiously advanced, faintly hearing the sounds of a quarrel. Quarrel seemed an inadequate term. Rather, it was a one-sided barrage of curses coupled with the merciless laughter of onlookers. Step by step, Huang Shui and I descended to the next level, and the insults became increasingly distinct. I stood within the safety of the stairwell, signaling to Huang Shui to retreat at the first sign of trouble, while I peeked around the doorframe into the corridor beyond. The hallway, over 3 meters wide, brimmed with students whose bodies bore the marks of hardship, their pale faces crammed at the doorway of a classroom, contorted in grotesque expressions as they emitted raucous laughter. Shuefei, give him a beating. This scoundrel dares to vie for your affection. They jeered. Take a good look in the mirror. You're scrawny and short. Does Xin Mingting even notice you? Spare us your delusions. Who are you to speak? He's got a well-connected father, doesn't he? Someone chimed in, adding, I heard he has an unusual relationship with the Chinese teacher. He even called her mom once. Mom, that sounds so cheap. The harsh taunts were unbearable even to me, an adult, let alone to the youthful Yuan Chun Xinsha. Nuhu High School was an elite private institution, attended by the children of the affluent elite, arrogant and domineering. Yet, targeting a single individual so ruthlessly seemed excessive. Through the gaps in the crowd, I caught a glimpse of the scene within. At the classroom door stood a malnourished, diminutive boy cornered against the wall, his frail frame pressed tightly against the surface, and at his feet lay a mannequin from the art room. Guijunjia, was my last lesson not sufficiently profound? Or are you feeling peckish again? Want a drink from the toilet? A tall, robust boy loomed at the center of the crowd, his handsome physique starkly contrasting with Yuan Chun Xinsha. As soon as he spoke, I recognized him. Shuefei. His voice was identical to what I had heard during the live broadcast at Nuhu High. Surrounded by a throng, Shuefei brandished an envelope, taunting, You dare to write a love letter? Come, read it to us. With that, he publicly tore open the envelope and flung the paper at Guijunjia's face. The heartfelt letter drifted down, and Guijunjia slowly lowered his head, obscuring his expression. Can't understand me? I'll make you read it. Shuefei, in a fit of rage, delivered a kick to Guijunjia's abdomen. The sharp pain sent the frail boy crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach. Too intimidated to retort. Read. The surrounding students began to jeer shamelessly, and Shuefei seemed to relish the collective response. Stepping on the discarded love letter while gripping Guijunjia's hair and forcing his face towards his shoe. I shall recite for you how this wretched scoundrel expresses his affection. Chapter 144, No Escape. Guijunjia found his face pressed against the ground, staring at the muddy, foul-smelling shoes of Shuefei. Shuefei gripped his hair, treating him as if he were a feeble stray dog. Guijunjia offered no resistance, shutting his eyes and allowing Shuefei to rain blows upon him. Recite, Shuefei demanded. For once, the typically submissive Guijunjia dared to defy him, igniting Shuefei's fury as he felt humiliated before their peers. So you wish to play tough, do you? with a swift kick to Guijunjia's chin. He then stomped down on his fingers, applying pressure slowly. Will you recite or not? The pain twisted Guijunjia's face, the sound of his bones cracking echoing even from a distance. Hidden in the safety corridor, I felt an inexplicable sympathy for Guijunjia. Enduring such humiliation made the thought of murder comprehensible. I will recite. Guijunjia ultimately conceded, prostrating himself before Xue Fei and all those who mocked him, lifting his deformed fingers to present a love letter meant for Shun Mingting. If love is but a monologue, his youthful voice stood out against the cacophony of ridicule, akin to a tiny, pitiful bird attempting to fill the ocean, wholly out of place. Is this his own poetry? Utterly revolting. Love? A wretch like him is worthy of love? Perhaps he should first ascertain the identities of his parents. What of Shen Mingting? Let her come and listen to this heartfelt sentiment. It is only fair. Amidst the piercing jeers, Guijunjia completed the reading of his letter. This was likely not the first time such a scene unfolded. The expression on his face was less one of anger and more of numbness. Perhaps deep within him, a flame flickered, yet on the surface, his eyes were dull, his injured fingers clenched, and not a single tear fell. Every action has its cause and effect. The bullying and insults had further twisted this boy's already warped psyche. I observed Guijunjia at the classroom entrance, fully aware that this was merely a dream. Yet I yearned to witness what transpired next. After finishing the letter, Guijunjia, hunched over, attempted to rise, but Xue Fei placed a foot upon his back. Did I permit you to stand? With his spine pressed to the ground, Guijunjia refrained from meeting Xue Fei's gaze, his fingers digging into the earth. Listen well, Shen Mingting is my woman. You, scoundrel, are not worthy even to polish her shoes. You are forbidden from approaching her within 10 meters, understand? With an air of superiority, Xue Fei poked Guijunjia's head with his finger, treating him like a mere animal, as if he were a feral creature without a master. At last, Xue Fei removed his foot, and Guijunjia, supporting himself against the wall, slowly rose. I had anticipated that this would conclude the ordeal, yet the spectacle was only just beginning. Xue Fei's sister-in-law is being pursued by this fellow. Does it not strike you as utterly repugnant? Like a pile of dung beside a cake. Would you not feel nauseated while eating the cake? The voice of the speaker was familiar to me, and a name surfaced in my mind, Xiaomu. These individuals were all people I encountered while live streaming at Xinhua High School. They were specifically targeted by the Yuanshan divine calamity, enduring nightmarish horrors each evening. Cease your mockery. Xue Fei shot a fierce glare at Xiaomu, causing him to shrink back in fear among the crowd. I'm doing this for your own good. Just think about it. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable inside? I also heard that this brat secretly held Shen Mingting's hand behind our backs. Nonsense. Xue Fei, with his domineering disposition and impulsive nature, was provoked by Xiaomu's few words and unleashed a furious beating on Guijunjia. The assault did not cease there. Amidst the jeering from the surrounding classmates, they compelled Guijunjia to use a fountain pen to inscribe slurs upon a model figure, employing various humiliating tactics that left even me, an adult, astonished. It was not until a peculiar class bell echoed from deep within the corridor that a beautiful woman with long hair approached, prompting these malicious students to cease their actions. The teacher's here. Quick, disperse. The crowd scattered, leaving Guijunjia, bruised and battered, kneeling on the ground, clutching the love letter in his hand while staring at the model figure before him, now defaced with vile words. As the long-haired woman passed through the throng, she offered no justice nor a word of comfort, merely casting a cold glance before turning away. Seeing this, the students grew more boisterous. What a worthless scumbag. Not even your own mother cares about you. They resumed their torment of Guijunjia, seemingly preparing for a new wave of venting. I noticed a detail. Despite her brief appearance, the long-haired woman wore a striking double-faced Buddha pendant around her alabaster neck. Just as I was engrossed in this observation, I was abruptly tugged. A visibly anxious Huang Shui stuttered, "Are you still watching? Once they free their hands, we'll be the ones surrounded." Having gleaned enough about Guijunjia's high school life, there was no need to linger further. I lowered my voice and said to Huang Shui, "All right, let's go now." To reach downstairs, we had to pass through the corridor, though it was only a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Avoiding detection by those malevolent souls proved to be quite challenging. They crowded in the middle of the hallway, occasionally glancing around. I needed to seize the right moment. A furtive glance revealed that the students were still loudly hurling insults, seemingly oblivious to the 2 outsiders concealed in the safety passage at the end of the corridor. "I'll go first," Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly darted through the corridor entrance, fortunate not to be noticed. I covered my pounding heart and beckoned to Huang Shui. She nodded, cautiously peering outside. The swaying figures in the corridor made her hesitate, pulling her foot back. Don't hesitate, move quickly. I spoke a bit too loudly, feeling a chill run down my back, but my focus remained solely on Huang Shui. After hearing my words, she stepped out, her entire form exposed in the corridor. The disfigured students failed to notice her, which allowed her to exhale in relief. However, just as she was about to take a second step, she looked up and saw something behind me. Her body abruptly froze, as if turned to stone, her face paling as if painted white. You, she trembled, extending a finger. I was more anxious than she was. What are you dawdling for? Come here quickly. There's someone behind you. After stuttering for what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to utter a complete sentence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I turned just in time to feel something pressing down on my shoulder. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a mutilated finger, severed and reduced to just 2 exposed stubs. You all seem rather unfamiliar. A hoarse voice emanated from behind me. Slowly, I turned my head to find a ghastly pale face curiously fixated on me. Could it be that you have come from the outside? The voice of the tragically deceased student abruptly rose in pitch, and the students crowding the corridor, who had been tormenting Guijunjia, took notice of the commotion. Like a regimented army, they turned in unison, dozens of eyes locking onto Huang Shui, who stood at the entrance of the hallway. Oh, newcomers have arrived? Shall we offer them a warm welcome? Such a beautiful figure. We ought to transform her to be just like us. That face is truly exquisite. I desire to tear it off as a memento. Seize them. A twisted smile spread across the pale faces, their eyes transformed into dark voids as they frantically charged towards the entrance of the hallway. Frozen in place, Huang Shui's legs gave way in fear. The scene was too horrifying for her to fathom as a mere figment of her dreams. Run. Clutching a talisman in my hand, I turned and delivered a punch to the face of one of the students, pulling Huang Shui as we fled down the stairs. However, just a few steps down, more swaying figures emerged from below. Damn it! Our path was blocked, forcing Huang Shui and me to retrace our steps. In the midst of our desperate escape, a pair of twins appeared seemingly out of thin air. The elder bore large birthmarks across his face, while the younger was strikingly handsome. Their palms joined, and a dual-faced Buddha pendant hanging from their chests emitted a faint red glow. My heart raced. This intermediate dream realm had likely been overtaken by vengeful spirits. The subtle crimson light from the blood ghost warned me that this dream was indeed a nightmare. As the elder caressed the Buddha pendant, his birthmarks rippled like waves when he spoke. We must not waste time. Swiftly seek the master of this dream, employing any means necessary to locate that painting. The twin brothers began to search the room, but at that moment, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the staircase. The brothers exchanged glances. Who could it be? Chapter 145. The game of the female teacher. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Someone was racing down the corridor, creating quite a commotion. Brother, do you think it could be the master of the dream? The younger brother retrieved a dagger from his pocket, applying a bit of oil from a Buddha lamp onto its tip. The elder was uncertain. An overwhelming aura of malevolence loomed, reminiscent of vengeful spirits, making caution prudent. As they cautiously approached the door, they happened upon me, sprinting while dragging Huang Shui. It's you. The one Lu Xing intends to kill. The twins exclaimed in unison, their sudden appearance startling me. Get out of the way. These two must know Lu Xing is no good. I swiftly aimed a kick at the face of the elder with the large birthmarks. He was likely also skilled, deftly evading my strike. You were the one who killed the deceased god before. Now you come to seize the auspicious benefactor. Who are you really? How do you know the secrets of the 8-character divine spirits? The twins were taken aback, but I had no time to answer their inquiries. Gripping Huang Shui, I dashed swiftly between them. As a courtesy for our first encounter, I offered them a radiant smile before decisively quickening my pace. Naive children, the two individuals, bewildered and suddenly struck by an intense sense of animosity that pierced their skin and rattled their souls, turned to gaze around. In the corridor, at least dozens of students, their bodies disfigured and faces contorted, crowded together, glaring with hollow eyes and gaping mouths. What day is it today? Why are there so many newcomers? These two figures bear an uncanny resemblance. We must devise a way to distinguish them. Perhaps one could be deprived of both hands while the other loses both feet? A splendid idea. I concur. A throng of vengeful spirits uttered chilling words before the twins, utterly indifferent to the complex psychological turmoil of those involved. What should we do, brother? We have never encountered such a situation despite years of cultivation. The younger sibling, gritting his teeth, watched the departing figure. It is not uncommon for malevolent spirits to invade dreams, but dozens at once? Who could withstand such a thing? We are outmatched. I will hold them off. You pursue that man. According to Lexing, he seems to be named Gao Jian. Remember his appearance. The woman beside him may very well be the master of this dream. The elder brother, composed, waved his sleeve and produced 5 sheets of gray talisman paper. 5 ghosts of the underworld, manifest and protect me swiftly. He bit his tongue, letting forth a drop of blood as he formed hand seals, invoking the 5 elements of heaven and earth to conjure the talismans. The gray talisman, inscribed with demonic symbols, communicated with the wicked deities and aberrations of the world, necessitating the use of blood to awaken their powers. Upon casting the 5 ghostly talismans, the dense malevolent energy coalesced, transforming into 5 grayish-white guardians, the ghostly children, to shield him. He released another drop of blood, and the 5 ghostly figures positioned themselves in the corridor. This display of dark sorcery halted the advancing students, and their glances towards the elder brother shifted to one of intrigue. Is the newcomer a Taoist? He seems disinclined to associate with us. Then let us sever his legs. Another shall take his hands. The throng of students, with their disfigured bodies, showed no regard for the 5 summoned specters, momentarily pausing before surging forward once more. The scene was indeed horrifying. The foremost students gaped wide, gnashing their teeth at the ghostly figures, their mouths opening and closing with alarming fervor, causing the twins' faces to pale. Amitba, li petit, Chiohi. Chiohi ti, the mantra to extinguish sins. The younger brother, wielding a ritual dagger, recited the Buddhist scriptures. A faint dark golden glow emanated from the 5 ghostly figures, a sight that would astound any cultivator from Jiangxing witnessing it. The elder brother practiced the dark arts, while the younger adhered to Buddhist teachings. The fact that they, born of the same womb, could synergize their respective incantations was a radical departure from traditional cultivation, an innovation that could be viewed as either groundbreaking or heretical. With a swift strike of the dagger, the 2 foremost students let out agonizing cries, collapsing beneath the throng, struggling for a moment before falling still. Rather than assisting, the other students ravenously consumed the bodies of their fallen peers. These vengeful spirits have become formidable. The ghostly children cannot impede our progress. The twins abandoned the 5 specters and retreated hastily. With these 2 active saviors buying them time, I and Huang Shui momentarily escaped danger. It seems they have not pursued us. Standing in the safety of the corridor, I could not discern which level we were on. Just now, the situation was exceedingly perilous. The consequences of being captured by those monstrous beings are truly unimaginable. Huang Shui clutched my clothing tightly, unwilling to release her grip even after we managed to escape, fearing that I might stray too far. What shall we do now? We find ourselves in a predicament. Vengeful spirits have blocked the ground floor of the experimental building, leaving me with no choice but to lead Huang Shui upstairs. With each step, we distance ourselves from the exit of the building. We shall take it one step at a time. Merely fleeing will only render us passive. First, we must discern the fundamental purpose of our adversaries. Huang Shui cast a skeptical glance in my direction, reminding me that just half an hour ago, I had spoken differently. There is no fixed solution to any situation. We must learn to analyze everything that could be advantageous to us, and then select the optimal course of action. I resolutely massaged Huang Shui's tense shoulders, urging her not to worry, for I still held a trump card that could turn the tide. Once we seize the initiative, we shall dictate the rules of this deadly game. Huang Shui, unimpressed, swatted my hands away. After listening to my grand declarations, she recalled a piece of advice her sister had imparted before leaving for abroad. Do share, I encouraged, anticipating tales of Huang Shui's childhood or perhaps secrets of the Huang family. To my surprise, she sighed deeply and grasped my shirt hem with renewed determination. Her sister had repeatedly cautioned her to believe in the existence of ghosts around her rather than trust the words of men. I could not suppress a chuckle at her youthful countenance. At least she was right in her first assertion. Taking a calming breath, I retrieved my phone and stepped into the safety corridor, with Huang Shui closely trailing behind. This was the 4th floor. I illuminated the floor sign with my phone light and pressed against the wall as I ventured into the dimly lit corridor. From below, the wails and curses of vengeful spirits occasionally echoed, Yet this floor remained eerily silent. In the middle of the corridor, there was a room emanating a faint glow. Most classrooms were locked, but this one appeared to house an occupant. Huang Shui and I approached the door to peer inside, discovering an elderly man, bare-chested, blindfolded, and bound to a chair. Should we rescue him? Huang Shui gently nudged me with her elbow. I quickly turned, signaling her to be silent. Just as the words escaped her lips, the bound man had already heard us, wobbling his plump head and inquiring, "Teacher Wen, are you back?" I held my breath and pulled Huang Shui to hide in the inner room, keeping a safe distance from him. He must also be a victim of this nightmare. Perhaps we could glean something useful from him. Huang Shui stubbornly gazed at me, asserting that the enemy of our enemy could indeed be our ally, and that we might escape together. Ally? I shook my head and urged Huang Shui to join me beneath the table. In this nightmare, your only ally is me. Noticing her defiant expression, I felt compelled to elaborate. The purpose of binding is to restrict movement, yet the ropes on that man only constrained his ankles and arms. He could easily free himself if he wished. Then why doesn't he run? Huang Shui asked, her innocent curiosity apparent. I resigned myself to enlightening her with some basic knowledge. A certain degree of restraint can stimulate one's adrenaline. This man was evidently engaged in a game with the teacher when he mentioned, transcending the bounds of mere friendship. A few minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor as the long-haired female teacher entered the room. "Ms. Wen, you're back? Quickly, let us continue." The elderly man shifted in his chair like a dog, his bulk moving restlessly. The female teacher sauntered to his side, her fingers gliding through the sparse strands of his hair. "What reward do you desire?" She casually glanced at the Buddha pendant around his neck, which emitted a faint red glow. Chapter 146, Sakura? The scene before me was both tantalizing and provocative. Huang Shui had already covered her eyes, while I, in search of clues, endured the discomfort in my body, forcing myself to keep watching. Goodness, is this the long-lost butterfly and swallow dance of the underworld? The phone faithfully broadcasted everything, and the live stream's popularity surged past 8,000 viewers. A midnight treat. Sensual, yet not vulgar. Tips for the super thrilling live stream. A conscientious host. The season viewers were in full swing, showcasing a myriad of poses in a matter of minutes. Who dares to speak? The upstairs voice was bold and brazen. "I am a flower from Dongguan, known as Li Wan's Chicken. Pleased to meet you." The chatroom was ablaze with excitement, and the generous viewers called out slogans for the conscientious host, showering tips. Though such a spectacle should have brought joy, I felt no happiness, for Huang Shui beside me seemed to be nearing her breaking point. I feared she might act impulsively. Shameless. Although Huang Shui covered her eyes, the teacher's voice penetrated her defenses. Her cheeks flushed and her teeth clenched. Every second spent in this room was a torment for her. After a while, the elderly man reluctantly donned his outer clothing and rose from beside the teacher. "Ms. Wen, let us discuss next time. You first handle Guijunjia's affair. That child is an eyesore to me. You are family, after all. Ignoring this could lead to significant trouble." "What? Are you afraid?" The woman gripped the folds of the man's flesh, her fingers digging in, yet he appeared to relish the attention. "I am the principal, my word is law. Isn't it merely coercing him into suicide? No problem. I assure you it will be flawlessly executed." The corpulent man attempted to lean closer to the woman, but Ms. Wen firmly pushed against his chest. "Wait until this is done. There will be ample opportunities later." But I, the alluring, statuesque woman, waved the Buddha pendant impatiently, and the man's expression shifted to one of obsequious retreat as he backed towards the door. Once outside, he transformed, adopting a stern and rigid demeanor. Barking at passing students, "Get back to class." Inside, Ms. Wen seemed unperturbed by such antics, leisurely dressing and stowing a document wrapped in black cloth into the drawer before exiting the office. Thus, this stunning and provocative performance came to a close. I stepped out from the inner room, peering through the door crack to find the corridor silent and devoid of life. The heart of the most venomous woman is indeed treacherous. It is no wonder that the school administration failed to intervene and halt such egregious acts of bullying. Their initial intent was to drive Guijunjia to his demise. I opened Teacher Wen's desk drawer and retrieved the black package she had previously placed inside. Lifting the black cloth revealed a long-term life insurance policy, with Guijunjia as the insured party and the beneficiaries listed as Guijiming and Zhongwan. Were they scheming to induce Guijunjia's death merely to commit insurance fraud? To my knowledge, suicide is typically excluded from compensation claims. However, A long-term life insurance policy would still pay partial compensation even if the insured died by suicide after 2 years. I was unaware of when Huang Shui had approached me. How do you know? She asked. The esteemed second daughter of the Huang family has sold insurance before? Huang Shui's gaze dimmed as she recognized the familiar names on the policy. I have long suffered from illness. Merely existing is a torment. I once thought of purchasing such insurance to escape, but it was discovered by Huang Buiyuan, and that was the first time he scolded me. Suicide is the most callous and irresponsible act. One may endure a few moments of pain, yet those left behind bear the burden of guilt and suffering until death. I returned the insurance policy to its place and surveyed the room. This was the clandestine meeting point for Teacher 1 and the principal, flanked by unused laboratories. Shrouded in secrecy, seldom visited. The sounds of my exploration led me to an unexpected discovery. On the wall beside the desk hung a map of Huaxia. Upon closer inspection, I found a shallow cavity about 10 centimeters deep, housing a dual-headed Buddha statue. The effigies bore 2 faces, with 2 white candles placed before them. A dual-faced Buddha? This brought to mind the dual-faced Buddha pendant that hung around Teacher Wen's neck. She, like Luxing, must also be a devotee of the dual-faced Buddha. The 8-character divine calamities of Xinhu High School, the dual-faced Buddha, began to weave together in my mind. For some inscrutable purpose. The dual-faced Buddha required the gathering of the 8-character divine calamities, among which the Yuanshan divine calamity was Guojunjias. The Yuanshan is marked by turmoil and disgrace, leading a life fraught with misfortune. Although the texts record such a fate, it is a conclusion drawn only at the end of a lifetime. Guojunjia, at merely 17, had not yet reached the time of great tribulations. Under normal circumstances, his fate would only just be beginning to unfold. Yet, in pursuit of its agenda, the dual-faced Buddha hastened the course of events, forcing Guojunjia into a premature calamity, compelling him to death, allowing resentment to fester and mature the Yuanshan divine calamity. The Buddha pendant around Teacher Wen's neck serves as a poignant symbol of her actions. She first dismantled Guojunjia's family, rendering him homeless, and then, leveraging her connections with the old principal, brought him to Xinhu High School, where he became the lowest performing student, subjected to relentless bullying and ridicule. In fulfilling the dual-faced Buddha's plan, no one considered Guojunjia's feelings. This child became the most pitiable of sacrifices. The tragedy of Guojunjia can indeed be attributed to the machinations of the dual-faced Buddha. The nightmare reemerges. Is this what the Yuanshan divine calamity seeks to reveal to me? He is not a blood-stained executioner, but rather a victim? After a moment of contemplation, having found no further revelations within the room, I departed with Huang Shui. We re-entered the safety corridor, illuminated by the eerie glow of the underworld showcase. And the corridor was devoid of the monstrous shadows that had once haunted it. They must have been drawn away by the twins, allowing us a chance to escape. Huang Shui's outlook was optimistic. For the first time, I saw a hint of color in her eyes. Be cautious of your surroundings, I cautioned. Currently, I find myself devoid of better alternatives. Even with the knowledge of the true purpose behind the nightmarish deities, the tormenting dreams persist unabated. Our descent has been eerily smooth. Neither Huang Shui nor I encountered any other students. It was only upon passing the floor where Guojunjia was bullied that we glimpsed a solitary figure perched upon the windowsill. Her legs dangled outside, fingers gripping the window frame. Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Huang Shui, hesitant to proceed alone, looked at me with a hint of confusion as I paused. Is that Sakura? Summoning my courage, I ventured into the corridor, illuminating the girl on the windowsill with my phone's light. Indeed, it was Sakura. Sakura. Upon seeing me, the girl beamed brightly, leaping from the windowsill to approach. Perhaps it was my overactive imagination, but something felt amiss as Sakura's sweet smile graced her face. Are you certain she is human? Did you not just say that in this nightmare, the only one I can trust is you? Huang Shui regarded Sakura with a wary gaze, her eyes betraying a deeply concealed fear. She referred to Sakura, a girl endowed with the ability to enter dreams. I reached out to stroke Sakura's head, but she subtly evaded my touch, an unusual reaction that I noted with concern. Outside of dreams, Sakura exhibited an inexplicable trust towards me and never resisted such gestures. However, since entering Huang Shui's dream, her demeanor had been peculiar, particularly her recent smile. According to my recollection, Sakura never smiled in dreams. Her expression was perpetually solemn. Is she truly Sakura? My expression tense, I inquired, You haven't encountered any danger, have you? No, she replied. That's good. I exhaled in relief, grasping Huang Xue's arm and casually adding, we cannot separate again. The number of malevolent spirits in this dream is vast and exceedingly perilous. Sakura smiled sweetly and gently nodded in agreement. Her soft voice reached my ears. Though it was but a single word, it confirmed a troubling reality. She was not the Sakura I knew. Chapter 147. The building without an exit. Long ago, I had asked Sakura why, due to various constraints, she could only utter a single phrase within dreams. Yet, the girl before me, identical in appearance to Sakura, had spoken twice. It was not mere paranoia. In a nightmare where missteps could send one plummeting into an abyss, vigilance was paramount. Let us walk together. My expression remained natural, even imbued with warmth and excitement. In truth, this was merely a facet of facial expression management, a fundamental skill for an undercover officer. The girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sakura, was oblivious to my heightened awareness as she maintained her sweet smile, trailing a couple of meters behind me. Huang Xue leaned closer. Her voice barely a whisper, "Be careful." I refrained from responding, instead hastening my pace down the stairs. The corridor offered scarce glimpses of students, and after sprinting for what felt like an eternity, Huang Xue and I found ourselves hopelessly halted. An endless corridor. Having visited Xinhu High School before, I was well aware that this experimental building comprised only 6 floors. Yet, this time, the stairs seemed to descend into a hellish abyss, each level stretching interminably. How is this possible? Huang Xue clutched my clothing tightly, her words tumbling out in disarray, her pupils clouded with despair. It's over. We are trapped in a deadlock. Standing at the stairway, I have not yet lost hope. This resilience has been forged through the crucible of 4 live broadcasts. There is still hope. Do not panic. I glanced back at the little girl. Sakura, you are familiar with dreams. Do you have any good methods now? The girl's smile faded, and she spoke with a tone and vocabulary far removed from that of a typical child. She warned me that once the nightmare descends, it shrouds everything. Is there no way out? I furrowed my brow, gazing at the floor indicator on the hallway wall, which read 1st floor. Yet upon descending to the next level, the sign now declared 6th floor, an endless loop with no exit. I attempted to smash open the doors of the laboratories on either side and pushed open the window, but outside lay only an impenetrable darkness, the ground unseen. The girl tilted her head, observing my futile efforts. This was a nightmare devoid of hope, from which no one could escape. We 3 stood in the corridor outside the room when suddenly hurried footsteps echoed, as if someone were fleeing from something. It seemed they were approaching us. Quick, hide. Behind the laboratory, there was a row of cabinets for storing miscellaneous items. I instinctively pulled open a cabinet door, embracing Sakura and retreating inside. This was a reflexive response to an unforeseen circumstance. I could not explain it. The girl struggled a few times, but soon ceased to resist, resting her head on my shoulder. Hey, what about me? Huang Xue exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. The cabinet space was already limited, and the 2 of us occupied a significant portion of it. Don't just stand there. Hurry in. Without further ado, I pulled Huang Xue into the cabinet. The little girl pressed against my chest, standing in the middle while I bent slightly, trying to make more room for Huang Xue. Where do you want me to put my hands? She protested. Did it matter to quibble about such things now? Be quiet. I shut the cabinet door, and the 3 of us squeezed into the narrow space, our arms curled, faintly touching the softness of each other. Bang! The figure outside knocked on all the classroom doors, but only the door to this laboratory had been compromised, allowing entry. He rushed in, panic-stricken, bearing fresh bruises and clutching a love letter. Guijunjia? Through the ventilation holes of the cabinet, I glimpsed the man's appearance. How was he being pursued? Logically, he should be allied with those malevolent student spirits. The slight Guijunjia, oblivious to closing the door, walked straight toward the cabinet. After struggling with it for a while, he failed to open it, glancing around, and finally crawled beneath the table. Hiding there, with his head exposed, he was certain to be discovered. My assessment of this boy had unwittingly transformed from one of utter disdain to a tinge of sympathy. The horrific events at Nuhu High School had a principal orchestrator, the duplicitous mastermind behind it all. Just then, as Guijunjia settled into his hiding spot, the laboratory door swung open, revealing 2 figures, Xuefei and Xiaomu. Tall and robust, Xuefei led the way, while Xiaomu trailed timidly behind. Did you see clearly? That filthy scoundrel ran this way. Xuefei growled, gripping Xiaomu by the collar and yanking him forward. I saw it clearly. He took advantage of the chaos to flee, clutching that love letter. Xiaomu harbored a profound fear of Xue Fei. Although his family was affluent, they paled in comparison to the offspring of the influential families within the school. If he did not torment Guijunjia, he would inevitably find himself at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. To shield himself from bullying, he felt compelled to intensify his harassment of Guijunjia. In most private schools, an invisible hierarchy exists, akin to a pyramid, where those at the apex, such as Xue Fei, are surrounded by sycophants, resembling a miniature society. The upper echelons naturally require a foundational lower tier. In such a money and relationship-driven environment, even in the absence of Guijunjia, individuals like Li Junjia and Zhang Junjia would emerge as targets for bullying and isolation. Xiaomu, with unwavering determination, heard Xue Fei mutter a low curse before they began scouring the room, rummaging through drawers. Guijunjia, trembling beneath a table, knew that if discovered, he would face a brutal beating and humiliation. Xue Fei approached the last row of cabinets in the laboratory, and we collectively held our breath. "Found you, Guijunjia. You truly can run," Xiaomu exclaimed, pointing triumphantly at Guijunjia, who lay on the ground beneath the table. "I told you, he really can run." With a sinister grin, Xue Fei kicked the table aside, exclaiming, "If you enjoy lying low, then I shall ensure you remain there." He struck Guijunjia in the face with his foot, the grit on his shoe tearing into Guijunjia's skin. "Run? Keep running." The two of them forced Guijunjia to the center of the laboratory, beating and berating him, ultimately retrieving a vial of chemical reagent from a cabinet to pour over his head. The noxious fumes permeated the laboratory as the two devilish children laughed gleefully. From my concealed vantage point in the storage cabinet, I observed the entire scene unfold, my heart swelling with an inexplicable fury. I yearned for Guijunjia to rise in defiance, to strike back at those two loathsome faces. Yet, my hopes were dashed. Guijunjia did not retaliate even as Xue Fei and Xiaomu grew weary from their assault. "Remarkably resilient, this wretch," Xue Fei remarked, stretching his arms before seizing Guijunjia's love letter and tearing it to shreds before his eyes. "Earlier, I had many classmates present, but I shall clarify this once more. You are merely a dog at Shun Mingting's side, someone we can command at will. Do not entertain any misguided notions or harbor any delusions of grandeur." At the mention of Shun Mingting, a subtle change flickered across Guijunjia's expression. As Xue Fei was always the one to bully him, a sliver of hope persisted in his heart regarding Mingting. It could not be said that he was foolish. She was likely the sole motivation sustaining his existence. "Do you understand?" Xue Fei pressed, but Guijunjia remained silent. His silence incited Xue Fei's ire. As though he had struck a punch into cotton. "It appears you are still unwilling to give up." Xue Fei shattered a bottle containing chemical reagents, instructing Xiaomu to pry open Guijunjia's mouth, preparing to pour the glass-laden concoction down his throat. At this moment, I averted my gaze and discreetly cast a glance at a girl nearby. This girl, strikingly similar in appearance to Sakura, was captivated by the scene unfolding outside, her face darkening with an anger that seemed insurmountable. Why did she care so deeply for Guijunjia's plight? Who was she truly? An answer flickered in my mind, yet I hesitated to voice it, opting instead to gently pat the girl's shoulder. In the astonished gazes of Huang Shui and the girl, I pushed open the door of the storage cabinet. Although this transpired within a dream, I felt compelled to take action. "You've lost your mind," Huang Shui exclaimed, tugging at my clothes, but I paid it no heed, my fingers clutching the solitary talisman of confinement as I stepped out of the cabinet. The sight of Su Fei and Xiaomu startled me. My newfound companion had been concealed here. Should they join us? In response to their invitation, I shook my head, directing my finger at Su Fei, invoking the spell of confinement. Bound by the heart, I shall draw the line, constrain. Chapter 148. Forced Alliance. A flash of golden light illuminated the talisman as it adhered to Su Fei's forehead. He appeared ensnared by a searing iron chain. His visage contorted in agony, while black smoke, born of his unresolved grievances, seeped from his battered form beneath his school uniform. "What do you intend to do? Release me." The pain elicited a scream from Su Fei, rendered incapable of movement by the binding spell, left to endure the inevitable. The efficacy of the golden talisman surpassed my expectations, a testament to the formidable prowess of the Tianshi from Miaojin Temple. Xiaomu, witnessing the scene, was already paralyzed by fear, embodying the very definition of a coward. rendered immobile by the might of my incantation. Gazing at Su Fei, ensnared by the spell, I first closed the laboratory door, then approached the trio. Addressing Guojunjia, "It seems we meet again." Observing Guojunjia, bruised and battered, I discreetly placed my hand into my pocket, brushing against a lightning talisman. Yet after a moment's reflection, I refrained from using it. I sensed a potential for communication with Guojunjia, unlike the other injured students. "Do we know each other?" Guojunjia inquired, perplexed by my intervention, as though encountering me for the first time, his tone somewhat brusque. Recognition held little significance. I merely wished to ask why he did not retaliate. If I had not intervened, Su Fei might have forced that vial of chemical solution down his throat. Recalling Guojunjia's voice during the live broadcast at Xinhu High, I noted a raspiness that suggested past injuries to his throat, an anomaly among his peers. I dare not. Through Guojunjia's words, I gleaned the harrowing details of his high school existence. Initially, he had resisted, yet each act of defiance was met with exacerbated torment. While the school administration never held the perpetrators accountable, he alone faced punishment. Bearing wounds and compelled to write self-criticism and publicly apologize, these were his most loathed tasks. He would rather endure the beatings than allow a certain individual to witness his pitiable state of submission. After absorbing Guojunjia's account, I fell into a contemplative silence, aware of his heinous nature as a murderous fiend, and recognized that this endless cycle of nightmare was but a play he orchestrated. Yet, I could not refute the veracity of his experiences, all of which had transpired. "If I were to offer you an opportunity for revenge, would you seize it?" "What opportunity?" Within the depths of his bewildered gaze, I retrieved a hammer and a slicing tool from a toolbox in the laboratory, placing both items before him. Xue Fei was bound and unable to move, presenting you with three choices. First, to persuade me to release him based on our camaraderie. Second, to shatter Xue Fei's skull with a hammer. Or third, to plunge this knife into his heart, swiftly and decisively ending his life. With a smile, I observed the frail boy before me. This was a psychological test, albeit one I had woven into the fabric of a dream. As my words hung in the air, Guojunjia had yet to react, and it was Xue Fei who began to wail, a cacophony of despair as dark energy swirled around him, the golden talismans flickering uncertainly. "Make your choice swiftly," I urged, prompting Guojunjia to regain his senses. He approached the table, his hand wavering between the hammer and the sharp knife. Clearly, the long-standing grudge had led Guojunjia to dismiss the first option entirely. By this point, the seeds of murderous intent had already taken root deep within him. I narrowed my eyes, fixated on Guojunjia's every movement. The remaining choices, the hammer and the knife, both intended to extinguish Xue Fei's life, revealed the psychological distortion of the assailant through their use. When given the option, those who wield a hammer often seek to prolong the victim's suffering, relishing the sound of their cries, indulging in the experience of murder. The knife, however, is typically employed in acts of reckless homicide, with its sharp blade piercing the heart, indicative of a psychological disturbance that remains within a relatively normal range. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Guojunjia ultimately grasped the knife and approached me, stammering, What should I do?" "You may proceed as you wish," I replied, stepping aside to observe him quietly. This boy of 17 or 18 held the knife with steady hands, his silhouette somewhat menacing. "Guojunjia, you've lost your mind. Dare to touch me and see what happens." Despite being restrained, Xue Fei's arrogant nature persisted. He struggled fiercely, the black mist around him thickening while the golden light of the talismans began to dim. As Guojunjia stood before Xue Fei, he gripped the knife tightly, slowly raising it above his head. "You filthy scoundrel, dare you?" With a swift motion, the sharp blade plunged accurately into Xue Fei's heart. The sound of the knife entering flesh was unsettling, even within the confines of a dream. The one who screamed in a frenzy was not Xue Fei, but Guojunjia himself. After the initial thrust, he seemed to lose his mind, repeatedly plunging the knife, blood spraying chaotically in every direction. "Shouldn't we intervene?" asked Gao Jian, his clothes being tugged as Huang Shui cowered behind me. Witnessing such a gruesome and vivid scene for the first time, why should we stop it? In reality, Guojunjia suffered a grievous fate, so in this dream, I wish to offer him a choice. Though my actions could be construed as inciting a crime, I do not perceive this breach of public morality as wrong. The very reason I am ill-suited to be a police officer lies in my unwavering commitment to what I deem right, even if it contradicts the law. Shui lay in a pool of blood, his mouth gasping for air, resembling a fish that had been gutted. Beside him, Guo Junjie sat on the ground with the knife in hand, appearing as though his soul had departed, taking an eternity to turn his gaze toward me. Why help me? Who are you? I do not know you, but thank you, I replied, crouching before Guo Junjie, standing amidst the flowing blood. His stiff expression as he uttered words of gratitude, under the influence of the dual-faced Buddha, sent the entire world abandoning him. I should have been the first to step forward. There is no need for thanks. I merely hope you can answer a few questions honestly. Everything I did earlier was a prelude to this moment. I wish to know what truly transpired at Xinhua High School 5 years ago. Go ahead and ask, he replied. Guo Junjie's willingness to cooperate was monumental news for me. Yet before I could utter a word, the laboratory door was kicked open, and a pair of twin brothers rushed in, flustered. Their attire was disheveled, and they appeared far more disheveled than when they first entered the dream realm. It's you two? Both parties exchanged incredulous glances. The younger brother, with a handsome visage, glared at me with fury. Finally, I've caught you. You stirred up a hornet's nest, and now expect us to clean up your mess? What kind of world is this? He brandished a dagger with a fierce expression. Zimao, don't act impulsively. The greater picture must take precedence, the elder brother interjected, stopping his sibling while holding a piece of gray talisman. This dream has been occupied by numerous malevolent spirits. If we wish to determine a victor, it will only lead to mutual destruction. Unity brings mutual benefit. Division leads to injury. I understand this principle. Through our conversation, I learned their names. The younger brother, Zimao, and the elder brother, Zichou. Both pawns left by the dual-faced Buddha in Jiangqing. These gifted siblings possessed the extraordinary ability to merge Buddhist and Taoist practices to create new phenomena. They also had the capacity to enter dreams, though far inferior to Yingzi. Each time they entered, they needed to meticulously calculate the timing, accompanied by talismans and blood sacrifices to malevolent deities. You are able to enter dreams, which suggests you are not an ordinary individual. However, outside lurks a multitude of vengeful spirits, certainly over 100. It is exceedingly difficult to eradicate them using conventional talismans. Zichou's birthmark was crooked, and his eyes gleamed with intelligence. Therefore, I propose we inscribe the 9 sons of absolute information in the dream, utilizing the grand array to exterminate these malevolent spirits. Once we have vanquished them, we can then determine the victor. What say you? Brother, the core of this grand array is not to be trifled with. Think carefully. The younger brother interjected, intentionally chiming in. The twins exchanged knowing glances, secretly plotting something unknown. Chapter 149. The core of the formation, the 9 sons of absolute information. The art of formation is something that ordinary practitioners cannot even approach. Even the simplest of formations requires a formation diagram, numerous accompanying talismans, and a formidable core to anchor the formation. Any single one of these items is a rare treasure in the mundane world. Moreover, even if one were to fortuitously acquire all these elements, the formation practitioner must possess a certain understanding of feng shui, profound cultivation, and a powerful consciousness. Given these stringent conditions, while the power of formations is immense, they are infrequently transmitted in the secular world. Only those with significant backgrounds and profound connections can utilize or comprehend formations. The twin brothers presumed I lacked understanding of formations, which is why they boldly disclosed the name of the grand array. Little did they know, I had perused the detailed explanations of the Miaojin Dao, which encompasses a myriad of subjects, including introductions to formations. The art of formation, according to its intricate variations, is divided into 9 ranks, the 2 instruments, the 3 talents, the 4 symbols, and so forth. The more variations there are, the more challenging the arrangement of the formation becomes. For instance, the formidable array known as the 10 evil spirits formation, which I encountered at the crematorium by bridge number 3, demands the convergence of 10 malevolent spirits and the expenditure of a decade's worth of yin energy to transform a radius of 10 miles into an infernal realm, enabling a plethora of transformations and unimaginable power. Upon hearing the name of the 9 sons' absolute information, which begins with the number 9, I was not dismissive of his capabilities. However, I understood that to independently orchestrate the complexities of a 9-layered formation, he would require at least another 50 years of cultivation. Thus, realizing the deceptive nature of this formation, I suspected that these 2 brothers harbored ill intentions and were likely preparing to ensnare both me and those malevolent spirits. You employ this formation to exorcise evil. What role do I play? I inquired, maintaining an innocuous demeanor while smiling benignly at them. It's simple. As we, the brothers, preside over the grand formation and are unable to move, you will need to assist us by luring those vengeful spirits into the array, they replied. While this sounded reasonable, I pondered the implications. After leading the spirits into the formation, how could I possibly extricate myself? Were they planning to annihilate me alongside the spirits? Such a fundamental error is inconceivable for us, the elder brother, Zicho, declared, producing a command flag from his breast. The 9 Suns Absolute in formation comprises 9 such flags. Holding one would grant me unimpeded passage within the array. Skeptical, I accepted the flag, which was inscribed with grotesque blood symbols, emanating a chilling aura. Upon shaking it, I faintly heard the anguished wails of lost souls. How can I trust the authenticity of this flag? The formation typically possesses 2 portals of life and death. If you have given me the death portal flag, I fear I may never escape your formation. I tossed the flag back to Zicho, asserting, I cannot enter your formation. Let us instead collaborate differently. You shall set the formation, your brother will lure the enemy, and I will oversee the array, ensuring your safety. Upon hearing my proposal, the brothers' expressions turned awkward, the younger one erupting in anger and accusing me of being overly demanding. I smirked coldly, realizing that one must tread carefully when dealing with a tiger. Patience. This arrangement is acceptable. Unexpectedly, Zicho acquiesced, handing the command flag to his brother. Stuck in this nightmare, we can only escape through mutual cooperation. He gazed at me earnestly, although the prominent birthmarks on his face twitched as he spoke, instilling in me a deep sense of discomfort. Since you have conceded, I shall not object. Let us proceed as planned. Once we vanquish the vengeful spirits, we shall each claim our due. I nodded in agreement, and Zicho wore a confident smile, suggesting he had a well-laid plan. Yet, his demeanor only heightened my suspicions regarding the potential treachery within his formation. After our exit, I intended to set the formation at the juncture of the corridor and the safety passage, which would require a stick of incense's worth of time. Please wait a moment. I interrupted Zicho. Setting the formation at the corridor's intersection means we will face the pressure of vengeful spirits from 3 directions. Is that not excessively daunting? This formation must be established in an open area. Otherwise, it cannot be effectively deployed. Zicho's response prompted a frown, as his explanation seemed somewhat tenuous. Do you have any further questions? None. Prepare the formation. I will cooperate fully, I replied, though inwardly, I was calculating my own contingencies. The singularly usable Tion Du Thunder Talisman serves as my source of audacity in conversing so boldly with Zicho. Furthermore, I possess several lesser talismans obtained from Lu Jin. Beyond this, my most formidable trump card lies in the Yuan Chun Divine Evil, the twins who believe that annihilating the vengeful spirits will grant them control. In truth, the most terrifying aspect of this dreamscape is not the vengeful spirits themselves, but the Yuan Chun Divine Evil that ensnares everyone within a nightmare. Its synergy with the Tong Sang Talisman means that without eliminating it, the dream will remain unsolvable. Naturally, I have no intention of divulging this to the twins. Extinguishing the vengeful spirits should also deplete a portion of Yuan Chun Divine Evil's power, allowing me to gauge the twins' true capabilities, an opportunity too enticing to overlook. Casting a glance at the frail Guijunjia, I sensed no trace of the Yuan Chun Divine Evil's malevolent aura emanating from him, which is why I refrained from immediately wielding the Thunder Talisman against him. It appears there are outsiders in this abode that I must first address. My younger brother Zimao tightened his grip on his dagger and approached Guijunjia and Xiaomu, his blade coated with Buddhist oil, lethal to vengeful spirits. Do not mistakenly slay him. He is one of mine. I pulled Guijunjia behind me, a move that took every onlooker, including Guijunjia himself, by surprise. What do you mean? He is clearly a manifestation of resentment. Zimao felt displeased, already harboring disdain towards me. The one in the corner, dispose of them as you wish. All 3 of these are under my protection, I indicated towards the girl, Guijunjia, and Huang Shui. Quite the spectacle you've orchestrated, bringing the whole family into the dream. I smirked silently, thinking to myself that if I were to tell you there are over 1,000 viewers in my live stream cheering on my escapades, it would surely terrify you. Although Zimao remained skeptical, he did not pursue the matter further, wielding his dagger to slay Xiaomu. Simultaneously, Zicho prepared to summon 9 infant phalanges. positioning himself at the intersection of the corridor and the emergency exit, where I would establish my formation. Until my array was complete. You must ensure that no spirits disturb me, otherwise, all will be in vain. Rest assured, we shall handle it. Sakura and I guarded the staircase while Z-Mao secured the corridor, seemingly foolproof. All right, I shall place my trust in you this once. Zicho divided the infant bones into 3 sets, arranging them to resemble 3 small fingers reaching upwards, as if grasping at something intangible, uniting them into one. This was certainly not the 9 sons of absolute information, but rather an evil array with only 3 transformations. Observing Zicho as he independently set up this triple-layered array at his age was indeed rare. What kind of formation was this? Why conceal the true name of the grand array? Cautiously, I shielded Huang Shui behind me, for she was the only innocent caught in this turmoil. Once the 9 phalanges were arranged, he retrieved a total of 27 talisman papers, 9 in a set, adhering them around the infant bones in the sequence of the 9 palaces. It was evident he had spared no expense. A complete set of talismans was worth 10 times that of a single one. His willingness to invest so much, however, unsettled me. This fellow must harbor ulterior motives. With the talismans affixed, Zicho sat cross-legged in the center of the corridor, silently chanting incantations. The 27 talismans radiated a faint crimson glow, resembling a multitude of blood-red eyes wide open. Spirit of the infants, clear the path and gather the malevolence. As he uttered the final incantation, 3 diminutive hands, formed from phalange bones, each manifested an unsightly infant, their countenances brimming with malice. The moment these vengeful infant spirits emerged, they opened their mouths wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp, jagged teeth directed at the living around them. Return to your positions at once. No mischief, Zika bellowed. And only then did the 3 infant spirits obediently crouch atop the phalange bones, each facing a different direction, their mouths stretched to the brink of tearing at the corners. I shall commence the formation now. It must not be interrupted under any circumstances. Ziku's expression was grave, the hue of the birthmark upon his face seemingly deepening significantly. Please, the focal point. With both hands, Ziku retrieved an ancient talisman from his robes, upon which was vividly illustrated a 9-tailed blood fox, poised as if supporting the heavens. Chapter 150. The Gathering of 3 Infants. I gazed in astonishment at the antiquated talisman in Ziku's grasp, left utterly speechless. Fortunately, his attention was wholly absorbed in the formation, rendering him oblivious to my astonishment. Divine Summoning Talisman. The talisman he held would forever be etched in my memory. It was precisely because I had employed an identical talisman at the crematorium of Bridge No. 3 that I had succeeded in summoning a spirit to thwart an unparalleled malevolent entity's escape. Could a talisman truly serve as the focal point of the formation? The focal point is the nucleus of any formation, the most critical aspect, typically requiring celestial materials or items imbued with deep intent and obsession. Could a mere piece of paper suffice for such an important role? I harbored doubts and retreated to the staircase, calling out to my brother Zima. This formation is no trifling matter. Are you certain that your elder brother's reliance on a mere talisman is well considered? Such skepticism is unwarranted. This talisman is no ordinary one. Zima replied darkly, a glint of insatiable greed flickering in his gaze as he regarded the talisman. It is a drawing by the fox spirit, originally enshrined in a secluded shrine deep within the mountains, and my brother was fortunate enough to procure it. How much efficacy can a talisman, crafted by the Tianshi Taoist, possess? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me? I questioned. While it is true that common spirits may lack proficiency in talismans, this is the first fox spirit of the millennium. Cough, cough. Ziku, amidst the formation, coughed twice and shot a glare at his brother, after which both fell silent. No matter how I attempted to prod, Zima remained evasive, unwilling to divulge the truth. This formation undoubtedly harbors issues. I stroked my chin, keeping my gaze fixed on the talisman in Ziku's hand. He first knelt thrice and performed 9 prostrations before placing the talisman between the 3 infant spirits. He seemed aware of my scrutiny, thus muttering the incantation silently. I could only observe the movement of his lips without hearing any sound. What was he preparing to achieve by using the divine summoning talisman as the focal point? As Ziku recited the incantation and cast the spell, the mouths of the 3 infant spirits fully split open, and the ominous energy in the corridor transformed into tendrils of black wind, surging into the infants' mouths. They began to devour the malevolent energy and resentment. Just as I was poised to continue my observation, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from the staircase. The group of disfigured students had arrived. A swarm of shadowy figures, with pallid faces, grotesque features, and hollow eyes, surged forth. "Found you. You're here. Playing hide and seek? I haven't had my fill yet. So many new friends will keep us entertained for quite some time." They shrieked as they surged forward like a winding black river. Words of punishment. Chi, Tua Jia Luo. Ziku poured the Buddhist oil into his mouth and loudly recited the sacred words of the Buddhist scriptures. These syllables, imbued with the power of the Buddha, possessed formidable lethality against malevolent forces. He charged alone into the corridor, engaging in fierce combat with the malevolent spirits. Every soul struck by his Jiadao bore wounds that could never heal. As the wails of the damned filled the air, he fought valiantly. While I found myself in an awkward predicament, Ziku was a genuine practitioner, while I was merely a novice, my meager experience in cultivation not exceeding half a month. It was indeed a formidable challenge for me to single-handedly confront the vengeful spirits ascending and descending the staircase. "Ingzi, I entrust the situation below to you. You must hold your ground," I instructed the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Ingzi. She nodded obediently and positioned herself at the staircase's entrance. Strangely, as she stood there, the malevolent spirits slowed their advance. I cast her a meaningful glance, refraining from further words as I retrieved a talisman. Gripping it firmly in my palm, by the authority of the 5 divine generals, I command all entities to be subdued. Instead of casting the talisman, I held it tightly, my hands entwined with glowing symbols that radiated a golden light capable of incinerating the malevolent spirits. With a fierce cry, I plunged into the midst of the souls, battling against the overwhelming nightmare. The sheer number of spirits was daunting. Even if we divided our efforts among 3 directions, the pressure would remain colossal. Quickly, the symbols in my hands began to fade, their power eroded by the encroaching darkness, as cracks marred the talisman's surface. "Ziku, accelerate," I urged, but within mere minutes, I found myself engulfed in a shroud of black mist, my consciousness blurring. In the corridor, Zimao was also nearing his limit. His Jiadal had shattered, and multiple bite marks marred his body. "Hold on." Ziku's face flushed crimson as he focused intensely, oblivious to everything outside as he maintained the formation. Kneeling, he cradled the talisman in his hands, as if bearing an immense burden. The overwhelming presence of spirits accelerated the absorption of dark energy. 3 eerie infant spirits gaped with swollen bellies, their appearance utterly terrifying. Ziku expelled a mouthful of vital blood, which fell to the ground and transformed into threads that intertwined the 3 infants. They then twisted their heads, expelling the absorbed dark energy and resentment onto the talisman in Ziku's palm. "Activate the formation," he shouted, and the talisman, now invigorated by the influx of dark energy, began to actively absorb it, causing the 3 infant spirits' bellies to rapidly deflate. Once the talisman had consumed all the dark energy, the 9-tailed crimson figure depicted upon it suddenly opened its eyes strikingly lifelike. The 3 infant spirits had expelled all their dark energy, yet the talisman seemed insatiable, exerting a more powerful pull that drew the wretched, wailing infants into its grasp as well. Not enough. With dark energy surging, Ziku, his hair disheveled, shouted to Zimao, "Open the gate." Responding to his command, Zimao retrieved a black flag from his bosom and swiftly retreated to a corner. Just as he evaded, an immense force pulled countless malevolent spirits into the formation. Their cries transformed into refined dark energy, entirely absorbed by the blood talisman, its patterns growing ever more vivid, as if the 9-tailed blood fox had come to life. Not enough. Still not enough. Ziku, disregarding the encroaching darkness that blackened his skin, clutched the talisman like a madman. I had long sensed the change behind me, the pull intensifying, dragging not only the spirits but my very being as well. What on earth is happening? "Ziku, what do you intend to do? The formation has been established. Why does Ziku laugh without restraint? Naturally, it is to annihilate you all. This is not the 9 sons of absolute Yin-Array. This formation is known as the gathering of 3 infants to conjure spirits. It utilizes the essence of Yin to summon infants, manipulating the Yin energy within a radius of 300 meters to strangle all malevolent entities, transforming them into pure Yin energy. He is exceedingly proud, as the rolling Yin energy and the blood talisman in his hand have already consumed a sufficient amount of this energy, radiating a blinding crimson light amidst the darkness. This is merely the first step. In my youth, I stumbled upon a talisman bestowed by a fox spirit deep in the mountains. Although this talisman is of lesser grade, as long as it is provided with ample blood and flesh, it could unleash the power of a superior talisman. It is a twofold gain. I shall first eliminate the malevolent spirits to harvest their energy, and then summon a deity to vanquish you, the audacious rogue who dares to seize the 8 characters of destiny. With the might of Ziku firmly established, there is no need for further concealment. He affixes the blood talisman to his forehead. The talisman, which feeds on energy, is imbued with a fierce malevolence. As soon as it touches his brow, blood begins to seep forth. Oddly, the blood coagulates and is drawn into the talisman. This is a malevolent talisman capable of consuming the caster's essence, blood, and even lifespan. A truth I am all too familiar with. Gao Jian, dare you obstruct the great designs of the Buddha and covet the 8 characters of destiny? Today marks your demise. In an instant, the winds and clouds shift. I had long suspected the treachery of the 2 brothers, but I never anticipated their plan would be so vicious. Exploiting the resentful energies of nightmares to empower the blood talisman and summon a deity. Ziku, do you wish to sever ties with me now? Killing me within this nightmare will only complicate your escape. Ever since the emergence of the blood talisman, an alien will has been awakened within my consciousness. Beneath my garments, the blood fox tattoo that spreads from my chest to my thigh seems to come alive, its eyes glimmering with greed and excitement. Upon hearing my words, Zika hesitates momentarily but quickly regains his sinister demeanor. Do you think I failed to notice? You consistently protect that boy composed of resentment. He must be the key to breaking the deadlock. Enough of your prattle. I shall send you on your way. His urgency to strike, denying me the chance to speak, reveals his fear of wavering. Ziku is indeed more formidable than I had imagined. Beneath my feet, 27 talismans are interconnected by blood patterns. Zika dabs a drop of blood from his heart onto the blood talisman. Summon the deity. Chapter 151. The Nine Tails. Although there are still scattered malevolent spirits in the corridor, these malevolent beings cower, seemingly afraid of the talisman on Zika's forehead. He stands within the grand formation, enveloped by swirling energy, his skin marred by foul, dark wounds. His hair disheveled, resembling neither man nor ghost. I intend to thwart his summoning, but upon entering the array, I am repelled by the energy. My body tearing open with gashes. What is he doing? Huang Shui has yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. She merely senses the significant change in Ziku and feels a pang of fear. Step back, stay away from me. I pull her hands away from my clothing. Positioning her outside the array, Gao Jian suddenly releases his grip, causing Huang Shui to feel uneasy. She lowers her head and stands behind me, reluctant to leave. Stay away from me. This is the first time I have scolded her, and Huang Shui appears somewhat aggrieved. Since childhood, she has been frail, suffering from a heart condition that prevents her from displaying strong emotions. Everyone around her has tended to her with the care one would afford a delicate rose in a greenhouse. Few have treated her as I have. Silently, I approached the wall, acutely aware of her discontent, yet there was no time to disclose the truth. The malevolent energy surged forth like a mighty river, swirling within the formation. Observing the essence of this dark energy, I felt the awakening of the nine-tailed blood fox hidden within me. I urged Huang Shui to keep her distance, fearing that I might succumb to the fox's influence and engage in some frenzied act. The blood-red nine tails flickered in my vision as I regarded the talisman on Ziku's forehead. Regret washed over me at the onset of the live stream. I had been preoccupied with dreams, neglecting to consider the fox. Had I consulted Master Wan Dao in advance, I would not find myself in such a passive predicament. The dark energy coiled around Ziku like iron chains, and he appeared as a malevolent deity, laughing heartily, his grotesque birthmark contorting into bizarre angles. The blood talisman glowed fiercely, and under his incantation, the formation, the talisman, and the chains of dark energy began to operate in unison. All preparations were complete, awaiting the manifestation of the spirit to annihilate our foes and shatter the dream. Yet, after a full 5 minutes, Ziku remained motionless within the formation. What was happening? Moments later, he reopened his tightly shut eyes and dripped a drop of his essence onto the talisman. Summoned the spirit. His actions mirrored those of before, as if the film had been rewound and replayed. After 2 or 3 iterations, the deity he sought still failed to manifest. In contrast, The blood fox tattoo on my chest radiated a remarkable heat. Looking down, I saw the nine-tailed fox vividly alive. Summon the spirit. I had lost count of how many times Ziku had cried out. His essence was depleting, and while the dark energy was potent, the spirit remained elusive. How could this be? Ziku's eyes rolled back as he gazed at the summoning talisman. His fingers were smeared with his own essence, collected from his body. He looked wretched, his lips quivering, and despite no errors in the talisman, the spirit refused to appear. Was the legendary thousand-year fox spirit merely a figment of myth? Ziku could not accept this reality. He had squandered 27 sets of talismans and 9 infant spirit bones, only to face disillusionment. Had the summoning talisman failed? His situation was perilous. The dark energy posed a grave threat to the living. It coiled around him, awaiting the fox spirit to devour it entirely, thus enabling him to vanquish his enemies with the spirit's aid. Yet, the fox spirit remained absent, while his physical form teetered on the brink of collapse. This must be a counterfeit talisman. I stood outside the formation, aware that if Ziku's body disintegrated and he perished in the dream, he would face one of two fates. With good fortune, his consciousness would simply dissipate, rendering all prior efforts futile. With ill fortune, he might awaken to find himself banished to a deeper realm of dreams. Ziku heard my taunts, his frustration boiling over, and his skin quivered, the birthmark becoming even more grotesque. Brother, Zima, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, rushed over in haste. Stay back. The dark energy within the formation has spiraled out of control. Ziku raised his hand to prevent his brother from entering. His body contorted by the constricting chains of dark energy, clearly enduring immense pressure. These twins displayed a facade of brotherly affection before me, seemingly touching, yet mere moments ago, this very individual had vowed to eliminate me. In the face of such danger, sympathy was not my course of action. Rather, I should seize the opportunity to bring about his demise while he was vulnerable. Zicho recognized that I was not to be trifled with. He instructed his brother to keep a safe distance while he independently controlled the Great Formation. I had heard your name from Lu Xing on multiple occasions, and indeed, you are no ordinary individual. Even the most meticulous plans falter when they encounter you, revealing unforeseen errors. How deeply you conceal your true self. You flatter me. It is merely luck. As I touched my nose, I surmised the reason for his failure in summoning the deity. The blood-colored tail fox had its essence intertwined with my spirit. The blood symbols it left behind were not intended for summoning, but rather to facilitate its escape from a certain predicament. By employing the summoning symbols before Zicho, I effectively seized his opportunity, causing the blood fox to select me prematurely. This led to an exceedingly awkward scene. Zicho was vastly better prepared than I had been at the crematorium on bridge number 3, yet he was a step too late. One misstep could result in total defeat. Now, he was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, a potent sustenance for malevolent beings, yet a lethal poison for the living. If he failed to dissipate this malice, he would ultimately succumb to it, transforming into a mindless specter. Zicho was acutely aware of this. If he wished to survive, he needed to expel this dark energy and resentment swiftly. Luck is indeed a form of strength. Despite our mastery of fate and divination, we could not foresee your movements. It seemed as though a hidden providence was aiding you. The more we spoke, the more enigmatic it became. If you seek to prolong this encounter, I shall accompany you to the end. The longer we delay, the closer Zicho draws to death. Thus, I remain unconcerned. Upon hearing my words, Zicho stared deeply at me, his teeth clenched as he emphasized, "You are perilous. You are far more dangerous than Lu Xing has claimed." After uttering this, he turned to Zi Mao and instructed, "Remember this person's visage. Upon your return, inform Lu Xing that he is the greatest obstacle to the Buddha project. If I fail to eliminate him today, he must be dealt with expeditiously in the future." I sensed a disquieting undertone in Zichao's words. Surely, this madman was not contemplating mutual destruction? Brother, cease your actions. There is no turning back now. Suddenly, Zicho hurled a gray talisman, immobilizing Zi Mao. Then he broke the dual-sided Buddha pendant around his neck, shattering it into fragments, allowing his spirit to ascend. A resonant chant echoed, and Zicho, with a flicker of life returning to him, forcefully summoned the swirling dark energy, directing it towards me like a torrent. This is bad. This man intends for us both to perish. I turned and grasped Huang Shui, sprinting towards the staircase. You cannot escape. Today. Only by killing you can Zi Mao satisfy Lu Xing. With a distorted, menacing birthmark upon his face. Zicho did not allow me to flee far before reversing the great formation. All 27 talismans shattered, unleashing a cacophony as the dark energy collided violently. Boom. Within the experimental building, it was as if a tempest had arisen, the surrounding walls rippling, and the dreamscape became increasingly surreal. Zicho's primary target was me. 90% of the dark energy surged towards me at an astonishing speed, rendering evasion impossible. Stand behind me. I turned to face the uncontrollable tide of dark energy, firmly shielding Huang Shui behind me. You entered my dream because of me, and thus you face danger. As long as I survive, I shall protect you. As I confronted the onslaught of dark energy, I tore off my outer garment, revealing the eagerly anticipated blood fox tattoo. Regardless of your divine origin, be you a malevolent god or a spirit, assist me this time, and I shall repay you tenfold. A familiar voice echoed faintly within my mind, asserting, there is no need for such formality between us. As the words fell, my eyes reddened, infused with a concentrated malice and a hint of crimson. My lips curled into a slight smile as I whispered 2 words, summon spirit. With my arm raised, under the astonished gazes of Ziku and Zimao, the fox tattoo on my chest began to ooze drops of blood, and subsequently, 9 ethereal fox tails erupted from behind me. Blood taints the mundane. The 9-tailed fox awakens. Chapter 152. The most despised one. Zimao found himself rendered speechless, gazing at the vibrant blood-red fox tattoo on my chest, then at the 9 tails that appeared both real and illusory behind me, before finally looking up at the ominous blood-red sigil above his brother's head. How could the fox immortal possibly manifest upon him? Not only Zimao, but Ziku also stood bewildered, and after a long pause, uttered, he is not human. He is a fox immortal. The 2 brothers would likely never comprehend that the spirit they had summoned at great cost had long since taken residence within my mind, merging our intentions such that our fates were intertwined, together in glory, together in ruin. It was laughable that they believed they could use this sigil to harm me. They had truly shot themselves in the foot. The 9 tails writhed amidst the dark energy, reminiscent of 9 dragons returning to the sea. This dark energy was originally intended to nourish the fox immortal, and after being transformed by the ominous sigil, the blood fox tattoo swiftly absorbed the essence of this dark energy. The tattoo became more solid, its vivid crimson hue resembling freshly spilled blood, as though it had just been painted with the essence of life. This swirling dark energy served as a tremendous boon for the 9-tailed blood fox, having sustained serious injuries. The infusion of this energy would allow its strength to recover significantly. As the dark energy dissipated, the corridor felt noticeably more spacious, and the eerie atmosphere lessened considerably. Ziku, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, feel free to employ them, I declared. The blood fox, having gained immense benefit, would not forget the fortitude I had acquired through the trials of this dark energy. My mind was clear, my eyes sparkled with intensity, and my celestial sight had been enhanced, with only a thin line separating me from the breakthrough needed to attain judgmental vision. The 2 brothers retreated, their gazes towards me markedly altered. They were uncertain of my remaining cards, and my confidence instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Brother, this mission may prove impossible. How shall we report back to Luxing? The possibility of a safe escape remained questionable, as Gao Jian's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. He was no ordinary individual. Ziku revealed his deep-seated apprehension, speaking in a hushed tone that only Zimao could hear, if the situation calls for it. We may need to employ that item to force our exit from this dream. Zimao nodded reluctantly, his expression troubled. The brothers whispered among themselves, and I chose not to pressure them too harshly. The most perilous adversary within this dream had yet to reveal itself. Should they remain sensible? I had no intention of engaging in conflict with them. Whether it pertained to the dual-faced Buddha's scheme or the underworld's exhibition, these were matters of no concern to me. I simply wished to escape this nightmare and put an end to this absurdity. However, as the saying goes, a heart that harbors no malice can still attract harm. The 2 brothers were akin to startled birds, and any movement on my part might provoke their unease. My brother did not grant me the opportunity to continue speaking. He waved his hand to cast 7 talismans to secure our surroundings, unaware that the fox immortal had entered the dream. My earlier recklessness was regrettable, and I hoped for his forgiveness. Forgiveness? I thought. I possessed not such a vast capacity for mercy. In truth, apart from the thunder talisman, I possessed no other means to combat adversaries. Disputing with these two brothers brings me no advantage. However, given my nature of extracting every possible benefit, it would be a disservice to myself not to draw some blood from them, considering we are all ensnared in this nightmare, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. I shall overlook the recent incident. Nonetheless, it must be said that we are in this together. Should we not support one another? I turned to Ziku with a faint smile, expressing my intrigue in the formation he previously employed. If he grants me the opportunity to observe its past workings, I shall consider our debt settled. This formation not only gathers energy to aid the blood fox in healing, but also serves to train my spiritual awareness and willpower, a rare opportunity not to be missed. Such shamelessness I cannot allow. A mere formation, an external object. If you wish for it, take it, Ziku replied, retrieving an ancient tome from his robe and tossing it to me from a distance, his demeanor overly accommodating. As I held the tome and perused its contents, I surmised it to be genuine. Do you have any further requests? In truth, these two brothers have faced misfortune. In the dead of night, before their principal target even appeared, I had lured a horde of vengeful spirits upon them. After finally catching their breath, they meticulously prepared to summon deities to break the dream, only to find the divine entities absent, while their corporeal forms were nearly corroded to death by energy. The most infuriating part was their expenditure of precious resources for the formation, along with the draining of their vital essence, ultimately benefiting me. And now they faced extortion after the ordeal. Reflecting on this, I could not help but feel a sense of amusement. How could I miss the opportunity to exploit such a plump sheep? Just as I prepared to further exploit them, unexpected changes arose in the corridor. From the depths of darkness, energy coalesced, flowing into the corridor through the windows of the experimental building, resembling streams trickling into the hall. Energy returning. Though slowly, it was undeniable that energy was continuously generating. Those spirits that should have perished began to crawl from the staircase, undying and unyielding. The twins' expressions shifted dramatically as they summoned their hidden capabilities, yet they failed to eradicate the vengeful spirits, as if everything had reverted to square one. I furrowed my brow, tucking the ancient tome into my robe and standing beside Huang Shui. The restoration of energy would take time, and these newly arisen vengeful spirits existed in a nebulous state, straddling the line between reality and illusion. Ziku had slaughtered over 100 vengeful spirits with the three infants gathering spirit formation. The energy from these souls almost occupied more than half of the nightmare realm. Now, what was converging from all directions was merely the scattered energy lingering in the corners of the nightmare world. It appeared that Yuanshin Shensha had sensed the unrest and was preparing to intervene personally. I quietly slid my hand into my pocket, tightening my grip on the Thunder Talisman. The twins also sensed the shift, brandishing their talismans and remaining vigilant. The vengeful spirits, now seemingly devoid of intellect, hung their heads, their pallid faces gazing at the ground like children awaiting punishment for their misdeeds. What were they up to? At this moment, the vengeful spirits appeared even more terrifying. Their hollow eyes brimmed with complex emotions, lips taut as if bracing for the impending storm. Gradually, these malevolent spirits stationed on the staircase began to move, dragging their fractured bodies like ghostly rowers propelling a spectral vessel up the stairs. They circumvented the twins, their intentions unmistakably directed towards me. What is it about me that draws their attention? The tormented spirits from all directions surrounded me, and I could barely endure the onslaught. While Huang Shui struggled even to stand, she clutched my arm, her frail body leaning against my back. Malevolent spirits approached, yet they ultimately brushed past me. Their target was not I, but rather Guojunjia, who stood expressionless on the steps, his thoughts inscrutable. The very ghosts that had once tormented and insulted him now knelt before him, weeping profusely as they transformed into dark vapors, seeping into his frail body. Distorted faces, contorted in anguish, appeared repeatedly upon his slight frame, ultimately crystallizing into that of a girl named Shen Mingting, her visage halting at the position of Guojunjia's heart. I have given you everything. I have placed all my hopes upon you, only to find that you are the one who has hurt me the most, Guojunjia murmured, seemingly to himself. As he spoke, the weeping face of the woman at his heart's location pleaded for mercy, yet it was all in vain. To me, this scene was profoundly eerie, yet Guojunjia appeared unfazed. He pressed his hand to his chest, and once the woman's face vanished, a scar the size of a bowl emerged in its place. Yuan Chen Shinsha. I gazed at the strange and terrifying boy before me. Yet I found it impossible to harbor feelings of hatred towards him, perhaps due to my awareness of his past. We met again. Upon my recognition, Guojunjia displayed little emotional fluctuation. He stood quietly at the center of the staircase. As all the spectral wraiths were absorbed, this nightmare lost some of its terror, gaining instead an air of solitude. I was at a loss for how to respond to him, my hand grasping the talisman in my pocket, unable to draw it forth. Perhaps, deep inside, I yearned for an opportunity to converse with him. If given the choice, I truly would prefer not to meet you. Unfortunately, you have no choice now. Faces of weeping spirits flickered across Guojunjia's visage as he listened to their feeble cries, gradually revealing a smile. Do you know who I despised the most while I was alive? Is it the teacher, one, who seduced your father and sent you to Xinhu High School? Or perhaps the one you loved deeply, yet hated fiercely, Shin Mingting? Or is it your incompetent father? I proposed several possibilities, yet Guojunjia shook his head in denial. Ultimately, he spoke for himself. It is my mother, my biological mother. This answer surprised me, for although I believed her to be unkind, she had not directly harmed Guojunjia. Could you share the reason? I inquired. He paused for a moment, then summoned a gust of spectral wind that brought forth the shattered dual-faced Buddha pendant to his feet. This dual-faced Buddha has wreaked havoc in my life, rendering me a target for all, yet my hatred for him is not profound, for ultimately, he taught me the path to liberation. You seem to have come to terms with it. At this revelation, I grew even more curious. Guojunjia's animosity towards his mother surpassed that towards the malevolent dual-faced Buddha, which I found astonishing. Guojunjia cast a glance at me before continuing. The dual-faced Buddha utilized my fate to forge this Tong Seng talisman, thereby granting me the ability to enter dreams. Not merely superficial dreams. If I desire, I can delve into the depths of another's subconscious, unearthing their innermost secrets. It is precisely due to this ability that I uncovered a profoundly cruel truth. Guojunjia's tone shifted. His already hoarse voice now resonated with an even greater discomfort. Initially, like you, I believed that all of this was the machination of the dual-faced Buddha, that he had employed sinister sorcery to ensnare my father in the obsession with sexual culture, that he had compelled my brother and sister to commit acts contrary to human morality, and that he had incited Zhang Wen to instigate the students to humiliate and torment me. All of this was indeed correct. I had seen the truth in their dreams. Yet, the woman who gave me life stood apart. I scoured her memories, finding no trace of the dual-faced Buddha. Her actions were not the result of his manipulation, but rather stemmed from her own volition. I could find no justification for her actions. The sins of all could be attributed to the dual-faced Buddha, but not hers. Guojunjia's emotions spiraled out of control, his form flickering with the faces of restless spirits like a revolving lantern. The first to abandon me was none other than she. After a prolonged silence, Guojunjia regained his composure, his voice tinged with melancholy. I gazed at the abruptly silent Guojunjia, uncertain of how to proceed. He was undeniably a madman. He had committed patricide, matricide, fratricide, and sororicide, cursing the entire school to unrest. Yet, could he truly be categorically deemed a villain? When I intervened in the laboratory to stabilize Xue Fei, allowing him to make a choice, he opted for a knife, decisively ending Xue Fei's life. From this, one could argue that he retained a semblance of humanity, albeit one that had been trampled upon by those around him, treated as the most despicable of things. In this institution, few utter his name. He is typically referred to by derogatory nicknames: shorty, waste, bastard. This only hastened the growth of the grotesque seed within him, a terrifying monster burgeoning in the depths of his heart. If I, as an outsider, were to assess this with my own sense of fairness, I would assert that some individuals within this school truly deserve their fate. The law struggles to punish the glamorous filth, which elucidates why Guojunjia would resort to such madness. Guojunjia, I have witnessed your experiences in dreams. I am not in a position to judge right from wrong. Yet, 5 years have elapsed since those humiliations were inflicted upon you. Surely, they have been repaid by now. Why remain ensnared in the mire of memory, imprisoning these souls? Would it not be better to grant them release, and in turn, liberate yourself? I endeavored to persuade Guojunjia, now certain that the summons from the netherworld originated from him. However, the nebulous nature of this request left me perplexed. Release? How could I possibly relinquish the torment of 17 years so simply? Guojunjia extended a finger towards me, asserting that I had yet to grasp his intent. He drew me into the dream realm, allowing me to witness the agony he endured, not to seek my counsel. The malevolent energy emanating from him coalesced, his fingertips entwined with the spirits of the wronged. I seek your assistance. The sinners from that time were not eradicated entirely, as some escaped, like the principal, akin to a pig, and the benefactor who transformed me into this wretched state, the dual-faced Buddha. After hissing those words through gritted teeth, Guijunjia smirked, pointing towards the rat and rabbit hours, where, beyond resentment, there pulsed a particular power, disregarding the talismanic array, directly assaulting their flesh. The art of usurpation. This individual is not merely a vengeful spirit, but rather a being entwined with the celestial forces of fate. Ziku exclaimed in alarm, realizing that the talisman was utterly ineffective against the dark smoke unleashed by Guijunjia, as his corporeal form began to age rapidly. Quickly, use that item. Do not hesitate. Once you emerge, inform Luxing that this individual must be eliminated. Ziku pushed Zimao aside, stepping forth to confront the encroaching black mist. Brother, Zimao exclaimed, producing a black octagonal talisman crafted from an unknown material, inscribed on one side with the archaic characters for usurp fate, while the reverse bore the names of both individuals. Hurry. Ziku's body continued to deteriorate at an alarming rate. This terrifying ability was unlike anything I had witnessed before. The art of usurping fate. How does this relate to the celestial forces? Zimao grasped the talisman firmly, while Ziku turned to shield against the black fog, revealing that his Taoist robe was adorned with an array of talismans. Do you wish to impede me? You are but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly unaware of your limitations. More dark mist surged forth from Guijunjia as Ziku struggled to maintain his stance, turning to his brother and shouting, "We must flee." In the midst of their fierce struggle, I observed a curious detail. Guijunjia's form appeared to be almost entirely composed of that mist and vengeful spirits. This could not possibly be his true essence. As I turned my gaze, the corridor swirled with chaotic energy. I witnessed Zimao employing some arcane technique as the black talisman sliced through the nightmare, tearing open a rift. His eyes gleamed with a crimson hue, desperate to drag Ziku into the abyss. But Ziku forcefully pushed him away, insisting that Luxing must ensure the demise of this man, for he may very well be the embodiment of fate itself. The rift within the nightmare swiftly began to mend, accompanied by a sharp crack as the talisman fell to the ground, now marred by an erratic crack. Ziku picked up the talisman and began to chant a spell towards Guijunjia, yet he was too gravely injured. He collapsed to the ground before he could finish. The black smoke enveloped him entirely, and as it dissipated, only an elderly figure remained, half of his body already encroaching upon the confines of a coffin. His skin wrinkled and his eyes void of light. Anyone connected to the dual-faced Buddha must perish. Zimao fled, while Ziku succumbed to age within the realm of dreams. In that corridor, no one would interrupt my discourse with Guijunjia any longer. I cast a glance at Ziku's pitiful demise, my fingers instinctively tightening around the thunder talisman. If your sole intention is to unite against the dual-faced Buddha, I can assist you. They're my adversaries as well. Yet, mere words are insufficient. I require a tangible proof. Otherwise, should I allow you to depart, you could evade the Tong Sang talisman and slip into dreams, leaving me to wonder where I might seek you again. Guijunjia's request instilled a sense of unease within me. What proof do you seek? Very simple, he replied. I require a fragment of your memory. As he approached, the dark mist surrounding him thickened, obscuring his visage with an ever-shifting array of ghastly faces. Memory? I felt a wave of astonishment as my gaze swept towards the live stream, where an ID abruptly materialized. Hypnotist Fantasies, be cautious. He is attempting to deceive you. Our research indicates that the method of manipulating nightmares is intrinsically linked to memory. Your will is strong. He cannot find a flaw. Hence his desire to exploit this avenue to coax you into opening your heart. Once your memories are divulged to him, he may very well draw you into a profound dream state, subsequently usurping your corporeal form in the waking world. Theoretically, this is a plausible scenario, so exercise utmost caution. After reading Master Fan's commentary, my hand, concealed within my pocket, began to discreetly conjure a spell. The ominous presence of the Yuan Shun Shun Sha draws ever closer, enveloped in a thick shroud of black mist that obscures several meters around him. I need a glimpse of your memories, just a fleeting glance, and I shall allow you to depart. Chapter 154, Radiant darkness, Gwajunjia exhibits an abnormal sense of urgency, his tone suffused with intense yearning. Through the dense black fog, his visage remains concealed, yet I perceive his pace quickening as he approaches me within moments. The oppressive miasma, draining vitality, threatens to invade my eyes, the malevolent creature, bound by resentment. Now mere centimeters away from me. Allow me to witness your memories. Do not shield yourself. Open your heart and mind. Gwajunjia's voice resonates from all directions, the black mist encircling everyone present, transforming this interaction from a negotiation into a coercion. I grip the thunder talisman tightly, observing the flickering faces of phantoms within the fog. If you wish to ally with me against the dual-faced Buddha, I have no objections. However, my memories shall remain untouched. Consider your decision wisely. Gwajunjia's voice deepens ominously. By relinquishing a rather unpleasant memory, you can gain my friendship. I can assist you in wielding the Tong Sang talisman, allowing you to traverse the dreams of others at will. Everyone in this world is transparent to us. We can uncover the truths we desire, grasping the ugliest secrets hidden in the hearts of men. Are you not tempted? How could I not be tempted? Yet, more than peering into others, my desire lies in safeguarding myself. Reflect upon this. It is a mutually beneficial transaction. Gwajunjia's voice escalates, the mist encroaching uncontrollably, ensnaring me, Huang Shui, and Ing Zi within its grasp. Gao Jian, I always believed you to be a clever individual, which is why I have painstakingly revealed my experiences to you. Having glimpsed my past, you should understand that we share a common adversary. Thus, we are allies. Gwajunjia's voice echoes as the fog thickens, enveloping everything, casting me into a realm akin to eternal night. Your time is running short. Because you have granted me a choice, I have refrained from ending your life. However, do not test my patience. Open your spirit now and allow me to see your memories. Gwajunjia becomes increasingly agitated, the black mist transforming into serpentine tendrils, reminiscent of Medusa's hair, slithering before my face. Gao Jian, my arm is seized, Huang Shui pressed against my back, her long hair entwined by the mist. Its once flowing dark strands now turning to white silk. I apologize for dragging you into this. I glance at Huang Shui, determination flickering in my eyes. Gwajunjia possesses a reasoning you may not comprehend, and today I shall enlighten you. Certain things are negotiable, yet others are not. My memories constitute the essence of my existence. Whether they be filled with anguish or sorrow, it is precisely these distinctive experiences that define me. My hand, concealed within my pocket, forms the thunder seal as I retrieve the weathered Tian Du Thunder Talisman. The moment the talisman is revealed, even before I articulate the incantation, the dreamscape reverberates with the distant sounds of wind and thunder. I cast a deep gaze into the oppressive black mist. Gwajunjia, our encounter need not reach this extent. Cease this relentless coercion. Only now do you reveal that talisman. You indeed possess remarkable composure. But do you think I would be intimidated? Within the mist, Gwajunjia's true form remains concealed. From the moment you entered this nightmare, every action of yours has been laid bare before me. I am fully aware of your so-called trump card. This is my realm. You cannot threaten me, and you shall follow my commands. Is that so? With the thunder talisman in hand, I illuminate the night, and the mist dares not approach within 3 feet. This is the divine might of the 5 thunder rites. Gwajunjia, your 5 years of torment must come to an end. It has been a source of suffering for both you and them. Perhaps it is enough. The mist swirls like a dragon uncoiling its massive jaws, but Gwajunjia rudely interrupts me, declaring that I have no right to speak thus. You cannot fathom the depths of my suffering. Even after witnessing so much, you remain oblivious to my despair. I knew no one would understand. None of you would. After the roar comes an eerie calm, as cries and dry laughter emerge from the mist. Very well, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. I shall plunge you into an eternal dream until you shatter the locks of memory and occupy your very essence, using your body to usher in my rebirth. The mist surges like a cataclysmic dragon's head aimed at me. Ultimately, it has come to this. I gaze into the menacing dragon's head within the black mist. My expression serene. Gwajunjia, I have always offered you choices. I believed your current form was merely a result of a lack of options, and I sought to assist you. Yet, it appears I was mistaken. My hands form the thunder seal, the heavenly thunder talisman nestled between my fingers, illuminating the dreamscape with an ethereal glow. You are aiding me? No, you never have. A voice, frantic and irrational, emanates from the coalescing dragon's head of black mist. The wounds of the past have distorted him, rendering him unable to comprehend certain truths. I sigh, abandoning further words, silently reciting the incantation, thunder commands. Swift as a shooting star, let the deities of the 8 directions heed my call. Useless. In dreams, I am immortal. You shall never slay me. The black dragon's head reveals ghastly visages, as the mist becomes tainted with an aura that can alter fate, rendering ordinary talismans ineffective. Ignoring Gwajunjia's outcry, I continue my chant. Spiritual treasures heed my summons, announcing to the 9 heavens, severing the malevolent and vanquishing the spirits of the wicked. The talismans resonate with divine authority, and thunderous light bursts forth, reverberating throughout the dream. Useless. You cannot kill me. Once you exhaust this talisman, I shall drag you all into the depths of the dream, binding you to serve me for eternity. Gwajunjia's voice echoes in my ears as I fixate on the mist. Posing one final question before the incantation concludes. Gwajunjia, you claim your greatest hatred is for your own mother. Can you tell me who you have loved most in your life? He is taken aback by my inquiry at such a moment. The soul ensnared by resentment and boundless malice suddenly falls silent, the drifting mist halting in its tracks. He must be contemplating, yet after a long pause, he still has no answer. No one. A hint of pity glimmers in my eyes, and this unintentional display of sympathy drives Gwajunjia into a frenzy. Perhaps I shall reveal that answer only after your demise. Die. The enormous black dragon's head looms like a waterfall, intent on swallowing me whole. Gao Jian. Huang Shui clings to my arm, resigned, her eyes shut tight, as if all has been predetermined. The cycle of karma, right and wrong. Your request has been fulfilled to the best of my ability. Confronting the menacing black dragon head with composure, I unleashed a radiant light from my eyes, fingers weaving intricate gestures as I turned to recite the final incantation directed at the girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sakurako. The foul essence dissipates, and the path of righteousness endures. The talisman descended, perfectly adhering to her forehead. The little girl before me, suppressed by the lightning talisman, crackled with electric energy. Her corporeal form, woven from malevolent and vengeful spirits, ultimately faltered against the overwhelming might of the celestial thunder, beginning to disintegrate. The black dragon roared as it approached, shattering just inches above my head. In this nightmare, it felt as though a dark rain began to fall, mingling with the countless anguished cries of tormented souls. When did you realize? The girl, her body half dissolved under the talisman's influence, gazed at me in bewilderment, her features warping until they transformed into those of a slender, bashful high school boy. From the very first glance in the shallow dreamscape, I sensed something amiss. Standing amidst the downpour, I attempted to light a cigarette, but the flame would not catch. I delved into the memories of that girl. Her transformation mirrored her recollections of herself. How did you discern that? Her image was not as I perceived her. By the way, where is Sakurako now? I have already escorted her out of the dream. That girl was remarkably tenacious, entering the dream multiple times to assist you, but was consistently repelled. The boy, now revealed as Gwajunjia, was struck at his essence by the superior lightning talisman, and even a divine spirit could not survive such a blow. She has been through a lot. Finally, I managed to ignite the cheap cigarette. Watching Gwajunjia's form gradually fade as he retrieved a cherished photograph from his pocket. Chapter 155, Secrets of 20 Years Ago. I will ensure that those who have wronged you face justice, and as for this photograph, it is yours to reclaim. Gwajunjia reached out for the picture, yet tragically, his hand began to dissolve before it could make contact. His delicate features reflected a hint of resignation as he spoke. 5 years ago, someone akin to you wielded a peculiar phone, attempting to thwart the Buddha's plan, but he failed miserably. Someone like me? Indeed. It was your striking resemblance that prompted my unusual regard for you. Do you know his name? He was also a student at Xinhu High School. His records should contain his information. The dual-faced Buddha is not a foe you can confront alone. Finding him may yet offer a glimmer of hope. After uttering these words, Gwajunjia's gaze fell upon the family portrait. His expression was complex, and though he opened his mouth to speak, no words emerged, his form dissipating like scattered leaves. The dark rain ceased, the world spun violently, and the terrifying experimental building of Xinhu High shattered like glass. When Huang Shui and I reopened our eyes, we found ourselves in a desolate, empty city. The cigarette at my fingertips had yet to extinguish, yet everything around us had transformed dramatically. It's gone? Huang Shui struggled to comprehend the sudden shift that had transpired in the blink of an eye. Yes, it is all over. The Yuanxin divine spirit has been utterly vanquished, and the nightmare has been unraveled. This is the true dreamscape of Huang Shui. I approached the lifeless body of Ziku, his talismans rendered useless, and upon searching, I discovered only an octagonal token. The ability of Zimao to break free from the realm of dreams is attributed to this remarkable artifact, which I grasp in my hand, its weight suggesting it is not forged from mere iron. As I prepare to pocket it, a faint glow emanates from my palm, causing the family portrait of the Yuanxin divine spirits to vanish, revealing the ancient characters Yuanxin inscribed on one corner of the octagonal token. What could this mean? How can this token absorb items related to the divine spirits? Upon closer inspection, the octagon seems to correspond with the dual-sided Buddha of the 8-character divine spirits, leading me to ponder whether the collection of divine spirits serves the purpose of illuminating this token. I have an inkling that the token in my possession is no ordinary object, yet the clues are scant, leaving me unable to deduce its significance. I decide to stow it away for later inquiry with Lu Xiezi, having searched the vicinity to no avail. I summon Huang Shui to deliberate on our next course of action. During our dream venture, 2 optional tasks were presented: ensuring Huang Shui's survival and uncovering the whereabouts of the ancient painting from 20 years prior. We have managed to escape the nightmare. However, we find ourselves in your middle dream realm, and to return to the shallower realm of dreams and awaken, we must locate your memory nodes. I understand. Follow me. I still recall the general location of the old house, I assure her. Huang Shui wears an expression that conveys her comprehension, yet she questions, is this truly my dream? Could some malevolent entity suddenly manifest? Her skepticism keeps her at a cautious distance, neither too close nor too far from me. Rest assured, I believe all threats have been eliminated. Believe? Huang Shui places a hand on her forehead. You might want to double check, as I doubt I will dare to sleep alone in the coming days. You could seek companionship. Doesn't the Jingying Rehabilitation Center have numerous nurses on duty? Don't mention the nurses, Huang Shui exclaims, resembling a startled wildcat. Just recalling that moment gives me nightmares for days. That nurse turned her entire head, and her neck extended unnaturally. She gestures animatedly, recalling the unsettling experience. I smile gently, appreciating the vibrant exchange, a rarity in Huang Shui's reality. Dreams reflect one's sentiments toward the real world. A cheerful and optimistic individual will have dreams imbued with color, while a melancholic soul, like Huang Shui, experiences dreams as desolate and cold. Traversing the city, Huang Shui and I arrive at an aged residential building in the old district. Did you ever reside in such places? The building before us retains the architectural style of 20 years ago, low, dilapidated, with deep yellow walls and a row of public water taps in the courtyard, where several bicycles are neatly parked. Upon seeing the familiar structure, Huang Shui's reaction is more pronounced than mine. It appears unchanged from 2 decades ago. Like a child unburdened by time, she rushes to a bicycle, ringing its bell joyfully before stopping at the last one. What is the matter? I inquire, approaching her. The bicycle beside her shows signs of wear, its paint chipped, and its seat torn. This was Uncle Yuan's bike. The sight evokes a flood of memories for Huang Shui. Recalling the weight of familial responsibilities he bore alone, tirelessly pedaling through all seasons. I gently pat her soft shoulder, and this time she does not flinch. Let us go upstairs and take a look. Huang Shui leads the way, sprinting up to the 3rd floor, but upon reaching the familiar door, she hesitates to open it. Do not fear, we are home. The door was ajar and not locked. I glanced at Huang Shui as she slowly pulled it open, and a pungent, bitter scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted out. This was the only aroma in the small room. Is anyone there? Huang Shui and I stood at the entrance, peering inside. Before long, a graceful and refined woman emerged from the inner chamber. At the sight of her, Huang Shui nearly gasped, and I quickly covered her mouth. The woman exuded an air of cultured elegance, embodying the gentle charm unique to southern girls, a beauty I had previously observed in both Huang Lan and Huang Shui. What was her intention? The woman held a painting. First, she scorched it with fire, then she attempted to cut it with scissors. Yet, regardless of her destructive efforts, after a time, the painting would invariably return to its pristine state upon the wall. What is the purpose of this? Suddenly, a man's voice resonated from the corner of the room. His features were indistinct, clad in garments that suggested a monk or a Taoist, yet neither fully conformed to either. A dual-sided Buddha pendant hung from his neck. "Get out of my house," the woman shouted, pointing at him. The man, however, did not retort, but instead spoke with earnest persuasion. "You possess a rare and illustrious fate among multitudes, a destiny of nobility and high standing. Why persist in this obstinate folly, jeopardizing your future with this ill-fated union?" His words startled me. It seemed he implied that Huang Buiyuan's fate was not that of a noble, but that his wife, Wan Jun, was the true embodiment of such a destiny. "Stop saying that. I do not believe in fate, nor could I ever commit such a heinous act as to murder my husband." The woman, wielding scissors, was fierce as fire. "Leave my home. You are not welcome here. Do not be hasty in your response. You have succumbed to my curse of doom and shall not survive beyond 7 days. Furthermore, should you refuse, not only will you perish, but your newborn daughter will also have a fleeting existence." The man, his prayer beads turning in his hands, pointed to a lovely infant within the room. Her fate, like that of the Yaoguang 7 stars, is destined to last no longer than 15 years. He appeared self-assured, convinced the woman would ultimately relent. "All you must do is kill Huang Buiyuan and, using his blood, inscribe your name upon this painting, willingly etching the essence of a noble's fate. I shall ensure your wealth and prosperity, and I will alter your daughter's fate for the better. Get out. Leave." The woman's voice, though fierce, was weak. After a few more shouts, she fell into a fit of coughing. The man attempted to speak again, but at that moment, footsteps echoed outside. "Who is it?" I turned to see the young Huang Buiyuan, drenched in sweat, ascending the stairs with a bundle of Chinese medicine. It seemed he was oblivious to our presence as he passed between us. "Buiyuan, why have you returned?" The woman, somewhat startled, prepared a cup of tea for him. "Did you sell the prescription?" Huang Buiyuan's face was sunburned, and he shook his head bitterly. "The other party was a fraud. They had no intention of purchasing my prescription." The air in the humble room grew heavy and oppressive. "Buiyuan, my illness is beyond cure. Save our daughter first." The woman gently pressed her hand on Huang Buiyuan's shoulder. She had just entered this world and had yet to witness any beauty. "Wan Jun," Huang Buiyuan grasped the woman's hand, placing the medicine bundle on the table. "I have returned to discuss this matter with you." He opened the package to reveal crushed medicinal remnants. This concoction was meant to facilitate the flow of qi and blood. To the untrained eye, the components appeared unremarkable. "What do you mean?" "In the recipe, there exists an herb known as huangxue, which bears a resemblance to fengjiu. Yet their medicinal properties are entirely distinct. I have substituted huangxue, believing that if my daughter consumes this concoction, she will depart from us without a trace of suffering, and we shall remain unscathed by the law." A loud sound echoed, causing me, even from outside the door, to clench my teeth. Huang Buiyuan, clutching his swollen cheek, stared wide-eyed at his wife, Wan Jun, who had always been gentle as water. "Huang Buiyuan, if you are still a man, cease uttering such words. She is your own flesh and blood. Do not compel me to look down upon you." Chapter 156. A special reward. The modest room resonated with the woman's resolute words. I understood. Huang Buiyuan said nothing further and turned to exit the door. In the emptiness of the room, the woman sat at the table, gazing silently at the traditional Chinese medicine before her. "Did you see? That man wishes to kill his own daughter. What hesitation remains?" The man with the dual-faced Buddha pendant emerged from the painting. "You must act swiftly. Do not let them all perish because of you." After a prolonged contemplation, the woman slowly nodded. "I will write. Have you finally come to your senses? But it will not be with Huang Buiyuan's blood. It shall be my own. Do you not desire the Tianyi Guerin? Feel free to take it." The woman's purity astonished even the one who was neither monk nor Taoist. "Using your blood is permissible. Yet to force the Tianyi Guerin is to defy the heavenly laws. It may take 20 years to eradicate the calamity. Are you afraid?" The woman retrieved a porcelain bowl from the kitchen, pouring the medicine into it and brewing it with boiling water. "Consider your decision carefully." Ignoring the man's admonition, she sliced her wrist with a fruit knife, the crimson blood flowing forth and dripping onto the scroll. "What do you wish me to write?" The man with the dual-faced Buddha pendant, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable dread. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall grant your wish." This ancient scroll was taken from the tomb of the Tianyi Guerin. Only the noble can inscribe upon it. Do not resist. Write according to your will. For only then can the essence of the Tianyi Guerin be captured. "Very well, I shall write as you say." With a heart laden with sorrow, she glanced back at the hungry infant and then at the dilapidated, narrow rental room, experiencing a mix of reluctance, nostalgia, and resoluteness. Dipping her finger in blood, she inscribed heavy characters upon the blank ancient scroll. When the flowers of spring wither, how swiftly time passes. Helpless against the cold rain in the morning and the winds at dusk. When will the tears of rouge cease their drunken flow? Such is the long lament of life. As the waters flow endlessly eastward, with a single breath, the woman raised the bowl of medicine, her eyes fixed intently on the man who was neither monk nor Taoist. I can give you everything you desire, but do not harm my family. The lethal potion was consumed in one gulp, and the porcelain bowl shattered with a resounding crash. In that moment, even the man's countenance changed dramatically as he lowered his gaze. 20 years hence, I shall return for this painting. For the next 20 years, your family shall remain unharmed. To compel the dual-faced Buddha to make such a promise, this woman would be the first in 20 years. The man's figure gradually dissipated within the room. The woman carefully stored the scroll and, unsteadily, made her way to the infant. She gently touched the delicate face of the baby, concealing the scroll beneath the crib. Your father intends to exchange Huangxue for Fengjiu. I hope you do not harbor hatred towards him. It is all my fault. All misfortunes stem from me. Dark blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she wore a tender smile. Live well. I will always be by your side to protect you. The woman, with great effort, rose gently and turned her head to gaze at the doorway of the rental room. A tender expression of reluctance adorned her face, and her gaze fell precisely upon me and Huangxue. Can you see us? I was taken aback. This had to be a dream, didn't it? Our eyes met, and Huangxue broke free from my grasp, rushing into the room. The woman smiled and shook her head, and in an instant, the entire scene within the small room transformed into a flurry of butterflies. Live well. I will always be by your side to protect you. As everything shattered, I opened my eyes and returned to the room where Huangxue was. The everlasting lamp outside the courtyard radiated a warm glow, while several infrared surveillance cameras, like the eyes of vigilant eagles, scrutinized every corner of the small yard. Had I transitioned directly from the mid-dream state back to reality? I pinched my face. It hurt. Yet I still could not ascertain my whereabouts. Perhaps this was merely a side effect of being immersed in dreams for too long. Congratulations, young friend, on escaping the dream realm. The mere 1% chance of encountering my true self is indeed unprecedented. You flatter me, I replied. Upon seeing the ID of Taoist Wan Dao in the live stream, I finally confirmed my return to reality. The spectral showcase of the underworld was unable to hypnotize Taoist Wan Dao, preventing him from joining us in the dream. May I inquire about your extraordinary adventures within the dream? He asked. Your complexion appears radiant. It seems you have gained immensely. His words sparked a memory in the nightmare. The blood fox tattoo absorbed all the yin energy, enhancing my senses. Yet, the origin of this blood fox remained a mystery to me. Taoist Wan Dao, you are well versed in ancient lore. I have a question I wish to pose to you. Feel free to ask. I intended to show him the blood fox tattoo on my chest, but considering the multitude of eyes in the live stream, I hesitated. After pondering for a moment, I inquired, have you ever heard the legend of the first fox fairy of 1,000 years? It is said to take the form of a blood-colored nine-tailed fox. Blood impurities. Taoist Wan Dao seldom punctuated his words with exclamations, indicating that this time, he was troubled. Why do you ask? He inquired. That is a taboo of the current era. Knowing too much may not bode well for you. Taoist, I am merely curious. Could you divulge a hint? It is not that I do not wish to speak, but that I cannot. The reasons will become clear to you when your horizons broaden. After issuing this message, Taoist Wan Dao fell silent. Though I was somewhat perplexed, I chose not to press further. Stretching lazily, I was about to awaken the slumbering Sakura when I suddenly felt the corner of my garment firmly grasped. Huangxue looked down, her delicate, fair arm extended from beneath the thin blanket, her fingers tightly clutching my clothing, unwilling to let go. It seemed she had yet to awaken from the dream. Resting her head on the pillow, her exquisite, unadorned face marred only by 2 faint tear streaks. I must apologize for the disturbance this night. Gently prying her fingers loose, I covered her with the blanket, removed the Tong Sang talisman, and then lifted the peacefully sleeping Sakura, taking the black leather suitcase as I departed. Let us consider our encounter merely a dream. As I cautiously climbed out of the window and crawled on the ground to evade the surveillance, I noticed a tear escape from Huangshue's eye. Her hands pressed against her chest, as if still holding onto a long-lost warmth. Avoiding surveillance, I stepped out of the Jingying sanatorium, where the first light of dawn had begun to break. Sakura woke up, but she seemed rather discontent, lingering in my embrace without uttering a word. Sakura, what movie do you wish to see? I offered, but with my inability to assist her, I thought it best to refrain from going. Why not? She replied. Had it not been for the impersonator of Yuan Shan, I would not have been able to unveil his true identity at the critical moment. I gently set Sakura down, reminding her that often, she was not as lonely as she perceived. At least she had me, did she not? Gao Jian, I want to watch 99 Days of Passion. You must call me uncle. As the first ray of sunlight graced my face, my otherworldly phone buzzed with a message indicating the task had been completed. Ding. The live-streaming task required arrival at Jingying Sanatorium before dawn, utilizing the Tong Seng talisman to enter Huang Shui's dream and complete it. The scoring commenced. 1 point for completing the live-stream task, an additional 12 points for peak viewership exceeding 8,000, 5 points for total gifts exceeding 3,000 ghost coins, and an extra point for fulfilling a commission from the netherworld. Optional Task 1. Discover the hidden truth within the dream to obtain the location of the wordless ancient painting, rewarding 5 points upon completion. Optional Task 2. Ensure Huang Shui's survival, also yielding 5 points. Completing all tasks perfectly would grant a special reward, a dedicated phone for the Netherworld Showcase, with new features forthcoming. Upon tallying, I had accrued a total of 29 points, bringing my overall score to 35. The fifth livestream had prompted an update to the merchandise catalog. Basic Talisman Lecture, 8 points. Comprehensive Guide to the 10 Great Evil Arrays, 10 points. Earth God Clay Statue, Spiritual Essence Embedded, 1 point. Exquisite Jade Rui, 7 points. A low-grade talisman for auspiciousness. Thousand Leaf Guanyin, 15 points. A middle-grade talisman not to be displayed lightly. Pai Xiaoai, 35 points. A premium talisman known for attracting wealth and warding off evil. And a lacquered wood coffin, 5 points. Capable of nurturing corpse transformation. Chapter 157. I know where the painting is hidden among the newly added items. Many pertain to talismanic arts, which puzzled me. I vaguely recalled that at the conclusion of the previous livestream, the catalog had expanded with numerous books on dream interpretation and creation, and my subsequent experiences had indeed revolved around dreams. Thus, the emergence of talismans in this catalog might foretell that my next livestream would involve confronting an evil array. Both talismanic arts and the secret of dream crafting are esoteric realms seldom ventured by the mundane. I would deliberate with Lu Xiazi before making my choice. I stowed the phone in a black leather case. Although this dream livestream was fraught with peril and constant danger, my physical form in reality remained unscathed, save for a slight weariness. After departing from the Jingying Sanatorium, I took Sakura to watch a film and then returned her to the blues bar. Upon arrival, I was inevitably subjected to a stern lecture from Gue Shu Lingxiang, whose wrathful demeanor could be quite intimidating. In a hurried retreat back to Ting Tang Road, I unlocked the shop door, shed my shirt, and collapsed into slumber, only to be roused at noon by Bai Qi. What is it? I inquired, noticing Bai Qi's sorrowful gaze, and it was then that I became aware of another presence in the room. Tai Ningxiang? Although I do not mind this stunning beauty observing my sleeping posture, there are clandestine notes concerning the underworld's live performances and the Huang family's confidential commissions hidden within the bedroom on the 2nd floor, things that ought to remain concealed from prying eyes. I leapt out of bed, exclaiming, "What brings you here? Is my presence unwelcome?" A flicker of amusement crossed Tai Ningxiang's face, who was not clad in her police uniform. "Or do you harbor something unspeakable here?" I sat upright, unperturbed, and retorted, "Hey, don't touch my belongings." In my haste, I neglected to don my clothes as I rushed to intercept Tai Ningxiang. She seemed to have good intentions, attempting to pick up the garments I had carelessly discarded. But in her clumsiness, a vividly covered booklet tumbled from my pocket. What is this? To be honest, I was equally perplexed, as I could not recall ever placing such an item in my pocket. Wait, isn't this the adult magazine that Guijunjia was perusing in my dream? How could it possibly have crossed over from the realm of dreams? Could it be that my experiences last night were not mere figments of my imagination? Or perhaps the mastery of dream weaving allows for the creation of reality from nothingness? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, I failed to notice Tai Ningxiang's captivating expression. She casually flipped through a couple of pages, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she shot me a piercing glare before tossing the book at my feet. "Gao Jian, I never expected you to have such tastes. A magazine published 5 years ago, yet you have preserved it without a single crease. Just how fond are you of this publication?" With her face reddened, Tai Ningxiang turned to leave. I gazed down at the open pages at my feet, where a charming cat-eared girl posed provocatively, her skin glistening with an unknown substance, whether cream or cheese, dazzling to the point of nearly blinding me. Brother, where would you like to eat? To be fair, this book is not mine at all. I hastily donned my clothes and rushed after her. Left behind in the room was Bai Qi, crouched beside the open pages, tilting its head as it scrutinized the woman within, even reaching out a paw to poke at the pages. Woof! Tai Ningxiang must have come to see me for an important matter. As she lingered awkwardly in the middle of the small shop instead of departing immediately after descending the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, I poured 2 cups of tea, employing gentle persuasion and idle chatter to finally divert her attention. By the way, you've already been discharged from the hospital? Tai Ningxiang appeared surprised upon hearing about my harrowing experience. You sustained such severe injuries. Don't push yourself too hard. Your health is paramount. Don't speak of me. How did you manage to leave as well? I cradled my teacup, recalling that Tai Ningxiang had been gravely injured at the time. I am quite resilient. I have always recovered swiftly from injuries. Tai Ningxiang dismissed my concern, unaware that this was a characteristic of those fated to bear the star of destiny, where fortune and misfortune intertwine, yet one perseveres with unwavering resolve. That is good to hear. So what brings you here today? I blew gently on the tea leaves and took a sip of the hot brew. Nothing of great importance, she replied, unusually bashful. It's just that my parents wish to meet you. I sputtered, spewing tea in shock as I began to cough violently. Why such a strong reaction? Tai Ningxiang approached, gently patting my back. Don't overthink it. My parents simply want to express their gratitude for your assistance when I was in the hospital. I have told them about your heroic deeds. It is only right that we treat you to a meal. Could I possibly refuse? With a furrowed brow, I pondered the awkwardness of being seen by Tian Yanxiang's parents, as I might be perceived as the befuddled young man who mistakenly entered the wrong room. However, considering it was merely a family gathering and my mother had already procured a splendid array of dishes, I dismissed my concerns. Tian Yanxiang's tone softened, an unusual occurrence that made her difficult to refuse. Very well then. I shall pick you up at 7 this evening, and we shall not miss each other, she declared. Instantly, her mood brightened, a smile gracing her face as she exited the small shop. Lighting a cheap cigarette, I watched her depart, uncertain if my actions were wise. The deeper the entanglement, the more painful the potential loss. If one day my live-streaming endeavor were to fail, would she still remember me? With ample time before dusk, I had initially intended to consult Lu Xiazi regarding the exchange formations. However, recalling the urgency of the Tian Igui run, a crucial item I needed, I redirected my path towards Qianding Pharmaceutical. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Secretary Zhang escorted me to Huang Buiyuan's office. The esteemed elder's schedule was packed, leaving little room for even a brief respite. What brings you here? Have you ascertained the cause of Huang Guanhong's demise? He inquired, removing his glasses to rub his weary eyes, a sign of age that he was reluctant to accept. Despite his head of black hair, it was evident that, compared to 20 years prior, he had aged significantly. I have indeed determined that the murderer of Ling Gongzi is undoubtedly the dual-faced Buddha, I replied, though Huang Buiyuan appeared dissatisfied with my response. He gestured for Secretary Zhang to prepare a cup of fine tea. I did not summon you merely for such a vague conclusion. I seek the identity of a specific individual. Though the investigation was intricate, I could reveal the name of the assailant who was currently wanted by the police, Lu Xing. I was resolute that Huang Guanhong's death was inexorably linked to Lu Xing, a dangerously elusive figure. I advise caution. Lu Xing is not a mere individual or consortium that can be easily confronted. If I were to provide a reason, the name dual-faced Buddha suffices. Do you expect me to wait? Huang Buiyuan quickly grasped my implication. Indeed, if possible, I would personally apprehend him. Is that something you can accomplish? You wish for me to undertake it? He retorted, a mix of incredulity and admiration evident in his response. Huang Buiyuan sipped his tea, his expression calm, lost in thought. If there is nothing further, you may leave. I am quite busy, he commanded. Yet, I remained undeterred, as the forthcoming topic was paramount. Director Huang, do you recall the wordless ancient painting we discussed previously? I have already stated that the painting vanished 20 years ago. It is utterly irretrievable. Huang Buiyuan replied, a hint of irritation surfacing. The events of 2 decades prior lingered as a painful scar he preferred to avoid discussing. Meeting his gaze unwaveringly, I was undaunted by his tone and continued, I know where that painting is. What? Wasn't Huang Shui once cradled in a handmade cot surrounded by four sides? How do you know this? Huang Buiyuan's composure faltered, revealing a secret he had harbored for 2 decades. Indeed, during that time, I was quite impoverished and could only craft a small bed for her myself. The painting lies beneath that cot, I declared. Upon hearing this, Huang Buiyuan abandoned the commercial contracts on his desk, urgency propelling him as he led me to his residence. The vast expanse of the house is tenfold that of the dilapidated rental unit from 2 decades ago. On the second floor of the villa, there lies a locked door which Huang Buiyuan instructed the maid to leave him to unlock. Inside, he found an array of worn and humble furnishings, entirely unworthy of his stature. He seemed intimately familiar with every object, stepping into the room until he arrived at the farthest corner, where a somewhat crude wooden crib stood. The passage of 20 years had left little mark upon the wood, yet the craftsman who fashioned it had aged considerably. Huang Buiyuan reached beneath the wooden bed and, amidst the layers, unexpectedly touched something. Trembling, he withdrew it, unfolding a scroll that bore a verse inscribed in blood. In an instant, Huang Buiyuan appeared to age a decade. His body swayed, and had I not been there to steady him, he might have collapsed. With a gentle wave of his hand, he leaned against the wooden bed and slowly lowered himself to the ground, reading the words of the poem one by one. The flowers of spring fade too hastily, alas. The cold rain comes with the dawn, the wind's late. When will the tears of rouge be drunk again? Such is life's long lament, like water flowing east. Chapter 158. 1 million. Observing the sudden weariness in Huang Buiyuan, I realized that this man, who had traversed the tumultuous seas of commerce for 20 years, transforming from a mere sales clerk to the executive director of a public company, possessed a vulnerable side. He was not perpetually strong. The weight of his burdens was gradually bending his sturdy shoulders. After a prolonged silence, Huang Buiyuan finally rose from the ground, carefully storing the scroll. With a gentle swipe at the corner of his eye, he turned to me and asked, "How did you know the scroll was hidden here?" I can scarcely recall events from 2 decades past. I refrained from a direct reply, softly stating, "It was your daughter, Huang Shui, who told me. She dreamt of the events from 20 years ago last night." The mention of her name elicited a glimmer of sorrow in Huang Buiyuan's eyes. "You should spend more time with her. After all, you are her father." I was uncertain why he named his daughter Huang Shui, but the significance seemed to transcend her own interpretation. Upon seeing him nod, I ventured further. "If you trust me, I would like to take custody of this painting. The dual-faced Buddha has been sought after relentlessly, and those pursuing it will stop at nothing. Some of their methods are beyond your imagination." After a long, contemplative silence, Huang Buiyuan finally spoke. "What do you desire? Wealth? Status? Property?" He did not mention the scroll, but rather shifted to other matters. "You have already compensated me. Thus, you cannot refuse. I will offer you tenfold, 1 million. Find those people and uncover the dual-faced Buddha." He was somewhat agitated, yet his grip on the scroll remained tender. "I only wish for this painting." I discerned Huang Buiyuan's hesitance. He seemed reluctant to part with the scroll. The room, adorned with antiquated furnishings, fell into a hushed stillness. Huang Buiyuan's hands grazed each piece of furniture, some of which I had crafted, while others were gifts from relatives and friends, mere trinkets. Yet he could not bear to dispose of them. Their presence conjured memories of Wanjun. "Perhaps you ought to look forward. Protecting those who are alive is what you should focus on." Huang Buiyuan shook his head, cradling the scroll in his arms. "You do not understand this feeling. Unless you have experienced loss, you cannot truly appreciate what you have. You may leave. Should you desire anything, feel free to convey it to Secretary Zhang. Our agreement remains valid, and upon the completion of the entrusted tasks, I shall compensate you tenfold." You still do not comprehend. I am acutely aware of the profound significance this scroll holds for Huang Buiyuan, yet those who covet it are ruthless and malevolent. Their methods are beyond Huang Buiyuan's capacity to thwart, and entrusting it to him could very well result in its theft by Lexing. The one who fails to understand is you. You are entirely oblivious to the esteemed position Wanjun holds in my heart. Huang Buiyuan waved his hand to interrupt my words, and Secretary Zhang escorted him away, rescheduling all afternoon appointments as I sought solitude for a time. Standing outside, Secretary Zhang entered with 2 bodyguards. "Please, Mr. Gao, you will regret this," I remarked, casting a glance at Huang Buiyuan, who sat alone in the depths of the room, before sighing and departing with Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang drove me and Bai Qi directly back to Ting Tang Road. As I was about to exit the vehicle, He called out, "Mr. Gao, wait. What is it?" I turned to see Secretary Zhang retrieving 2 exquisitely packaged bottles of liquor from the trunk. The formula for your Tongxian wine has been deciphered. However, due to the rarity of several ingredients, it has yet to enter mass production. These are trial bottles that Director Huang specifically instructed me to reserve for you. Thank you. As I accepted the liquor, Secretary Zhang grasped my hand once more, producing a mobile phone and a check from his pocket. On the way here, Director Huang sent a message instructing me to deliver this 200,000 as a reward for your assistance in locating that painting. I will take the wine, but you may return the check. That painting does not belong to him. He will soon come to understand that. Holding the liquor, I turned and entered the small shop, leaving Secretary Zhang beside the luxury vehicle, momentarily dazed. He gazed at the peeling advertisement sign and then at the rattling rolling shutter door, finally fixing his eyes on the check in his hand, a sum of 200,000. Upon entering the shop, I set down the bottles and proceeded to take a refreshing shower. After bathing, I sat cross-legged on the second floor, practicing the Miao Zhan XINFA. After several complete cycles, I felt invigorated. My energy flowed freely through my meridians. Most gratifying was the inexplicable enhancement of my will, which allowed me to effortlessly draw energy into my being, perhaps influenced by my recent dreams. After completing my practice, I donned a brand new suit and awkwardly tied my tie. Looking at my reflection, I felt a twinge of embarrassment and touched my nose, pondering why I still felt somewhat anxious. At precisely 6 o'clock, a Buick Regal parked outside, and Tai Ningxiang, dressed casually, entered the shop. She immediately spotted me pacing restlessly within. Oh dear, the unflappable detective seems perturbed today. Feeling shy? Walking aids contemplation. You think my mind is in disarray? In fact, I am quite composed. I selected a seemingly suitable bag to contain a bottle of the trial Tongxian wine. Shall we go now? Leave the items, it's unnecessary. Noticing the gift in my hand, Tai Ningxiang covered her mouth and chuckled. That won't do. Let us hurry. We wouldn't want your family to be kept waiting. Exiting the shop with Tai Ningxiang, she called out to me just before we entered the vehicle. Gao Jian, you seldom wear suits, do you? What is it? Your tie is not tied correctly. With a sigh of exasperation, Tai Ningxiang approached me, her delicate hands working to untie and resecure my tie with gentle precision, reminiscent of a devoted wife. Ah, it looks much better like this. As we arrived at the residential complex where Tai Ningxiang's parents resided, an unexpected wave of regret washed over me. I had long perceived Tai Ningxiang as belonging to the working class, yet upon reaching her parents' abode, it became evident that we were in one of Jiangqing's most prestigious neighborhoods, where Jiang Chun and Yi Bing had recently settled into their new home. Senior, what did your family do before? I inquired, trailing behind Tai Ningxiang as we traversed the expansive underground parking lot. All police officers. Though the quality seems to have diminished over generations, she replied with a playful smile. My grandfather was with the Provincial Public Security Department, and before my father retired, he served as the deputy director of the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. And here I am, just an ordinary criminal investigation team leader. It's no wonder you became a team leader in your 20s. Your background is rather formidable. I remarked. What do you mean by that, Gao Jian? Are you suggesting a sparring match? She teased. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. During my time at the police academy, I heard tales of Tai Ningxiang's prowess in unrestricted combat, capable of incapacitating an instructor within 3 minutes, and her marksmanship was unparalleled, with a bullet hole deviation of merely 0.3 centimeters. Born into a family of police officers, it's no surprise you are destined for greatness. I thought to myself as we continued walking for 5 or 6 minutes before arriving at her parents' doorstep. Upon entering, the aroma of home-cooked meals enveloped us, accompanied by her mother's familiar voice chiding her father. Hurry up. Ningxiang will be back soon. Stop dawdling. You're not acting like a man. Tai Fujiu, in the presence of his wife, exhibited no bravado, bustling about and occasionally bringing out dishes from the kitchen. The dining table was laden with an abundance of food, while Yi sat beside it, engrossed in the television. I'm back, parents, Tai Ningxiang announced. The moment she spoke, her mother, Tai Fujiu, and Yi all ceased their activities and rushed over. It's you, the young man who mistakenly entered our home, her father exclaimed, recalling his initial impression of me. I always thought your gaze towards our daughter was peculiar. Now it makes sense. Uncle, please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Surrounded by their enthusiastic presence, I felt my muscles tense, unsure of how to proceed. Hello, uncle and aunt, I managed to say. Tai Ningxiang's parents were incredibly warm, serving me dishes and seemingly misunderstanding the nature of my relationship with her. At one point, I lightly touched Tai Ningxiang, but she completely disregarded my silent plea for assistance, instead watching the unfolding scene with amusement and occasionally suppressing a chuckle. Gao Jian, you previously rescued Yi, and now you've come to Tai Ningxiang's aid. This is a great favor to our family. Let me toast to you, Tai Fuju declared. Not at all, I responded, quickly rising to clink glasses with Tai Fuju. However, having grown accustomed to Tongxian wine, I found it difficult to enjoy any other type. Noticing Tai Fuju was also a connoisseur of fine wine, I seized the opportunity to present the exquisite Tongxian wine I had crafted. Uncle, please taste this, it's a rare find. That may be so, but speaking of wine, I've had my share over the years, Tai Fuju began, but he was cut short as he inhaled the unique fragrance of the wine. Good wine, he exclaimed instinctively, his hands reaching for the glass I had placed before him, his intentions clear. I smiled, pouring him a glass, the bright, crystalline liquid cascading into the intricately designed glass, exuding an enticing aroma and an air of elegance. Tai Fuju eagerly took a sip, his reaction akin to that of Huang Buiyuan's when he had tasted it for the first time. He downed it in one gulp, his expression a mix of ecstasy and lingering delight. As I observed Iron Mama inhaling the fragrant aroma, she hesitated to speak, quickly suggesting, "Annie, would you care for a cup as well?" "I shall pass. You both enjoy," I replied. "Do have a cup. This wine is infused with traditional Chinese medicine, beneficial for one's health and beauty." Unable to resist the persuasion, Iron Mama partook of a glass, and upon its descent, her face blossomed with a rosy hue as she nodded appreciatively. Indeed, fine wine. With the shared bottle of wine, the atmosphere among us grew considerably warmer. After satisfying our appetites, Tai Ningxiang, Yi, and Iron Mama busied themselves in the kitchen, tidying up the dishes while I sat on one side of the sofa with Deputy Chief Tai on the other. I grasped my knees tightly, refraining from fidgeting, my gaze fixated on the television, my mind racing to devise a way to dispel the palpable awkwardness that enveloped us. Lost in thought, Deputy Chief Tai suddenly beckoned me with an air of secrecy. "Gao Jian, do you have any cigarettes on you? I have a habit of smoking after a drink, but Ningxiang's mother despises it, so you understand." I understood his unspoken request and, with a hint of reluctance, retrieved a pack of Zongnanhai, priced modestly at 5 yuan. "Zongnanhai? That's a local brand from Jiangcheng, thus quite affordable," he remarked, showing no signs of refusal as he deftly procured a cigarette and placed it between his lips. "I used to smoke this brand often before my marriage. Back then, I was merely a neighborhood officer, and now, over 2 decades have passed." I lit a cigarette for him, and then for myself, and wisps of smoke began to ascend in the living room. In truth, my fondness for smoking is not so much for the act itself, but for the soothing sensation of the erratic smoke swirling upward into the air. "You are Gao Jian, correct?" Deputy Chief Tai inquired, his inebriation seemingly dissipating as he recalled something from long ago. "Yes, that is I affirmed. "Have we met before?" "From the moment I laid eyes on you, you seemed familiar." I did not deny his assertion and merely nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke. He gazed up at the opulent chandelier on the ceiling. "5 years ago, I encountered an intern fresh from the police academy who also bore your name, Gao Jian. That young man possessed a tenacity in his gaze, decisive and bold in action. I believed he would emerge as Jiangqing's finest officer." My fingers trembled as I refrained from speaking, taking a deep inhalation of smoke instead. Deputy Chief Tai appeared oblivious to my unease, continuing, regrettably, "A serial murder case 5 years ago shattered his potential. The torrential rain fell incessantly for 3 days and nights. Without fail, a murder occurred at midnight in Jiangqing, with the assailant employing exceedingly brutal methods, dismemberment, disfigurement. Each act of violence seemed a challenge to law enforcement, instilling dread in the hearts of the populace, prompting the entire city bureau to mobilize for midnight patrols. At that time, our resources were limited, and even the intern was dispatched. Amidst the downpour, in a city beset by thunder and lightning, the elusive killer concealed his identity, and none knew who he was. Perhaps he was lurking among us all along." The veins in my hand, which clutched the cigarette, stood out prominently, as the events from 5 years prior left me with indelible scars of anguish. With a steady gaze, Deputy Chief Tai regarded me, his tone softening. "On the 3rd night, at midnight precisely, the first victim was discovered, draped in mourning garments, limbs pierced by rebar, and provocative words etched onto his back with a sharp instrument. At 1 in the morning, a second victim was found in a park 5 kilometers away, decapitated. And to this day, his head remains unfound. At 2 in the morning, the third victim emerged from a university study room. A female teacher was brutally dismembered. The perpetrator meticulously divided her remains into equal weights and placed them within the drawers of the desks. By 3 o'clock, as everyone anxiously searched for the body, the headquarters received a distress call from an intern police officer claiming he had found the murderer. How could an intern, ahead of everyone else, locate the killer? As I pondered this, Deputy Chief Ty flicked away the ash from his cigarette, casting a glance at my silent figure. Although disbelief hung thick in the air, the crowd proceeded to the location he indicated. It was a completely sealed basement where he lay unconscious beside the fourth victim. We scrutinized all nearby surveillance footage and meticulously gathered fingerprints from every inch of the premises. Ultimately, it was revealed that within this entirely enclosed chamber, the only individuals present were the victims and that intern officer. If the victim did not commit suicide, then the murderer could only be him. Once all impossibilities were eliminated, the truth became undeniable. The cigarette in Deputy Chief Ty's hand had burned down to its end. For 5 years, I had been unable to comprehend how that intern officer could foresee the murderer's location before anyone else. In my view, the killer was merely a random assailant, and the victims bore no connection to one another. Such a notion was profoundly unsettling. After articulating this, he turned to me, still enveloped in silence, and asked, "Do you know how he accomplished this?" I recalled that the intern officer seemed to be named Gao Jian. The veins in my arms slowly faded from view as I extinguished my cigarette and exhaled gently. No one would believe his words. 5 years ago, and likely today, that would remain unchanged. Yet rest assured, one day he will personally bring that scoundrel to justice. The law's net is vast and will not miss its mark. Rising from the sofa, I stood, my mind a tumultuous mess. Indeed, such a warm and harmonious family gathering was not suited for me. I lightly clasped my hands to Deputy Chief Ty in farewell and opened the security door to depart. Upon hearing the door, the 3 women bustling in the kitchen rushed out. "Has Gao Jian left? Dad, what did you say to him? You have such a foul temper. You scared him away as soon as he arrived. Hurry, go after him." Faced with the reproaches of his wife and daughter, Deputy Chief Ty managed a wry smile. Discreetly shoving the ashtray beneath the coffee table, his gaze lingering on the low-quality cigarettes he had once smoked in his youth. That Gao Jian was no ordinary individual. "What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly go and bring him back. After all, he saved your daughters' and granddaughters' lives. You do not understand." Deputy Chief Ty seemed to recall the scene from 5 years ago when everyone pointed fingers. 5 years prior, a significant case had unfolded in Jiangxing, with orders demanding the resolution of the homicide. In the quest for answers, people had lost their sanity. The fury within them sought an outlet. And he became a scapegoat. The one closest to the truth had instead turned into a victim. Deputy Chief Ty rose to close the door, watching the receding figure with a hint of barely perceptible admiration. If he were not the deceitful murderer who had terrorized the city, he might just be the hero who saved all of Jiangxing. Exiting from Tai Ningxiang's home, I wandered aimlessly down the path, igniting a cigarette as I gazed at the overcast sky. The case from 5 years ago should not have been the result of human intervention. Had I not become a host in the shadowy realm, I might have never encountered that enigmatic world. As I delved deeper into the case from years past, my thoughts began to evolve. No matter where you flee, I shall surely capture you. After finishing a cigarette, I remained unaware that, within this upscale community, 2 individuals were discussing my name. In a house shielded from the sun, Jiang Chen sat in the study with an elderly man whose collar bore an embroidered serpent. Normally indifferent, Jiang Chen displayed utmost respect in the presence of the elder, personally pouring tea for him. "Master, this is the birth date and time of the individual," he said. It took considerable effort to procure this. The elder examined the photographs and yellowed papers on the tea table, stroking his beard. "This name, Gao Jian, though seemingly ordinary, harbors an obscure destiny that eludes comprehension." Chapter 160. Ghostly friend. The elder, holding the yellow paper, began to calculate the future of this Gao Jian. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, ominously more malevolent than benevolent. However, the heavens allowed a glimmer of hope for him. To confront this individual, one must extinguish that flicker of chance. Jiang Chen, kneeling beside the elder, inquired, "Master, how can one extinguish the spark of life destined for him?" "Quite challenging indeed." The elder mused, increasingly intrigued by the calculations. This person, traversing through the mire of darkness, seemed devoid of guiding stars, yet frequently emerged unscathed, as if the cosmos conspired to avert calamity. As he pondered, the elder's hands gradually ceased their motion, his brow furrowed. This individual was entwined with Yuan Shun, creating a thread of causality. To act against him could result in retaliation from Yuan Shun. Yuan Shun, Jiang Chen echoed. Recognizing it as one of the 8 characters of fate, also known as the Great Consumption, a force to be avoided. The elder laid the yellow paper flat before him and retrieved the 3 layers of heaven's compass, placing it atop the paper. To uncover the flaws in his destiny, one might need to consider the people surrounding him. After manipulating the compass, the elder found himself frozen in astonishment. Could it be that I misread? What have you discovered, Master? Jiang Chen queried. This person is not only entwined with Yuan Shun, but it appears he has also shared a space with the Red Yuan, a divine omen of fortune, entering his life, bringing both prosperity and peril simultaneously. In over 30 years of divination, I have encountered this phenomenon only a handful of times. Is his fate truly so peculiar? Jiang Chen questioned, unable to reconcile that Gao Jian was merely a loafing vagabond. Surely, there must be some illustrious ancestry behind him. The elder's exceptional status commanded respect. Even Jiang Chun's father would address him with deference, leaving Jiang Chen feeling uncomfortable. It was as if an ant, which could normally be crushed underfoot, suddenly assumed a stature equal to his own, instigating a subtle sense of menace within him. Not merely peculiar, the elder continued, his words barely escaping his lips before the compass on the yellow paper began to spin of its own accord. Heavenly laws obscure the heinous? In a moment of clumsiness, he accidentally tugged at his own beard. This young man seemed entangled with the 10 evils as well. The 10 evils? Infamous for their malevolence, their wrath is unforgiving. A common person who provokes even one could face ruin. Yet this individual has navigated their path, seemingly thriving amidst their chaos. The elder, deep in contemplation, could not fathom the implications. The compass wavered, signaling once more towards the southern position of the vermilion bird. In times of need, one must strangle when 2 encounters arise. Behead. This was the fate of the death god. How could it manifest in his life? Had he slain a death god? Such peculiarities were truly astonishing. Today, the compass appears somewhat malfunctioning, seemingly at odds with the elderly man. He had just spoken of the fateful influence of the god of death when the 33 circles of the compass began to revolve in reverse, ultimately halting beneath the auspicious star of Tianyi, as if all were bowing in homage to an emperor. The most auspicious star, Tianyi Guerin, the elder exclaimed, his face undergoing a drastic transformation as he calculated the elements of Yuancheng, Hongwan, Shai, Wangshun, and Tianyi, all intertwined with 5 divine spirits. Such a fate, he mused, was a rarity throughout his lifetime. The elder's reaction intensified, and the more Jiang Chun observed, the more discomfort he felt. Taoist. Should I wish to cast a spell upon this individual, it would be utterly impossible to contend with Yuansheng and Shai. Ordinary incantations would be rendered ineffective, and even advanced spells might result in severe backlash. The elder, having retracted the compass, was still marveling at the previous scene. Was there truly no means to confront him? Jiang Chun, filled with reluctance, reflected that although this person possessed some Taoist arts, his investigations revealed no legitimate lineage. He likely stumbled upon a few tricks through mere fortune. Though the Jiang family holds dominion over Jiang City, controlling the dragon vein, the complexities within one's destiny are fraught with uncertainties. Mortals should heed their fate and not provoke it. Antagonizing him would yield no benefit. The elder resolutely decided against assisting Jiang Chun. Taoist. I am not one to lack flexibility, but that Gao Jian is insufferable, Jiang Chun confessed, his expression betraying a hidden grievance. To be frank, Gao Jian is my wife's former boyfriend. On my wedding day, he caused a scene, humiliating me before all of Jiang City. Furthermore, he disclosed the matter of my spirit cultivation to my wife, resulting in our marital relations being strained to this day. Wait, the elder interjected, furrowing his brows. You mean he is aware of your spirit cultivation? Indeed. On the day of the wedding banquet, I had intended for the spirit to deliver a slight punishment, but unexpectedly, he possessed protective arts. Absurd. The elder rebuked Jiang Chun. The spirit I provided you is no ordinary entity. It must not falter before its reincarnation. With a stern reprimand, Jiang Chun dared not speak further. Taoist, there is another matter I must disclose. My wife has begun to harbor doubts about me. She has been unable to sleep all night, and the spirit has yet to manifest. If this continues, it may jeopardize the timing. As your wife, how to handle this is not for me to dictate, but should it interfere with my significant matters, do not blame me for lacking compassion. That is only natural, Jiang Chen replied, lowering his gaze. However, Gao Jian remains undeterred in his intentions toward my wife. I fear he may disrupt our plans. Moreover, should he rekindle old flames with her, and the spirit recognizes him as its father upon reincarnation, would we not find ourselves at a grievous loss? The elder, stroking the serpent-patterned collar, was finally swayed by Jiang Chen's words. The father of that spirit can only be you. This is a crucial element of my plan. As for Gao Jian, I shall handle him. He produced a piece of black talisman paper and gestured toward the door. Shortly after, a frail young man clad in black entered the room. Spirit companion, tonight you shall take this talisman and test that individual's mettle. Exercise caution and do not act impulsively. Once the young man in black departed, Jiang Chen spoke again. Taoist, your disciple, judging by appearances, seems unlikely to match Gao Jian's prowess. Rest assured, though my spirit companion has yet to receive my true teachings, his specialization in ghostly arts renders him the most formidable amongst my disciples. The elder's countenance was stern, and when dealing with those whose fates were shrouded in ambiguity, the most effective approach was to sever ties swiftly. Inaction was acceptable, but once action was taken, it must be decisive. An agreement was reached between the elder and the youth, and the dim laughter of the two echoed through the study. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Yi Bing was locked away in her bedroom, muttering the name of a certain individual. Clutching a pillow, with her slender legs exposed, she appeared significantly worn, and the fear reflected in her eyes seemed to linger perpetually. Following her gaze, one could see a newly acquired doll toy placed in the corner of the room. Abandoned in the corner, untouched by wind or hand, the toy seemed to possess a life of its own, subtly moving its head and body as if pulled by an unseen force. After a brief moment, the exquisitely crafted head of the doll slipped from its shoulders, rolling to the edge of the bed. Yi Bing locked eyes with the doll's black plastic orbs and was inexplicably engulfed by a chill, as if someone had crawled upon her, whispering in her ear, "Mother." After departing from the home of Tai Ningxiang, I proceeded directly to the residence of Lu Xiaoji. To speak of Lu Xiaoji, he had been of considerable assistance to me, and such debts must be repaid. Upon entering the modest abode of Lu, without hesitation, I seized the old man, who was still engrossed in studying the Taoist scriptures, and hailed a taxi back to Tingtang Road. Along the way, I gathered a few appetizers and, having secured the shop, set a small table, uncorking the remaining bottle of Tongxian wine to pour Lu a generous glass. As I surveyed the table laden with fine food and wine, and inhaled the enticing aromas, Lu Xiaoji hesitated to touch his chopsticks. He swallowed hard, eyeing me warily. "Gao Jian, what trouble have you found yourself in this time? I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts regarding my family's thunder talisman. It is merely a talisman embryo and requires prolonged nurturing to regain its vitality." Am I jesting? Do I strike you as such a person? I retorted. The reason I summoned you today was to express my gratitude. Now, enough with the chit-chat. Savor this wine. I pushed the glass toward Lu Xiaoji, but to my surprise, the venerable Taoist began reciting a calming incantation beside the table. A practitioner of the Tao would not be swayed by mere food and drink, he asserted. Gao Jian, speak plainly if you have something to discuss. Chapter 161. The study of formation techniques. Lu Xiaoji was a quintessential example of being bitten by a snake once and becoming wary of ropes for a decade. His cautious demeanor evoked a chuckle from me. If you cherish this wine, then drink it. I poured myself a glass and savored the rich aroma that filled the room. Lu Xiaoji, watching intently as his throat bobbed, momentarily abandoned his incantation, his fingers unconsciously resting on the table. Are you truly not tempted by this wine? You cannot find such a thing outside. I feigned to take the glass from in front of Lu, and at last, he could no longer restrain himself. Wait. He raised his hand, perfectly shielding the wine glass. As a practitioner of the Tao, I believe in going with the flow. Our fates are intertwined, and it seems I cannot escape this cup of wine. He gently shook his head, adopting an air of resigned wisdom, and adjusted his tattered hemp robe. Very well. Today I shall grant you this favor. I cannot allow a mere cup of wine to tarnish our bond. Having spoken, Lu Xiaoji naturally lifted the wine glass and began to drink with delight. Goodness, you've convinced yourself so swiftly. What of the integrity expected of a Taoist? Hey, Don't pour yourself another glass. Amidst the resplendent night, with exquisite wine and luminous cups, the desire to indulge in merriment beckons, as the pipa's melody urges the finest of spirits to flow. Perhaps it was witnessing a different facet of Lou that lifted my spirits, allowing me to temporarily cast aside the burdens of my grim duties and the haunting memories of a 5-year-old serial murder case. Today, we drink to our heart's content, for tomorrow brings its own troubles. After a few rounds of wine, I recalled a pressing matter and retreated to the inner chamber to retrieve the compass I had acquired from Lu Jin. Lao Lu, your family excels in feng shui. I have this item to bestow upon you, a token of gratitude for your assistance. I placed the compass, wrapped in black cloth, upon the table. To say such as to be overly formal. Aiding you is akin to aiding the Lu family. Your success will also shine upon us. But should misfortune befall you, the Lu family shall inevitably bear the brunt of it. Lu, having indulged a bit too much in the fine wine, seemed to view this as a precautionary measure. Despite his words, I maintained that kindness should be reciprocated. This compass, which I had no further use for, could serve you well in discerning feng shui matters. A compass? How could you possibly possess such an item? Lu downed his drink. Modern compasses are riddled with inaccuracies, mere mechanical imitations that lack genuine spirit. Though they may appear precise to the eye, true compasses are heirlooms, passed down through generations, crafted by ancestors who meticulously measured the cosmos with their own feet. A skill long since forgotten. I refilled Lu's glass and casually unveiled the black cloth. This one does not resemble a modern imitation. You may judge for yourself. Initially indifferent, Lu cast a fleeting glance, but that single gaze ensnared his attention entirely. By the heavens, this compass appears to have been extracted from within. Extracted from within? What do you mean by that, Lao Lu? I inquired, puzzled. Lu gently traced the base of the compass with his pinky, lifting it before his eyes. Most commendable compasses are inherited through lineage, yet yours is distinct. In what manner is it distinct? This compass has been pilfered from a grand tomb, Lu declared with utmost certainty. Yet, as I sought further clarification, he gestured with his hand, indicating the intricate layers of the compass, revealing the inner celestial pool and the yin-yang fish, all encompassed within the outer layers of the 28 constellations. Only those with profound understanding of the cosmos in ancient times could achieve such craftsmanship. Is it not somewhat presumptuous to deduce it is from a tomb based solely on these features? Without responding directly, Lu posed a question: where did you acquire this compass? From Lu Jin, the brocade-clad Taoist we encountered at the Songlin Cemetery. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I relieved him of his possessions. That individual has formidable connections. You are indeed audacious. Should trouble arise, you may find yourself in grave peril. What is there to fear? In this age, the bold thrive while the timid perish. Moreover, I am adept enough not to leave any traces. I offered Lu a reassuring glance. Exercise caution. Although those of the Tao may seem unassuming, should you provoke them, you will find no allies in this small junk city. Lu pondered for a moment, then added with a wry smile, except for me, of course. He placed the compass upon the table, indicating that I should observe the faint azure cloud patterns at its base. These patterns are not inherent to the compass itself. Rather, they have emerged due to its prolonged burial underground. The clarity of these markings correlates with the passage of time, suggesting that the origin of this compass may well date back to the pre-Qin era. My goodness, I dare not claim such a priceless treasure. Lu the Blind wrapped the compass carefully. Though you may currently lack understanding of feng shui and geomancy, you have embarked on the path of cultivation, and in due time, you will encounter these matters. The compass is a tool for feng shui masters. Keep it, for it shall become your most loyal companion in the future. Despite Lu's insistence, I found myself unable to accept it and returned it to its original place. Old Lu, I indeed have some matters to trouble you with. I transcribed the new product catalog from the Underworld Showcase and handed it to Lu. I wonder if you have delved into the realm of formations? Formations? Lu shook his head decisively. That is not something an ordinary cultivator can grasp. I recalled having seen similar sentiments in the detailed explanations of the Miao Jin Dao. Reflecting on this, I pondered the complexity of formations. Though intricate, their corresponding power far surpasses that of ordinary talismans by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Why then, have they gradually fallen into decline? Indeed, formations wield tremendous power, yet they possess several drawbacks, Lu said, pouring himself another glass of wine and taking a sip before continuing. Firstly, the operation of formations is complex, demanding a high level of skill from the primary practitioner. Even if an ordinary cultivator were to obtain a detailed explanation, they would find themselves powerless to execute it. Secondly, the cost of setting up a formation is exorbitant. Take, for instance, the most basic return to origin formation. Its simple first-level variation merely gathers spiritual energy, yet successfully deploying it requires 9 return to origin talismans and a corresponding artifact. While artifacts can be reused, the 9 talismans are essentially one-time use. Lu comfortably sipped his drink. Furthermore, there is a significant drawback. Any distraction during the setup may lead to failure. The normal success rate hovers around 1/3, and only those with exceptional skill or innate talent can achieve success on their first attempt. Upon hearing Lu's words, I recalled the individual who perished within a dream. He must have been a prodigy in formations, regrettably encountering the Yuan Chun divine calamity in his nightmare. Old Lu, do you think I could possibly be such a prodigy in formation? I looked at Lu expectantly, but he merely smiled and remained silent. Are you ignoring me? I pointed at the product catalog I had transcribed. If I wish to learn formations, which items do you consider reliable? You wish to study formations? Lu set down his wine glass, suddenly solemn. One cannot be greedy. How long have you been cultivating? You cannot even draw talismans, yet you want to learn formations? In truth, I had no desire to delve into such chaotic matters, but given the nature of the Underworld showcase, it was likely that the next live broadcast would involve some malevolent formation. Thus, even if I could not master it, I felt compelled to gain some understanding. Old Lu, just share your suggestions. Lu regarded the product catalog with a troubled expression. I truly do not comprehend formations, and the items listed, such as the comprehensive explanations of the 10 great malevolent formations, do not seem to promise anything benevolent. If you genuinely wish to learn formations, do not complicate matters. Start practicing with the basic formations outlined in the Miaojin Dao. As for the focal point, the Earth Lord clay statue will suffice. Just exchange for this one. The statue of the Earth God can be exchanged for just 1 point, and I currently possess a generous 35 points. Aside from the array formations, I believe there are 2 items you should consider acquiring. Lu the Blind placed the merchandise catalog on the table. If this chi gathering pill is authentic, do not let the opportunity slip by. A mere small pill can save you months, or even years, of time. I nodded, inquiring what the other item was. A lacquered wooden coffin. A coffin? Chapter 162, Live Burial, Part 1. Observing Lu the Blind's serious demeanor, I sensed a hint of confusion. Old Lu, why would you have me exchange for a coffin? I do not practice ghost manipulation, and besides, where would I even place it? If I have a coffin in my shop, who would dare to come and purchase anything from me? I certainly do not wish to harm you. This lacquered wooden coffin is not for your use, but intended for the spirit of the deceased, Lu the Blind replied leisurely, savoring his wine. For those who nurture spirits, a fine coffin is a rare treasure. This lacquered wood can gather yin energy, which is the most favored by malevolent entities. Are you certain you haven't had too much to drink? I questioned, glancing at the nearly empty bottle of Tongxian wine. I seized Lu the Blind's cup, insisting, let us clarify this first before you drink. That spirit is a malevolent entity. If I nurture it, what if it turns against me? It should not. The spirit of the deceased differs from ordinary lesser spirits. It forms during the threshold of death, possessing a greater intelligence than typical lesser spirits. Moreover, since you have slain its first master, you have indirectly avenged its death. Thus, according to the laws of causation, it should feel indebted to you and assist you once. Have you become muddled in your fortune-telling, discussing causation with a ghost? I shook my head, feeling uneasy at the thought of a coffin occupying space in my home. I merely offer you a suggestion. How you choose is entirely up to you, Lu the Blind said, discreetly slipping away the nearly empty wine bottle. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. He ambled out of the shop, leaving me seated at the table. The spirit of the deceased opened the black embroidered bag it carried with it. I turned off the lights and poured the dark orb into my palm. The spirit within the orb had absorbed the scattered yin energy from Luxing's spirit and appeared to have solidified considerably. Can I trust you? I murmured to myself. The spirit within the orb remained silent. It was timid, having shrunk deeper into the eye since being removed from the bag, seemingly terrified of me. The lacquered coffin requires 5 points to nurture the spirit. Is it worth it? I recalled the terror of Luxing's spirit and remembered Lu the Blind's earlier words, that a mature spirit could shield its master from a fatal calamity. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I placed the black orb back into the bag and retrieved my phone from the Underworld showcase to send a message. I opted to exchange points for the Earth God statue, chi gathering pill, and lacquered coffin. Points deducted. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 22. After receiving a text response from the Underworld Showcase, I did not immediately head to the bank, for among the items exchanged was an extraordinary object, the coffin. This coffin was about the size of a bank vault. I was curious how the Underworld Showcase would deliver it to me. As the clock approached 11 at night and the streets grew sparse with pedestrians, I donned a hooded sweatshirt and stepped outside. Upon arriving at the bank, I found the manager anxiously seated in the lobby. As soon as she spotted me, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Mr. Gao, you have finally arrived. Are you alone?" I surveyed the surroundings. Despite the presence of surveillance cameras, there was not a single security guard in sight aside from the manager. "Your belongings are under my sole responsibility, and our institution will do everything in its power to ensure your confidentiality," she assured me with a professional smile, leading me into the bank's interior. Upon entering the underground vault and inputting the access code, I opened my private safe to reveal nothing but a black cloth-wrapped package. "Where's the coffin?" I inquired. The manager, noticing my prolonged silence, displayed a distinct unease. "Is something missing? Is there a problem?" Her reaction was even more pronounced than mine. Clutching the package, I cast a furtive glance at her. Her eyes held a familiar emotion, fear. Why was she so terrified over merely retrieving a package? Did she fear particular repercussions should anything go awry with it? Was this woman also entangled with the underworld's affairs? Without uttering a word, I placed the package on the ground, turned my back to the manager, and began to unwrap it. Inside were 3 items. A box exquisitely carved from jade, emanating a chill, containing a Dan pill the size of a longan, a small, half-foot-tall clay figurine resembling an elderly man crudely fashioned as if by a child's hands, and lastly, a letter. Upon opening it, I found a single sentence inscribed, "Dig 3 feet down in the sugarcane field at Gua Village." A sense of disquiet washed over me as I scrutinized the message, only to be astonished by the realization that the handwriting was strikingly identical to my own. The underworld truly leaves no stone unturned. I was acutely aware of my own penmanship, due to the nature of my work. I often left distinctive marks while writing certain Chinese characters, making it unmistakably my own. The underworld had not only mimicked my handwriting, but had also captured my idiosyncrasies, details I had never shared with anyone else. Examining the letter once more, I noted that the script was indeed indistinguishable from what I would produce myself. I returned the letter to its envelope and glanced at the bank manager, who stood at a distance in the corner, seemingly aware of the unspoken rules and not daring to steal a look. After collecting the package, I bid her farewell and hastily departed. The address written in that letter must indicate the location where the lacquer coffin was buried. But how was I to retrieve it and bring it back to my shop? I furrowed my brow in contemplation. After all, it was an item worth 5 points in exchange, and leaving it abandoned in the desolate wilderness would be a grave loss should it fall into the hands of wandering spirits. No, I had to go there immediately. As midnight approached, I took a taxi to Gua Village. Ironically, there was not a single household. All the buildings had been razed weeks prior, leaving a heap of broken bricks and rubble strewn across the fields. The surrounding trees bore red banners denouncing the forced demolitions, filled with blood and tears. Where, then, was I to find the sugarcane field? Venturing further in, I soon encountered several night watchmen from the construction crew, gathered around a bonfire playing cards. They noticed me, and in the dead of night, they likely assumed I was there to pilfer their belongings, closing in on me with a raucous commotion. "Gentlemen, please remain calm. I am but a wandering Taoist." With a quick flick of my eyes, I began to weave an elaborate tale. "A Taoist? Quite the fashionable attire you wear," one remarked. What are you discussing with him, Erdan?" This man, with his shifty eyes and furtive demeanor, hardly exudes the essence of a good person. "We are about to commence work here, so it would be prudent to refrain from wandering about aimlessly." Upon hearing the news of impending construction, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Should they unearth this coffin and use it for firewood, I would truly be at a loss for words. "Gentlemen, do not dismiss my concerns. Your pallid faces and haggard appearances suggest you may have fallen prey to some malevolent force. Having listened to Lou the Blind speak on such matters, I have absorbed a few phrases, despite my ignorance of fortune-telling and physiognomy. There is a certain professionalism in his words. You there, depart at once. The winds of this place are most peculiar, and you are already in dire straits without even realizing it." I took my time, recalling Lou the Blind's manner of speech. Good heavens, what madness is this? "Jean, What do you propose we do? Let us alert the authorities and cease this nonsensical chatter. Perhaps due to their somewhat exaggerated performances, the others seemed unconvinced. As they prepared to take action, I stepped back, urging everyone to remain calm. I bear no ill will today. For beneath this land lies a treacherous force that must not be trifled with. Since their arrival, I have been observing them. Although I am no expert in physiognomy, I have studied criminal investigation and psychological analysis. The prolonged demolition of these structures without any sign of progress undoubtedly indicates something strange is afoot. A cursory glance at the night watchman revealed numerous minor wounds on their arms and palms, seemingly inflicted by flying debris. Logically, there should not be so many individuals on watch. Their gathering around a bonfire suggests they are concealing a secret. With this thought, I felt a sense of relaxation wash over me. Adopting an air of inscrutability akin to that of the Goo Master, I proclaimed, "The 7 stars align. And the energy here is stagnant. The grass does not grow, flowers do not bloom, and the trees take on grotesque forms. The atmosphere is dense with malevolence. And there is no way out." I mimicked Lou the Blind's words, striking a pose reminiscent of a master, standing tall and confident, as though embodying the spirit of an ethereal being. Clearly, there had been a significant incident here, one that was being concealed from us, leaving restless souls trapped in this place. I spoke with conviction, almost convincing myself, "You mortals, blinded by greed and desire, have committed heinous acts without a shred of remorse. If the laws of the living cannot restrain you, let the vengeful spirits of the underworld come forth to claim your lives." The expressions of those present shifted, revealing that indeed, something unsettling had transpired recently. "Enough of your nonsense. What era are we in, and you speak of vengeful spirits?" One, presumably the foreman, pointed at me and shouted, "Get rid of him." "Wait." I tilted my head, a slight smile creeping upon my lips. "Do you truly wish for such a being to seek you out?" The man, stubborn as he was, challenged me to summon this entity to end my life, proclaiming his fearlessness regarding the ancestral graves of Gua Village. It became clear that the construction project had encroached upon sacred ground, which explained the banners displayed by the villagers. Observing the foreman as he retrieved a black embroidered cloth bag, I remarked, "Since you desire its presence, I shall summon it for you. However, do not say I did not warn you. There are divine beings watching from above, and speaking recklessly may bring retribution." I beckoned to the foreman, and together we stepped into the shadow where the firelight could not reach. I opened the cloth bag, inviting you to gaze upon its contents. This time, I did not hesitate as the specter emerged, a grim entity. Observing the foreman, trembling and pale, I suddenly recognized the merit in cultivating such a spirit to its full potential. At times, my adversaries were not merely malevolent practitioners of the dark arts, but ordinary individuals whose malevolence could be more troublesome than that of any ghost. Chapter 163, The Living Burial, Part 2. I did not possess the compassion typical of righteous cultivators, nor did I share the madness of the wicked. My pursuit was merely to achieve my objectives through the simplest and most effective means possible. The specter lunged from its obsidian orbs, launching itself at the foreman, who was left speechless, his lips quivering, desperately attempting to retreat. "Did you not just express a desire to encounter a ghost?" I tightened my grip around his neck, pressing my knee against his thigh, forcing him to remain stationary. The foreman's complexion faded to an ashen hue, his vitality drained by the specter, its chilling essence seeping into him. This was my specter, still not fully matured. Had it been Lu Xing's specter, it would have ensnared souls and demanded a blood sacrifice from the living. "I can't bear to look any longer. I want to look again." The foreman screamed wildly. Observing that my intended effect had been sufficiently achieved, I released my grip on his neck and stepped aside. The foreman, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. "Zhang, are you all right? What did you just see?" "Brother Zhang?" Several workers, armed with shovels and iron rods, gathered around. Two of them struggled to lift the foreman and assisted him to a brick near the fire to rest. "Would you all like to take a look as well?" I retied the embroidered black cloth bag, casting a glance at the construction workers. They exchanged uncertain looks, ultimately directing their gaze toward the foreman, who was nearly frightened into a frenzy. "Why are you all staring at me?" His voice still trembled. Though seated by the fire, he felt no warmth. A prickling sensation along his spine suggested something was creeping upon him, a presence he could sense but not see, a truly disconcerting feeling. "Dai, why don't you share with him what has transpired these past few days?" The foreman gestured toward a sprightly-looking individual. Brother Zhang, didn't the boss say to keep this matter under wraps? If you speak of it, who would dare purchase a house from us in the future? Just say what you need to say. Why so many questions? The small man reluctantly approached me, casting a furtive glance in my direction. Are you truly a Taoist? Mastery over divination, fate, geomancy, demon slaying, and subduing evil spirits. Are you proficient in all? I boldly boasted without a hint of embarrassment. And it seemed my aura had awed these men, causing them to lower their iron rods and shovels, joining me by the fire. In truth, this tale was rather sinister. Dai, seeing that his fellow workers were reticent to speak, steeled himself to recount the strange occurrences of the past few days. Last month, we received a task to demolish this area of Gua village for the construction of a new rural community. Initially, the plan was for a week's work. However, one family vehemently refused to relocate. In order to meet the deadline, we had no choice but to proceed with the demolition of other houses. Yet, unexpectedly, on the third day, disaster struck. Noticing a change in Dai's complexion, I pressed him. What happened? Please elaborate. There was a death. Not only did Dan exhibit an unusual demeanor, but several workers in the vicinity were equally peculiar. Our excavator, while pushing against the building, experienced a driver error that resulted in it crashing into a residence, tragically leading to the immediate death of an elderly woman inside. Why have I not encountered any mention of this incident in the newspapers? The developer, having greased the palms of the authorities, dismissed the incident, claiming that the woman, who had no children or relatives, was of no consequence. According to our boss, her death merely alleviated the state's burden of elderly care. What utter nonsense. I frowned. A life lost was treated so lightly, no wonder accidents occur with such frequency. We too felt that our actions were somewhat excessive. Yet our boss had ties with the Jiang family, and no one dared to offend them. After receiving their payment, the villagers fell silent, thus keeping this matter hidden from the public eye. His voice gradually lowered. We initially thought the matter was settled, but ever since that woman's death, incidents at the construction site have become alarmingly frequent. A sprained ankle, a crushed hand. These were minor issues. Just 2 weeks ago, while digging the foundation, one of the workers suddenly went mad and jumped into the cement mixer. Everyone was paralyzed with shock, and by the time we managed to pull him out, it was too late. Subsequently, even more bizarre occurrences followed, particularly at night when the brothers guarding the steel and materials claimed to see a shadow wandering the site, seemingly searching for something. At first, we all assumed it was a thief or a villager passing through, but a few days ago, out of curiosity during my watch, I followed the shadow around the site. Can you guess where that shadow ultimately stopped? It halted at the very old house where the deceased woman once resided. As Dan recounted this, his eyes displayed a hint of anxiety, and the flickering light struggled to dispel his fear. The shadow was amongst the rubble, sifting through bricks and tiles. At that moment, I thought little of it until I approached closely and realized that the shadow was clad in an old-fashioned brown coat from 2 or 3 decades ago, tightly wrapped even in the sweltering heat. Just as I was about to step closer, the shadow vanished in an instant. Dan animatedly described the encounter, and later I relayed the story to Brother Zhang. Upon inquiry with the village elders, we learned that the elderly woman had resisted relocation to guard the memory of her husband, who had passed away over 20 years prior. Thus, it became clear, your forced demolition inadvertently caused her death, stirring the spirit of her long-departed husband, who had resided in the depths of Gua village for decades, to seek vengeance. I feigned difficulty in this matter, while secretly contemplating how to remove the lacquered coffin. I wondered if you might possess any means to dispel this vengeful spirit. Money would not be an issue should we manage to invite it away. Head foreman Zhang tossed several pieces of wood into the fire. Yet no matter how fiercely it blazed, it could not dispel the chill that gripped his heart. This was not merely a financial matter. Provoking a vengeful spirit is a grave taboo for practitioners like us. Moreover, since your actions precipitated this situation, it is only fair that you pay with your lives. I remarked, are you capable of handling this or not? You keep rambling on, even invoking the underworld. I refused to succumb to this superstition. It was merely your own fear that had you in a tizzy. Shaoli, Huzi, do not speak recklessly, I cautioned. The foreman, Zhang, reprimanded him. Yet the face he wore was a forced smile, as he handed me a cigarette. Brother, if you possess true skills, why not demonstrate them for us? I shifted my gaze, feigning difficulty. It appears that solving this predicament requires addressing the root of the issue. Based on my calculations using Ziwei Do Shu, It seems the only way to break this deadlock is to confront the problem at its source. Speak up. As long as you can resolve the malevolent spirit's interference with our work, feel free to command us. Zhang assured me, thumping his chest. Very well. But I must preface this. Whatever I instruct you to do, you must comply without question or scrutiny. Otherwise, beware of vengeful spirits that could lead to your ruin. I brushed off the dust from my clothes, rising from the bricks and gazing skyward, calculating that tonight's celestial arrangement hinted at significant events ahead. I took 7 steps in a specific pattern, circling the fire pit before returning to my original position. Is there a sugarcane field in your Gua village? Sugarcane? Gua village does not cultivate sugarcane. We used to have some rice paddies, but they were filled in. Before Zhang could finish, Dan grasped his hand. Brother Zhang, 100 meters back from those rice paddies, there is indeed a sugarcane field. It seems only the locals are aware of this. I heard about it when inquiring about that old lady's household. Is that true? Zhang was taken aback, not expecting that I would know something even he, as the foreman, was unaware of. How could my expertise in tomb exploration and dragon seeking be mistaken? I beckoned the others to rise and gather their tools. The malevolent spirit is concealed within the sugarcane field. Accompanied by several workers, I ventured into the field, our lanterns illuminating the dim surroundings. The sugarcane was still unripe, swaying ominously in the night breeze, casting an eerie atmosphere. Brother Taoist, you claim the malevolent spirit is hidden here? Indeed. I held a talisman and recited a few incantations, asserting that there should be a stone tablet hidden within this field, neither too grand nor too humble, just right. Once we locate this tablet, the spirit shall have nowhere to hide. Are you jesting with us? The sugar cane is densely packed, and in the dark, we can barely see each other, let alone a stone tablet. You need only search. The words I speak are of profound truth. Chapter 164, Living Burial, Part 2. I stood with my arms crossed outside the sugarcane field, observing as the construction workers rushed in with shovels, striking the ground. Shortly after, a loud shout erupted from within. We found it. There truly is something. They carved a path through the dense foliage, leading me to the heart of the field. At the center stood a stone tablet, devoid of inscriptions, but faint traces of carvings were discernible. I had predicted both the sugarcane field and the tablet correctly. Zhang no longer doubted my identity and offered me another cigarette. Brother Taoist, what should we do next? Surrounded by 6 or 7 individuals at the tablet, I lit Zhang's cigarette, pressed my foot into the earth, and declared, dig 3 feet down, and you shall uncover something extraordinary. I spoke with utmost conviction, yet the workers hesitated to act with their shovels. Finally, Zhang inquired, Brother, what do you mean by extraordinary? I waved my hand dismissively. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Knowing too much may attract the attention of the malevolent spirit. If you don't clarify, we feel uneasy. What if we unearth something harmful? Now you fear? Why did none of you stand up to speak for that old woman back then? With a cold smirk, I remarked that if they were unwilling, I would not compel them. This malevolent spirit had already gained a formidable presence, and I had no desire to become entangled in its consequences. It was still possible to withdraw. We could part ways amicably. I would tread my own path while they awaited their inevitable misfortune come morning. Though I sought assistance, I feigned indifference. My tactic of feigned capture soon bore fruit. Brother, your words lack loyalty. Can we not trust you? Head foreman Zhang personally wielded a shovel to begin the excavation. The remaining few, though hesitant, gradually joined in the labor. Silently, I drew on my cigarette, occasionally forming gestures with my fingers, casting my gaze towards the stars, and uttering a few phrases of Taoist wisdom that would be difficult for an ordinary person to comprehend. Truthfully, I scarcely understood their meaning myself. After approximately 20 minutes, Erden's shovel struck something below with a resounding thud. Did we hit something? The others crowded around, curious about this dark object. I extinguished my cigarette, parted the crowd, and peered inside, cautioning them to be gentle, lest we disturb whatever lay within the coffin. A coffin? The construction workers exclaimed in unison, with Erden so startled that he dropped his shovel. What are you afraid of? I am here to lead you. Do you truly fear that ghastly thing emerging? My gaze swept over everyone as we continued to dig. Once embroiled in this venture, it was no easy task to retreat. A smile played on my lips as I retrieved a talisman from my person, fingers forming the necessary seals. This time, I was prepared for a confrontation. After about half an hour, the coffin was fully unearthed. Its surface was pitch black, measuring no more than 1.5 meters in length. just enough to accommodate a single person. A burial mound? This coffin was considerably smaller than the norm, and accounting for its thickness, it would be challenging to fit even one person inside. What do we do now, Taoist brother? An air of panic enveloped the group. Venturing into the wilderness at night to unearth a coffin was hardly the act of a sane individual. Stay calm, maintain your lights, and keep a vigilant watch on those around you. Holding a talisman, I leapt into the grave pit. What are you doing, brother? Get down here and help me prepare to open the coffin. After repeated calls, someone finally descended. It was the most skeptical among us, Huzai. On the count of 3, we pushed together. I proclaimed. Placing my palms on the lid, I felt a peculiar sensation, cold, smooth, and sticky, akin to a large pebble smeared with blood. Huzai and I grasped either end of the coffin. The lid was far heavier than anticipated, and it took all our strength to shift it a mere hand's breadth. Put in more effort. I shouted at Huzai, who stood motionless, seemingly transfixed. Huzai? I slapped his head, pondering whether he had succumbed to some sort of spell. To my surprise, when I struck him, he reacted violently, pointing at the coffin and stammering, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. What's wrong? Following the light, I peered into the coffin. The soft yellow glow illuminated its interior, and my eyes met a pair of ghastly white orbs. There was a living person inside the coffin. With a loud shout, Huzai scrambled out of the pit, using both hands and feet, causing the construction workers outside to retreat in fear, disregarding their tools as they scattered them across the ground. Damn it! At that moment, I found myself alone in the pit, and with no other option. I clutched the talisman protectively to my chest, pressing my body against the earthen wall, ever ready to make my escape. I had merely exchanged for a coffin at the underworld showcase. How did it come with a person inside? After a long wait with no sign of life from the coffin, I took a deep breath and silently recited the mystic heart incantation before approaching the coffin once more. Nothing. This time, I effortlessly pushed the coffin lid open, revealing only an old, yellow-brown coat and some tattered rags of indeterminate purpose. Was that merely an illusion? Yet Huzai had seen it too. With lingering doubts, I tucked the talisman away and climbed out of the pit. Brother Taoist, are you all right? Foreman Zhang and several construction workers rushed to the edge of the sugarcane field and dared to ask in hushed tones only after they saw me emerge from the grave. It's dark. You shouldn't wander about, I cautioned them, genuinely concerned. With my talisman for protection, I felt secure, but if they continued to run recklessly, that filthy thing from the coffin might very well have latched onto one of them. The onlookers, who had been keeping their distance, returned, but only Huzai remained pale, unwilling to set foot into the sugarcane field. His emotions were spiraling out of control as he stood outside, shouting. The sight he had witnessed had indeed terrified him. What did you see just now? Foreman Zhang, fixated on the frantic Huzai, clutched my sleeve and refused to let go. Brother Taoist, you must provide us with an explanation. Look for yourselves, I replied, picking up a flashlight and shining it into the coffin. Inside, there were only a few worn garments. Yellow-brown? A coat. I've seen this before. Erdan shuddered. The person who had dug something at the old lady's house that night was wearing this very coat. As soon as he spoke, the others, previously emboldened, prepared to flee in panic once more. Everyone, calm down. If there truly is a malevolent spirit here, your blind flight will only invite further misfortune. Stay composed and recount the events in detail. It is essential to maintain calmness at all times. Only then can we rationally analyze the situation and find a solution. I illuminated the surrounding darkness with my flashlight. The night was pitch black, and the shadows were indistinct. I recalled the scene when I first encountered the group. It felt off. Brother Taoist, what have you discovered now? Zhang mimicked my actions, scanning the surroundings with his flashlight, but found nothing amiss. Furrowing my brow, I strained to remember. Zhang, how many people did you leave to guard the site today? 5, he replied. The frequency of that dark shadow's appearances has been increasing. We had originally planned to join forces to capture it. I waved my hand, signaling for silence. You have 5 people plus myself. That makes 6 of us. But how many are here now? As the night wind blew, the indistinct shadows in the sugarcane field began to sway. Foreman Zhang shone his flashlight around once more. Indeed, there are 6 of us. As I swiftly retrieved the talisman, my gaze sharpened, watching the surroundings with vigilance. Huzai hasn't entered the sugarcane field, yet there are still 6 individuals here. Take a closer look. Who is the extra one? Upon hearing this, the previously subdued group panicked again. Foreman Zhang, already terrified by the ghostly presence, turned and fled without a glance back. As others fled upon seeing the foreman abandon his post, I found myself compelled to rush outside, driven by an instinct to escape. Within mere seconds, I was left alone in the sugarcane field, the only one remaining as the additional person followed suit in their hasty retreat. Casting a glance at the coffin within the grave pit, I retrieved my phone and called Ergo, summoning a few trusted brothers to come quickly. I might be on the verge of something significant. Chapter 165. Midnight Coffin Hall. I stood guard by the grave pit for approximately 10 minutes before Ergo arrived in his dilapidated van. Brother Jian, your tone suggests something is amiss. What has transpired? Ergo, accompanied by 3 brethren, entered the sugarcane field, their postures erect and knives at the ready. Could I trust these individuals? Rest assured, they are all brothers I have brought along. That is good to hear. I cleared a path, signaling them to approach. As they shone their flashlights into the pit and beheld the coffin, expressions of doubt clouded their faces. Ergo, perplexed, remarked, Brother Jian, disturbing someone's ancestral grave could tarnish our moral standing. Let us not dwell on that. We must first lift the coffin and relocate it. Delays could spell trouble. I was the first to leap into the pit, and Ergo reluctantly waved his hand, beckoning the others to assist. The coffin seemed lighter than expected. As I grasped its base, I sensed something was amiss. The first time I had opened a coffin, it had concealed other items within. Hurry up. In less than 10 minutes, we had managed to stow the coffin into the van. You all have worked hard. Once I conclude this matter, drinks are on me. I produced 100 yuan and handed it to Ergo's companions. It felt ominous to have the coffin in the same vehicle. You all can take a cab back. Leave the rest to Ergo and me. With Ergo at the wheel, I supported the coffin in the back, while he circled around to avoid surveillance before returning to Tingtang Road. Brother Jian, this coffin isn't some antiquity, is it? Are we not engaging in tomb raiding? Ergo started the van, feeling uneasy about transporting a coffin for the first time. Those who raid tombs are far more skilled than we are. I have other uses for this coffin, but specifics cannot be disclosed. I shifted in my seat. The coffin occupied a significant portion of the space. Ergo shivered, recalling my earlier inquiry about talismans and now witnessing my nocturnal excavation. You haven't fallen into some misfortune, have you? Just drive. Refrain from asking too many questions. I reiterated to Ergo the importance of keeping the coffin's whereabouts a secret. Upon reaching Tingtang Road, at the peak of my excitement, I disembarked and retrieved 3,000 yuan, handing it to Ergo. Together, we maneuvered the coffin to the second floor of the small shop. Let us place it here. It lay flat on the ground, eerily parallel to my bed. After dismissing Ergo, I closed the shop door and drew the curtains, sitting beside the coffin alone. Having exchanged 5 points for a coffin, how would I justify its presence if discovered? I opened the coffin lid to find a few decayed garments of the deceased, emitting a strange odor. With the light on, I carefully inspected the inside. Beneath the rotting clothes lay a thin layer of red earth. Touching it, I felt a hint of moisture, and bringing it to my nose, I detected a faint scent of blood mixed with the stench of decay. It is indeed peculiar that this ornate tomb, devoid of a body, should emanate the stench of decay. Could it be that the soil within the coffin possesses some extraordinary quality? I extracted a handful of it, sealing it within a plastic bag to inquire with Lu the Blind at a later time. After considerable effort, I finally managed to retrieve the coffin. Yet placing it in my room rendered sleep a daunting challenge. The mere thought of having a coffin at my bedside, particularly one rumored to be haunted, left me wide awake, trembling with fear. I pondered how to utilize this object. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I recalled the garments I wore during my dream and the detailed formation manual that Zicho had given me before his demise, which I had tucked into my pocket. To my astonishment, it was indeed there. Holding the ancient thread-bound tome in my hands, I found myself questioning the authenticity of my dream. Both Guijunjia's magazine and Zicho's ancient book had somehow manifested. Was I truly dreaming that night? Though filled with doubt, it seemed that only another venture into the dream realm could provide clarity. Flipping through the ancient text, I discovered it detailed but one formation, the three infants gathering spirit, which harnesses the inherent attraction of yin energy to nurture ghostly entities using the essence of newborns. This was merely the most fundamental of formations, yet the requirements to establish it were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, 3 stable yin children were needed, followed by the flesh and bones of an infant born during the yin hours. And finally, a complete set of 9 palace talismans to suppress all yin energy. The 3 yin children could be exchanged for formation eyes with the land deity's clay effigy. But the infant bones and 9 palace talismans posed a significant challenge. My expression must have mirrored that of those malevolent practitioners, greed etched upon my face. Should this formation succeed, not only would the ghost benefit, but the blood fox within me could also recover swiftly. Time was of the essence. With the next live stream approaching swiftly, I needed to delve into my studies. As the night progressed, I laid the ancient tome on the floor and retrieved Lu Jin's intricately carved dragon pen. Mimicking the illustrations within the book, I began to sketch the rough lines of the formation on the wooden floor. Upon completing the final stroke, I was uncertain whether it was the remarkable quality of Lu Jin's pen or my innate talent for practicing formations, but a chilling breeze swept through the room, leaving the temperature unchanged while a deep, unsettling cold seeped into my bones. The formation had begun to show promise. Yet to absorb the Yin energy as depicted by Zicho, I would need additional malevolent entities to fill it. Just as I prepared to put away the dragon pen, a black embroidered pouch in my pocket unexpectedly fell to the ground. The bag, once tightly secured, had come undone, and a dark, glistening eyeball rolled out, coming to rest against the lacquered coffin. Could it be that the ghost had grown impatient? I picked up the black eye, cradling it in my palm, as the diminutive ghost excitedly shouted in response. "Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. I hope you do not lead me astray." I placed the black eye within the coffin, and upon contact with the light red soil, it began to sink slowly, vanishing without a trace. After completing my tasks, I glanced at the clock. It was already past 2 in the morning. I closed the coffin lid and, clutching my blanket and bedding, descended to the first floor. For now, I would sleep there, awaiting the ghost's ascension before moving the coffin outside. I scratched the fur on by Chi's neck and laid out a makeshift bed beside it. The shop fell into darkness as the night reached its deepest hour. At 3 in the morning, the streets of Ting Tang Road lay eerily silent, devoid of any vehicles. Almost unnaturally tranquil. The once boisterous bar, which usually buzzed with life until late at night, now stood eerily silent, enveloped in an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, a black cat darted from the inky shadows of a narrow alley, and moments later, a man emerged from the depths of the passageway. Clad in black, with a vividly embroidered serpent adorning his collar, he was the ghostly companion dispatched by Jiang Chun and the fortune teller. Discarding the severed tail of the black cat, he licked his crimson lips, his form mostly shrouded in shadow. "The dark clouds obscure the moon. Fortune favors me," he mused as he settled in the alley, ensuring no one was around before producing a pouch of bone powder, which he scattered around the threshold of the modest establishment. "The King of Hell decrees your demise at the 3rd watch. Who dares to let you linger until the 5th? He sneered. "Can Zhang be someone you offend?" This ghostly ally, adept in the arts of the supernatural, seized the moment when the night was steeped in the heaviest of shadows, amplifying his powers. For a mere mortal, there was no necessity to utilize the precious ghost talisman bestowed upon him by the elder. Ordinary talismans would suffice. Brimming with confidence, he opted for a handful of lesser talismans, and from within his garments, he retrieved a handful of damp rice, soaked in an unknown liquid, which he scattered around the shop. "Spirits, I offer you this sustenance. May it traverse the 10 directions and satiate all ghosts," he intoned, completing his incantation as he pressed the talismans against the exterior walls of the building. Within, Bai Qi, who had been nestled under the covers, abruptly awakened, his eyes wide, ears erect, baring his teeth at the surroundings. A chilling breeze swept through the small space, revealing several shadowy figures with disheveled hair, their heads bowed low. They dared not approach Bai Qi too closely, instead lingering within the confines of the room before gradually ascending the stairs, as if drawn by some unseen force. The door creaked open, and the shadowy figures gathered around the coffin within the room, hesitating in their movements. Suddenly, a slender crack appeared in the lacquered coffin. Outside, the ghostly companion had waited for what felt like an eternity, yet the spirits he had sent forth seemed to have vanished without a trace. "What is happening?" After circling the house several times, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. It was an ordinary residential building. This shouldn't be. The spirits I summoned, though just wandering souls, should have been more than adequate to handle a mere mortal. Doubt crept in as he entered the shaded area behind the shop, acknowledging the unexpected prowess of his adversary. "It seems you had foreknowledge of my arrival and prepared accordingly." His gaze darkened. "Yet you, an ordinary man, dare to challenge the ethereal? Truly, you overestimate your own worth. I had no intention of taking your life, but your mockery demands retribution, a debt to be settled with half your remaining lifespan. With a swift gesture, he revealed 4 lesser talismans, a flicker of regret crossing his face, for these talismans were rare treasures among ordinary practitioners. Water flows long, earth endures, water and gold unite. Calling forth the great ghost, summoning 2 spirits and 4 lesser ones. By the authority of the Supreme Lord, I command you. Upon completing his spell, he scattered a handful of ghostly coins into the night sky. Shortly, several indistinct, menacing figures materialized, 4 of whom seized the coins and remained. Just as the saying goes, money can command even the spirits. The ghostly ally pointed towards the interior of the shop and scattered another handful of coins. The 4 ghostly figures, now obedient, swiftly entered the establishment. The 4 specters, all of whom perished with grievances, have yet to transform into vengeful spirits. Yet, their lingering resentment keeps them tethered to the mortal realm. While ordinary lost souls can be dealt with, these slightly more potent malevolent spirits present a challenge. I wonder how one might resolve this predicament. The 4 minor talismans, though capable, would indeed be taxing for a ghostly ally. Were it not for the desire to hoard the black talisman bestowed by my master, he would not have been so willing to expend such considerable resources. 10 minutes elapsed as the ghostly companion paced among the scattered offerings of paper money, hands clasped behind his back. A gentle night breeze swept through, and after 15 minutes, he tightened his collar, crouching at the entrance of a small shop. 20 minutes passed without a whisper of movement. Pressing his ear against the wall, he wished he could penetrate through. The spirits summoned by the 4 minor talismans could do nothing to him. Was he perhaps a devotee of Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Suppressing a bitter smile, he reluctantly retrieved the black talisman to fulfill the task set by his master and Jiang Chun. The talisman, dark as night with a hint of crimson, undoubtedly concealed a deeply resentful spirit. Though merely a minor talisman, it was exceedingly rare and alluring to one who practiced ghostly arts. With dawn approaching, he could not afford any further errors. It was prudent to investigate first. If the entity truly was a recluse of great virtue, the talisman would not be wasted. Resolute in his decision, he rolled up his sleeves and, like a nimble monkey, ascended the pipes to the 2nd floor. The thick curtains obscured his view, but he produced a paper doll folded from white paper and slipped it through the window's crack. Then, through some incantation, the doll swayed and gradually unlocked the window, allowing him to enter. "Do you think you can contend with me?" he thought, pushing the window open and leaping inside. Immediately, he beheld a coffin placed in the center of the room. This coffin seemed to gather malevolent energies, adorned with intricate formations, suggesting he had encountered a kindred spirit. Instead of panic, curiosity washed over him. Practitioners of ghostly arts often favored the sinister, yet it was his first time seeing a coffin in a bedroom. The coffin, heavy and imposing, exuded a swirling aura of darkness. Surely it was no ordinary object. Why had the owner chosen to place it here? In such a cramped room with mediocre feng shui, devoid of any burial ground or auspicious site. His mind swirled with questions as he traced his fingers over the coffin's surface. It was smooth yet bore a sticky, blood-like texture, reminiscent of the famed lacquered wood coffins. Typically, coffins are constructed from 3 types of wood: sandalwood, namu, and cedar, all known for their excellent preservation properties. The lacquered wood coffin, however, was not made of lacquered wood, but rather an ordinary coffin that had undergone some transformation due to its burial in a site of profound energy or perilous feng shui, acquiring an additional layer resembling blood lacquer. The sensation was akin to plunging one's hand into nearly congealed blood, hence its name. Having practiced ghostly arts for over a decade, he had never before encountered a lacquered wood coffin. Today, his eyes were opened. His palm glided over the coffin's lid, akin to caressing the skin of a beauty, reluctant to withdraw. The value of this coffin was immeasurable. Surely the spirit resting within was even more extraordinary. Should he take a glance? Once this thought emerged, it burgeoned in his mind like wild grass. Just a fleeting look. And then he would promptly report the circumstances here to his master. The lacquered wood coffin would surely pique his interest even more than his own. Unable to resist temptation, my friend the ghost slowly pushed open the coffin lid with his fingers. Inside lay an abyss of darkness. An empty coffin? As he leaned closer, a cascade of black hairs surged from the red earth, ensnaring his neck and dragging him violently into the coffin. Thud! The coffin lid closed with a heavy thump, as if nothing had transpired in the somber night. At that moment, I was sleeping on the first floor when I heard a noise and immediately opened my eyes. I remained still, allowing my eyes to adjust to the darkness before rising to retrieve the stun gun from the drawer. Had someone entered? Bai Qi had already awakened. Keeping a vigilant watch upstairs. Without even donning my clothes, I stealthily ascended to the second floor, holding the stun gun tightly. The door was ajar. Upon pushing it open, I found the room devoid of any presence, save for the open window, through which the night breeze rustled the curtains. Something was amiss. I distinctly remembered securing the window before I slept. Approaching the window, I looked outside to find the ground scattered with drifting ghost money. What was this? On the windowsill lay a paper-folded puppet, which I picked up and tucked away. Could it be the vengeful spirit of the old man returning? Within the room, there was no place to hide except for that coffin. With all my strength, I attempted to push the coffin lid open, yet it remained obstinately shut. Much like the situation in the sugarcane field, it seemed something else had entered inside. I called for Bai Qi and steadfastly guarded the coffin until dawn. But no further anomalies occurred. When sunlight flooded the room, I tried once more to open the lid, but it remained immovable. The sinister spirit was still within. Was it preparing to rebel? Confounded, I descended to check the street corner surveillance, but found nothing amiss, save for the occasional glimpse of a shadow flitting into the alley. This must have been the individual scattering the ghost money. In Jiangcheng, many harbored ill intentions towards me, and I was momentarily at a loss regarding their identities. With adversaries approaching like soldiers and floods, my only recourse was to fortify myself swiftly. Back at my small shop, I practiced the Miao Zhen heart method, then retrieved the foundational nurturing elixir I had exchanged during my last live broadcast. This particular concoction was designed to regulate breathing, facilitate internal energy, soothe muscles and bones, and nourish the body, perfect for someone like me, afflicted with numerous injuries and hidden ailments. This formula was far too precious to entrust to Qianding Pharmaceutical. I had to personally gather and brew the ingredients. Some things could be shared, while others could not. Especially after Huang Buiyuan refused to relinquish the scroll and insisted on monetary compensation, revealing his true mercantile nature. Leaving Bai Qi to guard the house, I secured the doors and windows, placing fine threads around the window and the coffin's perimeter. If the threads were to snap, I would know someone had tampered with the coffin. Departing from Tingtang Road, I took the payment I had received from Huang Buiyuan and scoured Jiangcheng, visiting various traditional medicine shops, each offering only one or two types of herbal remedies. By noon, I found myself in need of Huang Shui, the sole ingredient I had yet to procure. After inquiring with the shopkeepers, I learned that this rare herb was only available at Qianding Pharmaceutical. With no other option, I hailed a taxi to the largest traditional medicine market in Jiangcheng, located near the historic bell and drum towers. This is the birthplace of Huang Buiyuan. After the listing of Qianding Pharmaceutical, this place has been transformed by him into the largest market for traditional Chinese medicinal herbs in Central and South China. It is my first visit to such a locale, where the architecture exudes an ancient charm and a faint aroma of herbs wafts through the air. Several streets are lined with herbal medicine shops, and at first glance, one might think they have traveled back to ancient times. I inquired at several pharmacies, yet none had the herb Huang Shui, and I felt dejected as I wandered through the crowd when suddenly, a gentle tap on my shoulder caught my attention. Turning around, I saw a captivating, mature woman with a sultry demeanor resting her hand on my shoulder. "Don't speak, come with me. Are you Huang Lan?" Chapter 167. The formation of the pill, a large, light-colored sun had obscured much of her face, revealing only her tender, radiant features and exquisitely fair chin. As the brim stirred in the breeze, a few strands of her hair danced past her lips, making her appear as though she had stepped out of a painting. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and come here." Huang Lan grasped my shoulder and pulled me to a less crowded area of the old street. This business elite, who was 5 or 6 years my senior, seemed entirely unconcerned with the traditional admonitions regarding male-female interactions, glancing around as if evading some unseen threat. "What are you doing here?" Once she confirmed that no one was watching, she sighed with relief and removed her hat, letting her long, flowing hair cascade over her shoulders. "A friend asked me to procure a particular herb. I searched throughout Jiangcheng but found nothing, so I hope to find some luck here." "Which herb?" I hesitated but eventually revealed, "Huang Shui." "What do you need Huang Shui for?" "That herb is quite elusive. Its appearance closely resembles several others, making it easy to mistake, which is why few people use it." Huang Lan, having grown up under the tutelage of Huang Buiyuan, was well versed in traditional Chinese medicine. This is someone else's request. I'm merely running an errand. I deflected her curiosity with a few vague replies and glanced at the bustling crowd outside. What brings you here? I continued. I've heard this is the largest market for traditional Chinese medicinal herbs in Central and South China, with Huang Buiyuan as the driving force. Aren't you worried about being discovered by his associates? Even if I am discovered, it is no matter. Huang Buiyuan likely already knows of my return to the country. While she spoke nonchalantly, Huang Lan instinctively adjusted her sun hat, lowering the brim to conceal much of her face. I am here to investigate Huang Buiyuan's operations and ascertain the sources of Qianding pharmaceutical supplies. Why are you inquiring about this? Your father is the executive director of Qianding Pharmaceutical. You aren't planning to go against him, are you? Indeed, you have hit the nail on the head. Huang Lan smiled and lifted her head, and I caught a glimpse of her resolute and determined gaze. This formidable woman was not jesting with me. After graduating, I studied abroad and obtained a doctorate from the Wharton School. For the past few years, I have been promoting Eastern herbal medicine in Europe, during which I have reached agreements with several consortiums to gain global recognition for traditional Chinese medicine. What does this have to do with Huang Buiyuan? Do you really need to consider his opinions while expanding into overseas markets? You underestimate Huang Buiyuan. He nearly monopolizes the most precious and rare traditional Chinese herbs in Central and South China. For instance, the seemingly insignificant Huang Shui can only be purchased from his store. Huang Lan sighed. Moreover, Huang Buiyuan is somewhat conservative by nature. He understands the remarkable aspects of traditional Chinese medicine and is reluctant to promote it to the West, particularly with regard to prescriptions and certain unique processing techniques for herbs. Is there really so much knowledge within traditional Chinese medicine? Certainly. Take for instance the Huang Shui you desire. Her appearance is akin to Fengjiu, while her scent bears resemblance to the Niu Yinling. However, the medicinal properties are entirely dissimilar, and the herbs must be sun-dried for a period prior to preparation. Otherwise, their efficacy cannot be fully realized. Yet, these considerations hardly serve as your justification for confronting Huang Buiyuan. Moreover, he has operated in Jiangqing for many years, distributing his medicines throughout Central and South China. It is rather unrealistic for a delicate woman such as yourself to dismantle his monopoly. Deep down, I am reluctant to witness a conflict between father and daughter. They are family after all, so why resort to violence? After hearing my words, Huang Lan surprisingly nodded, acknowledging the validity of my reasoning. She confessed to feeling inferior to Huang Buiyuan, which is why she sought a trustworthy partner in Jiangjin real estate. You intend to ally with the Jiang family against your own father? I can scarcely believe it. Are you out of your mind? First and foremost, the business world knows no familial ties. Secondly, a man capable of slaying his own wife is utterly unworthy of being called my father. It was then that Huang Lan revealed the true cause of her turmoil. Everything stemmed from a misunderstanding 2 decades prior. Do not speak of that. I have thoroughly investigated the events of 20 years ago and discovered that the true culprit is someone else. I recounted the scenes I had witnessed in my dream of Huang Shui in meticulous detail. Although she harbored some skepticism, I provided reasonable explanations for each of her inquiries, vividly recreating all that transpired in that modest abode. How can you know such intricate details after 20 years? She gazed up at me, adding, and what of this dual-faced Buddha you mentioned? Throughout my life, I have never heard anyone but you speak of it. Surely you haven't been bribed by Huang Buiyuan to concoct a tale to deceive me? I could not disclose the existence of the Tong Sang talisman or the underworld showcase. At this point, her disbelief left me at a loss. In any case, I advised her against hastily signing an agreement with Jiangjin Real Estate. Instead, I suggested she engage in a heartfelt conversation with Huang Buiyuan, who would likely be eager to reconnect with his long-lost daughter. Huang Lan remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. I have reviewed the supply channels of Qianding Pharmaceuticals and am set to visit the Jiang family tomorrow to finalize the agreement. This arrangement is already in place and will not change. She seemed apprehensive about altering her decision, extracting a bag of finely packaged herbs from her purse and offering it to me. This contains processed Huang Shui, originally intended for my sister to replenish her energy and blood. Since you are in urgent need, I shall give it to you. With that, Huang Lan thrust the traditional medicine into my hands and swiftly turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, I was struck by how much she resembled Huang Buiyuan's wife from my dreams, not just in physique and appearance, but also in that blend of gentleness and inner strength. Your family certainly knows how to stir up trouble. I chuckled bitterly as I stored the herbs away. Huang Buiyuan's refusal to relinquish the scroll to me, coupled with Lu Xing's inevitable confrontation with him, suggested that the tranquility of Jiangsheng would soon be disrupted by chaos. Having gathered all the herbs, I returned to Tingtang Road, placing the substantial collection on my table. Following the prescribed dosage, I added all the ingredients to the rice cooker. Could it possibly explode? The instructions indicated that the concoction should simmer gently for an hour, and I complied. Yet, merely 40 minutes later, a pungent aroma of Chinese medicine wafted from the cooker. Why was it that the elixirs exchanged in the underworld showcase were sweet and palatable? Could it be due to the rice cooker? After enduring 2 hours of anxious waiting, I hesitantly pulled the power cord and grasped the pot lid, torn between the urge to unveil its contents. I had never felt such trepidation even when lifting the lid of a coffin. Here goes. As I lifted the lid, a dense cloud of steam billowed forth. Once the vapor dissipated, I peered into the dark abyss of the rice cooker, its contents so uninviting that one might mistake it for a meteorite. Could it be edible? I took a spoon and scooped out a portion, intending to sample it, but the moment my lips brushed against it, a bitter sensation surged down my throat. The taste was overwhelmingly pungent. Holding the small spoon, I realized that mere human willpower might not suffice to conquer this concoction. I turned to Bai Qi, who was cowering beneath the table, and asked, "Would you care to sample this potent herbal remedy?" Upon hearing my gentle voice, Bai Qi darted out of the shop and raced down the street. That dog is remarkably intelligent. It would be a pity to waste such an expensive pot of medicine. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and placed the herbal mixture into my mouth. To say it melted in my mouth would be an understatement. It felt akin to chewing on wood shavings. Summoning the courage required for a live show from the underworld, I managed to swallow it. Surely, I wouldn't suffer from poisoning? If it comes to that, a trip to the hospital for a gastric lavage would be necessary. After waiting for over 10 minutes, I felt no pain in my stomach. Instead, a warmth blossomed between my spleen and kidneys. It seems the medicine is indeed effective, bitter yet beneficial. I silently circulated my internal energy to digest the herbal properties, compelling myself to take another bite once the effects settled. Repeatedly consuming the mixture, I noticed signs of improvement in the unhealed wounds on my body. The warmth spread throughout me, and the deep mark left by the battle with the sorcerer on my nose gradually faded. I continued my cultivation until deep into the night, and Bai Qi stealthily returned to the house. I had consumed a significant portion of the herbal brew. Perhaps due to overexertion, I felt lightheaded. Checking the time, I decided to head upstairs to rest. The thin line had not been severed, and it was prudent to remain on the second floor tonight. Lying in bed, I initially intended to meditate in silence, but before long, sleep enveloped me. In the stillness of the night, the dark coffin lid slowly creaked open, revealing a strand of black hair emerging from within. Chapter 168. A dream invocation. I felt an overwhelming heaviness in my body, unable to lift my head or turn over, rendered motionless as I stared blankly above. Am I dreaming? Everything around me was vividly clear. The cabinet, the chair, and even the coffin by my bed. Every detail was discernible. Yes, this is my room. My eyes darted, my mind alert, yet I could not command my body, as if something were pressing down upon me. No, someone is standing by my bed. My pupils dilated in shock as I glanced sideways. A shadow loomed above my abdomen. Its features were indistinct, but I could make out a thick, brownish-yellow coat and long, black hair trailing from the coffin's crevice. It was the vengeful spirit from the construction site in Gua village. After the initial fright subsided, I quickly calmed myself and began to strategize. Why was it here? Did it return with the coffin? Yet, I distinctly remembered seeing it flee with the workers that night. It should have latched onto one of them. Furthermore, to be cautious, I had even instructed Ergo to drive around the most bustling parts of the city a few times. How did it find its way back? As I focused intently, the tattered, decaying brown coat came into view. Could it be that this was the attire he wore in life? Indeed, one should never take possessions of the deceased lightly. My entire body was paralyzed, save for my eyes. Such a phenomenon felt like a ghostly oppression, an experience I had never encountered before. The spectral figure clad in the brown coat loomed over me, gradually inclining its head closer, its face, hidden beneath a cascade of black hair, becoming increasingly discernible. Instinct, honed through numerous brushes with life and death, warned me against allowing it to draw near. Yet, I found myself unable to utter a word, unable to call out to Bai Qi downstairs. What was I to do? The black hair seemed to writhe like ink, coiling around my body with a frigid touch that chilled me to the bone. The figure halted a mere foot from me. Its visage bore a certain weariness, devoid of the grotesque or distorted features typically associated with malevolent spirits. This specter did not exude the intense malice of a vengeful ghost. I recalled having encountered truly malevolent spirits during my time on the 14th route, adorned in blood-soaked garments, their gazes brimming with loathing and a fierce desire for destruction. This shadow appeared to be an earthbound spirit, lingering due to unresolved ties to the mortal realm, reluctant to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Reflecting on the elderly woman who had met her untimely demise, I attempted to communicate with the shadow before me. Thanks to my experiences within the dreams of Huang Xuemei, my thoughts held greater potency than those of the average person. Old sir, you have your grievances, but you must not indiscriminately harm the innocent. The corrupt real estate developer is the true culprit. My companions and I at the construction site are also victims. I was uncertain whether the elder could perceive my intent, nor could I definitively ascertain if this was a dream or reality. However, upon hearing my words, the elder's face began to recede. It was working, he understood. I found myself humbling my stance, promising, "Old sir, I recognize the injustice of the elderly woman's death. This vendetta must be avenged. I implore you to trust me once, and allow me to aid you in locating that heartless developer who regards human life as mere trifles. Once I uncover his residence, I shall personally escort you to his abode. You may exact your revenge in any manner you desire." When faced with the choice between my own life and that of a nefarious developer, hesitation was unwarranted. If he could settle matters in the earthly realm with money, I refused to believe he could evade retribution in the underworld. Each time I streamed live, I received commissions from the netherworld. I was well acquainted with the terrain. Compared to the countless eerie, inexplicable calls I received, the old man's entrance, though unconventional, did not overly alarm me. "Trust me, old sir, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution." The specter standing above me remained, seemingly contemplating. Then, black hair coalesced at the window, morphing into a series of eerie characters. "By midnight tomorrow, the living must be seen and the dead must be shown." Upon reading these words, a weight lifted from my heart. "Old sir, I accept your commission." The dark hair receded, and the elder slowly faded from my sight. My heart raced as I opened my eyes, abruptly sitting up in bed. Was it merely a dream? Beads of sweat formed on my forehead as I dared not glance around, fearing I might inadvertently catch sight of something else. In a swift motion, I turned on the light. The warm glow of the lamp dispelled the darkness within the small shop as I stood at the entrance, surveying the coffin beside the bed. Had the thread snapped? Leaning down, I discovered that the delicate line I had previously tied had indeed been pulled apart, and the coffin seemed to have been moved, now resting precisely atop the incomplete spirit-gathering array for the three infants. A subtle, eerie breeze swept through the room, and to my astonishment, what had merely begun to take shape as the three infants gathering array was now capable of absorbing in energy. A delightful surprise. This lacquered coffin could serve as an array eye. My expression grew complex as I gently tapped the coffin lid. The old man's soul had returned, yet the ghost of the deceased remained inside. Would this peculiar combination of the old and the young yield unforeseen consequences? I attempted to open the coffin, but it proved futile. After some time, as the energy brushed against my back, the overhead lamp flickered ominously, casting an unsettling light. It was over. This little shop would no longer harbor any visitors. Gathering my blanket, I prepared to sleep on the ground floor. Just before I departed, I cast one last glance at the window, where the elderly man had left his inscriptions upon the glass. I needed to locate the developer before midnight tomorrow, a task that seemed manageable. I had pledged to fulfill the old man's request in my dream, and my commitment was not mere words. Compared to being a pawn for the powerful and wealthy, I preferred to assist souls in reclaiming the karma they left behind in life, not for riches, nor for power, but solely for a sense of peace and righteousness. Cradling my blanket, I lay upon the cold, hard floor, while Bai Qi nestled closer to me, seemingly curious about why I had recently taken to vying for space with it. In a basement in Jiangcheng, Lu Xing was sharpening a dagger. Beside him knelt a young man with a strikingly delicate appearance. The youth appeared exceedingly fearful of Lu Xing, uttering not a word. Even his breathing was cautious. "Your brother is dead. How dare you return?" After honing the blade to a glimmering edge, Lu Xing brandished it through the air. That painting should now rest in Gao Jian's possession, hiding the destiny of the Tian nobleman. We must retrieve it soon. The young man dared not speak. terrified of provoking Lu Xing into some reckless act. "Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" he stammered. "No, I merely wish to share what I know with you." Lu Xing grinned, the scars on his face twisting grotesquely. "Tomorrow, ascertain his whereabouts by day. Come nightfall, await my signal, and we shall act together to seize the painting. That is secondary. Our primary goal is to eliminate this variable." His gaze was ferocious, the wounds upon him still healing. This individual was also collecting 8 characters and divine spirits. He must have already discerned the secrets of the destiny, seeking to defy fate. After hearing Lu Xing's words, the young man nodded vigorously, responding, "Very well, I shall do as you say. You're free to rest now." With Lu Xing's consent, the youth gingerly rubbed his numbed legs and slowly rose. Once he turned away, Lu Xing's smile faded. From his sleeve, he produced a red talisman, slender as a finger, and recited an incantation, casting it upon the young man's back. The talisman adhered and vanished without a trace. The young man, kneeling for a considerable time, remained oblivious to any anomaly, his body sore. Lu Xing watched him depart, an ugly smile creeping across his face. "This time, you shall surely succeed in avenging your brother." As dawn broke, I awoke, donned my clothes, and hurried out. After extensive inquiries, I finally confirmed the identity of that unscrupulous developer. The individual I once encountered at Jiang Chen's wedding, closely associated with the Jiang family, is known by the name Wang Erjuan, colloquially referred to as Heir de Wang. Initially, he was a mere ruffian, but later, having aligned himself with the Jiang family, he transformed into a businessman, frequently recognized by the city as an exemplary entrepreneur. Ostensibly, he is a prosperous owner, yet beneath the surface, he metamorphoses into a villain who preys upon the common folk. His notorious deeds have led to numerous complaints from local residents. Several years prior, Wang Erjuan was administratively detained for his involvement in unlawful demolitions. However, due to insufficient evidence, he was subsequently released, which emboldened him, making him feel untouchable. With connections, wealth, and power, he has become a veritable tyrant in Jiangxing County, instilling fear in the hearts of the locals who dare not voice their anger. Upon learning of Wang Erjuan's various misdeeds, any lingering feelings of guilt I harbored dissipated entirely. The incident involving the elderly woman who was crushed has seemingly been swept under the rug, a situation that is likely not an isolated case. After expending considerable effort, I located Wang Erjuan's bodyguard, from whom I gleaned insights into Wang Erjuan's whereabouts. He spends his days at his company, likely due to the weight of his conscience, accompanied by 2 or 3 bodyguards wherever he goes. Consequently, I found myself without the opportunity to take action during the day, and given the sun's brightness, the spirit of the old man would also struggle to manifest. Thus, I resolved to wait until nightfall. According to the bodyguard, Wang Erjuan is scheduled to attend a banquet hosted by Jiangjin Real Estate this evening, purportedly to discuss a significant project, with the identities of the guests shrouded in secrecy. The banquet is set to commence at 8 o'clock in the evening, held at a villa in the southern suburbs of the Jiang family estate. Having gathered the necessary information, I returned to Tingtang Road to commence my preparations. It is beyond my capacity to commit murder myself. Should I fall within the police's sights, the subsequent scrutiny would become even more arduous. The matter of settling debts and grievances requires the old man to take action. Upon arriving at the second floor of the small shop, fragmented sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting patterns on the bed. The intricate array drawn upon the floor appeared faded, nearly imperceptible at a glance. "I have located the unscrupulous developer who caused the demise of your beloved wife. Tonight, I shall escort you to him," I respectfully addressed the coffin. Were this scene witnessed by outsiders, it is likely that 9 out of 10 would deem me mad. After a prolonged silence within the room, the coffin remained unresponsive. I approached and attempted to push open the coffin lid, which yielded effortlessly. "What is this?" Inside the coffin lay an entire set of black garments, exquisitely crafted, with a collar embroidered with a vibrant, serpentine motif. Why would a set of clothing be found within the coffin? Who placed it there? As I retrieved the black outerwear, I discovered a piece of pitch-black talisman concealed within. A black talisman? I had never encountered one of pure black before. Instinctively, I brought it closer to my eyes. The talisman's core contained a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a gaping maw that, if stared at for too long, might ensnare one within. Black talismans and blood talismans are often associated with dark and esoteric practices, used with utmost caution. I placed the black talisman alongside the Maoshan's 7 talismans, then glanced back into the coffin, where the red earth at the bottom appeared even more vibrant, as if freshly watered with blood. I am uncertain whether it is merely my imagination, but the subtle scent of blood seems to waft up whenever my nostrils twitch. I reach down to grasp a handful of soil, and with a firm squeeze, a viscous, crimson liquid seeps forth. In less than a day and night, significant transformations have occurred within the coffin, leaving me bewildered as to whether this is a blessing or a curse. At the center of the coffin, I discovered a black eye, shimmering with a blood-red glow, and the ghostly figure imprisoned within has multiplied from 1 to 3. The 3 shadows are indistinct, 2 tall and 1 short. I can only ascertain that the spirit of the cursed remains contentedly ensconced within. Elder, I have located the individual you seek. Tonight, you shall take matters into your own hands. I placed the black orb into a cloth bag, sealed the coffin, and settled into meditation, awaiting the arrival of night. As the clock struck 5 or 6, I donned a baseball cap and changed into a light gray, worn outfit, stowing a pair of disposable gloves and a mask into my coat pocket. Given the potential for fatal consequences tonight, I must exercise utmost caution and prepare for all eventualities. Is this conduct tantamount to murder? Cradling the black bag close, I summoned a taxi, instructing the driver to take me to the Henshan Psychiatric Hospital in the southern suburbs. My choice to avoid the Jiang family villa directly was strategic, intended to create an alibi. The municipal police are aware of my previous investigations into the sorcerers, whose last known whereabouts also lie to the south. Should news of Wang Erjuan's demise leak, I plan to divert the police's attention by revealing the details of my abduction of Jiang Fei concerning the sorcerer at Henshan. Once inside the cab, I refrained from engaging the driver in conversation, instead observing my surroundings through the rearview mirror. Initially a habitual action, my scanning revealed an unexpected discovery. I was being watched. Leaning against the window to obscure the view from outside, I discreetly activated my phone and directed the camera toward the street. A figure lurked in the alley, somewhat familiar. I felt I had encountered him before. He wore a mask and exhibited a furtive demeanor, lacking the professionalism of an undercover agent or private investigator. "Master, please take me to the Blue Note bar. I left something there." The taxi soon set off, shortly followed by the same figure who entered another vehicle in pursuit. What could this individual want? I had no time to investigate his motives. Entering the Blue Note bar, I exchanged pleasantries with Gui Shuaing before discreetly slipping out the back door, hailing another taxi to the southern outskirts of Jiang City. Upon arrival, I alighted and chose to traverse the more secluded paths, evading surveillance as I made my way to the private villa enclave of the Jiang family. By the time I reached the villa, it was already 8:30. Although my progress was slow, it was safe. The expansive villa area was aglow with lights and bustling with voices, betraying no hint of its remote location. I focused my spirit, employing my keen sight to scrutinize the entire building from 100 meters away, gaining insight into the security patrols and the placement of surveillance cameras. As the clock approached 9, I seized the opportunity presented by the security shift change and slipped through the entrance. Inside, an outdoor banquet unfolded, and amidst the elegantly dressed upper-class attendees, I appeared rather inconspicuous. As I navigated to a corner, my gaze swept over various figures until I finally spotted Wang Erjuan. Separated from the outside by a vast floor-to-ceiling window, he sat facing me, a glass in one hand and adjusting his trousers with the other, his face adorned with a jovial grin. Seated beside him were Jiang Chun and Yi Bing, a couple whose seemingly superficial relationship appeared rather strained. Yi Bing wore a professional smile, her head bowed in silence, while Jiang Chun, along with Wang Erjuan, raised their glasses in a continuous toast to the woman seated with her back to me. This woman was undoubtedly the centerpiece of today's banquet. Clad in a one-shoulder gown, her skin, as delicate as mutton fat, was partially exposed, and around her neck hung a platinum necklace intricately crafted by a French jeweler. The luxurious pendant gracefully dangled between her ample bosom, captivatingly exquisite and evoking enticing imaginings. Possessing an exceptional physique and grace, her eloquence was remarkable, rendering Yi Bing somewhat overshadowed, not due to mere physical appearance, but rather a deficiency in an intrinsic beauty. The woman frequently raised her glass, effortlessly capturing the attention of several gentlemen within the room, skillfully orchestrating the rhythm of the entire gathering. Huang Lan. The moment I beheld her silhouette, recognition dawned upon me. The room was filled with familiar faces, making my approach to Wang Erjuan increasingly challenging. I needed to place this black orb upon Wang Erjuan before midnight, but it now appeared I would have to wait for him to emerge on his own accord. I turned aside, keenly attuned to the happenings within the room. And after eavesdropping for quite some time, I discerned the truth. Huang Lan's primary mission upon returning to the country was to establish a new pharmaceutical factory in the South China region, thereby breaking Huang Buiyuan's monopoly on traditional medicines. Qianding Pharmaceuticals was the second largest commercial entity in Jiangxing, second only to Jiangjin Group. In recent years, it had become evident that real estate held vast potential, leading Qianding Pharmaceuticals to venture into this arena, which unsettled Jiangjin Group. The pie was limited, and their profits were at stake. How could they remain passive? Consequently, Jiangjin Real Estate allied with Huang Lan to counterbalance Qianding Pharmaceuticals. If you encroach upon my territory, I shall ignite turmoil in your own backyard. Jiangjin Real Estate played their cards astutely, wary that direct confrontation with Huang Buiyuan could rupture their relations, thus employing Wang Erjuan to assist Huang Lan in establishing the factory and competing for the supply of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Amidst the lively banter at the negotiation table, several individuals harbored ulterior motives. While the intentions of others were veiled, Wang Erjuan, with his corpulent visage, was rather transparent. Veins tinged with crimson were evident in his eyes, and he occasionally swallowed hard, gazing at Huang Lan in her one-shoulder gown, his eyes narrowing as he concealed his insatiable greed, deeply enthralled by her allure. Chapter 170. Life and Death Struggle. Around 9:30. Wang Erjuan was the first to depart. His purpose for attending was to familiarize himself with Huang Lan, as they were destined to be future collaborators, necessitating ample interaction. As for the others, aside from Jiang Chun, he regarded them with indifference. Mr. Huang, I eagerly anticipate our future collaboration. You must lend me your support, for in comparison, I am but a mere brute. He extended his hand, which Huang Lan politely acknowledged. Wang Erjuan felt the warmth of her fingertips, nearly succumbing to impulse. Reluctantly, he released her hand, exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Chun, and then hastily exited. What urgency drove his departure? Had I been discovered? The room remained filled with laughter and gaiety. I cast a glance inward, perplexed by how these successful individuals managed to engage in such seemingly reciprocal exploitation while exuding an air of camaraderie. As I observed, I was taken aback when Yi Bing, who had been lost in thought, suddenly glanced toward the window, and our eyes nearly collided. I swiftly retreated, hastening my departure. That familiar gaze, could it belong to him? Yi Bing turned her head to glance at Jiang Chun, who was engrossed in a lively conversation with Huang Lan. Suddenly, she lifted her wine glass and took a hearty sip, pursing her lips as the bitter taste of the drink registered. Indeed, it seemed I had indulged too much. Lowering the brim of my hat, I unfastened the embroidered black cloth pouch, holding the eye in my hand. My gaze fixed on the exit as I melded into the crowd. Before long, Wang Erjuan emerged from the house, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. His right hand, having been grasped by Huang Lan, rubbing against itself, as if relishing the memory of that moment. What a captivating creature. If only I could take her to bed. This endeavor would surely be worthwhile. Wang Erjuan turned back thrice, his eyes lingering on that enchanting silhouette, his mind elsewhere, providing me with the perfect opportunity. With my hands casually tucked into my pockets, I nonchalantly passed by him, discreetly slipping the black eye into the pocket of his suit. Old man, this is where my assistance ends. Yet, I hope you can exercise restraint. It is Wang Erjuan who is heired, not his family of wife and children. Upon exiting the Jiang family villa, I initially presumed Wang Erjuan would return to his own residence, for according to my investigations, he was indeed a family man. Contrary to my expectations, however, he hurriedly left the Jiang villa, not venturing far, not even taking his car, but rather walking a short distance before slipping into another vacant villa across the road. After he entered, I quietly approached the villa door, marked with the words Wang Residence. Could this be his private estate? Observing the grand standalone villa, I found it rather surprising. My research indicated that Wang Erjuan's wife and parents resided in a modest apartment, while he secretly acquired a villa. This was decidedly irregular. After circling the perimeter to evade surveillance and security, I climbed over the fence. The house was expansive, featuring a garden. The doors and windows on the ground floor were secured, while lights illuminated the second floor and the windows were ajar. It would be prudent to investigate further. Once the old man dealt with Wang Erjuan, I could swiftly depart with the eye. The black orb concealed life. If I failed to retrieve it in time, the police, arriving to gather evidence, could easily apprehend me. With this thought in mind, I donned a mask and disposable gloves. Choosing a suitable angle for climbing to the second-floor balcony. Crouching in the darkness, I quietly parted the curtain's edge. The scene within was vibrant with life. A large bed, capable of accommodating 4 or 5 individuals, was occupied by a man and a woman in passionate turmoil. Had he returned hastily for this purpose? Wang Erjuan once again shattered my preconceived limits regarding him, as I heard unspeakable sounds emanating from within. Perhaps my past experience in extramarital investigations left a lingering effect, for I instinctively retrieved my phone and activated the recording. The pair inside remained blissfully unaware, and after a tempest of passion, Wang Erjuan appeared dissatisfied, grasping the woman by the neck until her face turned crimson. "Speak. What is your name?" "I am Lu Tianxiao." "Not anymore. You shall be called Huang Lan." Wang Erjuan, like a brutish beast, gripped the woman's shoulders, demanding, "What is your name?" The woman seemed reluctant to resist, murmuring, "Brother Jun, you're hurting me." Wang Erjuan exhibited no signs of compassion, tightening his hold on her neck, insisting, "Tell me your name." Huang Wan, upon hearing the woman's response, became increasingly exhilarated and brutish. His coarse hands relentlessly struck her delicate form. "Speak louder. What is your name?" The woman, racked with pain, pleaded and screamed, "I am Huang Wan. I am indeed Huang Wan." The two were engrossed in their sordid play, oblivious to the black eyeball that had rolled out from Wang Erjuan's suit pocket. What would the old man do? I silenced my phone, choosing to remain a quiet observer. The eyeball rolled beneath the bed, and soon after, the two on the bed ceased their movements. "Brother Jun, spare me." "Shut up. Did you hear that sound?" Wang Erjuan pushed Lu Tianxiao aside, pressing his ear against the mattress as if listening for a noise emanating from beneath. Could it be a rat? Lu Tianxiao, clutching the blanket, sat at the head of the bed, visibly frightened by the unseen creature. Zhang Erjuan donned his coat and leaned down to peer beneath the bed. His gaze swept across the area until he suddenly noticed a black object, resembling a marble, in the corner, shrouded in darkness. What the hell is that? The longer he stared, the more uneasy he felt. He reached out to retrieve the object, but was unprepared for what occurred next. As his hand ventured beneath the bed, strands of long hair swiftly ensnared his arm. Before he could react, an immense force yanked him downward. As his head was dragged under the bed, he realized that the underside of the bed was now overrun with black hair. "Help me. Please help." His exposed hand flailed desperately as he attempted to grasp the woman, but it was too late. The large, living figure was directly pulled beneath the bed. The room fell into silence. After a few seconds of stunned hesitation, the woman shrieked in terror and grabbed her phone to call for help. At that moment, I, who had been lying in ambush, pushed open the window and leaped inside. "Who are you?" Her face drained of color as I swiftly snatched the phone from her, tossing it aside. I was about to lower myself to look for the black eyeball beneath the bed when an abrupt change occurred. A bone-chilling gust of wind blasted through the window behind me. "Who?" I lunged forward, feeling a sharp cut across my back as I was ambushed by someone intent on my demise. Blood seeped from the wound. Fortunately, my training in the Miao Zhen heart method had heightened my senses, or I would have surely met my end on that blade. "Zimao?" A wave of dread washed over me as I beheld the young man before me. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I had been scheming against others, not realizing that Zimao had been shadowing me all along, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Alas, he was just a breath away. Brandishing a dagger, his eyes glowed with a crimson hue, his expression grotesque, without any weapon in hand. I needed to maintain a safe distance from him. It seemed that the one tracking me this afternoon was indeed you. "Are you sent by the Luxing faction?" A rhetorical question, is it? "You killed my brother and thwarted the Buddha's plan to seize the 8 characters of divine fate. Each of these transgressions warrants 1,000 cuts." The venom in Zimao's tone was palpable, his demeanor unstable, akin to an athlete high on stimulants, greatly enhanced in physical prowess but at the cost of his own lifespan. "The one who killed your brother was Yuan Chen. I acted only in self-defense. Moreover, I have never heard of this Buddha's plan you speak of. What do you mean by thwarting?" I remain on high alert, for my true concern does not lie with Zimao before me, but rather with the cunning killer, Luxing, lurking nearby. He is the most ruthless and formidable criminal I have ever encountered. Would you dare to argue? I could end your life this very moment. using your severed head to appease my brother in the depths of the netherworld." Upon uttering these words, Zimao lunges at me with a knife, moving with remarkable speed. I seize a nearby clothes hanger as a makeshift shield, yet I am soon driven against the wall. I cannot fathom the dark sorcery at play. His fists strike me without inflicting pain, as if his body has been rendered numb, attacking with the ferocity of a wild beast. What in the world is this fiend? His strength surpasses mine 2- or 3-fold, and his speed is vastly superior. I cannot flee, nor can I fight back. As I gaze upon Zimao's contorted visage, veins bulging, my brows furrow in concern. Chapter 171. Ghostly Arts Unarmed. My wooden hanger is swiftly severed by Zimao's blade. His demeanor is alarming. Consumed by a bloodlust that has stripped him of all reason. "I will kill you to avenge my brother. Only by slaying you will Luxing spare me. You must die. You must die." Zimao raves, his mind unraveling. Saliva mixed with blood dribbles from his lips, yet he remains oblivious, mouth agape, shouting and attacking relentlessly. I barely manage to defend myself, grabbing anything within reach to ward off his feral onslaught. The tip of the knife lunges toward my eyes, and I find myself cornered, forced to endure this assault. With keen observation, I await the opportune moment to seize his knife-wielding arm. "Die!" he bellows, as the blade descends menacingly, even with both hands. I cannot contend with Zimao's overwhelming strength. He resembles a creature not of this world. I kick off the ground and deliver a powerful blow to his abdomen. Any ordinary man would double over in agony, yet Zimao remains unfazed, blood flowing more freely from his mouth, his expression a terrifying mask of hatred and resolve, devoid of any sign of pain or hesitation. "Get away." The blade inches closer to my eye. I kick at him repeatedly, yet he remains steadfast, as immovable as an ancient tree. "Stop struggling. Accept your fate." Zimao, with his lips bloodied from biting down, grins malevolently, both hands gripping the knife's hilt. The force behind the blade intensifies. Despite exerting all my strength, I cannot resist. My pupils constrict in terror as the lethal point looms perilously close. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberates, and the bed frame is upheaved. The room's lighting flickers, shadows dancing as long black hair, akin to a creature from the depths of a dark lake, swiftly slithers across the floor, ensnaring Zimao's body in an instant. "What is this?" he exclaims, taken aback by the presence of a ghostly entity hidden within the room. The dark hair constricts his wrist and neck, rendering him unable to wield the knife any longer. "Spirit binding strands. How do you possess such a thing?" Zimao reacts with alarm, mere centimeters away from exacting vengeance. A black eyeball rolls to my side, and with the spirit's aid, I finally exhale in relief, clutching the dark orb against the wall, my body drenched in cold sweat. What a harrowing ordeal. My chest heaves as I gasp for breath. "With the spirit's assistance, do you truly believe I cannot prevail against you? Gao Jian, today I shall see your demise." The moment Zimao drew a blade across his wrist, crimson droplets stained the edge, a testament to his mastery of the Buddhist heart sutras. The blood, imbued with karmic retribution, combined with the corresponding incantations and hand seals, invoked a resonant sound of Dharma that echoed powerfully, audible even to the patrolling security outside. Mantra of punishment. Qi, Tua Jia. Luo. Mantra of extermination. Qi Tua Shae. The consecutive utterances of these sacred verses reverberated through the small chamber, as golden glimmers surfaced amidst the vivid red blood. Zimao relied solely on these two mantras, without resorting to any other artifacts or talismans, to shatter the dark tendrils of the life demon that clung to him. The efficacy of Buddhist mantras against malevolent spirits was starkly more pronounced than that of Taoist talismans, which included practices of nurturing, taming, and controlling demons. Buddhism, on the other hand, opted for a straightforward approach, obliteration. The dark strands dissipated under a single strike, inflicting grievous harm upon the life demon. To think you could employ a life demon against me, how naive. He stood at the center of the room, the blade in hand, surrounded by a halo of blood and golden light, exuding an aura akin to a hermit monk descending from the heavens to vanquish evil. Despite having emerged from the depths of hell, "Master, save him. You must save him." Lu Tianxiao clutched the lifeless body of Wang Erjuan, pointing an accusatory finger at me, hurling accusations of murder. In that moment, my appearance certainly did not reflect that of a benevolent figure. 3 ghostly shadows loomed behind me, their dark essence swirling into tendrils at my feet, reminiscent of a villain from a horror film. The situation had already spiraled out of control due to Zimao's unexpected intervention. And now this woman was screaming, hastening the security's approach to the villa. In no more than 10 minutes, we would be surrounded, rendering escape nearly impossible. Though Zimao wielded his blade and the power of mantras, my life demon was not easily vanquished. Both parties remained locked in a tense standoff, hesitant to make a move. The clock ticked ominously. The woman, still holding Wang Erjuan's body, attempted to drag it aside, but the old man appeared to revel in the thrill of revenge, causing the corpse to shift, dark tendrils immediately ensnaring her arms. Help! She struggled futilely against the binding strands, panic overtaking her, causing her to abandon Wang Erjuan's body and leap towards Zimao, clinging desperately to his arm. Master, save me. I'll pay you anything. Keep your distance from him. My heart raced as I witnessed her frantic grip on Zimao's arm. The madness had consumed her, leading her to seek help from someone who could very well be her demise. Instead of heeding my warning, she clung tighter, pressing herself against Zimao's frail frame, glaring at me with fury. You killed Junge and now seek to deceive me, you monster. Monster? My anger turned to bitter amusement as I chose silence. Lu Tianxiao, misinterpreting my reticence as fear of Zimao, grew bolder. Master, you must eliminate him. We can negotiate any price. Junge cannot die in vain. Zimao's expression grew icy, his once flawless visage marred by the effects of some forbidden substance, veins bulging ominously against his pale skin. Hearing Zimao's voice, Lu Tianxiao sensed an opportunity and tightened her grip even further. Master, I will do anything. Get lost. Zimao forcefully pushed her away, and the blinding lights and blaring sirens from outside signaled the imminent arrival of security. His impatience surpassed mine. You must die, Gao Jian. You must die today. His eyes were bloodshot, as if compelled by an unseen force. He incessantly reiterated these two phrases. Zimao stepped forward and launched a relentless assault upon me once more. Yet this time, the specter of the Bingoi aided him, dark tendrils of hair coiling around his body, significantly diminishing the threat he posed. You cannot kill me. I too felt a surge of urgency. I was the indirect murderer of Wang Erjuan, and there was a witness to the scene, Lu Tianxiao. If I wished to avoid spending the remainder of my days in a police station, I had to escape swiftly. Zimao's Buddhist incantations inflicted severe damage upon the Bingoi, the dark tendrils shrinking with each confrontation. What once could envelop the entire room now only extended a foot around me. If I do not kill you today, upon my return, I will also be slain by Luxing. I have no other choice. Zimao, gripping the dagger, suddenly leapt to Lu Tianxiao's side. Did you not wish for me to avenge your husband? Master, I implore you, slay that demon. No problem, but first, I must borrow something from you. Zimao's blood vessel-engorged visage appeared grotesque under the light. What do you need? Lu Tianxiao instinctively sensed something amiss and retreated to the corner, yet Zimao seized her without hesitation. Do not fear. I will be swift, you won't even feel pain. It will be over in mere seconds. What are you doing? Stay back. Only then did Lu Tianxiao realize the peril. Like a cornered wildcat, she flailed her arms, her nails carving wounds into Zimao's face. Yet, even I, with my combat training, was no match for him, let alone her, a frail woman. The dagger plunged into her body. Zimao's reverse grip on the knife created a wound typically fatal due to its penetrating nature. He pierced her abdomen, and in a frenzy, sunk his teeth into Lu Tianxiao's neck, drinking the warm, fresh blood, his eyes completely consumed by crimson. Gao Jian, you must die? He lunged at me again, his speed seemingly heightened, making it difficult for me to track his movements even with my keen eyesight. What a mad dog he was. I darted towards the balcony, abandoning all caution, not daring to look back. I stepped onto the balcony's edge and leapt onto the air conditioning unit, then directly from there into the garden, which was overgrown with flowers and grasses. Chapter 172, Blood Blossoms. I rolled upon landing to dissipate the impact of the fall, quickly adjusting my dark pupils and sprinting towards the villa's exit. Stop! Zimao pursued me relentlessly, this madman bypassing any semblance of a landing, leaping directly from the second-floor balcony, dagger in hand, splattered with blood. Outside the villa, 2 teams of security guards had sealed off all exits, and the surveillance cameras had captured my image. Escape was nearly impossible. My legs propelled me forward, my mind racing. I had killed Wang Erjuan. Lu Tianxiao was the only witness, and fortuitously, Zimao had stabbed her in the chest, perfectly silencing her. Thus, I could entirely attribute Wang Erjuan's death to Zimao. A flash of inspiration struck me, and I called out to the guards stationed outside. Murder! Murder! Quickly, apprehend that madman behind me. He killed Wang Erjuan. Though my behavior was suspect, I bore no bloodstains, while Zimao appeared the very image of a deranged killer. Moreover, the current scenario is exactly as described. I am fleeing in a panic while he relentlessly pursues me from behind. The security guards, witnessing this alarming scene, are rendered speechless. After all, they are merely security personnel, not seasoned detectives or armed forces, and their most advanced weapon is a somewhat unreliable electric baton, which only the team leader is authorized to wield. What are you waiting for? He is a murderer. I, the nefarious one, shall cry foul and dart towards the crowd where there are more people. Gao Jian, I shall kill you. Zimao does not refute him. His eyes are bloodshot and his lips stained with blood, embodying a vengeful specter. It is unclear what provoked him, as he recklessly charges into the throng, brandishing a knife at anyone who dares obstruct his path. With an aura that suggests he would kill a Buddha if he stood in his way, he intimidates the security guards into tacitly parting to create a passage for him. Damn it! Just as I hope to catch my breath and escape amidst the chaos, Zimao is upon me again. He moves with astonishing speed, and in my panic, I take a desperate route, ultimately dashing into the Jiang family's villa. Clear the way. I kick over a table obstructing my path, leaving the men and women still reveling in laughter and merriment in the courtyard utterly astonished. Who is this? Where are the security guards? The crowd stands frozen until Zimao, bloodied and wielding a blade, appears, prompting them to scream and scatter in terror. Zimao and I circle around the rockery and furniture in the courtyard. I run for my life while he frantically swings his knife in pursuit. Gao Jian, you cannot escape. Mere seconds later, the distance between us diminishes rapidly, and just as I feel I am about to be caught, the door to the inner room swings open. A woman, adorned in a single shoulder gown and possessing both beauty and poise, steps out. Inside, a few individuals are engaged in lively conversation, having consumed copious amounts of wine, entirely oblivious to the turmoil that has unfolded outside in mere moments. The agreement is nearly finalized. The formal signing ceremony is to be held tomorrow, and we must act swiftly to prevent Huang Buiyuan from reacting. Jiang Chun, clad in a white suit, appears exceedingly gentlemanly as he follows closely behind the woman. Rest assured, everything has been prepared. As soon as the funds are in place, we can proceed, the woman states, only to be interrupted as she suddenly lifts her gaze and spots the unfolding drama in the courtyard, where it seems I am merely a mouse being hunted by Zimao. Gao Jian, as Zimao swings his knife downwards, I narrowly evade the blow by rolling forward. When I scramble out from beneath the table, I notice that the woman is still standing at the entrance, and I urgently call out, Huang Lan, quickly come inside. Although Huang Lan, dressed in an expensive gown, has yet to grasp the situation, upon seeing the bloodied and deranged Zimao, she instinctively senses danger and begins to retreat. However, fate has a cruel sense of timing. In her 8-centimeter stiletto heels, she stumbles backward, failing to notice that her foot has caught on the hem of her gown, causing her to fall to the ground. Zimao, too, notices the appearance of this beautiful woman, his bloodshot eyes fixating on Huang Lan as crimson liquid trickles down his chin and onto his neck, splattering his attire with splotches of blood. Locking eyes with such a terrifying gaze, Huang Lan is paralyzed with fear. She holds her breath, unable to fathom the existence of such a horrifying living being. Zimao, do you not wish to avenge your brother? I hurl a bottle towards Zimao's head, but he effortlessly dodges it. Only upon hearing my voice does he divert his attention from Huang Lan, continuing his relentless pursuit. Delayed by Huang Lan, I managed to create some distance and sprinted out of the villa towards the security personnel. Stay back. Don't come any closer. The guard, visibly more terrified than I, waved his hands. In this dire situation, it was a matter of survival. I couldn't afford to concern myself with anything else. I navigated through the crowd, occasionally using the natural human shields to increase the distance between us. Chaos ensued. Several individuals were felled by Zimao, blood flowing like a river, a truly tragic scene. After 5 or 6 minutes, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the southern suburbs. Finally, the police arrived at the nearest station to the villa area. Why did they come only now? I've been hearing sirens for ages. As soon as the officers appeared, I rushed towards them. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Drop your weapons. Hands on your head. Crouch down. 2 armed policemen shouted at me and Zimao. The sound of gunfire startled me, and I instinctively checked myself, realizing the officers were not firing at me. "Don't shoot me by mistake," he asked the murderer. I wished to comply and crouched down, but Zimao showed no intention of granting me that opportunity. Ignoring the officer's commands, he accelerated even further. He asked the murderer, "Shoot him." My voice was slightly off-key in the night wind, and as I saw more injured individuals, the two officers called for backup to neutralize the threat. Upon hearing that the incident occurred in the Jiang family villa area, the higher-ups immediately consented, instructing them to protect the guests at all costs. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, deafeningly loud. I risked a glance back at Zimao, who appeared as vigorous as ever. Where was the evidence of being shot? Had they missed? Bang. The 4th shot fired, and I felt a hot rush through my scalp. That bullet had grazed my hair. "What kind of marksman are you?" The hands of the 2 policemen trembled. They had little experience with firearms, primarily wielding them for intimidation. Moreover, Zimao was no ordinary foe. His agility suggested he had taken some performance-enhancing substances, significantly complicating the task of hitting him. With no other option, I ran toward the direction of the 2 officers, hoping to close the distance for a clearer shot. My intentions were noble, but to my dismay, the policemen's hands trembled even more at the sight. I finally understood. Their shaking was not due to the recoil from firing, but rather from sheer anxiety. "Shoot." 2 gunshots echoed, one after the other, yet I heard no thud of a body falling behind me. I dared not look back, chills running down my spine. I knew Zimao was closing in. The dark muzzle of a gun loomed before me, and with no avenue for retreat, I charged towards the officers. "Stop! Halt!" One of the younger officers, visibly panicked, shouted as he beheld the inhuman terror etched on Zimao's face. Yet neither Zimao nor I could afford to pause. Halting one step meant total defeat in this life-and-death standoff. I focused intently, my awareness heightened to the utmost. I could even see the sweat trickling down the young officer's thumb. The only way to resolve this was to eliminate Zimao. Not only would I escape danger, but I could also shift the blame entirely onto him. The mind operates with mechanical precision even in the final moments. This is the absolute calm I have honed during my tasks in the Underworld Showcase. He must perish before he utters a word. I memorized the positioning of each finger on the young officer's gun hand, ensuring no errors. "Halt." Ignoring the officer's command, I swiftly maneuvered past him, then executed an unexpected maneuver. Suddenly turning, I accurately seized the officer's sidearm based on the memories etched in my mind. At that instant, time appeared to slow as crimson hues danced before my eyes, reminiscent of a bloodied fox revealing a malicious grin upon spotting its prey. "Farewell, Zimao." Bang. The gunshot resounded, a brilliant spray of blood staining the night sky. Chapter 173. Evasion releasing the young officer's grip on the firearm. I watched as the bloodstains on Zimao's chest expanded, causing him to stagger backward. Gao Jian and Zimao struggled to move forward, but his legs buckled, and his knees crashed heavily to the ground. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. His voice was inaudible, yet I could see the bloody foam clinging to his lips. His face awash with protruding veins, resembling a beast cornered in desperation. Bang! Zimao's body collapsed forward, and it took a considerable time before the security personnel and police dared to approach. "Is he dead? Who did this?" It seems it was that person. Amidst the crowd, including Huang Lan and Yi Bing, they all gathered around as the police maintained order. I squatted obediently beside the police car, contemplating how to navigate the impending interrogation. With the deaths of Wang Erjuan, Lu Tianxiao, and Zimao, I stood as the sole witness. Considering the various clues left at the scene, alongside the method and motive of the murder, I needed to concoct a logically sound facade in a remarkably short span of time. Approximately 20 minutes later, 2 additional groups of police arrived. The first was led by Wu Ming from the City Bureau's Criminal Investigation Department, while the second comprised specialized forensic and examination personnel. This homicide occurred in the Jiang family villa area, with injuries surpassing 5, resulting in a dire impact. The injured were transported to the hospital, while I and several involved parties were taken into the police car to assist with the investigation. Seated inside the police vehicle, the young officer was positioned directly opposite me. His hands still trembled, likely a residual effect from his first experience of taking a life. "Stay composed. You are a police officer," I thought. I longed for a cigarette, but Wu Ming beside me intervened. The young officer pressed his trembling hand against his forehead. It was then I noticed his pallid complexion, glistening with sweat. Are you a veteran? He finally managed to utter after a long pause. No. Then why did you fire your weapon? In that situation, you had mere fractions of a second to react. None of that matters. What is significant is that I saved you. Had I not turned and aimed your hand at that lunatic, you would have surely been stabbed to death. My voice resonated clearly within the police car, leading most to fall into silence after hearing my words. Gao Jian, why were you in the Jiang family villa area? Why was that madman pursuing you relentlessly? What connection does this have with the deaths of Wang Erjuan and Lu Tianxiao? Wu Ming's mind was riddled with questions. As a seasoned detective, he perceived numerous aspects of this murder case ripe for scrutiny. After much contemplation, he resolved to directly interrogate me, the witness. Shaking my head, I was acutely aware of the adage that too many words often lead to misfortune. I simply stated, if you wish to uncover the truth, then assist me in locating 3 individuals. Which 3? Was the inquiry. Tai Ningxiang, Huang Buiyuan, and his daughter, Huang Lan. Upon arriving at the police station, I exhibited a blatant unwillingness to cooperate with the officers, and there was little Wu Ming could do to persuade me. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that night, when the 3 individuals I sought finally arrived, that I began to narrate an entirely fabricated account of events. In the interrogation room, I sat upon the frigid iron chair, facing 4 individuals, Huang Buiyuan, Huang Lan, Tai Ningxiang, and Wu Ming. Now that everyone is present, can you speak? Wu Ming, with an air of resignation, activated a recording device and gestured towards the high-definition surveillance camera in the room. I lit a cigarette, my gaze sweeping over the group before finally resting on Huang Buiyuan. You are all likely aware that I occasionally accept private commissions for my livelihood. This particular matter must begin with Director Huang of Qianing Pharmaceutical. I withheld the specifics of the commission, merely revealing that I had inadvertently stumbled upon the existence of the double-faced Buddha during my investigation. Tai Ningxiang seemed familiar with the term, as remnants of that eerie visage were prevalent throughout the Anxinin case. Due to Director Huang's commission, I had encountered the double-faced Buddha, and as my investigation deepened, I uncovered a meticulously organized criminal syndicate where every member was ruthless and unscrupulous in their pursuits. Lu Xing, who is currently on the run, is a member of the double-faced Buddha organization, and it is highly likely that this lunatic you are searching for is also connected. You should be able to find a double-faced Buddha pendant among his belongings, which serves as their insignia. Upon reaching this point, Wu Ming gestured towards the door, and shortly thereafter, a staff member delivered a forensic report. Indeed, we did discover the Buddha pendant on this individual. Wu Ming indicated for me to continue. The double-faced Buddha has been searching for a specific object, which is in Director Huang's possession. They have even sent him threatening letters in pursuit of it. I turned to Huang Buiyuan, who nodded solemnly and affirmed, "Indeed, I have kept the letters. They can serve as evidence if you require." In the threatening correspondence, the double-faced Buddha had threatened to kill Director Huang's family members to coerce him into relinquishing the object. I suspected that Lu Xing's brutal actions suggested they were indeed capable of carrying out such threats, which is why I had been monitoring Director Huang's family closely. Director Huang has 2 daughters. His younger daughter is well guarded at the Jingying Sanatorium and should be quite safe. Therefore, I focused all my attention on Huang Lan. "Please hold for a moment," Wu Ming interjected, tapping his pen. "The victim tonight was Wang Erjuan, along with his mistress, Lu Tianxiao. But why have you consistently directed the focus towards the Huang family? Moreover, that lunatic seems to have had prior acquaintance with you. According to the guests at the scene, his primary target appeared to be you. Is that so?" I replied, my tone steady and devoid of any tremor. "There seems to be a misunderstanding." I retrieved my phone and, in the presence of the 4 individuals, played a video recording that depicted Wang Erjuan and Lu Tianxiao in an intimate encounter. "Speak. What is your name?" "My name is Lu Tianxiao." "You no longer bear that name. You are now Huang Lan." "Brother Jun, you're hurting me. Tell me your name." Huang Lan." "Louder. What is your name?" "I am Huang Lan. I am Huang Lan." The video depicts a scene infused with the exuberance of spring, accompanied by the excited shouts of a man and a woman, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere for those present in the room. "What purpose does this serve?" Huang Lan's voice, cold as the frost of midwinter, cuts through the air. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to illuminate the true nature of your partner, to reveal the vile heart concealed beneath that human facade." I responded with a faint smile, tucking away my phone. Huang Lan had just returned to the country, and few were aware of this news. Even fewer had ever encountered her. Thus, It was highly plausible that this madman had mistaken Lu Tianxiao for Huang Lan, resulting in a tragic error. As for Wang Erjuan, it seemed he was merely silenced to prevent him from speaking out. It is somewhat far-fetched. Even if what you claim is true, it does not elucidate why that lunatic later fixated solely on you for pursuit. Wu Ming was persistently probing for flaws in my narrative. In this city, I was most acquainted with the dual-faced Buddha. Perhaps they sought to eliminate me because of the knowledge I possessed. A knock resonated from outside the door, and Zhao Bin entered with 2 reports. Neither of them could be revived. Here are the autopsy reports. Wu Ming perused a few pages before handing them to Tai Ningxiang. The female victim had succumbed to a sharp instrument, while the cause of death for the male remained undetermined. Upon learning that both individuals had perished, my final shred of concern dissipated into thin air. Jiang, when did you enter the Villa District? Around 9:15. Why did you possess this footage? Initially, I was mingling around the Villa District, but upon noticing Wang Erjuan's hasty departure after his conversation with Huang Lan, I found it unusual and decided to follow him. As for why I recorded the video, can personal preference suffice? How did that lunatic gain access to Wang Erjuan's residence? Can you recall the details of his murderous actions? Wu Ming set down his pen, studying me with an expression devoid of emotion. The woman fought back before her demise. She clawed the madman's face. You can extract the flesh beneath her nails and compare it with the wounds on his face. They should align perfectly. As for Wang Erjuan's death, I am not privy to the details. But I urge you to reflect on the methods employed by Lu Xing and the peculiar incidents you encountered during the fog that enveloped the mountains. I believe only the dual-faced Buddha possesses the capability to orchestrate such bizarre deaths. I did not lie regarding the woman's death. Lu Tianxiao was indeed responsible for her demise. However, I have also implicated the dual-faced Buddha in Wang Erjuan's death, part truth, part fabrication, as there are no witnesses to contradict me. Chapter 174. The non-existent individual. The interrogation persisted until 1:30 in the morning, and Tai Ningxiang escorted me out of the police station alone. We walked side by side. Her head bowed, as if she were grappling with some internal conflict. Upon reaching the entrance of the municipal police station, she suddenly halted. Are you unwell, senior? She had been suspended due to a lapse in command that resulted in a police officer going missing while pursuing Lu Xing at the time Wu Ming had called her. She was at home caring for Yi. The surveillance at the entrance flickered with red light, and the bright moonlight illuminated us, draping us in a layer of silvery frost. I am fine. Tai Ningxiang fixed her gaze upon me, inexplicably uttering once more, Did you kill Wang Erjuan? Me? Why would I wish to kill him? I possess no motive. Prior to this, I did not even know him. I stood rooted to the spot, my eyes narrowing involuntarily. Tai Ningxiang gazed into my eyes, stepping closer until only half a foot separated us. When Zhao Bin delivered the autopsy report, a subtle shift in my demeanor occurred. Although I maintained control, my speech and tone grew notably steadier than before. Is that so? I mused, studying the lines of my palm for what felt like an eternity before finally smiling. Senior, you are well aware that I am a murderer. Why then do you approach me? Are you not afraid that I might retaliate in a fit of rage? The duty of a police officer is to uncover the truth. Tai Ningxiang stated firmly, not retreating an inch. The moonlight traced the tips of her hair, illuminating her eyes, which burned with a brilliance surpassing the moon's glow. And what if you uncover the truth? What difference does it make? I averted my gaze from Tai Ningxiang, producing a cigarette and igniting it. Do you know how an elderly woman died in her home a few days ago? Is there a connection between these two events? She inquired. Someone intended to demolish her house, but she refused to relocate, determined to guard her deceased husband's grave. Subsequently, a bulldozer mistakenly collapsed her home, resulting in her being buried alive beneath the rubble. That constitutes accidental death, I asserted. Indeed, that is the legal definition. I watched the smoke drift away, pondering that to the woman's relatives, perhaps a life for a life would be deemed fair. Tai Ningxiang frowned at my words. Her family could have resolved the issue through proper legal channels. Exchanging lives is barbaric and ignorant. She has no living relatives, I replied softly, resting my hands gently on her shoulders. At that moment, had I chosen not to assist her, countless innocents would have perished while the true culprits continued to revel in their opulence, toasting with fine wine in their lavish homes. As I flicked the ash from my cigarette, I cast one last glance at Tai Ningxiang. I did not believe my actions were justified. Yet if I could turn back time, I would make the same choice again. I was uncertain if she comprehended my words. After speaking, I strode away. leaving her alone at the police station's entrance. The night breeze blew, and as I stood at the crossroads, troubled by the absence of a taxi, a modest-looking Volkswagen Phaeton, valued at over $2 million, pulled up beside me. "Get in. I need to discuss something with you," Huang Buiyuan said, lowering the window and beckoning me. Peering inside, I noticed Huang Buiyuan himself was driving, with Huang Lan seated in the back. I opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, lightly tapping on the window. "If you have something to say, just say it, Director Huang." "Delete that video from your phone," he commanded, his tone brooking no argument as the sedan began its journey to his residence. "That is unacceptable. It is evidence that the police may need for their investigation," I replied, producing my phone and holding it in my palm. "This video has no bearing on you. It contains Huang Lan's name. Merely a name. There is no substantial content. The name is sufficient. She is my daughter." The car came to an abrupt halt at the roadside, and for the first time, Huang Buiyuan displayed a grave and serious expression. "Delete the video, and I will entrust that painting to your care." I tilted my head, hesitating for a moment before conceding. In his presence, I deleted the video, stealing a glance at Huang Lan in the back seat. This composed and insightful woman stared out the window, as though everything unfolding inside the vehicle was entirely irrelevant to her. Upon arriving at Huang Buiyuan's villa, the three of us entered the room steeped in memories. The sight of the aged, familiar furniture and the ancient scroll inscribed with desperate words shifted Huang Lan's expression. She resembled a lost child who, after wandering for ages, finally discovered the path home. She wandered about the room, her hands brushing against the time-worn furniture that had stood for 2 decades. After a considerable pause, Huang Lan seemed to regain her composure and approached Huang Buiyuan. She recounted events from 20 years past, stating that the one who drove her mother to despair was the dual-faced Buddha. Today, she had encountered that terrifying lunatic once more. Yet, gazing at her now elderly father, she questioned, "Why have you never shared these matters with me? I am neither a competent father nor a suitable husband. Had I been able to secure sufficient funds for the surgery back then, Wan Jun would not have met her fate. Therefore, I do not blame you for your resentment. I harbor the same feelings towards myself, self-loathing for my ineptitude and helplessness." The father and daughter delved into discussions of the past 2 decades. Sensing the gravity of their conversation, I discreetly exited the room and stood silently in the corridor. After approximately half an hour, Huang Buiyuan emerged and handed me the painting. "Gao Jian, you are the only person in these 20 years who has compelled me to yield. Please, do not lose this." I fully understood the significance of this painting to Huang Buiyuan, and his willingness to entrust it to me was astonishing. "I thought you were jesting," I remarked. Huang Buiyuan leaned against the wall. "Yesterday, I heard some things about you from Huang Shui. Today, you saved Huang Lan's life. Such gratitude cannot be repaid with merely a painting." After exchanging polite words with Huang Buiyuan, I departed the villa and was driven back to Ting Tang Road by his chauffeur. Upon returning to my small shop, I first placed the severely weakened black orb into a lacquered coffin, then set the painting alongside the octagonal talisman I had brought back from my dream. In the dream, the family portrait of Yuan Shun was ultimately absorbed by the octagonal talisman, which now bore the ancient characters Yuan Shun on one of its corners. I surmised that this talisman possessed the ability to gather divine spirits. As I unfurled the ancient scroll and placed the octagonal talisman within, it wasn't long before the corner corresponding to Yuan Shun revealed the ancient characters Tianyi. Upon removing the talisman, the inscription on the scroll faded, the crimson hue dissipating as if something were amiss. I concealed the scroll and kept the talisman close, sensing it would prove invaluable in the future. After consuming the remaining restorative herbal paste, I practiced the Miao Zhen heart method, channeling the energy within, solidifying it without dispersing, and sinking it into my dantian, an indication that a breakthrough was imminent. After meditating through the night, the following morning, I shared a sumptuous breakfast with Bai Qi before taking a taxi to Xin Hu High School. Within Huang Shui's dream, I had received an unexpected revelation. Guo Junjie had disclosed a vital piece of information before his demise. He mentioned that 5 years prior, someone akin to me had attempted to thwart the dual-faced Buddha. I surmised that this individual was likely a host from the Underworld showcase. Upon arriving at Xin Hu High School and crossing the railing, I noticed something peculiar. I had visited the school thrice, and each time, the no-entry sign had mysteriously fallen into the mud. Was it the wind? This marked my 3rd occasion retrieving the sign and rehanging it. I then procured 2 iron wires to secure it firmly. This place should not be entered lightly, especially by the living. As by Chi and I entered the school, the bound wooden sign began to sway once we ventured far enough away. A brick shattered the glass window of the academic office, and I leaped inside the building, searching through each layer until I finally discovered the student records room. After smashing the rusty lock, I pushed the door open, and a foul odor of decay wafted into my nostrils. The information provided by Yuan Chen Shinsha included 3 crucial points. The individual held a large-screen smartphone akin to mine, was once a student at Xinhu High School, and his data resided within the student records. Based on these 3 points, I commenced my search, and it didn't take long for me to make an unsettling discovery. What was going on? It appeared that among the students who graduated alongside Guijunjia, one person's entire profile was conspicuously absent. Chapter 175, the 6th live broadcast. As I perused the student records, I found the page for student number 11 in Guijunjia's class, class 3, completely blank. Had the records administrator carelessly inserted a blank sheet of paper, or was it a printing error? I extracted that page, finding all information obliterated. Slowly, I pocketed the sheet, and my discoveries multiplied. Each year, the quota for exemplary students in other classes was 5, yet class 3, where Guijunjia belonged, consistently had only 4. Why was there a missing quota? Was it a matter of favoritism? Upon scrutinizing the student records, I noted that none of the students in class 3 had ever held the position of mathematics representative. Furthermore, I stumbled upon something peculiar. This Japanese private high school housed numerous student-initiated clubs, such as the music club and the art club, with all activity records available in the archive. Among these, there was a club named the Detective Society. Due to my profession, I lingered a moment longer, ultimately stumbling upon an unexpected find. The position of president for this club was conspicuously blank, and the attendance records bore no name for the president. As I surveyed the scattered documents, a virtual image began to take shape in my mind. This missing high school student must have been particularly low-key, possessing a mature and composed demeanor. This was evident from Guijunjia's tone and attitude when he spoke of him. While the entire class engaged in bullying Guijunjia as a norm, this individual had never committed any egregious acts against him. Moreover, his academic performance was exceptional, consistently recognized as an exemplary student, particularly excelling in mathematics. He even founded the Detective Society, assuming the role of president, indicating a keen interest in criminal investigation. I stroked my chin, retrieved my paper and pen, and meticulously documented these characteristics. Age between 17 and 19, gender unknown, height and weight unknown, strong logical reasoning, a calm and stable personality, and a certain organizational and coordination ability. Upon completing the notes, even I was astonished. The attributes of the missing student aligned perfectly with the requirements of the Underworld Showcase, as if custom-tailored for it. Could this student be Xiachi? If he had already been an Underworld live streamer 5 years ago, then this individual would be truly terrifying. In less than a month of becoming a streamer, I have encountered several life and death crises. It is truly difficult to fathom how one could endure such torment for 5 years. However, Xiaqing mentioned that her brother recently attended an interview, suggesting he may not be the same individual. I did not depart from Xinhu High School until evening. Having scoured every room in vain, all traces of the missing persons had been meticulously erased, leaving no clue behind. Upon returning to Tingtang Road from Xinhu, the night had fallen. I immersed myself in the practice of the Miao Zhen heart method at the store, and during my spare moments, I delved into the study of talismanic arrays, which proved to be quite fulfilling. The following day, following the detailed instructions of Miao Zhen, I squandered over a dozen sheets of talisman paper, but ultimately succeeded in drawing my first suppression talisman. Despite the crooked symbols adorning it, a sense of accomplishment blossomed within me. Throughout the day, I devoted myself to cultivation in the store, crafting talismans while depleting the supplies in Lu Jin's treasure bag. Although I wasted a considerable amount, my success rate in drawing talismans improved with each practice. By nightfall, I carefully stored the 3 completed suppression talismans and tidied my streaming equipment, closing the shop early to sit beside my large-screen phone. Every 3 days felt like a cyclical nightmare from which I could not escape, and I could only seek the ever-fading glimmer of hope amidst this deadly game. The electronic clock on the wall chimed, signaling that it was 8 o'clock in the evening. A cold light pierced through the darkness of the small room, illuminating the table as though a ghostly spirit, eager to be born, intruded upon my vision. I picked up the phone from the Underworld Showcase and placed it to my ear. Hello? On the other end, I could hear the sound of chewing, as if someone were gnawing on something. I dared not speak, listening intently, unwilling to miss any clue. After more than a minute, the sound of chewing ceased, followed by the noise of a door closing. "Hello? Shoo. Keep your voice down. You must not let her discover this." A man's voice, tinged with fear, emerged. I lowered my tone and continued to inquire, "What assistance do you require? My wife has been acting quite strangely lately, and I would like your help to uncover the reason. Could you elaborate?" The man's voice trembled as he spoke. "In my neighborhood, for the past month, pets have been disappearing daily. Initially, it went unnoticed, but recently, not only pets but also children aged 5 or 6 have gone missing. We reviewed the surveillance footage, and it seems coincidental that my wife frequently appears near the scenes of these disappearances. I suspect she may have something to do with the vanishings of these animals and children. Additionally, I have found inexplicable animal hairs in my home, along with an inexplicable scent of blood wafting through the air." As he continued, his voice grew even more somber. "What terrifies me the most is that every morning, upon waking, when my wife speaks, a scent of formaldehyde wafts from her mouth. Honey, who are you calling?" Just as he reached a critical point in his revelation, a strange female voice interrupted from the other end, and the call was abruptly disconnected. Listening to the beeping of the busy signal, I stood frozen in place until a text message arrived in my inbox. They were childhood sweethearts, believing they could share the sunset together. Yet, at the age of 35, she was diagnosed with lung cancer. Holding the diagnosis in hand, she cried and laughed, then laughed and cried again. How could she have lung cancer when she neither smoked nor had any unhealthy habits? She arrived at his office only to find a bag of her favorite dried fruits nestled beside a bottle of medicine in his drawer, a sight that was utterly shocking, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. 3 days later, she wept as she lit birthday candles for him, but he was absent. She ignited 34 long candles and 1 short one, chuckling softly. "You have truly lost weight. Do you wish to know which question you answered incorrectly? Survive, and you shall uncover the answer." The live task must reach Jiangxing Medical University's old campus West Gate before dawn. Optional Task 1. For every person who survives apart from yourself, an additional point will be rewarded. Optional Task 2. Answering the correct question grants 5 points. Be advised, the special feature of the Underworld Showcase, the Emergency Assistance Hotline, activates when you encounter a dire situation. Dialing this mysterious number may either aid your escape or plunge you into deeper despair. The first call is free for 3 minutes. Subsequent calls require 10 points. As I gazed at the text messages in my inbox, the echoes of that man's voice lingered in my ears, and I instinctively lit a cigarette. The question in the message was one I had encountered during the interview for the Underworld Showcase. Could it be that I had answered this very question incorrectly before? The phone and messages seemed to offer numerous clues, yet they appeared disorganized, resembling a tangled mess that left me at a loss. Furthermore, the assistance hotline feature was utterly deceptive. It could either facilitate an escape or lead to despair, rendering it no different from silence. After finishing my cigarette, I opened my computer to search for Jiangxing Medical University's old campus, situated in the western part of Jiangxing. While not exactly remote, few developers were willing to invest in that area. 5 years prior, the university relocated to the eastern suburbs of Jiangxing, leaving only 4 majors: human anatomy, embryology, pathophysiology, and pathological anatomy. Moreover, students from these disciplines attended classes exclusively at the new campus, while the entire West Campus was sealed off, prohibiting entry. Was this relocation indeed 5 years ago? I extinguished my cigarette, my fingers tightening around the lighter. The incident at Xinhu High School also occurred 5 years ago. It seemed as if Jiangxing had experienced a significant upheaval during that time. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was already 8:30. I gathered my belongings, placing all my live streaming equipment into a black leather case, and then took a taxi to the old campus of Jiangxing Medical University. By around 9 o'clock, I had arrived at the campus, which was quite expansive. After walking a circuit, I discovered that there were only 3 entrances, and none matched the West Gate mentioned in the Underworld Showcase text. Chapter 176. The question answered incorrectly according to the information found on my computer. Students from 4 majors still attended classes at Jiangxing Medical University's old campus. However, upon my visit, I found the entire school eerily desolate. It was now 9:30 at night, and vehicles occasionally passed by on the street outside. A lone security guard sat at the entrance, seeking respite from the heat, while the campus was illuminated by scattered lights, with most areas shrouded in darkness. "Stop right there. Are you a student? Let me see your student ID." The security guard called out, his tone serious as he rose from his chair upon noticing my approach. I handed him a cigarette. Standing at the gate with my leather case in hand. How come there are no students in your school? It's quite frightening in this darkness. Accepting my cigarette. The guard's demeanor softened slightly. This is the old campus. All the students are attending classes at the new campus. As if to deliberately contradict the security guard's earlier statement, a stylishly dressed girl with a handbag confidently emerged from the school. Her makeup was subtle, rendering her appearance rather ordinary. However, her well-endowed figure was somewhat startling, accentuating her curves with every step she took. Zhang Jieqi, the dormitory locks at 10:30. Don't wander around. Hurry back, the guard admonished. He seemed to recognize the girl. I'm just going to buy a couple of large band-aids. If you're worried, you can come with me, she said with a boldness that momentarily left the guard speechless. Not coming, huh? Well, then I shall be on my way. She shot him a glance and then turned to me, casually remarking, Are you from outside? Just be careful not to roam around our school at night. The number of preserved corpses here exceeds that of living beings by several times. Tread carefully, lest you encounter something that doesn't breathe. Zhang Jieqi, the guard called out as the girl, swaying her voluptuous figure, darted across the street. Don't listen to her nonsense. He shouted back to me as he ran. Attempting to explain, We're from the medical school. It's quite normal to have many preserved bodies. His attempts only painted a darker picture. I didn't take it to heart, but observed, You seem quite familiar with that girl. How could I not be? She's the only student in the human anatomy program. The guard replied with a wry smile. Every night she sneaks out of the school, acting mysteriously. She's bolder than we older fellows. If you have nothing to do, don't provoke her. She could be a handful. Studying anatomy? I'm used. Anatomy forms the foundation of all medical studies, and while every medical discipline touches upon it, few pursue human anatomy as a specialization. My interest in the girl piqued, rather than inquire about the bizarre occurrences at the school through the guard. The boisterous female student might serve as a more fruitful avenue for exploration. I departed the school, trailing her from a distance with my black suitcase. She meandered along the roadside before slipping into a supermarket. After waiting at the entrance for 30 minutes without sight of her, I felt something was amiss. Had she noticed me? Entering the supermarket, I spotted her nonchalantly seated on a chair, seemingly biding her time while engrossed in her phone. Aren't you going back? The dormitory is about to close, I remarked, placing 2 cups of milk tea beside her. For me? Zhang Jieqi asked, shaking the cup in front of her. You didn't lace it with anything, did you? What do you think? I inquired, lighting a cigarette and setting my suitcase on the floor. Let me ask you something. Is there still a Westgate at your school? How do you know about that? You seem to be quite well informed. Are you trying to woo me? She teased. This swan is better off leaving the toads to their fantasies. Taking a drag from my cigarette, I replied. On a serious note, I walked around your school and couldn't find the Westgate. Has it been demolished? In light of the milk tea, I'll tell you. But you'll have to wait, Zhang Jieqi said mysteriously. Wait. Why? You'll understand when the clock strikes 11, she said, cupping the tea in her hands and glancing at the wall clock. The ghostly showcase demanded my presence before dawn, and with no better plans at hand. I merely accompanied her in the 24-hour supermarket. You're still single, aren't you? You look to be around 25 or 26, but you don't appear old. In truth, consuming milk tea at night is detrimental. Such an insensible lad as you ought to learn to express concern for the fairer sex, lest you remain a bachelor for life. As I listened to the incessant murmurs in my ear, I began to comprehend why the security guard's gaze toward the girl bore a hint of reverence. After enduring until 11 o'clock, Zhang Jieqi and I exited the supermarket, and she pointed to the school gate, noting that the guard had mysteriously retreated into his quarters, leaving the area devoid of any patrol. This institution is rife with peculiarities. Even the guard refrains from wandering about in the dead of night. With excitement, she grasped my hand and led me to the far western edge of the campus, exclaiming, The West Gate is right here. The surroundings were desolate. The only nearby household consisted of a few vacant buildings, all shrouded in darkness. I set down my black suitcase and tore away the dense vines clinging to the wall, ultimately revealing a small door, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. So this is where it lies. I rattled the rusted padlock above, realizing that entering through conventional means was futile. However, the wall was not excessively high, and with my agility, I could easily scale it. Thank you for leading the way. It's dark, and the roads are treacherous. Here is my phone number. Should you encounter any danger on your way back, call me, and I will rush to your aid. After providing my number to the girl, I urged her to depart. "Are you jesting with me?" Zhang Jiechi inquired, observing my eagerness to climb the wall. "If anyone should leave, it ought to be you. The western area of your school is fraught with peril, a danger that cannot be succinctly explained. In short, this place is eerie and abnormal." I patiently attempted to dissuade her, yet her subsequent reaction left me both amused and exasperated. I have been aware of the danger since the moment I enrolled. Teachers, the principal, and seniors have all warned me that the Western District is a forbidden zone. It is precisely because of this that I am curious. Her eyes sparkled with brightness as she rummaged through her bag for something. "You can't possibly intend for me to take you inside, can you? I am far more familiar with this school than you are. I know the location of every dissection room. If we enter together, we can keep each other company. What business does a girl have here at such an hour? Seeking thrills? Are you not the least bit afraid?" I retorted. "I have encountered more corpses than the number of women you have held hands with. Spare me the suspense." "No, it's far too dangerous." Zhang Jiechi had an unpredictable disposition, and I could not fathom her true intentions. To prevent her from being embroiled in any peril, I resolved to leave first. After circumnavigating the school, I returned to the west gate only to find Zhang Jiechi had vanished. Has she returned to the school? I glanced at my watch. It was already 11:30, and I could not afford to linger, scanning the area for any signs of life. I placed my black suitcase atop the wall and swiftly climbed over. Once on solid ground, I crouched low, utilizing the dim light of my phone screen to survey my surroundings. It appeared that this place had been neglected for quite some time. Wild grass grew rampant, and half-grown shrubs dotted the landscape, interspersed with a few crooked trees. There was no one around. Standing upright, I gazed into the distance, where several indistinct buildings loomed in the darkness like dark tombstones, silently standing vigil. Is the truth concealed within those structures? I inhaled deeply, retrieved my phone for the spectral showcase, activated the camera function, and connected the mobile encoding device. Acquiring images, connecting to the barrage. Data stabilized. Shall we commence the live stream? Yes. Welcome to the super thrilling live broadcast, where the atmosphere thickens with an eerie anticipation. As the visuals gradually sharpen and my image fully materializes on the screen, the viewer count has already soared beyond 500. Having witnessed a performance from the underworld, I ponder whether it is a blessing or a curse for you. Yet since you are here, do not be in haste to depart. I place my mobile device before me, inviting everyone to this spine-chilling live stream. Before we commence, I must confess that I once faltered on a question about murder, and as penance, I shall personally endure a night of terror. Do not dismiss my words as mere jest. Open your eyes wide and perceive the chilling truth of this life and death game. Chapter 177. 2 footprints. Having delivered my opening remarks, I grasp my phone and venture deeper into the school. Some broadcast for 13 hours a day. Yet you take to the air for a mere 5 hours over 3 days and still possess the audacity to speak. Should I learn your address? It would not bode well for you. I am willing to reimburse the cab fare for anyone who dares to confront the broadcaster. Let us all take a moment. The host is but human, subject to the trials of life and death, deserving of our understanding. Understand this. When one has perished, what merit is there in lingering? The Teletubby met a tragic end, and in this super thrilling live broadcast, a donation of 99 ghost coins has been made. To the host, do not heed the words of others. I shall forever stand by you as your devoted fan. In such a grotesque and boundaryless live stream, can it be that a maiden still exists among us? I suspect we may have an unexpected traitor among our ranks. The barrage of comments flows swiftly, and I remain particularly vigilant for the IDs of Dao Zhang and Lu Banjun from Qingxing Mountain, yet it appears they are absent today. Typically, I would take this opportunity to elucidate the basic circumstances before our broadcast commences. However, the information provided this time bears little correlation to the location indicated by the Underworld show. I find myself perplexed as to why the affairs of a couple intertwine with the medical school. To my mind, their only connection lies in the man's final words during the phone call. His wife awakens each morning with the scent of formaldehyde on her breath. And formaldehyde is most commonly found in medical institutions, utilized for the preservation of corpses. With scant clues, I am left with no choice but to explore the campus step by step. The expansive West Campus encompasses 4 large buildings, the specific purposes of which elude me. They appear even more dilapidated than New High School. Navigating through the overgrown shrubbery, I scan my surroundings, sensing an unseen presence drawing near. Yet despite employing my keen eyesight, I uncover nothing. Among the selectable tasks in the underworld show is the option to protect the living. Thus, tonight, I shall likely encounter other souls. The campus lies in darkness, the lights having long extinguished. As I survey my surroundings, uncertainty creeps in. What sane individual would venture to such a place at this hour? Suddenly, I am jolted from my thoughts as I misstep and find myself plunging into an opening. A passageway. I grasp the edges of the hole and peer inside. The tunnel is narrow, barely accommodating two individuals side by side. Although it is well ventilated, the pungent scent of formaldehyde still permeates the air. What purpose does this subterranean route serve? Curiously, I discovered a concealed tunnel beneath the medical school's restricted campus. Leaning down and peering into its depths, I was engulfed by an ominous darkness, reminiscent of a monster's gaping maw. With my phone, I illuminated the passage, revealing nothing particularly peculiar. However, a faint glimmer reflected back when I shone the light to the left. In this obscurity, the only reflective surfaces could be mirrors, metals, or the eyes of creatures. What could that fleeting sparkle have been? I tucked my phone away, memorizing the location of the tunnel entrance, and proceeded towards the door of the first building. This structure, a 4-story laboratory, exhibited severe deterioration, with its doors firmly locked. Yet, at the rear, a window had been deliberately shattered. Amidst the shards of glass lay a brick, seemingly placed there to implicate itself as the culprit. It appeared that a girl had broken the window. A delicate piece of lace, reminiscent of butterfly wings, hung from the jagged remnants of glass. Cautiously, I retrieved it, holding it to my eyes. The fabric was damp, carrying a faint scent of formaldehyde, suggesting it had not been torn away recently. Upon entering through the window, I was surprised to find the interior in stark contrast to its dilapidated exterior. With everything meticulously arranged, someone had ventured in before me. The floor was scattered with soil and grass seeds, alongside a shoe print and a barefoot impression. I carefully avoided disturbing the traces on the ground, crouching down for a closer examination. Oddly, the bare footprint was larger than the shoe print. Measuring them with my hand, I noted the shoe print was only 29 centimeters long, while the footprint extended to 32 centimeters. Clearly, two distinct individuals had entered before me. One might be the owner of the lace, but I pondered about the other. Why was he or she barefoot? Grasping a black leather suitcase, I gently opened the door. The corridor outside was devoid of any presence, yet the silence was unsettling. Exiting the room, I advanced cautiously along the hallway, turning a corner when I suddenly glimpsed a shadow standing motionless in the center of the corridor. Holding my breath, I pressed against the wall, using my phone's camera to assess the situation. 3 minutes passed in stillness, and the shadow remained unchanged. Something felt amiss. I cautiously approached, suitcase in hand, ready to hurl it at the slightest movement. As I drew closer, the human silhouette became clearer, revealing it to be merely a mannequin. Who had moved this model into the middle of the corridor, and what was their purpose? Ever since my experience at Xinhua High School, I had harbored an innate fear of such figures. You should lie down and rest, I thought, placing the mannequin flat on the floor before continuing towards the staircase. Was there a basement? The descending steps, endlessly repeating, evoked a deeper sense of unease than the ascent. Climbing upstairs seemed preferable if I encountered an insurmountable problem. I could always jump from a window. However, should I face trouble in the basement and find my retreat blocked, escape would be impossible. Just as I hesitated on which direction to investigate first, a faint sound echoed from the basement. It was subtle, yet the profound silence of the building rendered it unmistakable. Something metallic had fallen to the ground. I raised my phone and proceeded downwards. The architecture below starkly contrasted with that of the ground level. The corridor was spacious, and both the floor and walls were adorned with white tiles. This sensation was reminiscent of a laboratory for human experimentation, as seen in films. After walking a few meters along the base of the wall, I noticed a flicker of light emanating from the iron door at the end of the corridor. As I approached the door, an icy draft sent a shiver down my spine. Peering inside, I observed an elusive glow dancing between the laboratory tables, akin to will-o'-the-wisps. I left my suitcase outside, taking only my phone, and stealthily entered. Navigating past a row of laboratory desks, I felt the temperature drop several degrees compared to the outside. I soon located the source of the light, a woman with long hair, from whose hands the luminescence emanated, casting her face in a ghastly pallor. I followed her as she circled the room, eventually stopping before a sliding door in the inner chamber. It took her considerable effort to pull the door open, and as it swung ajar, a potent scent of formaldehyde wafted throughout the room. What lay concealed behind that door? I furrowed my brow, recalling a forensic friend who once told me that during his first dissection class, he wore 3 masks yet still could not endure the stench. Today, I fully understood his plight. The woman pushed the door halfway open and stepped inside. I covered my mouth and nose, lingering outside for a moment before following her in. Beyond the sliding door was a vast water tank, devoid of anything else or any place to hide. Consequently, I awkwardly collided with the woman upon entry. She held her phone for illumination in one hand while dragging something with the other. Our eyes met, and she startled, nearly toppling into the tank. Splash! Water splattered. And although she managed to grasp the end of the rope at the last moment, her phone fell directly into the tank. My phone, she exclaimed, fretting beside me. Yet she hesitated to retrieve it from the water. I found her reaction peculiar and glanced down into the tank. Within the corrosion-resistant basin, several eerily lifelike corpses, each with distinct expressions, were submerged at odd angles. Chapter 178. The room was eerily silent as I stared at the pool before me, rendered speechless. The girl's phone, illuminating the scene, cast a glow that penetrated the water's surface, revealing the entire tank. The pale yellow liquid rippled as faces gazed out from bizarre angles at the two of us outside. Where on earth were we? After roughly 10 seconds, I managed to compose myself and gather my thoughts. The girl wore a tense expression, her gaze fixed on the tank where her phone rested atop the body of an elderly man, gaunt and twisted, with his mouth ajar as if gasping for breath like a fish. Bending down, the girl pondered how to retrieve her phone. She attempted various methods, even using the rope to tug at the old man's corpse, but as soon as she moved, the phone slipped from the body and sank to the bottom of the tank. Damn it, she cursed, discarding the rope and approaching me. Weren't you reluctant to come in with me? Why are you following me? When the girl became angry, her chest rose and fell, revealing a voluptuousness rarely seen at her age. I had only encountered such a figure once before, in Zhang Jiechi. Do not rush, I said, as I retrieved my selfie stick, extending it to its full length, standing beside the sink. I gently nudged her phone to the edge of the pool, preparing to reach for it when she seized my arm. Don't touch. This pool is filled with formalin. Zhang Jiechi noticed my intent and quickly intervened. How can you be so reckless? Can't you see the corpses in this pool? Corpses? I echoed, intrigued. We medical students refer to them as cadavers or teachers of anatomy. Without their contributions, how would we practice? The skills of a doctor are honed through experimentation on the deceased. Zhang Jiechi spoke with conviction, glancing at her phone with a hint of sorrow. Well, if it falls, it falls. But you must accompany me. It's quite unsettling for a girl to be alone in such darkness, without a single light. If it were anyone else, I would be concerned, but you seem capable. I handed my phone to Zhang Jiechi. Now, can you answer my questions? Where's this place? Why are you here? After fiddling with my phone, she stepped back slightly. How about this? You answer a few of my questions first, and then I'll respond to yours. Go ahead. I maintained a calm demeanor, though my mind raced. This girl, while seemingly carefree, possessed a subtle complexity that made her difficult to handle. Only teachers and alumni are aware of the old campus S Westgate. Where did you hear about it? A senior who graduated from your school 5 years ago informed me. And what brings you here? You seem unfazed by the corpses, which is unusual for most people. Zhang Jiechi pressed on relentlessly, inching toward the door with each question, as if ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. I am not afraid of corpses. I have worked at a crematorium. My purpose here is related to that. I raised my large-screen phone. Have you ever seen paranormal outdoor streamers? You're an internet celebrity? Zhang Jiechi appeared taken aback, her perception of me entirely altered. She moved closer, peering at the phone showcasing the otherworldly live stream, which quickly sparked lively discussions among viewers. Wow, that is dazzling. So bright. You're an impressive streamer. I can't handle it. Someone, give me a boost. Hey, the goddess of the chest, take that. I pointed at the swiftly passing comments. I apologize. My viewers may lack decorum and often speak provocatively, but they are my supporters, and I usually accommodate their requests. This live stream was suggested by one of them. The senior who graduated 5 years ago from your school is one of your supporters? Indeed. I nodded affirmatively. He told me about the old campus S Westgate. Zhang Jiechi's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder, she mused, regarding me as if I were a rare specimen. At first, I thought you were here to steal cadavers. Turns out you're an outdoor streamer. Steal corpses? Are these bodies worth something? As I gazed upon the specimens submerged in the pool illuminated by my phone, an unsettling sensation washed over me. Do you truly believe that merely immersing a corpse in formalin suffices to create a specimen? Zhang Jieqi gestured toward the sink. Noting that the bodies in the medical school were predominantly intact, devoid of evident violent injuries, and had undergone professional preservation. Even the less expensive ones cost over 5,000. I had heard that your corpses were primarily those of death row inmates and vagrants. How could they command such a high price? For some reason, my thoughts drifted to the incineration pit at Xinhu High School, which contained a multitude of charred bodies. You seem to be misinformed. Prior to the implementation of lethal injection, executions were carried out by gunfire, leaving heads shattered. Who would want those? Zhang Jieqi's demeanor towards the corpses was peculiar. She exhibited neither fear nor mockery, maintaining a distinct respect for them. Most of the bodies were procured by teachers from remote villages, with some donated. In any case, each specimen here was hard-earned. I nodded in agreement, and after she posed her inquiries, I ventured to ask mine. Why, at such a late hour? Was a solitary student in the dormitory drawn to this place to retrieve corpses? The atmosphere shifted as Zhang Jieqi hesitated before responding. The West District once served as the underground mortuary for the entire school. If I were to claim I was here to search for someone, you would undoubtedly doubt me. But that is indeed the truth. To the underground mortuary? Searching for someone. I echoed her words, finding the statement inherently contradictory. Do not rush to question. Allow me to elucidate, Zhang Jieqi suggested, motioning for me to exit the room, as the scent of formalin was overwhelmingly pungent. I am the sole student in the human anatomy program at this institution. To put it bluntly, our field is rather unappreciated. She accompanied me to the corridor outside. Speaking of my mentor, Lu Xian, a 35-year-old professor of anatomy and bioengineering, renowned for her beauty, kindness, and exceptional expertise. Indeed, the finest in the entire school. My choice of words is deliberate. She is the best, while other faculty members pale in comparison. From your tone, it seems she may have encountered some misfortune. I interrupted Zhang Jieqi, urging her to get to the point. Since last month, Lu Xian has behaved quite oddly, neglecting her classes and speaking very little. What happened next? I queried, sensing I was grasping something significant. A week ago, Lu Xian vanished. At that time, Jiangcheng, due to limited police resources, dispatched only 2 young officers to take preliminary statements and conduct a scene investigation, after which the matter faded into obscurity, with no further updates. Surely her family must be the most concerned, not you as her student? Zhang Jieqi shrugged, expressing her exasperation. If the teacher had family, the police would likely not have been so dismissive. Lu Xian is an orphan, and her husband had disappeared before her own vanishing. Disappeared? Yes. You could say they both went missing in succession. Upon hearing this, I narrowed my eyes. The hints from the phone call seemed to align with this live broadcast venue. This implies that the task of the broadcast might very well be to locate the missing female teacher. I pondered deeply, piecing together the fragmented information in my mind. With no family to speak of and the police reluctant to intervene, it fell upon me, her student, to take action personally. Zhang Jieqi walked ahead with her phone and subsequently revealed a crucial piece of information. In the days leading up to teacher Lu's mysterious disappearance, she had been absent from class and frequently ventured into the restricted West Campus, urging me to keep this confidential and not to disclose it to anyone. At that moment, I did not find it particularly strange, for the most well-preserved specimens of our school were stored in the West Campus, and I assumed the teacher was merely conducting experiments. Little did I know that one fateful night, after she left, she would never return. Chapter 179. The Blood of the Dead. Initially, I paid little heed to the situation, thinking that perhaps there was a personal matter at teacher Lu's home. However, by afternoon, I realized something was amiss. Her phone was unreachable. Upon inquiring at the academic office, I learned that she had not formally requested leave from the school, nor had she left a word or a note behind. Zhang Jieqi recounted the peculiar behavior of Lu Xian in the days leading to her disappearance. It seemed that everything revolved around the sealed-off West Campus. This was why she had covertly infiltrated the campus under the cover of night to investigate. Why didn't you bring the security guards along? I gazed at the girl before me, who appeared to be no more than 20 and merely a student. Those cowards are utterly unreliable. The moment they hear West Campus, they scatter like frightened rabbits. They won't even dare approach the western wall while on patrol. The security guard's palpable fear undoubtedly stemmed from something significant. I followed Zhang Jieqi's tone and inquired, what exactly has transpired in your school's West Campus? Why is the entire area under lockdown? I'm not entirely sure. I only overheard Teacher Lu mention it once in passing, Zhang Jiechi replied, a mysterious smile crossing her lips as she donned an odd expression. 5 years ago, several corpses went missing from the West Campus. Eventually, these bodies were discovered scattered across the premises, most of them brutally dismembered. At the time, the school suspected it was a grotesque prank by a student, so they stationed security guards to keep watch at night. However, a few nights later, one of those guards was mysteriously killed. Even more chilling, alongside his body lay another fresh corpse, recently brought in from the outside for dissection. According to the police investigation, the only one capable of committing the murder was that very corpse. Zhang Jiechi approached, holding her phone before her chest, the cold light illuminating her face. She made a grimace, evoking the eerie impression of a body just retrieved from a pool. Isn't it terrifying that a corpse could kill? By day, they lie quietly in their jars, subjected to the students' cutting and slicing. Yet by night, they transform into frigid assassins, returning the pain inflicted upon them 100-fold. Her words sent chills down my spine, though I maintained a facade of composure. If corpses could harbor anger and seek revenge, then they could hardly be deemed mere dead bodies. Those who have passed on are devoid of emotions. I gently pushed Zhang Jiechi away, feeling uncomfortably close to her. Not necessarily, she replied playfully, smiling as she illuminated our path with her phone. The West Campus contains 4 underground mortuaries, each corresponding to different fields of study. I've already explored this one. Let us venture elsewhere. I nodded, clutching my black leather case with one hand, ready to follow her out, when suddenly, a deep ringing echoed from the laboratory behind us. The sound of a flute and trumpet intertwined, creating a symphony filled with complex emotions. Your phone is ringing. Aren't you going to check it? I turned to stare at the glow emanating from the mortuary sink. The name displayed on the caller ID was somewhat familiar. No need to linger. We cannot retrieve anything here. Let us hasten to the next location. A rare fluster crossed her face, accompanied by a barely perceptible hint of fear. My heart jolted as I discerned the name on the caller ID, prompting me to cough discreetly to mask my expression. Let us depart. The scent of formalin is quite overpowering. I cannot fathom how those of you in the medical field endure it. I managed to regain my composure swiftly, remarking casually, your ringtone is rather unique. It resembles a symphony. Mahler's Second Symphony, Resurrection, which is not easily comprehensible to most. Zhang Jiechi closed the sliding door and walked outside. Resurrection? I mused, as the heavy, oppressive melody emanated from beyond the door. Exiting the basement, I walked alongside Zhang Jiechi up the steps, the glow of our phones illuminating our path until we reached the first-floor corridor. Wait, I called, halting her as I urged her to turn off her phone first. What is it? She inquired, her anxiety palpable as she switched off her device and concealed herself in the shadows. Bending down, I glanced towards the middle of the corridor where a dark silhouette stood quietly at the corner. Could you refrain from being so startled? That is merely a model I intentionally placed in the middle of the pathway. Zhang Jiechi shot me a playful gesture, preparing to rise. Do not move. I grasped her wrist, imploring her not to act rashly. When I arrived, I had laid the model flat by the side. Now it stands once more in the center. This is neither your doing nor mine, indicating that there may be others within the building. Are you certain? Zhang Jiechi whispered, her disbelief evident. This is not my first visit. I have never encountered anyone else here. If you did, your fate would likely mirror that of your instructor, I hinted, leaving my insinuation unspoken. Did you enter through that window at the back of the lab? She, not grasping my implication, replied earnestly, indeed. I gestured towards her shoes, noting they were precisely 29 centimeters. Upon my arrival, I had observed a shoe print on the floor alongside another footprint. The shoe print must belong to you, while the footprint signifies another individual. Footprint? What do you mean? Was he not wearing shoes? Zhang Jiechi inadvertently raised a question that echoed my own puzzlement regarding the absence of shoes. Could you have misinterpreted? She tilted her head, her complexion appearing even paler than before. In this building, only the corpses are unshod. Before she could finish her sentence, a sound echoed from the distance of the corridor, reminiscent of a heavy object crashing down, as if someone had carelessly dropped a bag of flour from a height. Who is it? Zhang Jiechi and I exchanged glances, activating our phones as we proceeded along the corridor. Passing the mannequin, I scrutinized its surface, noting that the individual who had moved it left no discernible clues. Could it be Professor Liu? Do not dawdle. Let us investigate. Zhang Jiechi urged, hastening away, while I cast one last glance at the mannequin before laying it flat on the ground. What significance does this model hold? Upon catching up with Zhang Jieqi, I found her standing by the window, the sound emanating from outside. This room was the very one I had entered upon my initial arrival at the building. The footprints had been disturbed, leaving me to wonder who might be responsible. I crouched down, attempting to uncover clues amidst the scattered soil. The matter of footprints and shoe prints I had just relayed to Zhang Jieqi now raised a question. Had she been the one to tamper with the scene within the room? If so, what was she attempting to conceal? I meticulously etched every detail of the footprints into my memory, approximately 32 centimeters in length, with a notably broad forefoot. Enough of this research. We ought to explore other areas. The sound likely originated from Teacher Liu, I urged. How can you be so certain it was her? Came Zhang Jieqi's reply. I am merely speculating. There are still numerous places within this building that remain unexamined. We ought to leave now. I fear we might overlook crucial clues. I have scoured the premises, including the underground mortuary. Where else could she possibly hide? Zhang Jieqi insisted, her impatience palpable. I cast a glance at the dimly lit interior of the building, ultimately deciding to depart alongside her. As I leapt from the window, a shard of glass on the ground caught my eye. A thin line of dark red drew my attention. Zhang Jieqi, come take a look at this. What now? She grumbled, reluctantly squatting beside me. Bloodstains marred the glass fragments, which I had not noticed upon my entry. I picked up a sizable piece of glass. It appeared that someone had leapt from within the building, sustaining injuries from the glass. I reached out to touch the already congealed blood upon the shard. The entire edge was stained with blood, extending over 7 centimeters in length. If a living person had suffered such a substantial laceration, an abundant flow of blood would surely ensue, leaving more than just a faint trace. What are you trying to imply? I lowered my gaze, observing Zhang Jieqi's expression. There were two potential explanations for this phenomenon. First, someone had deliberately smeared blood evenly along the glass edge to mislead us. Second, this was not the blood of a living person. Zhang Jieqi seemed to ponder this upon my prompting. A living being maintains blood pressure, resulting in blood spattering, whereas a corpse's blood would gradually coagulate over time, yielding minimal leakage even when the skin is breached. Precisely, I replied, shaking the shard of glass in my hand. Thus, this blood is likely left behind by a corpse. Chapter 180. The drawer. I placed the glass fragment on the ground, discreetly observing the changes in Zhang Jieqi's expression. When I uttered the word corpse, her pupils involuntarily constricted. I find you quite peculiar. You claim to be a supernatural host, yet seldom engage with your audience, while being astutely aware of every detail around you. Don't tell me this is a skill honed during your time at the crematorium. Zhang Jieqi glared at me, as if trying to see through my facade. You hit the nail on the head. Cremating bodies is far from easy. It demands exceptional hand-eye coordination and a keen sense of temperature, I replied nonchalantly, replaying the scenes I had witnessed in my mind. There was undoubtedly something amiss with Zhang Jieqi, but she was the first living person I encountered in this school. To glean more information, I would have to delve into her background. Silently, I contemplated how to fulfill the request from the underworld. I felt an unsettling calmness permeating this live broadcast. The menace lurked beneath the surface, and this tranquility was merely the eye of the storm. Before the real danger emerged, I must gather more clues to uncover the truth. As Zhang Jieqi and I approached another laboratory building, passing by the collapsed entrance of a tunnel, I casually inquired. I heard from your seniors that there are several tunnels in your school, though I'm not sure if it's true. Indeed, many medical schools have them. However, some students are unaware, Zhang Jieqi replied nonchalantly. But you'd best not venture too close to those passages. They are ancient and dilapidated, specifically used for transporting corpses. Transporting corpses? I echoed, surprised. The corpses purchased from external sources are typically kept hidden from students, being transported entirely through underground passages where specimens are prepared, ultimately stored in subterranean morgues for our dissection studies. Oh, I see, I remarked, enlightened. Zhang Jieqi led me to a building a little further away. At that moment, the entire campus was enveloped in darkness, making it feel as if we had entered a desolate realm, isolated from the city. The previous building housed full-body specimens, primarily intended for us, students of human anatomy, to conduct our experiments. This building, however, was dedicated to partial specimens, filled with various organs. I suggest you try to induce a gag reflex before entering to empty your stomach, she advised with a teasing glint in her eye. The partial organs are significantly more stimulating than the full-body specimens. Don't mind me, just go ahead, I replied. One's psychological endurance increases with experience. And after my ordeal at Henshan Psychiatric Hospital during that live broadcast, I had developed a considerable immunity to such gruesome sights. Don't speak too confidently, Zhang Jieqi warned, guiding me around the front entrance. She expertly led me to the west side of the building, where a stack of bricks had already been placed on the ground. The second-floor window was unlocked, and we could climb up and enter through the air conditioning unit. She demonstrated, effortlessly scaling the second floor. I set my black leather case aside, taking only my phone as I climbed up. At that moment, Zhang Jieqi stood by the window, her expression increasingly peculiar. "Welcome to the world of specimens," she announced. She illuminated the shelves with her phone, and a shiver ran down my spine as I beheld the jars and containers filled with various human organs and the bodies of infants. They were meticulously arranged in neat rows. Unlike the bloodiness of Henshan Psychiatric Hospital, this dread stemmed from the environment itself. As I walked between the rows of shelves, I noticed the occasional bubble rising in the jars. I had never observed corpses in such detail. It was exquisite to a terrifying degree. The thin layer of eyelids seemed to cling like cling film over the eyes, as if they were not truly dead, perhaps waiting for a moment to suddenly open their tightly shut eyes. "Are you frightened?" Zhang Jieqi asked, her phone's light dancing over the jars. "A bit," I admitted honestly. These specimens, submerged in formalin, appeared suspended between life and death. They were neither human nor ghostly, forever frozen at the moment they became specimens. "I thought you would continue to pretend not to be scared," she teased. 5 years ago, Teacher Lu had taught in this building, her office located upstairs. Zhang Jieqi pushed the door open and stepped through, her audacity bordering on recklessness, seemingly unperturbed by any potential dangers lurking outside. "Are all the specimens like this throughout the building?" I queried, keeping a vigilant eye on my surroundings as I followed her. "Most, besides the underground morgue." Zhang Jieqi did not turn back. I sensed she was hastening her pace, seemingly anxious to reach her destination. Following her to the third floor, I noticed that the doors of several classrooms along the way stood ajar, unlatched. I pushed one door open slightly to peer inside, only to find a pitch-black interior, where I could occasionally discern the silhouettes of several motionless figures, unclear whether they were mannequins or some other obscure objects. Zhang Jieqi was moving too swiftly for me to explore each classroom. To avoid losing her, I had no choice but to jog behind her. "Why are you in such a rush?" I managed to voice my curiosity as we reached the staircase landing, where her speed began to wane. "Do you not find that place rather eerie? The dark corridor, the worn floorboards, and the locked classrooms on either side are unsettling enough. But the open doors, what if something terrifying lurks within, ready to reach out as you pass by?" "Stop," I interrupted her, halting her words. "Where exactly is your teacher's office?" "We're almost there," she replied, shrugging her shoulders, her gaze drifting past me to the classrooms lining the corridor. "It's on the 4th floor." With that, she turned and sprinted up the stairs, and I followed closely, glancing back occasionally. What was the meaning behind Zhang Jieqi's final glance? In that fleeting moment, I distinctly sensed an unusual fear emanating from her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such an exaggerated gesture. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Zhang Jieqi illuminated the wall-mounted sign with my phone, revealing the office of the Department of Biological Pharmaceuticals. "This is it," she declared. The door to the office was also unlatched. Zhang Jieqi entered first and gestured for me to hurry inside. "Biological pharmaceuticals? Isn't that a separate field from human anatomy?" I noted the doorknob bore no dust, indicating it had likely been opened before. "Come in quickly," she urged, pulling me into the room. She cast a furtive glance down the dark corridor before gently closing the door, though I noticed it was not fully secured, leaving a narrow gap. Once inside, Zhang Jieqi visibly relaxed. She began to sift through various documents, meticulously returning everything to its rightful place, as if fearful of being discovered. Why was she rifling through these papers? Was she genuinely here to meet her teacher? My eyes scanned the room as I moved about. The office spanned approximately 30 square meters, ample space for 4 or 5 individuals to work together, yet it contained only 2 desks, with the remainder occupied by filing cabinets and valuable specimens. Human physiological restoration? Brain nerve stimulation recovery trials? The shelves were laden with dusty manuscripts whose convoluted titles left me utterly bewildered. "Remember, whatever you take, you must return it to its original position," Zhang Jieqi advised before immersing herself in her tasks. I returned a manuscript to the cabinet. Rather than deciphering those arcane reports, I preferred to seek more tangible clues. Closing the cabinet door, I approached the desk, where a key was inserted in the drawer's lock. This particular set of keys, two small ones presumably for the drawer and a larger one, was intriguing. I opened the drawer, discreetly pocketing the key, and began to rummage through its contents. What is this? Two small bags of long-expired nuts lay scattered in the drawer, accompanied by a small bottle of pills. Nivolumab? As I stared at the bottle filled with English letters, lost in thought, Zhang Jiaqing approached me. This drug, intended for the treatment of advanced lung cancer, should not be used carelessly due to its significant side effects. If someone without cancer were to use it indiscriminately, it could devastate their immune system, attacking normal cells and potentially leading to cancer. Chapter 181, The Red Tongue. Why would your teacher have such medication in her drawer? Has she been diagnosed with lung cancer? The unfolding situation grew increasingly reminiscent of a sinister examination. I held the pill bottle in my hand, contemplating the white tablets within. They were both a remedy for salvation and a poison for destruction. Surely not. Teacher Liu is in good health and has no harmful habits, I replied. Furthermore, although she was typically reserved, we shared a good rapport. If she had cancer, she wouldn't conceal it from me. Zhang Jiaqing's response left me perplexed. Then who is this medication for? During our time in the room, she busied herself poring over dusty documents, showing no intention of searching for her teacher. I had reminded her, yet she dismissed me with a quip about seeking answers in the files. The majority of the documents she examined were written in English, incomprehensible to me, while a smaller portion contained experimental data on bodily regeneration, including low-temperature coagulation in blood vessels, thrombus clearance, and the proliferation of brain cells, alongside philosophical definitions of the soul. After perusing this material, I found myself genuinely admiring Teacher Liu, a polymath encompassing medicine, psychology, and philosophy. Each of her live broadcasts seemed intertwined with celestial phenomena, and if Lu Xian was indeed the focal point of this session, her condition aligned perfectly with the auspicious star of healing. The star of healing governs matters of illness. Should one's four pillars encounter this star without auspicious companions, it often leads to chronic ailments or frailty. Conversely, if one thrives under its influence and is supported by benefactors, they not only enjoy robust health, but are also particularly suited for the medical profession. About half an hour later, an odd sound echoed from the corridor outside. I gestured for Zhang Jiaqing to silence her phone and stood at the door, observing the situation outside. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, revealing a desolate corridor where something heavy seemed to be dragged along. The indistinct shadow in my line of sight gradually sharpened into clarity. It appeared to be a person, one with a mutilated lower body, damp and crawling along the ground. Was it a corpse? The gloom made it difficult to ascertain whether this creature was being pulled by strings or was crawling of its own volition. Regardless, neither scenario provided a reassuring omen. The calm before the storm had ended, signaling the commencement of a genuinely terrifying broadcast. I signaled Zhang Jiaqing to be quiet and began searching for a suitable weapon within the room, but unexpectedly, as I turned around, a flash of light illuminated the space. Zhang Jiaqing had activated her phone, seemingly in a frenzy, clutching several documents before bursting through the door and sprinting outside. This sudden turn of events caught me off guard, and as I rushed to the doorway, I suddenly felt something amiss. My ankle tightened, as if grasped by an unseen force. Looking down, I was met with the sight of a face, bloated and submerged in formalin, slowly lifting its eyelids. What a nightmare! With a swift kick, I sent the lifeless body rolling onto the ground, its muscles still twitching faintly, an unsettling sight that belied its supposed state of death. Gazing at the motionless corpse nestled in the corner, I stole a glance at Zhang Jiaqing, who had already sprinted to the end of the corridor. In contrast to the grotesque figure before me, it was far more pressing to catch up with Zhang Jiaqing and clarify the situation. I followed the glow of my phone, but upon turning the corner and reaching the stairwell of the laboratory building, I was taken aback to discover that the light had vanished. The staircase loomed dark and silent, an unbearable quiet reminiscent of a dying person holding their last breath, an oppressive dread settling heavily upon me. The numerous steps seemed to lead to an unknown destination, and Zhang Jiaqing had disappeared from sight. The corridor was flanked by classrooms with doors ajar, all previously filled with silent, shadowy figures. Could Zhang Jiaqing be hiding within one of those rooms? I pushed open one of the doors to the anatomy lab, and the thought of sifting through countless cadavers and mannequin models to find a living person drove me to the brink of madness. I found myself in a conflict. I both hoped for the shadows before me to stir, revealing Zhang Jiaqing, and feared the sudden sounds that might plunge me into an even greater terror. Standing at the threshold of each darkened classroom, confronted by vague silhouettes, I recalled the writhing corpse on the ground and abandoned the notion of searching inside. I feared it was a tempting trap. Once I entered a classroom, I could easily be locked in from the outside, facing a dire predicament. She would likely not conceal herself within. During my initial pass through the corridor, Zhang Jiaqing had revealed a look of dread, one she desperately attempted to mask. Yet that fear had rooted itself deep within her psyche, likely the reason for her hasty passage through the hallway. I regained my composure, realizing that Zhang Jiaqing had undoubtedly discovered what she needed and was intent on escaping. The exit was on the second floor. I hurried downstairs to guard the room filled with partial anatomical specimens and child models, my back against a shelf cluttered with various jars. An unsettling sensation crept over me, as if a dozen pairs of eyes were watching me from the depths of the darkness. Unlike the decaying corpses, their shapes bore an alarming resemblance to living beings. And therein lay the true horror. I could not linger in this room. An ominous feeling welled up within me. If the figures within the classrooms were not mere mannequins, but something far more sinister, their emergence would overwhelm me. Glancing back at the open window, instinct compelled me to approach the ledge. It is human nature to seek safety and avoid danger. However, before I could reach the window, the door to the specimen room swung open. Zhang Jiaqing. I dared not make a sound, crouching low to peer through the gaps between the shelves. The newcomer was not Zhang Jiaqing, but a strange child, seemingly no more than 6 or 7 years old, clutching a dead cat in his hands. How could a child have entered the restricted campus? Was he a relative of a faculty member? The boy appeared filthy, resembling a small beggar, his tattered clothing ill-fitting and barely covering his thighs. Could he be a thief who had slipped in from outside? The boy's subsequent actions left me somewhat astonished. He casually retrieved 2 glass jars containing human organs from the shelf, unscrewed the lids, and deftly extracted the specimens, transferring them into one jar. He then stuffed a lifeless cat into the now empty glass container. Once sealed, the boy cradled the jar and beamed with delight, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary. I quietly maneuvered to the doorway, taking advantage of his distraction to close the door behind me. The sound of the door clicking shut went unnoticed by him, as he seemed immersed in immense joy. I cautiously approached the boy, wearing a pair of tattered football shoes, his bare skin devoid of any red strings or tags. He must be a living person, I thought, for in my previous observations, most specimens bore identification tags on their wrists or ankles, detailing the name, date of preparation, and cause of death. After searching extensively, I found no such identifiers on the boy, which brought me a sense of relief. "Hey, what is your name?" I asked, attempting to keep my voice calm, fearing I might startle him. Suddenly, a loud crash. Despite my efforts to maintain composure, the boy was startled by the unexpected noise. His hands loosened their grip, and the jar shattered upon the ground. The glass splintered, spewing formaldehyde everywhere, the acrid scent nauseating. The sound of shattering glass startled me, leaving me frozen in place, my ears pressed against the door, listening intently for any disturbances outside. I felt an urgent need to leave, sensing something ominous approaching. The boy turned stiffly to face me, his facial muscles contorting grotesquely as he wept. Listening to his sporadic sobs and observing the contorted features of his face, my heart raced with equal parts dread. Where had this child come from? I feared his cries would attract unwanted attention. Suppressing my own fear, I slowly approached the now-numb boy, gently embracing him and patting his back, whispering, "Do not be afraid." Perhaps sensing my warmth, he gradually ceased his weeping. Crouching on the ground, staring at the glass shards scattered around the dead cat. "Was this your pet? How did you get in here?" I pondered, overwhelmed by the myriad questions his sudden appearance raised. Just as I was about to inquire further, the boy abruptly pried open the cat's mouth and tugged at its tongue. The cat had been dead for quite some time, its tongue pale and lifeless. "What are you doing?" I asked, taken aback, ready to intervene and stop his macabre actions. He suddenly turned to gaze at me, then opened his mouth wide, stretching his own tongue as far as it would go, mumbling incoherently, "Red tongue, red tongue, red tongue." The boy's expression was unsettling, entirely devoid of normalcy. As he hopped around in the noxious liquid, his voice growing louder. "Red tongue?" I mused, observing the vibrant hue of his own tongue contrasted against the cat's pallid one. "Are you trying to convey a method to distinguish between the living and the dead?" I speculated audaciously, yet even as I uttered the words, I recognized their absurdity. There were countless ways to differentiate between the living and the deceased. The notion of identifying based on the color of a tongue seemed like a whimsical thought only a child could conceive. This boy was likely a vagrant, seeking refuge within the confines of the forbidden school grounds. I could discern that he possessed some cognitive deficiencies, appearing deranged as though he had endured a traumatic experience, leaving him utterly petrified. The boy, unwilling to remain silent, anxiously extended his tongue, later reaching towards my face with his hands, tainted with formalin. I understood his intent. I took a step back, avoiding his grasp, and mimicked his actions by sticking out my own tongue. Red tongue, I uttered, and upon hearing this, the boy ceased his shouting, flashed a grin at me, and picked up a dead cat from the ground, retrieving a jar to contain it. "Can you tell me what you were doing?" I inquired, bracing myself against the door, ready to leap from the window at the first sign of intrusion. "Submerging it." The boy waved the glass container before him, making peculiar gestures reminiscent of surgical incisions, and shouted, "Stand up." His words were disjointed, and it took me a while to comprehend his meaning. In the boy's mind, it seemed that by immersing the corpse in formalin and following certain procedures, it could rise again. A lifeless body, devoid of its soul, if such a thing were possible. It would transcend medicine and delve into the realm of the supernatural. Initially, I dismissed his claims as childish nonsense, but upon reflection, I realized the boy, appearing somewhat simple-minded, likely had no reason to fabricate such tales. Moreover, his gestures were unmistakably akin to those employed in surgery, dissection, suturing. If he were imitating, then he must have witnessed something similar. Could the deceased truly be resurrected? I squinted, sensing there was more to uncover from this boy. "What is your name? How did you come to be in this building? Where did you enter?" The boy was not entirely foolish, as I had previously assumed. Rather, he seemed to have become mentally unhinged due to profound trauma. I inquired patiently, and he responded hesitantly in his own manner, his speech faltering. When he struggled to articulate his thoughts, he smeared formalin on the cabinet, sketching incomprehensible images. The boy could not recall his name. The term that emerged most frequently in his utterances was cat. Piecing together his fragmented words and those enigmatic drawings, I surmised the tale he sought to convey. One evening, while playing with friends, he had suddenly heard a sound emanating from the dimly lit hallway of his apartment complex, devoid of adults at that hour. Driven by curiosity, he ventured forth and discovered a dead cat resting on the steps. This kind-hearted child intended to bury the black cat in the courtyard flower bed, but was intercepted by a woman. The details of her appearance had faded from his memory, yet he recalled her warning. Never express sympathy for the souls of those who perish outdoors, lest they cling to you and follow you home. What transpired next was unclear even to him. His memories seemed to be fragmented, except for the recollection of that fateful night when his grandfather passed away. His parents received a phone call and departed hastily, leaving him alone at home. He dared not turn off the lights, lying in bed, and after an arduous struggle, he finally fell asleep. Upon waking, he discovered that all the lights in the house had been extinguished. The room was shrouded in darkness, and he was filled with terror. Curling under the covers, too frightened to move, sensing something swaying in the obscurity. Before long, he heard a faint meowing sound behind him, gradually becoming clearer. As a chill crept up his neck, the boy, unable to articulate his feelings with mere adjectives, was caught in a cycle of repeating the word tongue. It seemed as if something were extending its tongue to lick his skin, imparting an icy sensation. The atmosphere was cold, dark, and suffused with fear, prompting him to turn around uncontrollably. The boy's tale did not clarify what he ultimately saw, yet his tone suggested with certainty that the entity lurking in the shadows was not a cat. Subsequently, he found himself confined within the building, unable to recount the events that transpired in detail. The drawings he created became increasingly abstract and incomprehensible. Just as I prepared to pose specific questions, the peculiar sound resembling the dragging of heavy objects re-emerged outside the door. This time, the frequency of the sound was faster, as though someone had quickened their pace. Drawing nearer to the threshold, was that thing approaching again? The restricted campus housed 4 buildings, and I had no intention of confronting whatever lay beyond the door. My priority was to search for clues regarding Lucien. "I will take you away first." I opened the window, grasping the ledge as I leaped onto the air conditioning unit. "Hurry." The dragging sound had halted at the door, and I urgently beckoned to the boy. "Come here. I will carry you down." I had assumed the boy hesitated to approach due to fear of the height, but to my surprise, he had no intention of leaving with me at all. Red tongue, He chuckled foolishly, sticking out his tongue as he clutched the glass jar containing a dead cat, flinging the door open and dashing outside. Hey, I called into the pitch-black corridor. Yet no one responded. Should we go after him? Zhang Jiechi had gone missing in this building, and now the boy had stealthily fled. It seemed the two most human-like beings were unwilling to remain in my company. What were they evading? What secrets lay hidden within this structure? My mind was awash with questions as I gazed at the shelves lined with specimens. This live broadcast was proving far more complex than I had anticipated. As I hesitated on whether to pursue the boy, the door to the specimen room unexpectedly began to move on its own, standing atop the air conditioning unit. I rose on my toes to discern the scene. Beneath the door, a gaunt hand gripped the doorframe, slowly closing it. In the narrow field of vision, I feared a decayed face might suddenly flash before me. Yet nothing occurred until the door was fully shut. The door remained ajar. And it struck me that none of the doors in this building were locked. All stood merely ajar, much like this one. A cold sweat broke out on my back, and I dared not linger, swiftly descending to the first floor. Where's my suitcase? The black leather case that had been by the wall had vanished without a trace. Staring blankly at my phone illuminated with otherworldly light, I pondered, it cannot be Zhang Jiechi. I had been stationed by the specimen room. Could there be another exit in this building? With my phone casting light, I scrutinized the area, noting the suitcase had been dragged away, evident from the distinct marks on the ground. Furthermore, a man's shoe print was left imprinted in the exposed dirt. This was truly eerie. Although the restricted campus appeared devoid of life, it was bustling in secrecy. In my mind, I silently counted the potential puppeteers, Zhang Jiechi, the young boy, and now a man in leather shoes who was trailing behind Zhang Jiechi. Why had they congregated in this campus area during the late hours? What motives drove them? I diligently observed the traces left by the dragging suitcase, ensuring I did not overlook a single bent blade of grass or crushed clod of earth. Following the path to the building adjacent to the western campus and others, perhaps due to prolonged use of my tracking vision, I felt dizzy and unwell. Yet upon seeing the individual before me, I deemed it all worthwhile. A man clad in a security uniform sat on the steps, methodically extracting items from a black suitcase, curiously inspecting each one. Before long, the glass door behind him swung open, and another security guard rushed out, burdened with something. What are you doing? I inquired. I found something intriguing, he replied. Cut the chatter and help me out. As he spoke, he dropped the object from his back onto the ground. The burlap sack revealed a hand faintly protruding. Chapter 183. The smell of formaldehyde. The hand exposed from the burlap sack bore a hue reminiscent of braised beef, devoid of livor mortis, yet lacking the elasticity of living flesh. Were they engaged in the illicit transport of corpses? Were they betraying their duty? My gaze fixated on the outstretched palm within the sack, recalling Zhang Jiechi's words upon our first encounter. She had mistaken me for a grave robber. The two security guards swiftly hoisted the body and dashed toward the center of the western campus. Where were they intending to deliver the corpse? The high walls of the sealed western campus made it impractical to scale them while carrying a body, so I closely trailed behind, eager to uncover the truth. These guards were evidently not novices in the art of body theft. Their movements were practiced, suggesting meticulous planning. As school security personnel, they were acutely aware of the surveillance in other campus areas, making escape along the main route unfeasible. Instead, they maneuvered the body to a collapsed opening in the middle of the western campus, preparing to utilize the abandoned underground passage for disposal. In a world where one must be vigilant against betrayal from within, these two men seemed willing to risk their lives for monetary gain. They stood at the mouth of the tunnel, ready to cast the body into the abyss, when I emerged from the underbrush. Hey, stop. I directed my phone's light toward them. Though they were school security guards, my commanding presence clearly overshadowed theirs. Both guards, one tall and one short, froze in place, startled by my sudden appearance. Where did you come from? After a few seconds, the taller guard regained his composure, his eyes glinting with menace. I've heard tales of the western campus being haunted, but today I see that it is not ghosts that trouble this place, but rather those who play tricks. I maintained a calm demeanor, waving my large-screen phone. I am an outdoor paranormal broadcaster. That black suitcase you were inspecting is mine. Paranormal broadcaster? The shorter guard whispered to his taller counterpart. Old song. There's a camera in that suitcase. He probably isn't lying. What do we do now? If he spills this, we could lose our jobs. He just happened upon this desolate area. We are security guards. We can say whatever we want. He'll have to believe us, whether he wants to or not. Monkey, you've got some sense. Two security guards whispered to each other, unaware that my heightened senses allowed me to overhear their conversation with pristine clarity. After clearing his throat twice, the shorter guard approached me with an air of seriousness, stating that they were school security, temporarily instructed by their superiors to transport some tools for the students used the following day. This underground passage was a designated route. He was about to continue his rambling, but I had lost all interest. Frankly, I was not concerned about whether they had stolen a corpse. The paramount issue was my survival. Enough of your nonsense. I saw everything you tossed in there, and so did my audience in the live stream. Any attempt to dispute this is futile. Even if you were to kill me, the broadcast has already aired. I raised my phone, and the two guards, at that moment, suddenly remembered to cover their faces, resembling ostriches burying their heads in the sand when confronted with danger. What exactly do you want? The two would-be grave robbers' faces paled, and they began to panic. Do not act rashly. Even if you were to kill me now, it would be irreversible. Instead, let us cooperate. I lowered my phone from the live stream. I can explain to my viewers that this is merely a performance, provided you grant me a portion of the proceeds. You want money? I waved my hand dismissively. Money is secondary. What I truly desire is for you to answer a few questions honestly. If your responses satisfy me, I shall leave, and we will go our separate ways without incident. The two guards muttered among themselves for a moment. Their crime was merely the theft of corpses for profit. At worst, they could only be sentenced for theft, not murder. After deliberation, the shorter guard, still shielding his face, stepped closer. Go ahead and ask your questions. As long as you keep it confidential, we will give you 500 yuan after we transport the body. No, thank you. Money from the dead is not worth earning, and I dare not accept it. I kept my promise and temporarily set aside my phone. For my first question, what transpired at your school 5 years ago that led to the West Campus being sealed off? The guard's answer echoed that of Zhang Jiechi. Neither party seemed to be lying. For my second question, is there an anatomy professor named Lu Xian who has recently gone missing? I heard about that. It was quite the scandal not long ago. However, Professor Lu had no family, and it eventually faded from concern, with only her students showing any real interest. The shorter guard's response was impeccable, prompting me to proceed with my third question. I just saw a student in the West Campus, someone named Zhang Jiechi. Before I could finish, the guard's expressions darkened, as if they had swallowed a bitter pill. What is wrong with you? I inquired. Let me offer you a friendly warning. Stay away from that female student, the shorter guard said, pointing to his head. She is not quite right in the mind. Not quite right in the mind. I reflected on Zhang Jiechi's every action, failing to detect anything particularly unusual about her. Was it possible that my immunity to oddness stemmed from the eccentricity of those surrounding me? Seeing my indifference, the taller guard approached. The monkey speaks truth. That female student is indeed strange. Could you elaborate on what makes her strange? I asked, puzzled by the wary expressions of both guards. What had Zhang Jiechi done in the past that warranted such trepidation? This story begins with Zhang Jiechi's admission to the school. Upon her graduation from medical school, during her inaugural anatomy class, the instructor lifted the lid of the tank containing cadaver specimens, and Zhang Jiechi, overwhelmed, fainted upon witnessing the sight. The classroom erupted in laughter, and the teacher dismissed it as a typical reaction for a girl. However, a month later, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Jiechi, inexplicably undeterred by corpses, exhibited remarkable progress in her studies of anatomy. Curious classmates inquired about her secret, but the bashful girl remained reticent. 2 months later, unsettling events began to unfold. A roommate of Zhang Jiechi felt an eerie atmosphere in their dormitory and, upon closer inspection, discerned an incessant odor of formaldehyde lingering in the air. They scoured every corner of the room, but could not identify the source of the smell. One morning, after inadvertently forgetting to set her alarm and nearly being late, Zhang Jiechi hastily left for class without attending to her morning routine. After a taxing day of lectures, Zhang Jiechi and her closest friend went to the cafeteria for lunch. While engaged in conversation, her friend suddenly detected a strong scent of formaldehyde emanating from their table. Struggling to suppress her nausea, the friend horrifiedly realized that the odor was emanating from Zhang Jiechi's mouth. After a few hurried bites of her meal, the friend felt uneasy but refrained from sharing her discovery with anyone. That night, unable to sleep, the friend confided in her boyfriend until the early hours. By then, the old campus was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, she heard rustling from the lower bunk. Looking down, she saw Zhang Jiechi, eyes rolled back, sitting upright at the edge of her bed, dressed and rigid. Calling her name softly, Zhang Jiaqing paid no heed, instead opening the dormitory door and stepping outside. Assuming her friend was sleepwalking, the roommate followed her out of concern. This pursuit led them to the now-restricted anatomy building on the West Campus, where Zhang Jiaqing adeptly climbed through a window to the second floor. The friend hastily phoned her boyfriend before following suit. In the darkness, they navigated their surroundings until Zhang Jiaqing approached the underground morgue, a place strictly off-limits to students. The friend, sensing an unseen presence trailing them, hesitated outside the morgue, listening to the chilling sounds of gnawing from within. Chapter 184. The moving corpse. The security guard's vivid recounting sent shivers down my spine. Though the tale lacked ghosts or demons, it instilled a fear far more profound than mere malevolence. What transpired next? The friend's boyfriend alerted the authorities. At that moment, both Zhang Jiaqing and her friend collapsed. Many faculty members were aware of the incident, yet it remained undisclosed to the public. The short security guard spoke of the events as if they were etched in his memory. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Zhang Jiaqing suffered from severe sleepwalking episodes. While the true nature of her friend's experiences that night remains a mystery. Regardless, staying too close to Zhang Jiaqing is ill-advised. Although the two security guards pilfered cadavers, they were not inherently malevolent individuals. Do you have any questions? None. I shook my head and gazed at the pitch-black mouth of the tunnel, recalling how a beam of light had once reflected within when I shone my phone inside. I felt compelled to remind them that earning money from the dead is no easy task, and that this tunnel is fraught with danger. Be cautious, I advised. What danger? Old Song retorted. The shorter security guard patted the taller one's shoulder, urging him to focus on their work rather than engage in idle chatter. The tall guard, realizing he had spoken too freely, quickly fell silent. Wait, I hesitated, looking at the two about to descend into the tunnel. Could I trouble you for one more thing? I asked. What more could you possibly want? One guard replied, impatience creeping into his tone. Just say it all at once. Could you let me see your tongues? I inquired. The two guards exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions turning quizzical. Why do you want to see our tongues? They asked, baffled. My request had been a spontaneous whim, driven by a lingering suspicion that the child had alluded to something deeper with their words. You need not concern yourselves with the reason. Just show me, and I will let you pass without obstruction. Reluctantly, the guards complied, sticking out their tongues, which appeared perfectly normal, crimson, and healthy. Madman, they muttered as they turned and leapt into the tunnel, carrying the corpse with them, their figures fading into the darkness. Grabbing the dead is no simple task, I mused, placing my phone from the underworld show against my chest as I prepared to move to the other two laboratory buildings. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from within the tunnel, followed by the tall guard's piercing scream. What happened? I exclaimed, vaulting into the corpse-laden passage, illuminating the darkness with my phone. Are you two all right? I cautiously navigated the narrow space until I reached them. The tall guard had inadvertently stepped on a dead cat, slipping and impaling his abdomen on exposed rebar protruding from the wall. Blood gushed forth as his complexion turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Lie down and don't move. Call for help, I instructed urgently. The wound was deep, the rebar having penetrated his body. My knowledge of first aid for abdominal injuries told me that internal damage had caused significant bleeding and swelling, necessitating immediate medical attention. We can't call. We need to haul the body out first, the tall guard insisted through gritted teeth, clutching his bleeding abdomen as he dialed. It's all over for me. My daughter just started school, and I can't afford stitches. If I don't sell the corpse, where will I find that kind of money? Let us drag the body out first, I urged him. Money can be earned again, mistakes can be rectified. But if you lose your life, you lose everything. I tried to dissuade him. You're called Monkey, right? Hurry and call. We can't afford to let this turn fatal. The shorter guard hesitated, glancing at the remarkably intact specimen, which he had heard could fetch 20 to 30,000. Can 30,000 save a life? Just call. I would. But I don't have a phone, he replied, rummaging through his empty pockets. You do it. Me? My phone from the underworld showed doesn't dial emergency services. And Zhang Jiaqing took my own. I sighed. Let us just help him out for now. Given the severity of the abdominal injury, movement was ill-advised. The ideal course would be to lie flat and await rescue. However, in this restricted campus, encountering a living soul was nearly impossible, let alone waiting for assistance. Remember to carry the body carefully, I instructed. Understood. Let us move quickly. I supported the tall security guard as we proceeded through the darkened underground passage, while the shorter guard carried the corpse behind us. After several minutes of this somber journey, I felt warmth emanating from my palm. Looking down, I noticed that the blood from the tall guard's abdomen had completely soaked through his clothing, and he trembled as he leaned against my arm, moving as if he were merely inching forward. How much longer could we traverse this passage? It seemed to me that the tall guard had reached his physical limits. If he continued, he might very well perish along the way. The shorter guard glanced at his watch and estimated that we had another 2 or 3 minutes left. Perhaps we should first send the corpse away. There is a vehicle outside for transporting bodies, and we could push one in shortly to carry Old Song out. This was the only course of action we could take. I assisted the tall guard to the side, instructing him to wait there and not to touch any wounds with hands that had come into contact with the corpse. We would return shortly. With that, the shorter guard and I hastily lifted the corpse and moved away. The oppressive darkness of the underground passage weighed heavily upon me. The thought that it had once been the site of countless bodies only deepened my discomfort. Had we arrived? Something felt amiss. Given the nature of my profession, I was acutely aware of the passage of time, and I was certain we had exceeded 3 minutes. We were close to an exit. The shorter guard tightened his grip on the burlap covering the corpse, positioning the head toward his direction. As we walked, the head would occasionally seem to emerge, sending chills down his spine. "Do you feel that this cadaver feels slightly heavier?" he inquired. "Heavier?" I thought it was merely the strain of carrying it, and I had not noticed. However, upon his suggestion, I immediately halted, lifting the burlap to check for any signs of transformation. "Don't scare me," I cautioned. The shorter guard hesitated before attempting to unveil the covering. I discreetly withdrew a talisman, concealing it in my palm. As the burlap was lifted, the perfectly preserved specimen lay before me, strikingly lifelike. Aside from the pallor of its skin, it bore little resemblance to someone long deceased. "Have there been any changes?" I asked the shorter guard, who studied it for a moment before shaking his head. "No changes. It must be a psychological effect. Let us proceed. Every second wasted brings your brother closer to death." We covered the corpse once more and took a few more steps when suddenly, the shorter guard let out a startled cry. "What now?" I was nearly startled into dropping the corpse on him. "Something is crawling on me, like a thread," he exclaimed, his face contorted in distress. Also, it seems the cadaver's eyes moved slightly. "Move." I beckoned him to proceed ahead while I would handle the head of the corpse. Once we switched positions, I focused all my attention on the face of the corpse, observing no signs of movement whatsoever. I had hoped this passage would allow us to exit without further incident, but unforeseen events soon transpired. Approximately 10 seconds later, a vague shadow approached us from the end of the passage. Was it a person or a ghost? Having just swapped positions, the shorter guard, now in front, froze in terror until he illuminated the figure with his flashlight. "It's nothing. It's old Tao coming to retrieve us. He must be worried." As I gazed at the somewhat staggering figure, an unexplainable unease gripped me. "How many of you are there?" "Just the 3 of us," he replied. "Old Song and I are responsible for transporting the body, while Old Tao contacts the buyer and waits outside. Once we receive the payment, Old Song and I will take the larger share, while Old Tao will receive 2 portions. The division of labor among these 3 guards was evidently clear. This was certainly not their first endeavor. "Brother Tao, you and this fellow should take the body outside. I'll return to check on Old Song. He is injured." The short security guard called to Old Tao, yet received no response. This struck me as peculiar. Furrowing my brow, I pondered that typically, a living person entering the darkened underground passage would surely carry a lighting tool, yet Old Tao stumbled in without even a flashlight. "Brother Tao, we are here." The short security guard remained oblivious to the oddity until Old Tao began to hasten his pace, ultimately appearing to sprint through the passage. "Brother Tao?" He waved his flashlight, inadvertently illuminating the face of the security guard named Tao. Not good. I instinctively stepped back, seizing the short guard's arm. "Run. What's wrong? That guy has a deathly pale tongue." Chapter 185. Silk thread. In the fleeting moment the beam of light flickered, I beheld Old Tao's visage, which appeared normal at first. However, as he parted his lips, I was horrified to witness a colorless tongue extending beyond his lips. The short guard, now understanding the gravity of the situation, abandoned the corpse and rushed towards me. Quickly. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps before he halted, trembling and pointing at the ground. I shouted in alarm, but noticed he was quaking as he indicated below. Following his gaze, I saw that his legs were ensnared by a pair of emaciated, brownish hands. The corpse is moving, he shrieked, his voice cracking in terror, resembling a frightened girl rather than a grown man. Reanimation? My eyes narrowed as I raised my hand, unleashing the suppression talisman I had long prepared. By the might of the 5 directions deities, I command all to be subdued. With a step of the 7 stars and a formation of the 5 thunder seal, I executed the technique with practiced precision. Suppression. A flash of golden light erupted as the talisman adhered to the forehead of the corpse. The short guard, astonished by my display, turned his hopeful gaze towards the legs, only to find the skeletal hands still clutching tightly, if not tighter. Is it ineffective? I was taken aback. Though I had crafted the talisman myself, the divine patterns had been meticulously inscribed, and the materials were of the highest quality. Its power should have been formidable. In an instant, it felt as if I had plummeted from heaven to hell. The short guard, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. Don't mess with me now. If the corpse harbored no malign spirit, how could it animate? I had no time for contemplation. I forcefully stepped down, breaking the specimen's arm, and dragged the short guard along. Run. Old Tao pursued us, and the once precious body on the ground began to crawl slowly. In our panic, we retraced our steps through the dark passage. The flashlight flickered violently. I was aware that the tall guard still lay ahead, so I consciously controlled my speed, hesitant to inadvertently step on him. We had moved slowly while transporting the body, but in our frantic flight, we should have quickly encountered the tall guard. However, after several minutes of running, he remained conspicuously absent. Old Song. The short guard shouted as we ran, but received no reply. The situation appeared dire for that fellow. I quickened my pace. There was no time to concern myself with others. My own survival was paramount. The passage was engulfed in darkness, leaving me utterly oblivious to what lay around the next corner. What unsettled me even more was the concrete walls above, extending for at least 100 meters without revealing the gaping hole caused by the collapse. I sprinted frantically, pursued by 2 grotesque entities, and after approximately 10 minutes, I abruptly halted. Why have you stopped? Keep going, urged the short security guard beside me, his flashlight-wielding hand drenched in sweat, his face a mask of terror as he gasped for breath. We had raced nearly 200 meters, yet neither Old Song nor the opening had come into view. Perhaps it was just ahead. Don't be so naive. Old Song was taken away without a sound. They must have sealed the opening. We likely missed the passage leading to the surface. I spoke rapidly, my words instilling a sense of despair in the short guard. What should we do now? I listened to the relentless footsteps drawing nearer behind us. Do you know where this corpse passage ultimately leads? It should lead to an underground morgue, but I'm not certain. I merely recall hearing my former teacher mention it occasionally. An underground morgue? My brow furrowed as I realized the intent of the pursuing monstrosities. They aimed to drive us to the end of the passage. If we dashed heedlessly to the end, we would likely fall directly into their trap, and at that moment, we would find no solace in calling for help. Yet, what other choice did we have? The short guard swung the flashlight behind us, and in its beam, Old Tao's ghastly, pallid face drew ever closer. We cannot let them control our actions. Let us remain calm. There are 2 of us, and just one of them. You take the left, I'll take the right, and we'll take it down together. A crimson glint of murderous intent ignited in my eyes. Is that creature truly something we can handle? The short guard, having overcome his initial panic, resolved to fight. Let us kill it. We halted in our tracks, standing our ground as Old Tao advanced with a menacing, clawing approach. As it neared, I scrutinized its body, searching in vain for a fatal wound. There were no discernible marks of strangulation on its neck. It had not succumbed to external trauma or asphyxiation. The only peculiar aspect was its deathly white tongue. Indeed, a corpse's tongue is white, but that is a result of prolonged preservation. With red blood cells losing vitality and formalin, Old Tao could not have been dead for more than 2 hours. Why then had the tongue turned white? It dawned on me that the boy's mention of red and white tongues was not a means to differentiate the living from the dead, but rather a method to assess something else entirely. The talismans were ineffective. This was not the transformation often referenced in Taoist teachings. There was no malevolent aura surrounding it, ruling out the possibility of possession. Yet, how could a corpse be mobile? A flash of inspiration struck me, recalling Zhang Jiechi's ringtone, Mahler's Second Symphony, Resurrection. Could there truly be a way to resurrect the dead? Old Tao's physique exhibited a dissonance when compared to the living. It was an unsettling sight, and in its movement, it was difficult to discern the details. As it approached, I could see its arms and legs contorting at grotesque angles. It resembled not a complete human in motion, but rather a doll-like figure. I longed to observe it more closely, but old Tao denied me that opportunity as he lunged at me, mouth agape, ready to bite. "Watch out." The diminutive security guard shouted from the side as I narrowly pressed myself against the constricted wall, evading danger by a hair's breadth. With its sluggish speed and lack of substantial strength, this creature appeared, aside from its fearsome appearance, not particularly formidable. Old Tao, having missed his strike, looked up to see the feeble security guard, whose legs trembled as it extended its long tongue towards him. "Save me." Hearing the guard's desperate plea, I could not remain a passive observer. My hands deftly slipped beneath old Tao's armpits, twisting like a pretzel around the guard's neck, pressing down until a sharp crack resonated, breaking his neck with a swift motion. This was merely a fundamental close-quarters combat technique. Dispatching old Tao seemed hardly a challenge. Though a normal person would have succumbed to death instantly with a broken neck, the prostrate old Tao shattered my understanding of the human body. He lay twisted on the ground, his contorted arms supporting his weight, as his neck bizarrely rotated inch by inch. In the pitch-black tunnel, observing old Tao's transformation evoked an eerie sensation, as if countless tiny hands were constricting around his throat, suffocating him. "We should leave," urged the diminutive guard, now devoid of concern for corpses or the fate of friends, petrified and solely focused on escaping this cursed underground passage. "Wait," I replied, though fear gripped me. I was unwilling to forsake the clues before me. My curiosity was piqued by old Tao's grotesque metamorphosis. Understanding this enigma could unravel many mysteries. The security guard, noticing my eager demeanor, panicked. "What are you planning to do?" he stammered. "Just watch," I instructed, seizing the guard's flashlight and directing it at old Tao before delivering a swift kick and twisting his wrists in the opposite direction. The guard recoiled at my reckless act. Yet with the flashlight in my possession, he hesitated to flee into the darkness. Old Tao had been dead for no more than 2 hours. Yet his severed wrist revealed bones protruding through the skin without a trace of blood, as if he had been deceased for an eternity. I lifted his wrist before my eyes. The fractured bones appeared to be mending themselves. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the joints were entwined with something resembling surgical sutures. "What is this?" I reached out to pull one, but as my fingers brushed against it, I was met with a sharp slice. Fresh blood flowed from my wound, and those seemingly docile threads transformed instantly, resembling sharks that had caught a whiff of blood, surging from the bones towards the injury on my fingertip. Startled, I hastily discarded old Tao's wrist and regarded the white threads that had emerged from his skin, which seemed to seek out living beings. Chapter 186. Unlocking. The flashlight illuminated the writhing white threads, and as I merely intended to comprehend their nature, they appeared to recoil from the light, retreating swiftly beneath old Tao's skin. Living beings? These threads felt as though they possessed life, each strand representing an individual entity. What on earth were they? I was now certain that old Tao was irrevocably dead. He had not been resurrected. Instead, these thread-like entities had ensnared his joints, controlling his lifeless body like a parasite. A shiver coursed through me as I took a few steps back from the twitching figure of old Tao. "Have you discovered anything?" the diminutive guard inquired, his anxiety surpassing my own as he rubbed his hands together, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I returned the flashlight to him and cautioned that it was not the resurrection of the dead, but rather someone was orchestrating mischief. He should steer clear of such entities, for there was something peculiar within them. The diminutive security guard nodded in agreement, his understanding evident. "Can we leave now?" he inquired. "Let us proceed outside first," I replied. With the confirmation of old Tao's demise, I felt no psychological burden and swiftly incapacitated its legs to prevent any further pursuit. The air in the underground passage was stagnant, mingling with the grotesque odors emanating from the corpses. Prolonged exposure left me breathless and uneasy. The security guard and I retraced our steps, illuminating the ceiling with the flashlight while vigilantly searching for the exit. Yet, after a few minutes, the opening remained elusive, and from the distant corpse transport tunnel emerged those swaying figures once more. The light had captured their attention, and their movements began to quicken. Could they be coming to rescue us? The security guard possessed an admirable trait, unwavering optimism. The flashlight illuminated the scene, revealing the ashen skin of these figures. Each bore a small round tag bound to their wrist, inscribed with their names, identification numbers, and the details of their demise. "Run," I urged, for the numbers were overwhelming. It was beyond what the two of us could confront. "Where to?" the guard stammered, his voice faltering as he clutched the flashlight. To the underground mortuary, I declared, knowing that even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, we had no choice but to forge ahead. In the pitch-black transport tunnel, the echoes of our footsteps reverberated as we sprinted with all our might, quickly distancing ourselves from our pursuers. Aware that greater dangers lay ahead, we had no choice but to dash toward despair. Time became an abstract concept as the oppressive stench intensified. Scattered debris mingled with an increasing number of animal corpses. Dissected frogs, birds with incised and sutured bodies, and fresh remains of cats and dogs, deceased less than a day, lay strewn about. Did this path lead directly to hell? The security guard covered his mouth and nose, yet the acrid odor persisted, a grotesque amalgamation of decaying flesh and formaldehyde. The air was stifling, and the sensation of suffocation grew more acute. "I can't run any longer," he gasped, leaning against the wall, his complexion ashen, his eyes bloodshot. "Stopping means death," I urged. "I can't breathe. I'm dizzy, and the path is blurring before me." The guard swayed, his body sliding down the wall. Though I too felt discomfort in my chest, perhaps due to my training in the mystical heart technique, my internal fortitude far surpassed that of an average person. "Give me your hand. I will carry you." The guard thought he had misheard. "You should escape. We are mere acquaintances. Stop with the chatter," I insisted, handing him my phone from the underworld showcase before hoisting him onto my back. Carrying him made the journey more arduous, but he was the only living soul I could definitively confirm in the West Campus. Whether for the sake of completing the underworld showcase tasks or simply to have an ally, aiding him brought me only benefits. "Hold on tight," I instructed, my arm muscles straining under the weight. Fortunately, he was not overly burdensome. Had it been old song, I would have been unable to bear him. The pace has undeniably slowed, and faintly, I can hear the sounds of that monstrous horde pursuing me. As I dash forward, the ground becomes littered with corpses, alongside discarded vials and bloodstained bandages, painting a truly harrowing scene. To my dismay, I suddenly encounter a fork in the path, to the left or to the right. The two darkened openings before me resemble ravenous beasts vying for prey. I instruct the shorter man to shine his flashlight on the left path. After a brief inspection, I declare, "Let us proceed to the right." The left leads to a dead end, culminating in a locked iron gate. As the light sweeps past, I glimpse the scenes within both corridors. However, I disregard the shorter man's counsel and, carrying him, plunge into the left passageway. "Brother, this is a dead end." The diminutive security guard has succumbed to despair, his voice barely a whisper. What is a dead end for you may not be the same for me. I toss the shorter guard against the wall, hurrying to the locked iron gate. The gate is ensnared by a chain as thick as my thumb. I shake the lock vigorously, but it is securely bound. To open the door, I must first release the large lock above. How could I possibly break this chain? The shorter guard listens to the chaotic footsteps echoing from the corridor, watching the terrifying figures draw near. Is this the retribution for stealing the deceased's body? Ignoring the shorter guard, I run my hands along the iron chain, finding not a speck of dust. This chain has only recently been secured. Someone has been watching us. They have deliberately sealed this path to leave us with no alternatives, forcing us to flee into a trap of their design. In the shadows, a pair of eyes fixates on my every movement and that of the two guards. Yet, I cannot fathom their motive. For them, murder must be a trivial affair. Why go to such lengths? "Brother, what is your name? You seem honorable. Perhaps we shall accompany each other on the road to the afterlife." The shorter guard has completely surrendered, managing a weary smile in my direction. "Companion? Spare me that." I shout at him. "Hold the fork in the road for me. Just give me a minute." I extract a pristine banknote, folding it swiftly. I cannot be certain I will unlock this door, but this is my sole opportunity, the only chance to break free from another's control and shatter the deadlock. The puppet master is unaware of my locksmithing skills. They assume that mere chains can restrain my freedom. In the midst of their overconfidence lies the potential for my triumph tonight. I aim the flashlight at the keyhole, discerning the position of the spring within. My hands are steady, as precise as a finely tuned clock, as I fold the banknote at lightning speed. They are coming. The shorter guard, summoning every ounce of strength, rises from the ground, shouting as he hurls random objects at the grotesque figures with their ghastly, pale tongues. I remain undeterred. Every second is precious. The essence of my focus converges, my gaze locked onto the spring's position. Gripping one corner of the banknote, I insert the sharpened tip into the mechanism. There is but one opportunity. Should I use the banknote even once, it will crumple, rendering it ineffective for the spring. Faster. I can barely hold on. The swaying figures are within 5 meters, their eerie faces seemingly infused with the dead's most intense envy of the living. My fingers glisten with sweat. My heartbeat quickens as I press down on the makeshift key with all my might while pulling at the lock. With a resounding clang, the moment of truth has arrived. With a sharp clang, the iron chain fell to the ground, and the door swung open. Hurry, I urged, dragging the short security guard inside with me before swiftly shutting the door and relocking it. A resounding thud echoed as the iron door closed. I leaned against it, sinking to the floor, my heart racing as I realized my palms and the back of my hands were drenched in sweat. The short guard, equally shaken by our narrow escape, lay on the floor, greedily inhaling the fresh air. I truly owe you my gratitude for this escape. I will never again entertain the thought of meddling with corpses. Don't be so optimistic, I cautioned, taking a deep breath and steadying myself against the wall. Earlier, in the classroom of the experimental building, I had observed numerous ominous shadows. If they were akin to the creatures in the passageway, we were in grave danger tonight. Looking up, I found myself in an unfamiliar place, surveying my surroundings only to see a series of ajar doors. Chapter 187. Chewing on the stench of decaying corpses, mingled with the acrid scent of formaldehyde, was nauseating. Get up. We cannot linger in one spot for too long, or they will sense us. I sighed, glancing at the guard, who resembled a heap of mud on the floor. They would soon be upon us. I had no desire to be surrounded and torn apart by those monsters, so we needed to move quickly. The short guard, suddenly alert, sat up and surveyed the area. Can they really find us? Do not harbor any false hopes. They will undoubtedly follow us, I replied, shaking my head. This was not merely speculation. Numerous indicators suggested they could swiftly pinpoint our location, as though countless eyes were watching us within this western campus. From now on, you must heed my instructions. No matter what happens, remain calm and act wisely, I advised, helping him to his feet. My act of saving him did not imply I would not abandon him if necessary. Sometimes, it was merely a matter of choices and benefits. Understood, he replied. Though not physically imposing, the short guard was astute. He grasped the unspoken implications. So what is our next move? Are we going to rescue Old Song? Rather than focusing on saving others, I was more intrigued by a singular question. Why had they not simply killed us, opting instead for such a convoluted method to drive us away? What lay at the end of the passage? What did they seek to extract from us? If it weren't for the inherent dangers and overwhelming uncertainties, I would have been inclined to investigate personally. I lack resources and skills. What could they possibly gain from me? The guard murmured, trailing behind me. Not necessarily, I countered, turning to face him, my gaze making him uneasy. The sealed western campus contained ample specimens and experimental apparatus, yet it lacked one crucial element. What element? I organized my thoughts, recalling the materials on tissue regeneration I had seen in Professor Liu's office, alongside the papers on neural repair. The multitude of fresh corpses in the underground passage darkened my expression. He required living subjects for his experiments. Using living beings as materials? The short guard grew anxious. We must find a way out quickly. Many rooms are unlocked, and we can escape through the windows once we reach the surface. Your thinking is overly simplistic. The unlocked rooms are the most terrifying. I advise you to steer clear of them. The reason all the doors are ajar and not locked is that they may conceal corpses or frequently have bodies entering and exiting. This statement may seem somewhat contradictory, yet it is the undeniable truth. When I fled from the specimen storage room, I encountered a figure prostrate on the ground, the last one to close the door. Though I could not see its face, the emaciated hand was unmistakably not that of a living person. The short security guard, despite repeatedly entering the West Campus to pilfer corpses, had paid little heed to such details. I now harbor grave doubts that their success in these thefts is attributed to the tacit approval of unseen forces, orchestrating their actions to acquire bodies for sinister purposes, ultimately demanding repayment with their very lives. While this grotesque transaction could be deemed equitable, my sudden interference has disrupted the entire scheme, with the fundamental aim of resurrection. The necessity for living beings as material to animate the corpses raises the question of the true nature of my adversary. Since embracing the path of Taoism, my fear of ghosts and malevolent beings has waned, yet the terror instilled by these perverse individuals has intensified. I cannot categorically label them as villains, but they are indeed more formidable than actual criminals. Driven by their obsessions, they are willing to sacrifice everything to achieve their goals. As of now, I struggle to piece together the truth. Numerous clues abound, yet they are disordered and chaotic. Brother, let us hasten our departure. The short security guard, unnerved by my previous remarks, is visibly on edge. We must ascertain our location and avoid those ajar doors. I instructed him to extinguish the flashlight, allowing our eyes to adjust to the darkness, and we relied solely on the dim glow from a phone. As we traversed the corridor, we encountered several enormous examination tables, stained with blood and unattended. The inner blood had yet to fully coagulate, likely remnants left by old song. Circling the examination tables, I discovered used anesthetic syringes, medical cotton, and discarded bandages, the latter still fresh with blood. Why would they treat old song with a steel rod having pierced his abdomen and forcing him to walk several meters? Immediate medical attention was crucial to avert life-threatening danger. It was evident that they wished for old song to survive. A living being holds value, thereby indirectly corroborating my earlier deductions. The precision in the bandaging and injection techniques suggested profound expertise in managing external injuries. These examination tables divulged an abundance of information, resembling a treasure trove from which I was reluctant to depart. Approaching the area most saturated with blood, I discerned an indistinct shoe print. Measuring its length, I noted it to be smaller than Zhang Jiechi's shoes, indicating that the one who aided old song was likely another woman. Could this individual be the long-missing teacher Lu? I recorded the shoe size, intending to linger a moment longer, but suddenly, the doors flanking the corridor creaked ominously. There had been no wind moments prior, nor had anyone touched them. The noise emerged spontaneously. Enough of this. Our immediate priority is to escape. The short security guard and I pressed onward, navigating the expansive subterranean space. A substructure I had never visited before, presumably situated beneath two other buildings. Upon rounding a corner, the pungent scent of formaldehyde thickened in the air, emanating from a heavy sliding door ajar at the end of a wall adorned with white tiles. The stench was unmistakably seeping from within. A mortuary lay beyond. I had previously witnessed a similar scene alongside Zhang Jiechi, yet this facility's scale dwarfed the first I encountered. The door stood open. Who could be inside? I stealthily approached, my heart racing as I drew nearer, an inexplicable anticipation building within me, as though I were on the verge of witnessing something astonishing. Just a few steps away from the sliding door, I faintly detected an odd sound, akin to someone gnawing on something, yet not exactly the same. Peering into the morgue, the overwhelming scent of formaldehyde made it difficult to keep my eyes open. Once I adapted to the stench, I beheld a fashionably dressed female student kneeling beside a large basin. Her upper body was nearly submerged in the water, her shoulders heaving, and her hands seemingly grasping at something. The chewing sound beside my ear now felt more like a torment. Gazing at the woman's silhouette, I could ascertain that she was indeed Zhang Jiechi. Recalling the tales of her past and the security stories, her somnambulism and other symptoms, the truth lay before me. Yet I hesitated. I dreaded witnessing the very scene I most wished to avoid, though the gnawing sound hinted at much. The impact of this moment was overwhelming, something no sane individual could possibly accept. The taste of formaldehyde lingered in my mouth, and the disconcerting chewing echoed in the dissection room. Could it be that Zhang Jiechi was truly indulging in this? Suddenly, I felt a light tap on my back. A short security guard stood closely behind me, gazing into the encroaching darkness as if something were approaching. I turned my phone screen on, employing its light to scan the pitch-black corridor, finding nothing amiss, save for a few ajar doors that had been flung wide open. Stay calm, I thought, sensing the imminent danger, and dared not linger. Bending low to enter the underground morgue, Zhang Jiechi played a notably unique role in the restricted Western campus. And now her secret lay before me. How could I let this opportunity slip away? With each step closer to that terrifying chewing sound, it resonated more clearly in the night, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. The familiar silhouette, the recognizable attire, yet the actions of Zhang Jiechi seemed utterly foreign to me. I dared not speculate. Even the slightest image of what she might be doing sent chills down my spine. However, I had to see clearly. If she truly was in a state of somnambulism, this nightmare required someone to intervene. The phone from the underworld showcase was already aimed at her figure, and she remained oblivious to my presence behind her. As I cautiously advanced on tiptoe, I finally discerned the entirety of the scene. The gnawing sound did not originate from Zhang Jiechi. Her arms were pale, not the usual healthy radiance, but rather an unsettling pallor resulting from prolonged exposure to substances. She was entirely engrossed, kneeling beside the basin, hands clutching a freshly slain black cat, eerily still, as if she were a fisherman waiting patiently, her gaze fixed intently on the pool filled with corpses, seemingly anticipating something to emerge. She was so absorbed that she failed to notice my approach. Holding my breath, I wrestled with my curiosity and observed quietly. The black cat in Zhang Jiechi's hands appeared intact, its fur unblemished. A horrifying gnawing sound emanated from beneath its body, its black fur soaked in formaldehyde. The lifeless cat's eyes were wide open, and its once crimson tongue slowly faded to a ghastly white in the liquid. What was she doing? Awakening a somnambulist abruptly can inflict severe damage upon her neural pathways. At this moment, I dared not utter a sound, fearing an excessive reaction from Zhang Jiechi. Approximately 5 minutes later, an unimaginable scene unfolded. A lifeless cat, half submerged in a formaldehyde solution, suddenly twitched, and I could scarcely believe my eyes. Had the deceased returned to life? The cat's limbs began to convulse, resembling a fish drawn from water, struggling in the grip of Zhang Jiechi. This bizarre spectacle was astounding. The cat exhibited considerable strength, and Zhang Jiechi exerted significant effort to submerge it back into the pool, her arms trembling and shoulders heaving, mirroring the scene I had witnessed outside the door. After a while, the cat ceased its movements, cycling through this strange phenomenon 2 or 3 times before Zhang Jiechi finally extracted it from the pool. It appeared she had completed a certain ritual. She extended her arms and stepped back, gradually retrieving the cat from the solution. The front of the feline corpse remained intact, but the side submerged in formaldehyde bore a long, gaping wound. The incision, half a palm's length, leaked neither blood nor entrails, but instead, a delicate, white filament danced in the air. Once again, this substance. The filaments resembled those I had previously observed, appearing almost alive, thin, pure, and perilous. With great care, Zhang Jiechi's fingers avoided the threads on the black cat's body as she laid it flat at the edge of the pool. Both of us were drawn to the lifeless form, our gazes fixated on the tiny body that should have perished. A crack resounded from within the cat's body. The sound of dislocated bones followed by a series of unsettling noises, preceding the most terrifying event yet. The white threads began to stitch the gaping wound, binding the flesh together, and soon the cat, which should have been dead, lifted its front paw and began to rise slowly. I inhaled sharply. The scene before me utterly defied the immutable laws of life and death. Perhaps due to my astonishment, a sound escaped my lips, which Zhang Jiechi caught. This female student exhibited a fierce expression I had never witnessed before. She suddenly turned, retrieving a scalpel from her satchel, and lunged at me. Zhang Jiechi! I hastily recoiled, the blade slicing through the air, leaving a chilling trace. Is it you? Upon recognizing my face, Zhang Jiechi's expression twisted. She positioned herself between me and the dead cat, still clutching the scalpel. How did you find this place? Calm down. I believe we can have a rational discussion. Although Zhang Jiechi appeared peculiar, she was undeniably alive, suggesting a potential for communication between us. There is nothing to discuss. I gave you a chance, yet you insisted on courting death. Even if I do not kill you, my teacher will. This seemingly frail girl spoke of murder with disturbing ease, as if life were merely a warm specimen for experimentation in her eyes. Teacher, it seems you have long been aware that your instructor was not missing, but rather concealed somewhere within the West Campus. Yet, I cannot fathom what experiments you are conducting. You must keep the outside world in the dark, employing living beings as subjects. I had come to firmly believe that Zhang Jiechi's repeated nocturnal visits to the West Campus were not in search of her teacher, but rather to partake in some dreadful human experimentation alongside her mentor. You need not know, and you are incapable of knowing. Zhang Jiechi brandished a scalpel, charging towards me. Yet I felt no sense of peril. Calculating the trajectory of her strike, I effortlessly seized her wrist. Can we talk? I inquired. Talk. You might as well converse with the dead, she screamed, and at that moment, I understood the unfolding events as the resurrected black cat leapt out from behind Zhang Jiechi. It was too swift. I lifted my foot to kick it away, but the cat ensnared my leg like an octopus, sinking its teeth into me. The wound was minor, yet I felt a numbing sensation course through my entire leg, as a chilling substance invaded my flesh. This was bad. It was the white thread. I snatched the scalpel from Zhang Jiechi and pushed her away, retreating. The short security guard stationed at the door rushed over upon hearing the commotion, just in time to see the black cat clinging to my leg. Without hesitation, he attempted to pry it off. Don't get near it, I warned. But it was too late. The cat turned and bit down on the guard's palm before darting out of the underground morgue. What is that thing? The guard's arm slowly descended. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at his own body. What is happening? I can't feel my hand. The numbness spread throughout his body. The white thread from the cat had now invaded both our systems through the wounds. Run, I shouted, grabbing his shoulder and pulling him forward. Having seen that, do you still intend to escape? Zhang Jiaqing appeared to have lost her mind, pursuing us with wild cries. Sounds of rustling emanated from the ajar doors on either side of the corridor, as the previously motionless shadows seemed to spring to life. Both the guard and I ran with all our might. This instance of negligence stemmed from an excessive trust in the Underworld's showcase prompt, which included an option to protect the living. Upon confirming Zhang Jiaqing was alive, I instinctively assumed she was a communicable entity, unaware that I had been ensnared by the Underworld's deception. It was likely that there were no ghosts or demons in this live broadcast. Everything was orchestrated by human hands. The underground structure of this building was labyrinthine. After a prolonged endeavor, the guard and I found ourselves still trapped, even encountering those moving corpses on several occasions. Perhaps you should go on without me, the guard urged, his pace waning until he collapsed to the ground. He attempted to rise, but his arms and legs felt utterly feeble. It was as if my own limbs were not my own, making any movement a Herculean task. Could that white thread truly numb the entire body? Surveying my surroundings and finding no one in pursuit, I dragged the guard into a nearby classroom. Oddly, I noticed no adverse effects on myself. When the cat had bitten me, I had indeed felt a momentary numbness, but after running a few meters, that sensation gradually faded. I had initially presumed it was a slow-acting poison, yet the guard's condition made me uncertain. What do you feel at the bite site now? I asked. The guard shook his head, unable to articulate a response. When he opened his mouth, I noticed tiny white spots appearing on his once vibrant red tongue. White threads. A pale tongue? I released my hold on the guard, realizing that without intervention, it wouldn't be long before he transformed into another old Tao. Standing at the classroom door, I gazed at the guard, who lay rigid on the floor. If I were to abandon him now, he would surely meet a grim fate, and a living soul would vanish just like that. To rescue him solely relying on my own abilities appears to be a formidable challenge. The only thing I know is that the white thread fears the light. As for how to extract it from his body, I am utterly at a loss. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoes through the corridor, a cacophony that resembles an unconventional symphony, interpreting the notion of resurrection in a manner imbued with profound terror. Are you not running away? Zhang Jiaqing observed me from a distance, her expression unsettling. Was she unable to command her own body? Did she sense something coursing through her veins, gradually constricting towards her heart? Poor thing, I had given you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Once ensnared by the thread poison, you shall find solace in the underground laboratory for the remainder of your days. Thread poison? Mentioning poison, I glanced down at my wrist, where a grayish-white thread was sluggishly emerging from the plum blossom mark. Chapter 189, on the operating table. Due to being afflicted by the plum blossom poison, I am immune to most other toxins. As I observed the white thread crawling out, a frenzied idea sparked in my mind. With my hand discreetly behind my back, I flicked away the white thread and collapsed to the ground, mimicking the posture of a diminutive security guard. The corridors were increasingly congested with bodies, either walking or crawling, obstructing the path. Being underground, the likelihood of fighting my way out was exceedingly low. It was better to take a gamble. The most enigmatic figure in this restricted campus, the mastermind behind all of this, remained elusive, lurking in the shadows with caution akin to a cunning serpent. I was unfamiliar with this confined area. Having not explored many places, the probability of finding her was slim. Even if by some stroke of luck I did manage to locate her, I could not subdue her amidst a throng of bodies. Thus, I altered my strategy, leveraging their blind trust in the white thread to feign incapacity. I intended to catch them off guard, striking when they were most relaxed. Concealing a scalpel within my sleeve, I awaited my opportunity, should a breakthrough arise. I would not hesitate, even if it meant taking a life. Observing the diminutive security guard's bodily changes, I mirrored his posture. Externally, there was little to differentiate us. The only clear distinction would be the color of our tongues. Therefore, I resolved not to utter a word. With determination, I maintained a stern countenance. My tongue pressed against the roof of my mouth, patiently awaiting the impending moment of horror. Keep running? Zhang Jiaqing ambled over, kicking my body. Young and strong. You are prime material. I was prepared to let you be, but you insisted on meddling. She bent down to retrieve the phone I had set aside for the macabre showcase, donning a cheerful facade. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed. We are filming a movie that will rewrite human history, and you are all witnesses. Speaking of boasting, you are still a cup size away from the host. The actresses in this live stream often don pajamas for their appearances. Miss, it is time to lift your seal. Throughout history, the unattractive have often resorted to peculiarities. We are all seasoned in grand spectacles. Why indulge in such meaningless chatter? Is there any thrilling content? The troops have not retreated. Let us go. The viewer's flamboyance rendered Zhang Jiaqing momentarily speechless. Aren't you even concerned about your host? The cacophony of chaos surrounds me as I find myself amidst a throng of streamers, my audacious name rendering me an enigma that many dare not approach. A generous patron from Teeling bestows a chilling gift of 999 ghost coins upon the supernaturally eerie live stream, while another, with a morbid curiosity, inquires whether I possess a Japanese name, Ohashimiku. Those who have traversed this unnerving terrain previously, seasoned by encounters with terror, remain unfazed even when confronted by the specter of a blood-soaked female ghost, able to extract intimate details with relentless scrutiny. As I gaze at the barrage of comments on the screen, I struggle to maintain my composure, hastily diverting my gaze. Zhang Jiechi, seemingly intrigued by the broadcast, engages in brief conversation before tucking her phone away. With a slight tilt of her head, she observes me, remarking on my apparent popularity, though no one comes forth to defend me. With a smile, she departs, and soon thereafter, several figures of grim stature enter the classroom, dragging me and the short security guard away. Zhang Jiechi leads the way, and I yield to the grip of the cadavers, my finger delicately pressing against the scalpel to prevent any sound from betraying our passage. After navigating a labyrinth of corridors, we finally arrive at the stairwell, a place once designated for the processing of fresh corpses into specimens, now strictly off-limits to students. As I squint at the stairs, the prospect of escape looms large. Yet I hesitate, sensing that the allure of the truth outweighs the cowardice of fleeing. With a deep breath, I relax my body and seal my lips as I am dragged down to the second underground level, where the darkness is profound, devoid of any illumination. Zhang Jiechi retrieves her phone to illuminate our path, the acrid scent of formaldehyde dissipating, replaced by the pungent stench of decay and blood. Where is she leading me? Descending the jarring staircase, we arrive at a formidable iron door. She gently knocks, announcing the arrival of the security guard who fled and the intruder from tonight. The lock clicks, and a chilling light seeps through the crack, revealing a dimly lit room adorned with various medical instruments casting faint glimmers. Bring them in, commands a cold, emotionless voice, sending shivers down my spine. Understood, Zhang Jiechi replies, swinging the iron door open, and the cadavers haul me and the short guard into the expansive interior. The space exceeds my expectations, a long corridor flanked by 4 or 5 rooms, each emanating tiny points of light. The fact that such a multitude of medical devices can be sustained here suggests an independent power source, a feat not easily accomplished in the short term. I discreetly survey my surroundings, horrified by the bloodstains plastered on the walls and floor, some so ancient they resemble preserved oil paintings, crackling under the slightest touch. This young man possesses remarkable physical vitality. He can be retained until the end to replace the internal organs of the test subject. One of the women states after a brief exchange, their words chillingly devoid of emotion. Move him in. Following their terse conversation, the cadavers lift us, placing us upon the frigid operating table. Who is this young man? A chilling female voice emanated from beside me. Squinting, I cast a sidelong glance and could only vaguely discern her figure clad in a white lab coat, clutching a blood-stained bandage. Zhang Jiaqing recounted our encounter outside the school to the woman, and upon her conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the room. Teacher, how do you propose we handle him? The cold voice lingered in the air, unresponsive. She had witnessed the puppet and the body. Clearly, he could not be allowed to roam free. As for his demise, that required further contemplation. Teacher, what a perfect specimen this is. It would be a tragedy to disregard it. Zhang Jiaqing's fingers glided over the muscles of my arm, tracing the contours downwards. Where her fingertips touched, I felt no warmth, only an endless chill. Her touch was akin to a scalpel, not a caress, but rather a prelude to dissection, a contemplation of what lay beneath. The woman in the lab coat discarded the bloodied bandage and retrieved a scalpel from the disinfectant. She approached me when suddenly, a boy dashed past the corridor, clutching a colossal glass jar, within which a deceased cat was submerged. Seeing the dazed boy softened the demeanor of the woman in white. Her gaze transformed into one of tenderness. This young man was an innocent. Unlike the security guard who pilfered specimens, I had already committed too many transgressions for this experiment. I could not afford another blunder. Teacher, you must consider carefully. He is the most suitable material, and this individual is particularly difficult to manage. If he were to escape, Zhang Jiaqing's hands continued to wander over me, her fervor for the experiment seemingly surpassing even that of her mentor. Let us keep him for now. The woman extracted a syringe filled with a potent anesthetic from the cabinet. We shall administer it shortly. Zhang Jiaqing, glancing at me with a hint of regret, averted her gaze. Teacher, why do you always soften when you see that child? Our ultimate goal is resurrection. What is there that cannot be sacrificed? No sooner had she spoken than a resounding crash echoed from outside the door. The boy had inadvertently shattered the glass jar in his hands and was now wailing in the corridor. The woman in white set down her scalpel and strode towards the door. You do not understand. My first mistake began with that child. Had he not witnessed me killing the cat, the thought of using a living being for experiments would never have arisen. He would not have been confined to a dark basement, transforming into a fool who knows nothing but a red tongue and a white tongue. Chapter 190. The Head of a Loved One, Part 1. The woman's inadvertent lament resonated with the tale the boy had previously shared with me. On that fateful night, alone in his home, he had not seen a cat lurking, but rather the woman in white stealthily entering his room. The disappearance of pet cats and dogs soon escalated into the loss of children, precisely mirroring what the man had narrated at the onset of the eerie task. I gently pried my eyelids open, catching a glimpse of the woman's silhouette. She was petite, suggesting she was indeed a woman. Before the live broadcast commenced, the man had provided numerous hints: the peculiar wife, the faint scent of blood, animal fur, and formaldehyde. With these elements, I conjured an image of a deranged woman in my mind, outwardly ordinary and sane, yet secretly cruel and perverse. Once the woman in the white coat exited, the child swiftly ceased his weeping. Faintly audible whispers exchanged between them. The cat died. You deceived me. The boy struck and kicked at the woman, who offered no resistance. As he gradually calmed, she gently caressed his hair, reassuring him, it has not perished, it merely slumbers. With the right approach, you can awaken it. The woman drew the boy closer into the room, employing a scalpel to slice her own skin. Not a single drop of blood emerged. Rather, delicate white threads crawled from her wound and burrowed into the lifeless cat's body. Before long, the once deceased black cat began to rise, swiftly darting out of the laboratory. The boy, now smiling through his tears, foolishly chased after it, calling out, Red tongue. Red tongue. Teacher, why must you do this? Raising that child and indulging him. One day he will escape and ruin the fruits of your labor, Zhang Jiaqing expressed. Concern etched upon her face as she watched the boy disappear. I have my own convictions. I do not require your guidance, the woman in white replied, her voice regaining its icy composure. Attend to your duties. Once I succeed, the next to be revived will be your grandmother. Zhang Jiaqing dared not speak further, merely acquiescing. Bai Wang's organs were once again failing. This time, they had only lasted a week. You must come with me immediately to prepare for surgery. We shall use the organs from that tall security guard. The blood type matches, yet the rejection period will likely be prolonged. What of the two individuals affected? They are afflicted with the thread worm. They will not perish immediately. After we complete the operation, we will assist in extracting the worms. The woman in white regarded Zhang Jiaqing. Do you have any further questions? None, except that each time I see those white threads within your body, it fills me with dread. You shall grow accustomed to it. When I first discovered these entities on a corpse, I was equally unsettled. Yet, with time, one realizes they are merely another form of life. The woman in white and Zhang Jiaqing traversed the corridor's depths, the shadowless lights illuminating the way, revealing an astonishing number of corpses huddled in the dark corners. Have we departed? I stretched a little. While gripping the scalpel, I nearly lost control several times. Feigning death is not a simple endeavor, especially under extreme tension. The woman clad in white was indeed Lu Xian, Zhang Jiaqing's teacher. She was the mastermind behind the events unfolding within the forbidden campus, orchestrating the night's horrors. The two were headed to perform surgery on another individual, procuring living organs for the purpose of replacement. From their fragmented dialogue, I gleaned much information. Their obsession with reviving the deceased seemed rooted in unspoken motives. Zhang Jieqi likely sought to prolong her grandmother's life, while Lu Xian was possibly driven by a desire to save a man named Bai Wang, whom the woman had mentioned. Lu Xian's husband had vanished prior to her disappearance, leaving her without family. As Zhang Jieqi had conveyed to me upon our first meeting, there was no reason for her to fabricate such tales then. Upon reflection, I arrived at a somewhat contradictory conclusion. Lu Xian's actions were entirely motivated by her love for her husband, Bai Wang. However, this contradiction stands in stark contrast to the phone call prior to the live broadcast, wherein the man's voice was laden with terror and suspicion. According to his description, his wife appeared to embody the very essence of a deranged individual. The memory of Lu Xian's demeanor towards the young boy intensified my confusion. This individual cannot be simply categorized as good or evil. She seems ensconced in a thick cocoon, forever oblivious to whether the unwrapping of her exterior reveals a resplendent butterfly or a grotesque, venomous creature. Lu Xian and Zhang Jieqi were fervently preparing for the surgery, quickly losing themselves in their work, leaving me and the diminutive security guard behind. Upon glancing back, I noticed the guard's body was beginning to exhibit large patches of swelling, his face taking on a ghastly gray hue. As time lingered, the disparity between him and me grew increasingly pronounced. I could no longer maintain the facade. It was only a matter of time before I would be exposed. I retrieved the scalpel, sat up from the operating table, and stealthily made my way to the door. Pressing against the wall, the shadows, banished by the illuminating surgical lights, retreated to the corners. Once illuminated, they became exceedingly sluggish. The corridor was obstructed, and fearing discovery, I hesitated to venture out, merely casting my gaze towards the depths of the hallway. The mingled sense of disinfectant and fresh blood filled the air as I covered my mouth and nose and observed intently. The door to the room was not fully closed, revealing two operating tables side by side, upon which lay two men. One was Old Song, injected with anesthetic, his eyes vacant, and a gaping incision in his abdomen. The other man appeared pale, gaunt, with emaciated limbs. His veins protruded from his skin in a frightful manner. His condition was far more dire than Old Song's. With multiple tubes inserted into his body, his hair shaved, and blue and red wires adhered to his scalp. Not only his chest and abdomen, but also his neck and limbs bore the marks of surgical cuts and sutures, resembling an array of serpentine centipedes from a distance. How was he still alive? What astonished me the most was the faint movement within his bluish-purple veins. His pupils occasionally flickered, and though his half-open mouth revealed a tongue of abnormal hue, it was not deathly pale, clearly indicating he was not under the control of any malevolent force. The surgery proceeded with remarkable precision. They extracted the man's failing organs and replaced them with Old Song's innards. I had witnessed surgical procedures in large hospitals, yet the level of skill displayed by this pair surpassed anything I had seen. Typically, organ transplants require a team of 4 to 5 individuals. Yet these two women not only managed to execute the surgery, but did so at a pace far surpassing that of any major hospital. I could scarcely fathom the extent of their prior training or how long they had practiced on cadavers, or even living subjects. The surgical collaboration unfolded seamlessly, each movement honed through countless rehearsals, transforming the gory and terrifying act of dissection into a macabre art form that left one in awe. Was that man Bai Wang? I tightened my grip on the scalpel, suppressing the urge to rush in and engage in combat. Reason told me that tonight's events could be resolved in a more prudent manner. After more than 2 hours, the surgery was nearing completion. Lu Xian, capable of finishing the final tasks alone, instructed Zhang Jieqi to take a break while she remained in the room. I observed as Zhang Jieqi stepped outside, clutching a syringe filled with a large dose of anesthetic, standing guard at the door. The sound of footsteps resonated, each step seemingly treading upon my heart. The actions I was about to undertake could not afford the slightest error. Zhang Jieqi, entirely unprepared, approached the door, only to suddenly realize that one person was missing from the operating table. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she opened her mouth to cry out. Silence. I dashed forward, clamping my hand over her mouth, injecting the anesthetic into the vein in her neck. Though such an injection could potentially lead to death, I had no time to ponder the consequences. The next vessels were the easiest to access. Having swiftly subdued Zhang Jieqi, her final struggles nonetheless drew Lu Xian's attention, and the crowd of bodies in the corridor began to draw near. The sheer number of them was despairing. Escaping was a path leading to certain death. What to do? I placed Zhang Jiaqing at the door and hurled the syringe into the corridor towards the congested exit, then turned and returned to the room. My friend, please endure a little longer. The only place to hide within the room was the medicine storage freezer. I flung open the cabinet door and shoved the short security guard inside, hastily crafting an illusion that he had fled. I then lay still upon the operating table. Let us gamble. Chapter 191. The Head of a Lover, Part 2. I do not expect this clumsy ruse to deceive Lu Xian. I merely hope to use it as an opportunity to bridge the distance between us. If she enters the room to investigate, leaving the protection of the bodies, I would have a chance to seize control. My pinky trembled unnaturally, the scalpel resting against my sleeve as I forced myself to calm down. I was the predator now. Amidst the throng of bodies, Lu Xian cautiously approached the door. Her gaze immediately fell upon the unconscious Zhang Jiaqing on the floor. Jiaqing? She called softly, but received no reply. She first permitted 2 bodies to enter the room before daring to step inside herself. As Lu Xian scanned the surroundings, she suddenly noticed that one of the men, under the control of the silk thread poison, was missing. How had he escaped? Why had I not heard any sound? Turning her gaze towards the door, she spotted the anesthetic syringe I had discarded at the corridor's entrance. The body under the influence of the silk thread poison would move slowly in the light. Could he have seized this opportunity to flee? The door to the ground below was ajar. The boy had not closed it upon exiting. Lu Xian could not be certain if anyone had indeed left, and a sense of unease gnawed at her. The secrets of the underground laboratory must not be known to others. As this thought crossed her mind, her agitation intensified. It was unacceptable that the silk thread poison had encountered complications, as I had conducted nearly 100 experiments on different people and animals. In desperation, she took up the scalpel and cut into her own flesh. From the gaping wound, white threads crawled forth, weaving into the surrounding bodies to search for that person who surely could not have gone far. The silk thread poison, as its name suggests, transforms its victim into a puppet under the control of the practitioner. The threads can compel the victim to perform any action. However, this poison cannot be exposed to light, and its cultivation demands rigorous conditions, making it exceedingly rare. What confounds me most is Lu Xian's ability to master the Miaozhong poison despite being a professor of Western medicine. These 2 realms exist in disparate worlds, suggesting the presence of a bridge between them. The corridor was teeming with bodies, and Lu Xian led the remaining few into the room. Her gaze swiftly flitted over me, before she began to meander about the space. Pausing as if she sensed something amiss, her attention drawn to the freezer containing the medications. Was there a spillage? Had the vials been shattered? She approached slowly, grasping the freezer door and yanking it open with force. Bang! The diminutive security guard, nearly frozen, tumbled out. Lu Xian instinctively recoiled a step. How had he found refuge inside the freezer? With a surgical knife in hand, its icy blade glimmering like the fangs of a venomous serpent, it began to inch up Lu Xian's neck. I seized her wrist, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm. It was I who had concealed him within. This harrowing night had come to a turning point, finally granting me the upper hand. Do not move, I warned. The blade pierced flesh. In such a moment, I would not show mercy. Should Lu Xian struggle violently or act unpredictably, I would not hesitate to sever her throat. May we converse? Who exactly are you? Her voice, cold and laced with astonishment and indignation, bore no trace of fear. Lu Xian did not turn, the knife resting against her neck, yet her calm demeanor was unervingly unsettling. You need not know who I am. I am not here to save anyone, nor to oppose you intentionally. I have come solely to uncover a truth. A tedious detective game, is it? She twisted her neck, seemingly unconcerned by the knife embedding deeper. I should have killed you earlier. Compared to resurrecting the dead, my own pursuits were indeed trivial. Do not regard me with such disdain. Truth be told, I too loathed being at the medical school, a place I despised above all else. My 2 most hated professions are first, the police, and second, doctors. My hands were clammy with anxiety. This was my first experience as a hostage-taker, fearful that I might inadvertently allow Lu Xian an opportunity to escape. Why do you harbor such disdain for the police and doctors? They are meant to maintain order and save lives, she queried, her calm demeanor reflecting the composure of a top-tier surgeon. My hatred for the police stems from my past as one of them, while my disdain for doctors arises from your unpredictable nature, the most formidable and inscrutable of individuals. I glanced at the lifeless bodies on either side, wondering if I could allow them to depart. Lu Xian waved her hand, and those cadavers collapsed to the ground. A chilling spectacle unfolding as several white filaments emerged from their orifices and wounds, slithering toward Lucien. Are you not afraid? The scene was indeed horrific. A common person would surely flee in terror, yet I remained unfazed, my hand steady as the white threads traversed my skin. The poison had no effect on me. You would do well not to play tricks. If you perish, the one you seek to resurrect shall remain forever lost. Consider the cost. All your efforts would be in vain. Can you truly bear that? Upon mentioning resurrection, Lucien's expression grew even colder, and she fell silent. However, silence would not shield her. A person with attachments, no matter how resolute, possesses a fatal vulnerability. I gripped Lucien's wrist tighter, the blade pressing against her throat. As I led her deeper into the corridor to the innermost room, I witnessed the surgery you and Zhang Jieqi performed. You killed to save him. On the operating table lay Old Song's body, growing cold, revealing the white filaments traversing his opened abdomen. Another man, after completing the suturing, still bore the same half-dead appearance, the only distinction being the grotesque surgical scar that now marred his abdomen. To resurrect this individual, how many lives are you prepared to extinguish? Lucien did not respond. Her gaze towards the man was profoundly intricate. In truth, when you and Zhang Jieqi first entered the operating room, I had the opportunity to eliminate both of you. But you ought to thank that young boy. His sudden appearance and the humanity you revealed in that fleeting moment swayed my resolve. Perhaps I should listen to your story. Regardless of what I said, Lucien remained silent, her head bowed, the white silk thread attempting to penetrate my body, yet the poison had no effect on me. If you refuse to speak, I shall sever his head to grant him release. This man before me was my leverage against Lucien. Threatening his life should compel her to divulge the truth. If you covet my skills, I can offer them. If you seek money, I can provide that as well. I only wish to complete my experiment. Lucien continued to withhold details of the past until I reached for the tubes inserted into the man's body, at which point she finally relented, saying, "All right, I will tell you whatever you wish to know." Upon hearing her words, I breathed a sigh of relief. Killing the man would yield no benefit for me, leading to mutual destruction. Your husband vanished before you. Let us begin with him. I held the scalpel, its blade poised to pierce flesh, while I remained vigilant towards Lucien. My husband, Bai Wang, was a simple man who smoked, drank, and possessed a hint of machismo. Yet he treated me with utmost kindness. My parents had passed away long ago, and Bai Wang was my sole family. I could not bear to envision a day when he might leave me. At 30, he was diagnosed with lung cancer, and from that day forth, he transformed into a shadow of his former self, silent, withdrawn, and increasingly emaciated. The Grim Reaper sought to claim him in the most brutal manner. As a doctor, I understood that the term lung cancer equated to death, an incurable affliction, a terminal diagnosis. Bai Wang refused chemotherapy. He wished to depart with dignity, and I respected his choice because I loved him. Lucien spoke briefly, and I detected an odd tone in her voice. This was merely a tale of life and death among the living. How had it evolved into the current tragic state? Lucien cast her eyes down upon her husband's gaunt, almost unrecognizable face. During the final chapter of his life, his suffering was magnified infinitely. I yearned to save him, even if it meant exchanging my own life. This anguish was perhaps preordained until I stumbled upon that peculiar corpse. A peculiar corpse? I sensed something amiss and gestured for Lucien to elaborate. It was a body donated anonymously to the medical school, from which the first strand of the puppet poison was extracted from its skull. Chapter 192, The Head of a Loved One, Part 2. How did Western medical professors become entwined with the Miaojiang's puppet poison? This left me utterly perplexed. Now, as Lucien recounted the events of that year, I began to grasp the underlying secrets. The body was so ordinary that I had never even seen its face while preparing specimens. Dissection, dehydration, and molding. I used tweezers and a scalpel to remove the easily decaying fat before infusing it with a 20% concentration of formalin. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. That day, devoid of classes, I dedicated the entirety of my time to the handling of the cadaver. As dusk descended, the fabrication process neared its conclusion. When the night fully enveloped the surroundings, I was startled to discover that the corpse had opened its eyes. The reaction of the cadaver appeared entirely normal to me. Involuntary muscle contractions and the rupture of internal organs were phenomena I had encountered before. Yet, the act of a corpse opening its eyes was an unprecedented experience. Liu Xuan's calm tone seemed to narrate a trivial occurrence, but as her audience, I found myself subtly perspiring with apprehension. What transpired next? How did you uncover the white silk thread? The sight of the corpse's open eyes ignited my curiosity. Although I was alone in the dissection room, I felt no fear. Upon closer examination of the corpse's eyes, I noticed the pupils were dilated, as if something within the skull yearned to emerge. Without a second thought, I used a scalpel to excise the cadaver's eyes, and to my astonishment, a pure white silk thread began to crawl out from the eye socket. By that time, the night was deep, and I assumed the white thread was merely an ordinary parasite, thus I paid it no heed. I placed it in a vacuum-sealed bag along with the cadaver specimen and stored it in the refrigeration unit. What I did not anticipate was that upon entering the laboratory the following day, the cadaver had inexplicably escaped. The room was strewn with shattered glassware and vials. Initially, I suspected that someone had been surveilling the area for several days, only to realize later that during the depths of night, when the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, the specimen would be resurrected. I refrained from disclosing this matter to anyone. After extensive research and experimentation, I finally discerned the connection between the white silk thread and the corpse. As Lucienne recounted this, her eyes sparkled with excitement, the passage of time having done little to diminish the exhilaration she felt then. This white silk thread possesses the capability to replace human nerves and manipulate limbs. Do you grasp the implications of this? While I struggled to comprehend Liu Xuan's emotions, I offered a vague reply to encourage her to continue. What do you mean by implications? She traced the scar on her neck, inflicted by the scalpel, and remarked that it signifies that even when the body ceases to function, as long as consciousness remains, life can endure. I discerned from this phenomenon a potential means to extend Bai Wang's existence. I scoured various texts, gathering all information related to this white thread. Eventually, I learned from a wandering monk that this white thread is known as the thread manipulation gu, a unique sorcery of the white Miao people. In pursuit of more thread manipulation gu for experimentation, I squandered my fortune and committed numerous morally reprehensible acts. Yet, once my experiment succeeded, not only would Bai Wang be transformed, but the entire world would be irrevocably altered. Liu Xuan's tone gradually became frenzied. One could envision her demeanor resembling that of a drowning individual clinging desperately to the last straw, exerting every effort to retain it. However, what weight can a mere straw bear against the gravity of life? Did the experiment succeed? I could not restrain my curiosity and inquired, observing her expression. This time, she fell silent, merely offering a grim smile. It has been 5 years. I have tried every conceivable method, yet I have never succeeded. 5 years. I prodded, the tip of my knife stirring. So, it was you who orchestrated the lockdown of the 4 campuses 5 years ago? Were you also the one who compelled the corpse to slay the security guard? That was merely an accident. 5 years ago, I had just discovered the thread manipulation gu and did not yet understand how to operate it. It had escaped the confines of the laboratory and was seen by the security guard. Hope had barely begun to sprout. How could it be stifled so soon? Thus, he had to die. The Western campus is sealed off, providing an uninterrupted space for your experiments. This move of yours is truly remarkable. Lu Xian's calm demeanor instills in me an ominous premonition, though I cannot precisely articulate what feels amiss. What is Zhang Jieqi's involvement? Why does she assist you? Surely, your relationship transcends a mere student-teacher dynamic. Jieqi suffers from a somnambulistic condition when subjected to intense stimuli during the day. Memories of those moments become indelibly etched in her mind, guiding her actions during her nocturnal wanderings. My secret has been inadvertently uncovered by her. I wish to avoid harming her, especially considering her grandmother's grave condition in the hospital, likely unable to endure the winter. Coincidentally, she seeks to save her grandmother as well, leading to our mutual agreement. She aids me in the surgery, and I promise to rescue her grandmother upon success. During that period, Jieqi's surgical and anatomical skills improved dramatically, as she spent entire nights practicing alongside me in the dissection room. The only living soul I encountered in the Western District, apart from Zhang Jieqi, was a young boy who had indirectly assisted me, incessantly calling out about a red tongue. Where did he come from? When my husband's condition became most critical, I had no choice but to set aside my work and tend to him without leaving his side. To avoid interrupting the experiment, I resorted to cultivating silkworms at home, using stolen cats and dogs for trials. Yet, the disparity between cats and dogs and humans is far too vast, and time is running out for my husband. Thus, I abducted a young boy, intending to use him for my experiments. A trace of softness appeared in Lu Xian's eyes as the anesthetic was administered. When I stood beside the boy with the scalpel in hand, however, I hesitated. Bai Wang and I have never had children, and gazing at the boy's face rendered me incapable of proceeding. She turned a glance at me once more. I do not believe in karma or retribution, yet those I have killed were indeed deserving of their fate, including these security guards, whose ever-growing greed ultimately led to their demise. Deserving of their fate? You are merely a doctor, not a harbinger of death. I patiently listened to Lu Xian recount her stories, each secret unfurling from her lips. The more I learned, the more I felt an escalating fear towards this woman, who had concealed her truths from everyone, including her husband, for 5 long years. With the scalpel poised above the fragile neck of this deranged woman, I ought to end her life in one swift motion, yet for reasons unknown, I could not bring myself to do it. There remains an hour until dawn. If you do not intend to kill me, may I be granted one last opportunity? Lu Xian's cold voice bore no excess emotion, akin to a puppet straightforwardly conveying her desires. You wish for me to release you? I tightened my grip on the knife, my gaze fixed on her face. No, I merely wish to make one final attempt. Bai Wang's body has grown exceedingly frail due to multiple organ transplants. He can no longer withstand further trials. Thus, I seek one last chance. If this endeavor fails to awaken him, Lu Xian slowly clenched her fists, her expression remaining composed. Her pain at this moment is akin to an abyss hidden beneath the ocean's surface, utterly imperceptible to others. Uttering those words seemed to drain her of all strength. She looked at me as she had when we first met, her voice cool and distant. I found myself torn between the risk of granting her this opportunity. After a period of contemplation, I released my grip on the knife and retreated to the door. You consented? I wish you success this time. Lu Xian paused momentarily, revealing a faint smile. She nodded slightly, then turned to activate the shadowless lamp within the room, initiating all medical instruments while donning a pristine sterile gown, preparing for the final surgery of her life. I quietly observed Lu Xian's actions, my mind drifting back to Zhang Jieqi's mobile ringtone, a symphonic piece titled Resurrection. Its eerie melody reminiscent of a cold traveler, heart ablaze, traversing a desolate road home amidst the chilling winds. On the operating table, Lu Xian carefully removed the fine threads glued to Bai Wang's scalp, then cautiously incised his skull. It seemed she dared not wield the scalpel at the site where the soul resided, opting instead to let the silk-threaded goo delve deeply within. Bai Wang, do you still remember who I am? Half an hour later, the electrocardiogram displayed fluctuations in the blue line representing blood oxygen saturation, followed by a sudden oscillation in the green line indicating heart rate. Could the dead truly be resurrected? I widened my eyes, gazing at Lu Xian, who, throughout the surgery, repeatedly incised her own body, the silk-threaded goo acting as a lifeline, completely entwining their fates. Chapter 193, 35 Candles. The lines on the electrocardiogram, signifying life, began to exhibit varying degrees of change as Lu Xian manipulated the silk-threaded goo, extracting tiny black spots from her husband's skull, then directing all the goo into his body to replace the intricate neural pathways. Witnessing this scene, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Lu Xian was undoubtedly mad. Only a lunatic could conceive such a method. The combination of goo and Western medical techniques might sound like a fantastical dream to the ordinary person. Yet in Lu Xian's hands, it transformed into a breathtaking reality, seamlessly merging the two disciplines. Approximately 20 minutes later, Bai Wang's facial nerves began to revive, his eyelids fluttering as if on the verge of opening. Bai Wang, I am here. Open your eyes and look at me, please, Lu Xian softly urged. And the corpse on the operating table seemed to comprehend her words, slowly lifting its eyelids. As the final silk-threaded goo entered Bai Wang's body, the life-signifying data fluctuated once more. What was she preparing to do? The scene before me blurred my definitions of life and death. What this woman was undertaking was nothing short of a miracle, resurrecting the deceased, attempting to defy the natural order of life and death with mere human flesh. Time slipped away, and the surgery reached a critical juncture. Lu Xian, having detached all the silk-threaded goo, appeared as if painted in blood, her body marred with wounds, yet stubbornly standing beside the operating table. Only one final step remained. Lu Xian connected various microcurrent electrodes to Bai Wang's open skull. Each electrode's position meticulously derived from 5 years of experimentation, each revelation wrought from the end of innocent lives. Her movements were slow, akin to performing a sacred ritual. Once all the electrodes were positioned, she took a deep breath, her blood-stained fingers trembling as they pressed the switch. With a crack, the current surged through, akin to deep blue dragons entering Bai Wang's body. Lu Xian and I both turned our attention to the electrocardiogram. In that instant, Bai Wang's heart distinctly pulsated. There was no need to glance at the instruments. One could hear the heavy, resounding rhythm of life itself with their very ears. I was utterly astounded. All the data on the electrocardiogram was on the rise. Lu Xian had indeed wrested her husband's soul from the clutches of death. Bai Wang, open your eyes. I am here. Just look at me, even if only for a fleeting moment. The fingertips of the lifeless body began to twitch, and the chest visibly rose and fell. Those eyelids, which had been dormant for so long, seemed to be gradually lifting. Bai Wang. Lu Xian gazed into the depths of her husband's eyes, and the countenance that resembled an ancient glacier melted in an instant. She was utterly spent, having exhausted all her strength and resolve. At this moment, she could only prop herself up against the operating table to prevent herself from collapsing. Open your eyes. It has been so long since you last saw me. The plea in Lu Xian's voice revealed a hint of desperation. Her past 5 years had been far from easy. The effects of the electric current began to wane, and Bai Wang's eyelids, heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, were slowly and resolutely opening. A miracle was about to unfold before my very eyes. The room was eerily silent as I covered my mouth, preparing to etch this moment deeply into my memory when an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The organ that did not belong to Bai Wang reacted violently, and soon, various organs within him, originating from different men, began to malfunction. Blood and fluids gushed forth from every conceivable point, and in that instant, he resembled a battered barrel riddled with holes. No, I beg you please. Lu Xian, summoning her strength, retrieved needles and a scalpel. She attempted to stitch him up, but her efforts proved futile. Blood flooded the operating table, splattering her face. This once composed and deft surgeon, who could maneuver with ease, now resembled a bewildered child, desperately trying to repair and stitch her husband's corpse. The lines on the electrocardiogram began to decline, all the data diminishing as if it had never changed, reverting to zero. The night had passed. The sky outside should be brightening now. I stood at the door, feeling a strange mix of sentiments, some regret, some sympathy, a touch of luck, and a hint of fear. In the blood-splattered operating room, Lu Xian gently cradled her beloved's head, leaning in to whisper in his ear. I could not discern her words, only watching as tears mingled with blood on her face. She was on the brink of creating a miracle, but the devil remained a devil. Over the course of 5 years, she had hidden away in a basement permeated with formaldehyde, keeping company with corpses. Lu Xian was a madwoman. She must have shattered the moment she learned of her husband's cancer diagnosis. This torment, however, had been prolonged for 5 years, as she lived in a delusion of self-deception. Your final surgery has concluded. The debts incurred from your frenzied acts must be repaid, much like the organs you have stolen. I retrieved the phone from the underworld showcase from Zhang Jiaqing, along with my own, and called the police and an ambulance. The authorities and the paramedics would arrive swiftly. If there was anything left to say, she should do so without delay. I activated the underworld showcase phone, which had remained in a state of black screen for far too long, losing much of its appeal. Upon hearing my words, Lu Xian rose from the blood, her hands brushing against her husband's damaged body as she removed her sterile gloves and surgical attire. Can you wait for just a moment? At this juncture, I feared little of her potential for madness. A heart that had succumbed to despair posed no threat. Is 10 minutes sufficient? Lu Xian turned and exited the basement, only to return shortly thereafter, a paper box in her hand. What lies within the box? I took a step back and picked up the scalpel from the ground. It was meant for my husband. Lu Xian, cradling a paper box in her hands, approached the operating table and placed the box beside the lifeless body of Bai Wang. This cake was made by my own hands. Tomorrow marks Bai Wang's 35th birthday, a celebration I had hoped to gift him. Lu Xian's voice trembled significantly. Although her expression remained composed, tears cascaded down her cheeks, dampening the dried blood stains on the floor. I suspect I may not witness tomorrow's dawn. She arranged the knife and fork beside the cake, then carefully inserted the candles, one by one, into the cake. As she placed the 34th candle, Lu Xian paused, holding the last candle for an extended moment, gazing at her emaciated husband on the operating table. You have truly withered. It is all my fault for not caring for you adequately. Leaning down gently, Lu Xian pressed a soft kiss to Bai Wang's forehead, marking the face that had become a stranger to her. I cannot celebrate your birthday tomorrow. I had hoped you would open your eyes on your 35th birthday, but alas, we were merely a day short. With that, Lu Xian snapped the last candle in half, inserting one fragment into the cake. Is there a flame? I retrieved a lighter. Igniting the candles and watching Lu Xian, standing amidst the blood and the corpse, singing a birthday song. Suddenly, a desire to converse with her lingered. My presence here late at night stemmed from a man's request. In the twilight of his life, he feared the transformation of his wife. He wished for me to convey to her that love, when overly demanding, cannot truly be considered love. Lu Xian stared at me, bewildered. Just as the iron door in the corridor was kicked open, the police had arrived. She turned to me, revealing a smile unlike any I had ever seen, radiant as summer blooms, before trudging through the blood-soaked floor and raising her hands, walking towards the door. Thus, it came to an end. I gathered my thoughts, steeling myself for the impending interrogation from the police. I quickly checked myself for any incriminating evidence. Yet, when I turned back inadvertently, I beheld an astonishing sight. The cake on the operating table remained untouched, yet the 34 lit candles and the short one had all been extinguished. Who had done this? Neither Lu Xian nor I had made any significant movements. It was implausible that we had inadvertently snuffed out all the candles. Here, in the basement level 2, with no ventilation, how could the candles have extinguished themselves? I gazed at Bai Wang's body on the operating table and suddenly recalled Lu Xian's earlier smile. She had been facing me, yet that expression seemed not directed at me. Could it be you? I scrutinized the corpse on the operating table once more, silently lighting a cigarette. Happy birthday. Do not forget to make a beautiful wish. Chapter 194. She died 5 years ago as dawn broke. The horror of the night in the dissection room had dissipated, leaving only pools of blood and grotesque corpses. Everyone inside, squat down. A stern, familiar female voice commanded. Momentarily taken aback, I obediently crouched beside the operating table, cradling my head. Senior, it's us, Gao Jian. The leader was none other than Tai Ningxiang, followed by 3 or 4 detectives, who entered the operating room in succession. The scene was overwhelming even for these seasoned officers. There was only one deceased, while the others were merely anatomical specimens. I pointed at the body of old Song on the operating table, crouching on the ground, feeling too guilty to rise. Tai Ningxiang did not respond to me as she summoned the forensic expert and trace evidence specialist to enter the room, meticulously cleaning this dissection chamber that resembled a hellish nightmare. From just past 5 in the morning until 8, they worked diligently, and it was only then that the scene was somewhat cleared. The police, upon examination, discovered that the copious amounts of blood originated from Lu Xian herself. Although the scene was horrifying and repulsive, there were only 2 actual victims: the disemboweled old Song on the operating table and old Tao, who lay beneath a cadaver in the corridor. Around 9 o'clock, I, along with a few surviving souls from the West Campus, was escorted to the city police station. This time, the recording of my statement took an exhaustive 3 hours. To ensure the accuracy of my testimony, Tai Ningxiang even produced a polygraph for me to wear. Faced with this device that monitored heart rate and respiratory frequency, I dared not lie and thus chose to omit all references to the underworld spectacle, focusing instead on Lu Xian's situation. By noon, Tai Ningxiang showed no inclination to release me. After finishing the boxed meal provided by the station, the fatigue within me surged like a tide, and I slumped onto the interrogation room table, falling asleep. Wake up. Hey. I was roused from my stupor by a gentle shake. Upon opening my eyes, I saw the young officer Zhao Bin. You are the first person I have ever seen sleep so soundly in an interrogation room. I've said everything I needed to say. Can I go now? I rubbed my bleary eyes and stretched my numb limbs. I cannot decide on your release. You must ask Tai. He unlocked the handcuffs from my wrists. Let us go to the hospital. Lu Xian wishes to see you. See me? Upon arriving at the hospital and entering the intensive care unit, I found Tai Ningxiang and another detective standing vigil at the bedside. Lu Xian's injuries were far too severe. The very support that had sustained her was now shattered. I could discern no trace of will to survive in her eyes. I have brought you the person. Can you now clarify the circumstances? Tai Ningxiang inquired softly. The dying Lu Xian merely gestured for me to come closer. With Tai Ningxiang's consent, I approached the bedside. Lu Xian trembled, her lips quivering but unable to form words. She slowly traced a few letters into my palm. Nivolumab. The icy sensation relayed through my hand surprised me. Nivolumab? I did not comprehend why Lu Xian felt compelled to share this with me. Just as I was about to ask, she turned her head and coughed up a substantial amount of blood, her condition suddenly worsening. Quick, call the doctor. The rescue efforts commenced, and both Tai Ningxiang and I were requested to leave the ward. We sat silently on a bench in the corridor. What did Lu Xian just tell you? Not only Tai Ningxiang, but also Zhao Bin and the other detective were curious. It seems to be her husband's name, though I cannot be certain. I cast an apologetic glance at Tai Ningxiang, my mind racing in quiet contemplation. Nivolumab is a medication for treating lung cancer. Why would she want to inform me of this? Was she perhaps hinting at something, urging me to seek this out? In the sealed-off West Campus, there was only one location where such medication might be stored, Lu Xian's office, specifically in her desk drawer. The rescue efforts concluded in less than an hour, and the doctor emerged, his expression somewhat displeased. The resuscitation was unsuccessful. The patient sustained surface injuries amounting to 30%, with significant blood loss. And she had previously undergone a kidney transplant. That she has survived this long is already a miracle. Doctor, she had been in good health. Please reconsider your options. I rose from my chair and approached the doctor, not out of frivolity, but in a fundamental expression of respect for life. What is the matter? Am I the doctor? Or are you? He retorted impatiently, dismissing my concerns. He asserted that the aforementioned reasons were not the primary cause of death. The patient should have succumbed to lung cancer years ago. Although the means by which she had managed to survive remained unknown, the cancer cells had spread extensively. By the natural course of progression, she should have perished 5 years prior. For the past 5 years, her health had remained robust. She taught classes and worked without distinction from any ordinary person, as her students, who were with her daily, attested. Adjust your attitude, I insisted. This is a hospital. Tread carefully. The doctor waved his hand dismissively, and for reasons unknown, I felt a surge of anger. I grasped his shoulder and pressed him down underfoot. Why has one who should have died 5 years ago lived to this day? She, too, is a doctor. For the sake of saving her husband, she has not given up for 5 years. Yet you, having entered for less than an hour, presume to declare others dead? Who do you think you are? Don't act recklessly, Gao Jian. Ironing Xiang and Zhao Bin pulled me away, while the doctor, visibly shaken, retreated to a distance. Remember this, I warned him. If you possess any courage, may you never fall ill. The doctor spat, emitting disdain, and turned away. I watched the retreating figure of the white coat before turning to enter the intensive care unit. On the hospital bed, Lu Xian had ceased to breathe. The separation of life and death had transpired in the span of just an hour. Gao Jian, what is your relationship with Lu Xian? You seem quite familiar with her. And why were you at the medical school's West Campus in the dead of night? Ironing Xiang's inquiries came one after another. Without the oversight of a lie detector, I recited the answers I had long prepared. The Iron Team's murderer is deceased. What shall we do about this case? Zhao Bin looked towards Ironing Xiang. She gestured to him. Captain Wu, I am currently on suspension, merely an ordinary officer. Once Zhao Bin and another detective departed, Ironing Xiang and I remained at the hospital late into the night. I meticulously examined Lu Xian's medical diagnosis. Indeed, she had been diagnosed with lung cancer long ago, and the cancer cells had spread 5 years prior. The doctor had not erred. According to modern medical standards, she should have died 5 years ago. A person who ought to have perished 5 years ago had instead lived on, utilizing her remaining time to revive others. Is this the fate of a celestial healer? I could not shake the feeling that the truth was more complex. During my conversations with Lu Xian at school, I had uncovered an anomaly. She spoke only of events that transpired within the last 5 years, neglecting to mention anything from her previous 30 years of memory. This is troubling, I said to Ironing Xiang. Sister, I implore you to investigate the background of Bai Wang. He is Lu Xian's husband. The disfigured male corpse on the operating table in the basement is him. Together, Ironing Xiang and I returned to the police station, corroborating various sources, which yielded astonishing revelations. Lu Xian's husband, Bai Wang, had once been a doctor at a military hospital in the capital, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. However, at the age of 27, he abruptly left the military hospital and relocated to Jiangsheng with his wife, Lu Xian. Both were doctors. According to the records, Bai Wang's medical prowess evidently surpassed that of Lu Xian. A transformation had begun 5 years ago. Lu Xian, diagnosed with lung cancer and expected to die, had survived, while Bai Wang, previously healthy, had been diagnosed with cancer. I seemed to have grasped a faint clue as nightfall descended once more. I exited the municipal bureau and directly summoned a taxi to the medical academy. A premonition lingered within me. The truth lay concealed within that drawer housing the Nira map. Scaling the courtyard wall and circumventing the police barricades established during the day, I stealthily infiltrated the experimental building. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the silhouettes within the classroom remained motionless. The puppets, ensnared by strings, had all entered Bai Wang's lifeless body at the final moment. Yet I could not guarantee the safety of the school at that instant. Upon reaching the 4th floor, I found the office door slightly ajar. I entered and drew open the desk drawer, revealing nothing but vials and nuts. Had I erred in my conjecture? Reluctantly, I extracted the drawer fully, only to finally discover a thick volume of experimental records sealed within a vacuum bag, affixed to the compartment of the desk. As I tore open the bag, the first thing that caught my eye was a diagnosis report. Lu Xian, age 27, diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. Chapter 195. The gift of the celestial healer. I held the pages of medical records and experimental documentation in my hands, noticing two distinct handwriting styles, one delicate, the other robust. Lu Xian, at the tender age of 27, was already in the advanced stages of lung cancer, yet her health had paradoxically improved rather than deteriorated. What could be the reason for this anomaly? With myriad questions swirling in my mind, I delved into the experimental records. They meticulously chronicled events spanning from Lu Xian's 27th to her 30th year, recorded weekly. Afflicted by a terminal illness, Lu Xian lay bedridden, while Bai Wang, unable to bear the sight of her suffering, sought every possible remedy for her lung cancer. As a physician of exceptional merit, he endeavored to explore all avenues. Yet none could contain the already metastasized cancer cells. Just as Lu Xian's time appeared to dwindle, a mysterious figure, neither monk nor deity, appeared at their doorstep, claiming to possess a method to prolong her life. In a state of desperation, Bai Wang, with a flicker of hope, acquiesced to the stranger's proposal. At first, the enigmatic figure devoted himself entirely to Lu Xian's treatment, acupuncture, medicinal baths, and dietary supplements, all infused with the mystique of Eastern tradition. Bai Wang, well-versed in Western medicine and possessing a keen understanding of traditional Chinese practices, witnessed the stranger's extraordinary abilities as he deftly pulled Lu Xian back from the brink of death. However, when Bai Wang prepared to express his gratitude, the stranger imposed further demands. The cycle of life and death is dictated by fate. Those destined to perish cannot evade their doom. This is the nature of destiny. The enigmatic figure informed Bai Wang that to truly save Lu Xian, one life must be exchanged for another, trading the life of the celestial healer for that of a mortal. The latter portion of the experimental records, however, grew increasingly obscure. With portions deliberately obscured, the gist revealed Bai Wang sacrificing his own life and memories to nullify the karmic ties binding Lu Xian, granting her a second chance at life. Having perused the entirety of the experimental records, I was overwhelmed with emotion. 8 years prior, Lu Xian had been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, and her husband, Bai Wang, had relinquished his fate and memories to the dual-faced Buddha, sacrificing himself to save her. 5 years ago, as Bai Wang approached his own demise, Lu Xian stepped forward, wishing to reclaim her husband's life in accordance with the experimental records. Lacking the prowess of a celestial healer and devoid of guidance, she had spent 5 arduous years probing the boundary between life and death, only to ultimately fall victim to the inexorable consequences of fate. Both yearned to save one another, yet their defiance of the natural order culminated in a tragic tale. As I perused the initial portion of the experimental records, I noted that the bold and vigorous handwriting belonged to Bai Wang, while the latter half, characterized by its elegant and fresh style, was likely penned by Lu Xian. Zhang Jiechi stealthily entered the office, presumably in search of this very experimental record. She too is a tormented soul, yearning solely to save her grandmother. Throughout one's life, one is driven by obsessions, yet fate is mercilessly impartial. Among the multitude of beings, none can claim exemption. After concealing the experimental record in my pocket, I suddenly felt a warmth emanating from my chest, prompting me to hastily retrieve the items nestled within. The source of this searing sensation appeared to be the octagonal token obtained from the Ziku. Upon flipping the token, I discovered the ancient characters Tian E inscribed upon its surface, a revelation that had seemingly materialized unbeknownst to me. Yet, when I returned to examine the experimental records, every page had transformed into a blank slate, erasing the methods capable of extending life or even resurrecting the deceased from existence. Tian E, within the Jiangxing Medical College, still harbored enigmas yet to be unraveled, though such matters now seemed inconsequential. I was unwilling to squander further time, thus I exited the campus, retreating into the shadows against the wall to retrieve my phone from the Underworld showcase. After a day of incessant activity, I had yet to check the ratings for this particular live broadcast. With no one around, I activated my device. The live broadcast mission was to arrive at the Jiangxing Medical College's old campus west gate before dawn and complete the task. The ratings had concluded. I earned 1 point for completing the live broadcast task. A peak viewership exceeding 3,000 garnered an additional 6 points. Gifts totaling over 3,000 soul coins during the broadcast awarded 5 points, and an extra point was granted for fulfilling a commission from the Underworld. Optional Task 1. For each individual surviving beyond myself, an additional point would be rewarded. By dawn, 5 individuals remained alive, thus I received an additional 5 points. Optional Task 2. Providing the correct answer was completed, earning an extra 5 points. The live broadcast did not utilize the assistance phone feature, preserving the free opportunity for the next session. In summary, the live broadcast yielded a total of 23 points, bringing my total to 55 points. The 6th live broadcast concluded with an update to the merchandise catalog. The Dragon Capture Technique catalog. Mastering this skill allows one to grasp the moon in the heavens and subdue the seas. 55 points, was listed first. The Golden Silkworm Goo larva, to be avoided in the 3 and 5 calamities. Feeding with blood is strictly prohibited. 50 points, followed. The Broken Illusion Eye Technique, derived from barbaric lands. Incomplete and devoid of spirit. When perfected, it can discern truth from falsehood. 10 points, was next. Fortune and Prosperity One-Day Charm. Good fortune abounds. 1 point. Geography Purple Nucleus Book Fragment. Advanced Texts on Geomancy. 10 points. Starry Path Ghost Diagram. Observing the stars freely. 30 points. Life Ghost Steel. Establishing a ghost as a steel to pacify a lingering soul. 5 points. Premium Blank Talisman Paper, Talisman Brush, and Talisman Ink. 5 points. And the Heart-Melding Jade. A dual jade pendant merging into one, resonating with spiritual affinity. 6 points. Were also available. With the conclusion of the 6th live broadcast, my points balance surged to 55, unlocking a new array of merchandise. However, the offerings were daunting, making me hesitant to exchange for any item. For instance, the Dragon Capture Technique catalog alone demanded 55 points. Setting aside the debate on the existence of dragons, I found myself tempted to send a message to the Underworld showcase, inquiring about the practical utility of merely exchanging for a catalog. The newly available merchandise was extensive, overwhelming in its variety, and I scrolled for quite some time before redirecting my gaze to the points tally once more. Optional Task 1. The Underworld Showcase has rewarded me with 5 points. But according to the rule that grants an additional point for each surviving individual, it seems I have been awarded an extra point. Aside from myself, only the young boy, Lu Xian, the short security guard, and Zhang Jikiki survived, yet I received 5 points. Such a buy 4, get 1 free scenario should not occur in the Underworld Showcase. Thus, the likely reason is that Bai Wang was still considered alive at the moment dawn broke. Of course, this is merely an unfounded speculation. It is also possible that other individuals infiltrated the school. In any case, the live broadcast has concluded, and I, both physically and mentally exhausted, took a taxi back to Ting Tang Road. From a distance, I noticed the lights glowing in the small shop. Since Bai Qi was guarding the store, I had not locked the door. Has someone entered the shop? The thought of the lacquer coffin still being on the 2nd floor rushed me to pay the fare and hurriedly enter the shop. Who is inside? I called out at the entrance, but the 1st floor was empty, save for Bai Qi lazily sprawled on the ground. Could they have gone to the 2nd floor? As I ascended to the 2nd floor, I was alarmed to find the door ajar, with a tall, thin figure leaning on a shoulder pole standing in the narrow room. Old Lu, what brings you here? The figure before me was none other than Lu Xiezi, the only one in Jiangxing known to carry a shoulder pole. Realizing it was Lu Xiezi, I felt a wave of calm wash over me, as he was the one who had initially suggested I exchange for the lacquer coffin. Old Lu, have you eaten? Shall we go out for a drink? I smiled and draped my arm over Lu Xiezi's shoulder, but he promptly pulled away. What is wrong with you? I noticed Lu Xiezi's face was not right. His demeanor was serious, as if he were on high alert. Old Lu, have you lost your mind? It's me, Gao Jian. Lu Xiezi remained silent for a long moment, merely holding the shoulder pole, glaring at me as if attempting to see through me. I felt uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze, akin to that of a judge examining a criminal. Stop being paranoid. Just say what you need to say. What is the matter? Lu Xiezi planted the shoulder pole on the ground, his voice hoarse. Gao Jian, have you committed murder? I opened my mouth, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, I reluctantly nodded. Yes, it was a ruthless real estate developer who regarded human lives as mere trifles in his quest for profit. Enough, Lu Xiezi sighed. You view lives as insignificant as ants. Killing at will, and using this lacquer coffin for a blood sacrifice of the living. Such actions are no different from those of malevolent practitioners of the ghostly arts. Do not come to me again. The karmic consequences of your actions are not something the Lu family can be entangled with. Lacquer coffin blood sacrifice? I gazed at the coffin, which appeared even more crimson than a few days prior, suddenly realizing that Lu Xiezi and I seemed to be discussing entirely different matters. Chapter 196. No Buddha dares to save old Lu. Please let me explain. There may be a misunderstanding between us. I patiently recounted to Lu Xiezi the origins of the lacquer coffin and how the elderly man had appeared in my dreams, imploring me to assist him in avenging his wife by eliminating Wang Erjuan. That is the whole story. Wang Erjuan is a bully, and his greed led indirectly to the death of the old man's wife. I could not bear it and decided to help the old man take revenge. Upon finishing my tale, Lu Xiezi did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed at me with a look of confusion, seemingly trying to discern any signs of guilt or concealment on my face. Are your words entirely true? Absolutely. Leaning against the door, I pondered for a moment, only to feel that something was amiss. This matter had never been disclosed to outsiders. My nimble actions had even deceived the police. How did you come to know? After you committed the murder, how did you dispose of the body? Was it placed inside this coffin? Lu the Blind furrowed his brow, his fingers forming gestures as he paced within the room. The body had been taken by the police. What use would I have for it? I followed Lu the Blind to the lacquered coffin, where a faint metallic odor of blood emanated. Lu pushed open the coffin lid and grasped a handful of red clay. Curiously, the coffin contained a mixture of rare earth elements mingled with flesh and a pure, sinister energy, forming a concentrated information. Such dark sorcery could only be activated through blood sacrifice in a short span of time. Lao Lu, you keep mentioning blood sacrifice. What does it truly mean? Lu the Blind contemplated for a moment, then set down the red clay. Only heaven and earth are our true parents. All beings are spirits of the universe, and the mysteries within the human body are boundless. Blood sacrifice entails using a living person as an offering, seizing their essence, stripping away their flesh and blood, extracting their marrow, and appropriating their essence to worship the deities. As he spoke, he produced 2 garments from within the lacquered coffin. One belonged to the elder of Gua village, while the origins of the other, a black Taoist robe, were shrouded in mystery. Blood sacrifice necessitates a living person. Surely you have buried someone alive in your coffin. The evidence is apparent. Will you still attempt to argue? He placed the black robe on the coffin lid, his fingers tracing the vibrant, venomous snake design at the collar. This person may not walk the righteous path, but their sins do not warrant death. Lao Lu, if I told you I had no knowledge of how this garment ended up in the coffin, would you believe me? As I gazed at the black attire atop the coffin, a thought struck me, and I hastily dragged Lu the Blind to a nearby store to review the surveillance footage. In the footage from several days prior, a shadowy figure was seen lurking ominously around my small shop. The one consumed by the lacquered coffin must have been him. That night, I sensed someone stealthily entering my abode, yet after thorough investigation, I found no trace of him. In retrospect, it seems he was devoured by the lacquered coffin. I recounted the events of that night to Lu, then produced the black ghost talisman I had on me. That evening, I attempted to open the coffin, but regardless of my efforts, the lid remained shut until I avenged the elder's grievance, at which point it opened normally. Inside, besides the black robe, lay this talisman. The King of Hell's decree? Lu the Blind exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat upon seeing the black talisman. Is this thing dangerous? I was perplexed as I extended the talisman to Lu, yet he hesitated to receive it. The King of Hell decrees that if you are to die at the 3rd watch, who dares to let you live until the 5th? Once this decree is issued, malevolent spirits will haunt you, misfortune will ensue, and you may even encounter the Grim Reaper. The entry of spectral soldiers is even more terrifying. And this talisman is exceedingly difficult to dispel. It can be said that it remains until death. Lu the Blind calculated for quite some time, but could not deduce a conclusion. Someone has obscured the heavenly secrets. The adversary is also a practitioner whose arts surpass ours. At this moment, he began to believe my words, his expression softening. It seems someone stealthily entered your room at night, intending to deliver the decree. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the decree was not delivered, and instead, they lost their own life. With a strange tone, Lu the Blind scrutinized me from head to toe. Your appearance is ordinary, bearing no resemblance to wealth or nobility, yet you consistently turn misfortune into fortune. In my years of fortune-telling, I have never encountered someone like you. Perhaps my fate is quite resilient? Lighting a cigarette, I realized that the misunderstanding between Lu the Blind and myself had finally been resolved. Your fate is not merely resilient. It is akin to a blade, cutting through all obstacles with unwavering resolve. Lu, the blind seer, extended his palm, revealing the 5 elements of destiny, much like the 5 fingers of a hand, each varying in length. Yet, upon you, I perceive only a clenched fist. The control of your fate lies solely within your grasp. Although I may not fully comprehend your intent, I gather that you are extolling my virtues. Though Lu's meaning eludes me, the matter of the King of Hell's decree appears to be a gentle breeze, seemingly stirring no significant turbulence. However, it conceals a perilous undercurrent, a near brush with utter ruin. Observing me with indifference, Lu shook his head and sighed, noting the ominous mark across your nose, a harbinger of imminent demise. Each time I consult the omens for you, the results are either dire or exceedingly malignant. Your destiny is fraught with danger, a rarity in my experience, and I shall refrain from further elaboration, beseeching you to act with a clear conscience and retain a vestige of compassion. Otherwise, should you succumb to darkness, no benevolent force shall guide you. Is there truly no one who can offer salvation? My fingers, cradling a cigarette, trembled slightly. I am merely a proprietor of an adult establishment, not nearly as grand as you portray. Perhaps I am overthinking this, nevertheless. It would be prudent to avoid delving into the arcane arts, for the spirits you might encounter could lead to a perilous confusion of the mind. Rest assured, I am confident in my own discernment. Shifting from this weighty discussion, I gestured toward the surveillance footage on the computer. What is that individual doing? Why is he scattering rice around the small shop after emerging from the alley? Lu, upon observing the man's gestures and actions, quickly discerned his intent. He was summoning spirits, seeking to orchestrate harm against you. Regrettably, the spirits residing in your abode, drawn by the allure of the lacquered coffin, have become sustenance for your protective spirit, resulting in a case of thwarted intentions. With the situation clarified, it is evident Lu and I have known each other long enough for him to understand my character. I would never resort to murder for the sake of ritualistic practices. After selling some food along the way, we returned to the shop, and a few drinks later, any misunderstandings had dissipated like smoke. Sensing the moment was ripe, I, as before, transcribed a new inventory of items for the Underworld showcase for Lu's perusal. Initially, I sought his opinion, but upon seeing the first entry, Dragon Capture Technique, he was jolted awake. Stay calm, old Lu, this is not the first time you've seen this, I remarked, lowering my head to eat, while occasionally tossing morsels to Bai Chi. That is merely a catalog, and whether dragons exist in this world is still debatable. To me, the catalog of the Dragon Capture Technique, valued at 55 points, seemed utterly devoid of significance. Dragons are but ethereal figments of human imagination, fundamentally non-existent, rendering the notion of capturing one absurd. I shook my head with a smile and resumed my meal, yet Lu's reaction starkly contrasted mine. He set down his chopsticks, addressing me with utmost seriousness. Gao Jian, should the opportunity arise, you must learn this dragon capture technique. His tone carried an unusual weight, prompting my curiosity. Why is this book the most expensive among all? The cost to acquire it far exceeds my means. Merely obtaining a catalog requires 55 points, and I surmised it would take me another 6 or 7 broadcasts to amass such points. The risks associated with the Underworld Showcase broadcasts increase with each passing episode, leaving my survival through them uncertain. I do not deceive you. Once mastered, this technique grants access to the primordial realm. Lu the Blind downed the wine in his cup and removed the blindfold, seemingly recalling a tale from long ago. The notion of capturing a dragon is akin to a fantastical fable. While the world has heard of the mythical Qiu, Jiao, Pan, and Shin dragons, None have ever laid eyes on a true dragon. Should it be a practitioner from another clan, they might scoff at the technique of dragon capture. Yet the Liu family stands apart. Just as he was halfway through his story, Liu the Blind abruptly halted. This teasing tactic indeed irked me. I lifted my cup, urging, "Old Liu, please elucidate. If this exchange truly takes place, I may face a perilous ordeal within 3 days. To exchange all my points for something of no use certainly requires caution. I did not suggest you procure it now, but rather in the future," Liu the Blind said, placing the blindfold on the table and cradling the cup in his hands. "If you master this technique, the Liu family could extricate ourselves from this graveyard known as Jiangsheng." Chapter 197. The Graveyard. Old Liu, clarify your words. How does this dragon capture technique connect to your family? And why do you refer to Jiangsheng as a graveyard? The first time I heard someone liken Jiangsheng to a graveyard was during a confrontation with a sorcerer who tried to convince me to take him as a disciple and flee this graveyard. Are you certain you wish to know? Once you learn these secrets, escaping will become even more arduous. Liu the Blind swirled the fine wine in his cup. Yet this time it held no flavor. His heart was troubled, uncertain if his forthcoming revelations would be viewed as a breach of cosmic secrets. "Since you wish to know, I shall tell you, for these matters cannot remain concealed forever." Liu the Blind instructed me to close the shop, draw the curtains, and placed his ever-present carrying pole across the entrance, affixing several talismans made of yellow paper to the windows. The more cautious he became, the more my curiosity grew. I set down my bowl and chopsticks, sitting upright at the table. "All right, this is a bustling, mundane market, so it is unlikely anyone will overhear us." "Those people?" I instinctively prepared to press further, but Liu the Blind merely waved his hand, indicating that some things are best left unsaid. "Listen to me. I will speak, and you need only absorb my words." His finger traced the paper, precisely landing on the characters for the dragon capture technique. "Jiangsheng is an ancient city, enduring the trials of 1,000 years, steadfast amid the ebb and flow of time. Dynasties rise and fall, while the sun, moon, and stars shift. Yet every house and tree here preserves its original form. Do you know the reason behind this? During a live broadcast in the 14th Route Spirit car, I once heard the manager of the bus company mention that Jiangsheng itself is a vast feng shui configuration. Thus, when Liu the Blind inquired, I casually replied, "Legend has it that beneath Jiangsheng lies a Jiao dragon, and the city was constructed to restrain its head. This very city is a feng shui arrangement." Upon hearing my response, Liu the Blind's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, you cannot conceal the truth. However, you have only grasped part of it." He rose and found a pen, sketching on paper, depicting Jiangsheng as the eye of the formation, with 28 counties as stars in this expansive feng shui array, spanning South China and Jiangbei, a feat rarely seen in this age. After showing me the drawing, Liu the Blind requested a lighter and set it ablaze, turning it to ashes. The notion that a Jiao dragon lies beneath Jiangsheng is no mere rumor. I can assure you with utmost certainty that there are dragons beneath Jiangsheng, and not just one. Liu the Blind seemed poised to unveil a secret concealed for a millennium. My demeanor shifted to one of heightened anticipation. "How can you be so certain? Have you seen a true Jiao dragon?" The dragon, a creature I have never encountered, was nonetheless subdued by my ancestral kin of the Liu family. Liu the Blind uttered these words. Despite his humble garb of coarse cloth, an extraordinary aura subtly emanated from his very being. "Is it true that your ancestors subdued the dragon?" I candidly confessed that I had never witnessed Liu the Blind exhibit such emotion, suggesting that the forebears of the Liu family were indeed remarkable. However, upon deeper reflection, it became evident that a person capable of subduing a dragon could not possibly be obscure. Such figures are destined to be immortalized in the annals of history. I, daring to inquire, asked Liu the Blind, what was the name of the ancestor who quelled the dragon? Liu the Blind shook his head, cautioning that certain matters should not be fully disclosed, lest they invite calamity. "All you need to know is that my forebear assisted the emperor in ascending the grand throne, vanquished dragons on behalf of the sovereign, and ignited the 7-star lanterns to extend life by 12 years, yet ultimately met a tragic fate, resulting in the obliteration of 3 clans." "Wait a moment," I interjected. "If that is the case, from where does your lineage originate?" My intention was not to provoke Liu the Blind. Rather, it was my professional instinct. "We have concealed our identities and hidden in Jiangsheng, which is precisely why I have yet to utter my ancestor's name," he replied. Liu the Blind then recounted how his ancestor, tasked with seeking the dragon, arrived at this locale and discovered a 9-colored koi by the riverbank, patiently waiting for 3 days and nights before finally capturing it. Little did he know this act would provoke the wrath of the river deity, unleashing torrential rains and revealing a colossal figure, 100 feet long, coiling within the waters. Highly skilled in geomancy and divination, Lu's ancestor battled the river's master for 7 days and nights, resulting in a stalemate. Had he chosen to abandon the pursuit at this juncture, the matter would have been resolved. Yet, driven by pride and ambition, he, aspiring to rival Kongming, insisted on slaying the dragon. He meticulously prepared the geomantic array to ensnare the dragon, only to inadvertently discover that the surrounding area, spanning hundreds of miles, constituted a grand formation. At this point, I interrupted. Are you implying that the construction of the grand array in Jiangcheng was not initiated by your ancestor? Indeed. My Lu family traces its lineage back only 600 or 700 years, while this grand array was established over a millennium ago. Lu the Blind's narrative now delved into the heart of the matter. His ancestor, upon discovering the array, was astonished. He summoned over 1,000 individuals to draft maps, set compasses, and observe the celestial alignments, ultimately determining that the array was situated atop a grand tomb, with its focal point being Jiangqing. In his astonishment, he also contemplated the implications of the grand tomb's formation. To capture the dragon, he harnessed the power of the grand array, utilizing the geomantic energy of the surrounding 100 miles to suppress it beneath Jiangqing, preventing its ascension. After taking a sip of wine, Lu the Blind continued. The dragon remains imprisoned beneath Jiangqing. However, my ancestors' actions have entwined our fates with this city. Within this grand tomb lies an extraordinary figure, and all who have interacted with Jiangqing, taking even a blade of grass or a stone, are unable to escape the chains of cause and effect. This inextricable bond has condemned the Lu family to remain in Jiangqing for generations, with one member in each lineage destined to be trapped here, repaying their karmic debt. For 5 centuries, the Lu family has endeavored through various means to settle this debt, yet we remain unable to sever our ties. The root of our predicament likely lies with that dragon. Until it is liberated, my family shall never find peace. Upon concluding his tale, Lu the Blind sighed heavily. To me, these stories seemed akin to legends, difficult to fathom as the solemn admonitions inscribed in the family lineage. Sensing Lu the Blind's distress, I wished to offer comfort. If that is the case, why do you not release the dragon? It ascended to the heavens, and you too may depart from this place. Is it truly so simple? In order to unleash the dragon, one must dismantle the grand formation. At that time, with the dragon freed, no one would be able to control it, and the entire city would face annihilation. Surely, it cannot be that terrifying? The more I listen, the more I find it unsettling. Jiangqing is not particularly small, yet to suggest that the entire city would perish alongside it is an exaggeration. This matter is of great significance. We must not act recklessly. Today, Lu the Blind has sighed more times than ever before. As he spoke, the conversation inevitably circled back to me. Thus, I hope you can master the art of capturing dragons. If one day the dragon truly escapes, the fate of all living beings in the city will rest solely on your shoulders. After hearing Lu the Blind's words, I could only manage a wry smile. As I flipped through the catalog of the Underworld showcase on my phone, I suddenly sensed something peculiar. The updates to the catalog have always been remarkably targeted. Last time, there were numerous items relating to formations, and now, an entire section dedicated to dragon-catching techniques has emerged. Could this be an indication directed at me? Gazing at the dragon-catching catalog that requires 55 points for redemption, my smile faded and my brow furrowed in contemplation. Jiangqing, the dragon, the Grand Tomb, and the Underworld showcase. Could there be a connection among them? I looked up at Lu the Blind and asked old Lu, does your ancestry hold any insights regarding the feng shui grand formation of Jiangqing? No need for extensive details. A basic understanding will suffice. This formation was established over 1,000 years ago, and its specific purpose has become untraceable. Only in ancient texts can one find the faintest clues. This formation was constructed solely to entomb a single individual. As for that person's identity, appearance, and name, all have been erased by the passage of time, leaving nothing but a blank void. Lu the Blind's words reminded me of the complete erasure of existence, a hallmark of the Underworld showcase. To entomb an individual? During my interview for the Underworld showcase, 3 examiners appeared wearing paper masks, yet I recall a particular detail. Their heights and builds were nearly identical. with only their voices and the condition of their masks varying. Could it be that these three are, in fact, one? Is the person entombed in that grand tomb the master of the underworld showcase? My own speculation sent a chill down my spine. The clues are too few, all conjecture. To uncover more, it seems I must personally venture to the road without lights. Chapter 198. Get in the car since that fateful night of the interview. I have not returned to the road without lights. I cannot fathom why, but the mere thought of exploring it fills me with an inexplicable dread. Logically, after enduring 6 live broadcasts, my courage and mental fortitude have been tempered like steel. Yet, it feels as though I am a mouse fearing a cat. The memories of that night unsettle my mind, and the terror instilled by the Underworld Showcase has taken root deep within me since my very first interview. The strangeness and horror stemming from the unknown extinguish any thoughts of resistance. Their power surpasses my comprehension. It is not something that can be resolved through mere talismans or incantations. Gao Jian, why does your complexion suddenly appear so wan? Lu the Blind observed my unease and set down his cup. Could it be that you've heard too many secrets and are feeling the weight of it all? I shook my head, unwilling to share my inner turmoil with Lu the Blind. The Underworld Showcase is the greatest secret I carry, and I must bury it deep within my heart. Then what troubles you? Your cheeks are pale, and clouds gather upon your forehead. I seldom see you exhibit such a countenance, Lu the Blind remarked with concern. Having drained the last remnants of wine from my glass, I gazed at the empty vessel, realizing that while the wine could be replenished, the essence of a person lost could never be reclaimed. Old Lu's dragon-catching technique requires careful contemplation. For now, please inform me if there were any other valuable items on that piece of paper. Lu, momentarily taken aback by my abrupt shift in conversation, pondered for a moment before responding. Aside from legendary artifacts such as the dragon-catching technique and the golden silkworm goo, there are indeed some practical items listed. For instance, the Blessing and Prosperity Talisman, a charm for enhancing fortune, would be quite suitable for someone like you, who seems perpetually cursed by ominous omens during divinations. Old Lu, there is no need for such elaborate details. Simply tell me which items can be exchanged. The Geography Purple Sack, though a superior classic of geomancy, contains concepts that even the average feng shui master may struggle to comprehend, so do not dwell on it. Similarly, the Starry Path Demon Scroll possesses profound mysteries. While it may grant one the power to summon winds and foresee fortunes, its esoteric content could destabilize your nascent understanding of the Tao. In my view, the remaining items hold considerable value for exchange. The soul-suppressing tablet can pacify lingering spirits. Placing it beside your lacquered coffin will ensure that restless souls will not conspire against you. You must diligently practice your Taoist arts and talismanic drawing, an essential aspect of the 5 arts of Taoism. Should you lack talisman brushes or inks, I can provide you with some blank talisman paper from my residence. As I have a surplus, the final item is the Heart Union Jade, a pair of exquisite jade pendants. They possess remarkable properties, not only soothing the spirit and enhancing beauty but, when separated, enabling the two wearers to resonate with each other's thoughts and feelings. If there is someone dear to your heart, exchanging for this jade may yield unexpected benefits. By the time I bid farewell to Lu, the clock had already passed 10. I yearned to practice the mysterious true heart technique, yet my restless spirit rendered me unable to meditate. Jiang City, it turns out, is a vast graveyard, concealing dragons beneath its surface. The esoteric secrets I gleaned from Lu clung to my mind, refusing to dissipate. Seated beside the lacquered coffin, I felt the night breeze carrying a hint of chill, foretelling a change in the weather. With insomnia gripping me, I donned my coat, closed the window, and descended the stairs. The 6th live stream had just concluded, and within a few days, another would commence. This relentless cycle of nightmares seemed never-ending. I pocketed my charging phone and stepped out with Bai Qi. Fear alone would not resolve my troubles. Rather than waiting for a propitious moment, I resolved to return to the unlit road today to uncover the depths of the Underworld Showcase. I had long been at a loss for words to describe this spectral exhibition. It is neither black nor white, devoid of moral clarity, shrouded in profound mysteries that elude comprehension. At times, it resembles a reclusive elder, while at others, it manifests as a madcap jester, treating lives as mere theatrics upon an urban stage. I could not predict its next move, just as I could not foresee my own conclusion or the manner in which my story would unfold. Having locked the shop door, Bai Qi and I set out to hail a cab in the old town. We walked a considerable distance along Ting Tang Road until we finally spotted a taxi. The vehicle was parked at the roadside, the hood ajar, with the driver shining a flashlight inside. "Ready to go, sir?" "To the old town?" I inquired. As I approached the front of the car, I recognized the driver. It was the balding uncle who had driven me to the Anshin Inn during my very first live stream. Upon my call, the driver instantly recognized me. "What a remarkable coincidence, dear host. I trust you have been faring well lately? I have been thoroughly entertained by your recent live streams. Your performances were absolutely astounding. Had I not seen you in person, I might have doubted their authenticity. Wait a moment, did you catch my subsequent live streams?" A sudden chill coursed through me, and an ominous premonition gripped my heart. "Surely you jest. What jesting is this? Ever since I left you alone at the Anshin Inn that day, I have felt an immense weight on my conscience." Later, upon seeing the news, I was utterly astounded. They discovered 5 or 6 corpses in that very inn. It became clear to me that you were no ordinary individual. Subsequently, during my late-night drives, out of sheer boredom, I sought your videos online, and lo and behold, fortune favored me. I found them. The balding uncle, brimming with excitement, was blissfully unaware of the implications of witnessing a ghostly live performance. "Which live stream did you watch?" I inquired, offering him a cigarette to quell my unease. "It was the episode on the 14 bus, teeming with the deceased. You sly trickster. The actors you hired were truly professional." I was glued to the screen, utterly unable to discern who was a ghost. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, lighting a cigarette but neglecting to smoke it. "Little did you know, my vehicle was parked right on the 14 bus line. After watching your live stream, I was too terrified to work that night, fearing some peculiar entity might appear." He gestured towards the safety talisman hanging in the car. "Look, I even made a special trip to the temple to obtain a peace talisman, which the master consecrated. Cost me 68. When I find a moment, I shall procure one for you as well. It proves remarkably effective." I cast a glance at the talisman, its inscriptions devoid of any profound essence, resembling a child's scribbles. "What about my later live streams? Have you noticed any unusual occurrences or peculiar sensations?" I caught one episode, the one featuring the murder game in a psychiatric hospital, along with your broadcast from last night at the medical school. My goodness, I have even memorized your opening line. "Welcome to the super thrilling live stream." The uncle recited it with such fervor, lost in his own joy, utterly oblivious to the nuances of the situation. I shook my head, recalling Officer Huang and the fate of Huang Buiyuan's young son. I truly dared not ride in that vehicle again. "Keep this talisman. It should prove more efficacious than the one you sought. It would be prudent for you to refrain from watching my live streams in the future." I produced a calming talisman, a gift from Lu Jin, and handed it to the uncle before turning to leave. "Where are you off to? Aren't you catching a ride? I can take you partway." The balding uncle, ever so enthusiastic, grasped my hand firmly. Most hosts dread losing their audience. Yet here you are, seemingly intent on driving them away. "Young man, you must not let success go to your head." He casually tucked the talisman into his coat pocket, appearing dismissive of its significance, the talisman's edges protruding conspicuously. "Hey, hold on to that talisman. It may one day save your life." "Got it, let us go? Consider this ride a generous donation to your live stream." The balding uncle pushed me into the vehicle and closed the hood. I offered a wry smile, reluctant to refuse. The uncle was a straightforward man, not inherently malevolent, and we were headed to the old district, the very place where you first transported me. "All set. Hold on tight." The balding uncle took a considerable amount of time to start the car, and I faintly heard a peculiar sound emanating from the engine. My curiosity was piqued, as I recalled seeing him lift the hood earlier to inspect something. Could it be that the engine was malfunctioning? Not exactly. Lately, this car had been plagued with issues. Engine troubles were minor compared to the brakes, which sometimes inexplicably failed. An inspection at the company revealed no significant problems. Chapter 199. Do not take selfies at midnight, brakes failing inexplicably? Upon hearing the balding uncle's words, I promptly unbuckled my seatbelt. "If you wish to see me in my next live stream, you ought to let me out of the car." My tone was remarkably earnest. At that moment, I realized that there was little room for insincerity. Sitting in the taxi, I felt as though my life was in jeopardy, and it would be prudent to exit sooner rather than later. "What are you afraid of? I just had the entire vehicle serviced yesterday. There's nothing wrong." The balding uncle showed no intention of stopping. "In my eyes, you, the streamer, have never been one to shy away. This isn't about courage. First, reduce your speed. I have a few inquiries for you." I was astonished to discover that the balding uncle was also a viewer of my streams. His presence was a delightful surprise. I had never interacted with my viewers outside of my broadcasts. Perhaps I could glean insights from him regarding the fundamental purpose behind the establishment of the otherworldly showcase. Why bother with pleasantries? Feel free to ask. Think carefully before you respond. I cautioned him, my apprehension evident, and then proceeded with my question. On that night, which streaming platform were you using, and what software led you to my livestream? Noticing the seriousness in my tone, the balding uncle dropped the self-referential title and answered honestly. I was just browsing online on my phone when an advertisement unexpectedly popped up. Without giving it much thought, I clicked on it and found myself in your livestream. May I see your phone? The balding uncle handed me his rather ordinary domestic smartphone, devoid of any unusual applications. As I scrolled through the home screen, I suddenly spotted a distinctive icon. It was a black and white photograph of the uncle himself. The otherworldly showcase? I lowered my voice and pointed to the icon, inquiring, "How did you acquire this?" When I first watched your stream, an option appeared asking if I wanted to follow you permanently. I clicked yes, and subsequently, this icon appeared on my phone. The balding uncle hummed a tune as he drove, completely oblivious to his precarious situation. By the way, your live stream is indeed quite strange. It seems one can only access it late at night when alone. During the day, no matter how many times I click, nothing happens. What perplexes me further is that after purchasing a new phone yesterday, I found that the same black and white photo icon had appeared on it overnight, which is rather unsettling. Even with a new phone, the icon of the otherworldly showcase continued to manifest. I furrowed my brow in deep contemplation. Once the option for permanent following is selected, no matter what method one employs, escape becomes impossible. But why would the otherworldly showcase resort to such tactics? What necessity drives it to seek a continuous influx of living viewers? Unable to deduce the answer, I returned the phone to the balding uncle and continued. While you were in the car that night, did you notice any unusual sounds or anomalies around the vehicle? The balding uncle reminisced for a moment before he spoke, recounting that the last passengers he had transported that day were a young couple. The male appeared to be around 20, while the female resembled a student, albeit with a slight bulge in her abdomen, her hands resting gently upon her belly. This peculiar behavior led me to deduce that they were on their way to terminate a pregnancy. Such keen observation, indeed. Upon hearing my praise, the balding uncle beamed with pride, for it was only natural. After all, they had informed him prior to embarking that their destination was a notorious underground clinic known for performing abortions. When I remained silent, he continued. After delivering the couple to their destination, I waited idly by the roadside for my next fare. Later, I began to wonder if it was merely a figment of my imagination, as I kept hearing the faint sound of a baby crying from within the vehicle. The cries came in waves, yet I dismissed them until half an hour later, when a drunken man entered the car and, before even sitting down, pointed towards the back seat, inquiring why there was a baby aboard. I was momentarily flustered, but after thoroughly checking the interior, I discovered nothing amiss, leading me to believe that the man was simply rambling due to his intoxication. I was reluctant to have him ride with me, fearing he might vomit in my car. Subsequently, I found myself without any passengers, idly scrolling through my phone until I chanced upon your live broadcast. After hearing the balding uncle's account, I took out my phone, activated the camera, and scanned the interior of the vehicle, finding no trace of a ghostly presence or an infant. The notion that the young couple had gone for an abortion and that I had unwittingly contributed to the demise of an unborn child, leaving its spirit lingering within my car, began to take shape. I retrieved a talisman, noting that I had encountered numerous restless spirits, none of which could truly intimidate me. The situation of the balding driver differed from that of Officer Huang and his colleagues. After viewing the live stream, he had not perished, but had instead become entangled with wandering souls. Thus, it could be inferred that not all individuals in my live chat were on the brink of death. Some may have inadvertently offended supernatural entities or merely crossed paths with wandering spirits at that moment. Understanding that the viewers in my live stream would not lose their lives simply by watching it was indeed a relief, alleviating my previous guilt. The host continued, noting that other viewers had also experienced peculiar occurrences. The balding driver, while driving, began to share the bizarre comments he had observed in the chat. Many times, you had not been paying attention to the comments, thus missing certain details. During your last live stream, a viewer had posted a comment claiming that his girlfriend had returned. At the time, this remark did not garner much attention, but since your stream was experiencing a blackout, some curious souls began to inquire further. The viewer then revealed that his ex-girlfriend had tragically taken her own life by jumping from a building 2 or 3 days prior. His revelation sparked further commotion among the viewers, prompting him to recount the series of events. Initially, he had been unable to sleep late at night out of boredom and had started browsing his phone, inadvertently clicking on a video that featured your live stream. He had never encountered such an exhilarating broadcast and was instantly captivated. However, as he continued to watch, he suddenly perceived footsteps echoing back and forth between the bathroom and kitchen, reminiscent of his deceased ex-girlfriend, who had once busily attended to her household duties. Terrified by the sounds, he grabbed his phone to illuminate the hallway, but found nothing unusual surrounding the kitchen and bathroom areas. As he was beginning to suspect his own nerves, the footfalls suddenly echoed again, heading straight for the bedroom. He shouted and turned on the light. Yet no one entered the room. At that moment, while sharing these experiences in the live broadcast, a viewer immediately suggested that the individual must have committed some heinous act, speculating that perhaps his ex-girlfriend did not die by suicide but was instead murdered by him and had now returned for vengeance. The man vehemently denied the accusation, leading to a heated exchange with other viewers, ultimately culminating in a rather chilling solution. Legend has it that during the witching hour, the atmosphere is thick with malevolence. Lying in bed with all the lights off and taking a selfie with one's phone could capture entities invisible to the naked eye. Based on this folklore, they urged the man to photograph himself to ascertain whether it was his ex-girlfriend's spirit seeking retribution. I noticed that the bald uncle possessed a remarkable talent for storytelling, successfully igniting my curiosity about the fate of that viewer. I paid special attention to the viewer's ID, but he never posted another comment, leaving me to wonder whether it was a deliberate prank or if he truly attempted to take a midnight selfie. The bald uncle shuddered at the thought of facing himself in a photograph only to discover the image contained a deceased individual. That notion frightened me. Yet, the barrage of comments from viewers was quite abundant. I was unaware that such occurrences had transpired in my live broadcast room. It seemed that sometimes, horror does not only dwell in desolate and eerie locales, but can also be perilously close to us. Engaging in conversation with the bald uncle, we lost track of time. When I finally glanced out the window, I realized we had left behind the towering skyscrapers, surrounded instead by lowly bungalows and dilapidated structures. The road to darkness was nearing. My heart raced as I gripped the car window tightly. The first time I departed from darkness, I had been in the bald uncle's vehicle. Was this a sign from fate, compelling me to return? Chapter 200. No living souls on Darkness Road tonight. The moon hung bright, and the stars were few. I gazed out the car window. The road was covered in a faint silvery frost, the moonlight akin to flowing water, stirring a sense of melancholy within me. The live broadcast host had indeed reached Darkness Road. The bald uncle parked at the intersection, offering, "Shall I take you inside? The path inside is treacherous. You needn't worry about me." I retrieved the fare and offered it to the bald uncle, but he persistently waved his hands. "Keep the fare as a token of support for your live broadcast. Your work is tough. You rise early and return late, enduring insults from all manner of trolls. Sometimes, I feel compelled to stand up for you and wish to silence those uncouth individuals." His hand swept across his slightly receding hairline, reminiscent of a general commanding a vast army. I smiled and insisted on leaving the fare. "You must accept this money. Otherwise, if I were to encounter an accident today, you would be implicated." I placed the fare on the passenger seat, opened the car door, and surveyed the dilapidated old town. In this era of extensive urban redevelopment, only here remained the roots of the old Jiangqing. "Host, add me on WeChat. Let us keep in touch." The bald uncle hurriedly followed me out of the car, clutching his 2 phones. "I have QQ, WeChat, and even a Momo account. Shall we follow each other?" "Brother, our connection is too deep. There's no benefit to you. I reiterate, please refrain from watching my live broadcasts in the future." With a wry smile, "I must confess that many of the scenes you witnessed during the live stream are not mere fabrications. A considerable portion of them is starkly real. Those gruesome corpses, the deranged perversions, and the specters that silently linger behind me. Uncle Dong is fully aware of the industry's dark underbelly." The balding elder adopts an expression that conveys more than words could express, suggesting that whatever you assert is precisely what it is. Agreed? I merely seek a WeChat connection. Is that too much to ask? Ordinary individuals, who have never truly encountered horror, will likely never believe my words, despite my repeated warnings at the beginning of each live stream. No one has ever heeded them. Unable to withstand Uncle Dong's incessant chatter, I reluctantly divulged my WeChat information to him, adding him as a friend. Joyful Pinnacle? The name you've chosen for yourself is rather intense. Hurry along, my friend. I have pressing matters to attend to. In truth, adding Uncle Dong as a friend could prove advantageous for me. When ensnared within a predicament from which I cannot extricate myself, I can seek his counsel, gaining an outsider's perspective on the unfolding events. However, two concerns weigh heavily on my mind. First, I fear that Uncle Dong might reveal my information. Second, I worry that his association with me could attract the attention of the underworld or other vengeful adversaries. Just considering Jiang Chun as an example, he could devise countless ways to bring about Uncle Dong's demise. Having walked a few meters, I glanced back to see the taxi still stationary, with Uncle Dong lifting the hood to inspect the engine. What could be the matter? Wasn't the journey here smooth? Though puzzled, I chose not to dwell on it and hastened into the unlit alley. After 11 at night, the labyrinthine lanes were enveloped in darkness. The residents here are predominantly long-time inhabitants of Jiangqing, and few venture out at such late hours. Moonlight spilled onto the ground, despite the absence of streetlights. It hardly affected me. My numerous live streams had accustomed me to the dark. Venturing deeper into the alley, I located the white goods shop I had first encountered upon arriving at the unlit road. The roll-up door was ajar, allowing me to glimpse the paper offerings, spirit horses, wreaths, and longevity Buddha within. I gently knocked on the door, crouched, and entered. Pardon the intrusion. Inside, an elderly gentleman, well into his 70s, sat in a recliner, deftly crafting paper offerings, a trade once known as a paper craftsman. Upon my late-night arrival, he merely glanced up before resuming his work. You've come to return the umbrella. Haven to you? His reminder sparked my memory during my initial visit to the unlit road amidst the torrential rain. He had lent me a black umbrella meant for Qingming tomb sweeping. I've lent that umbrella to someone else. If you provide a price, I can compensate you. I began to reach for my wallet, but he waved his hand in refusal. I do not want your money. The payment I seek is something you do not possess. What do you mean by that? I felt a hint of enigma in his words as he squinted at me, prompting me to linger. Once he completed his paper crafting, he revealed a plump, unpainted doll, which appeared rather eerie. During the Qingming festival, as the rain falls and travelers' spirits wane, the umbrella I lent you is intended for the deceased. If you wish to pay, it must be with money meant for the dead. A fine poem recited by an elder at this moment feels somewhat peculiar. I can only manage a wry smile. The money for the deceased is not mine. And as for the umbrella, I lent it to a deranged old woman who was searching for her little grandson in the alley that night. Seeing her so forlorn and pitiable, I decided to give her the umbrella. The elder retrieved a somewhat antiquated box from beneath the wooden table, and upon opening it, revealed an array of watercolors. Unlike the synthetic pigments crafted from modern chemical materials, these paints exuded a strange aroma, the origin of which remains a mystery. If you cannot repay me, then let it be. Why concoct a fictitious tale of a mad old woman? The elder, dipping his brush into the paint, skillfully colored a paper doll, exhibiting considerable artistic prowess. Elder, I speak only the truth. I recounted my encounter with the mad old woman in its entirety. Yet his reaction was subdued, resembling a bottomless, placid pool of water. I have resided in the old city for 50 or 60 years and have never encountered the mad old woman you mention. Such a person does not exist here, he stated. While he spoke, he completed the paper doll, his movements graceful as he inserted bamboo skewers into the doll, hanging it at the entrance. Compared to our initial meeting, the elder's demeanor towards me had significantly softened, which led me to believe this was an opportunity. Having lived on the dark street for decades, he surely knows more about this place than I do. Elder, having lived on Dark Street for so long, have you heard any rumors? I carefully organized my words to avoid offending him while tentatively inquiring. Numerous tales circulate online about your area, how streetlights, once installed, invariably malfunction the next day, and electric vehicles passing through at night suddenly lose power. Most terrifying of all, if one were to lose their way in the alley at night and encounter someone, that person may not be human. The elder, upon hearing my words, set down his paper creations and glanced at me with a faint expression. If the beings one encounters are not human, then what might they be? His retort left me momentarily speechless. I am merely recounting what I have heard. Please do not take offense. Those tales are nothing but fabrications. The absence of streetlights at night is due to aging wiring, compounded by the impending demolition of the area, which explains the lack of repairs. The Urban Planning Initiative has earmarked the old city for significant redevelopment. Soon, Jiangxing shall no longer bear that name. The elder lamented, placing his brush back in the wooden box. Times have changed. I have spent my life crafting paper, and now I only hope that when my time comes, someone will honor my passing with paper offerings. Elder, your health is robust. Living to 100 is certainly within your grasp. Sooner or later, we all must depart. The elder, with a knowing glance, remarked about the umbrella. You need not return it. Go and attend to what you must do. What must I do? I clasped my hands, hoping for further clarification. The matter you must attend to is known only to you. I am but an old man, half a foot already in the grave. How could I provide you with guidance? After speaking, the elder rose, glanced at the clock on the wall, lit 2 white candles, and turned off the lights in the room. He carried the freshly crafted paper doll to Dark Street and ignited a fire, reducing the doll to ashes. Send the soul forth. The elder's voice carried a peculiar resonance. As the ashes danced in the wind, he patted my shoulder and advised, it would be wise for you to avoid Dark Street. When life extinguishes, it is as if a lamp has gone out, and there are no living souls upon Dark Street. He coughed twice, bent down, and returned indoors, closing the shop door behind him. The unlit street was devoid of life. I found myself isolated within the labyrinthine alleys, unable to discern which path I had taken to arrive. Chapter 201, The Old Woman. Looking up, I noticed that the moonlight had been obscured by dark clouds, and darkness crept in silently. I was back in the realm of the underworld, groping through the pitch blackness. I reminisced about the moment I first encountered the mad old woman, following the recollections in my mind as I ventured deeper into the alley. After approximately half an hour, I discerned a dilapidated 2-story building with a tattered awning. It was beside this very house that I had discovered the address on the advertisement card for the Underworld Showcase while seeking refuge from the rain. Approaching the building, I wiped the door plate, which read 43. The card had indicated that number 44 was located underground, in room 444. I could never forget the scene at the onset of this nightmare. If this was 43, then the adjacent buildings should be. Upon closer inspection, I found that the 2 buildings were numbered 42 and 45, respectively. How could there be number 44? I had certainly entered it that day. Standing at the door of 43, I was enveloped by an increasingly dense darkness. Had it vanished? Or did it only appear on rainy days? I glanced at the battered wooden door before gritting my teeth and raising my hand to knock. Bang, bang, bang. With increasing force, the door unexpectedly swung open. Not locked. Pushing the door wide, I was met with a scene of utter desolation. It appeared that no one had inhabited the place for quite some time. Covering my mouth and nose, I illuminated the interior with my phone. The furniture was all in tatters, piled high with various refuse, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench, as if the entire structure had succumbed to decay. No basement. I searched in vain for a passage below, but the staircase railing within matched my recollection perfectly. Suddenly, the door behind me creaked open, and I turned sharply to see a small girl in tattered clothing timidly standing at the threshold. She seemed unaware of my presence and froze in shock, one hand gripping the door while the other clutched an exquisite fabric doll. Do not be afraid. I wanted to approach the girl to offer comfort, but an unsettling thought from the old man's words, the unlit street is devoid of life, suddenly flashed through my mind, causing cold sweat to break out as I halted my advance. The girl's appearance was far too abnormal. On the unlit street at night, even adults dared not venture out, let alone a girl of 5 or 6. Furthermore, her attire was steeped in strangeness. While her clothes were dirty and torn, her face, arms, and calves were spotless, devoid of any grime. The doll in her hand looked as if it had just been purchased. My gaze lingered on the doll. Its appearance bore no resemblance to any character from the animations or films I knew. Moreover, the expression on the doll's face was anything but endearing. It resembled an abandoned infant, filled with resentment. Hello, uncle. Are you lost? Can you tell me where number 44 on the unlit street is? She held a talisman delicately between her fingers, and I endeavored to smile as warmly as I could. The little girl took a step back, suddenly clutching her doll and turning to flee. Hey, I mean no harm. The girl was not swift, and in just a few steps, I caught up to her. As she noticed my approach, panic seized her, and in her haste, she stumbled over something, losing her balance. Be careful. I seized her from behind, and only upon grasping her hand did I realize her body was chillingly cold. Take it slow, uncle. He's not a bad person. My encounters with children have been scarce. Those I had previously met were peculiar, like Sakurako and Song Xiaofeng. After a considerable time, the girl ceased her flight and sat beside me on the stone steps at the entrance of door 43, cradling her doll in silence. You should hurry home. Your family must be worried. I intended to smoke a cigarette, having it poised at my lips, when I suddenly remembered that smoking next to a child was ill-advised. Reluctantly, I tucked away the low-quality cigarette and played with my lighter. Where is your home? Shall I escort you? The girl shook her head, looking pitiful. I have no home. Momentarily at a loss for words, I pondered how to respond. Then what are you doing here at night? I've heard the unlit road is unsafe after dark. Waiting for someone, she succinctly replied, before falling silent once more. As the night breeze swept by, the girl huddled deeper into her tattered garments, clutching her doll tightly. Are you cold? I removed my coat and draped it over her. The oversized garment enveloped her small frame, presenting a rather comical sight. Who are you waiting for? How long must you wait? 20 years. 20 years. My surprise led me to believe it was merely the naive musings of a child. So I patiently waited alongside her for a full 20 minutes. Just as I was about to call the child rescue center, the girl returned my coat and walked alone into the darkness of the alley. Thank you for keeping me company, she said as she departed, leaving me momentarily stunned. From the opposite end of the alley emerged a woman in her 20s, seemingly my age, possessing an ethereal beauty and delicate skin that exuded an air of refined grace. Even amidst the countless beauties I had encountered, only Huang Shui could rival her in elegance. Are you here searching for someone? A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, just walked that way. I observed the similarities between the woman's features and those of the little girl, assuming she was the mother. I am not looking for her. I am here to wait for someone. The poetically exquisite woman smiled at me, then approached with a graceful stride. It was then I noticed her own attire was equally worn, and she clutched a doll with a peculiar expression reminiscent of the one the little girl had held, albeit looking a tad more time-worn. Curiosity stirred within me, yet I masked it. Are you also waiting for someone? Surely, you do not intend to wait 20 years as well. I cannot wait that long. I shall wait for 15 years. The woman's enchanting eyes sparkled as she scrutinized my face. My dear, have we met before? Her gaze made me uneasy, prompting me to shift aside. She did not respond, but instead lowered her head to fiddle with the ugly doll, her dark hair dancing in the night wind, reminiscent of a figure stepping from a painting. After a quarter of an hour, the woman gradually rose. My awaited one has arrived. May our paths cross again. She departed from one side of the alley, and as her silhouette was consumed by darkness, a woman in her 40s emerged from the other side, exuding a sense of graceful maturity. How had she appeared so suddenly? Since the departure of the woman, I have been vigilantly observing the alleyway, yet I noticed no signs of her approach. She seemed to materialize from thin air. A charming lady, her visage adorned with a smile, gracefully swayed her hips as she glided to my side with delicate steps. You are waiting for someone, are you not? She inquired. Indeed, I have been waiting for a decade. Her voice, akin to the softest glutinous rice, was soothing, yet I felt reluctant to engage in further conversation with this enigmatic woman, who had appeared so inexplicably. She was clad in tattered garments, and in her hands she clutched a doll that was in a lamentable state, frayed and unstitched in numerous places. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, the woman leaned slightly towards me. The one you await has arrived. Feel free to pose any questions you may have. With that, she vanished into the mouth of the alley. At that moment, I found it impossible to remain seated. I illuminated my phone and directed it towards the opposite alley, preparing to utilize its light to observe. Suddenly, the screen went black with a resounding thud. In that fleeting moment of light and darkness, my mind momentarily faltered. When I raised my gaze once more, an elderly woman with a head of white hair stood before me, cradling a worn-out fabric doll. As I beheld her aged countenance, a flicker of familiarity ignited within me. Have we crossed paths before? I inquired. The old woman offered no response, but ambled towards the door of room 43, gazing into the disarray within. Time changes all. In 5 years, you shall comprehend, she murmured, casting a glance in my direction before circling the room and disappearing into the alley after precisely 5 minutes. What could these women signify? As I pondered, a stooped old crone appeared at the alley's entrance, her deeply etched wrinkles resembling crumpled bean skins. Leaning on a cane, she tightly clutched a patched, ragged fabric doll. The little mouse climbs the lampstand to steal oil but cannot descend. Meow, meow, meow. The cat has come, tumbling down. Echoed in the air. Chapter 202. A hint regarding the underworld showcase. The elderly woman approaching slowly from a distance was the same madwoman who had first warned me of the spirits within the house when I ventured onto the unlit path. In the time since, she exhibited no change, still bearing the weight of her years. "Do you remember me?" I ventured as I approached her. She remained silent, clutching the worn doll with gnarled hands that felt like decayed wood, grasping my arm firmly. "Dear lady, where are you taking me?" I asked. Without a word, she began to drag me back along the path I had come. Despite her frail appearance, her grip was surprisingly strong, her fingers digging painfully into my flesh. Observing her resolute demeanor, I dared not resist, allowing her to lead me deep into the shadows of the alley. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, in the midst of our journey, it felt as though a vast cloud had parted above, and the moonlight once again bathed me in its glow. "It is time to return," the old woman declared at the mouth of the alley, releasing her grip. Her aged face, lined with an intricate tapestry of wrinkles, concealed any emotion as she spoke. "Dear lady, my presence here today is the result of careful deliberation. I shall not relent until I achieve my goal." Just under a month prior, I had endured 6 harrowing live broadcasts, each fraught with peril, leaving me with physical scars and an overwhelming psychological burden. My nerves felt as taut as a spring on the verge of snapping. Thus, I found myself here, seeking to unearth more information regarding the underworld showcase, to secure a path for my own escape. The elderly woman seemed to have known all along that I would not leave her easily. She gestured toward the depths of the unlit road, and I had already conveyed the information you sought. "You have told me?" I replied. "I have yet to disclose my purpose for being here." At that moment, a realization struck me. Prior to the old woman's appearance, several women of varying ages had approached me, each bearing a trace of resemblance, as if one's soul manifested before me in different stages of life. Was it the same individual, continuously aging and transforming into new visages? I recalled the examiners from the underworld's talent show. Their physiques and heights were nearly identical, with only their voices and the condition of the paper masks they wore differing. Was the old woman hinting that these 3 were, in fact, one person? Or did the underworld's spectacle consume the lifespans of its viewers to sustain itself? The answer remained as elusive as a mirage. From afar, headlights suddenly pierced the tranquil night, illuminating the scene. The balding uncle, his attire stained with grease, approached me without a second thought. "Host, is everything sorted? Why haven't you left?" The moment I laid eyes on him, I furrowed my brow. Over an hour had elapsed since I entered the unlit road, and he had yet to depart. This abnormality raised my suspicions. "The car won't start. We're just waiting for the tow truck," he said, rubbing his somewhat drowsy face and spreading his hands in resignation. "Hey, don't venture any further. This alley is rather perilous." The balding uncle, only a few steps from the alley's entrance, disregarded my warning and strode toward me. "Is this the infamous unlit road? I must experience it for myself." He indifferently advanced, but as his foot was about to descend, a peculiar gust of wind swept through, dislodging the talisman he had carelessly tucked into his jacket pocket. The talisman fluttered behind him, and the uncle paused, his foot suspended in midair. At that very moment, a large shard of glass fell from a window of the long-abandoned 2-story building beside us, landing mere inches from where the uncle stood. The sharp fragments scattered across the entrance of the unlit road. The uncle swallowed hard, recoiling several steps after comprehending the near miss. I had witnessed the entire scene. Had the talisman not been blown away, he would have surely stepped into the path of the glass, which was large enough and sharp enough to sever his head. "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" My tone must have sounded like that of the Grim Reaper to him, as the carefree expression vanished from his face, replaced by a frantic twitching of his eyelids and a quivering in his calves. The proximity to death would instill fear in anyone upon reflection. It seemed that further investigation was futile for today. I approached the balding uncle, concerned. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit shaky." He added, "You should watch my streams less often, and be sure to keep that talisman safe. I am currently unclear about the allure of the underworld show that captivates viewers, nor do I comprehend the potential costs of watching such a live broadcast. However, one must remember that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Some matters are best left undisturbed." I assisted the balding man to his feet, preparing to depart, only to find that an elderly woman approached. She passed by me and made her way to the hood of the taxi, which had been lifted. "Who is this old lady? What is her intention?" The balding man, fearing she might damage his vehicle, rushed over to intervene. It was at that moment that the elderly woman pulled out a filthy, tattered doll from the hood. The doll was grotesque, utterly devoid of any recognizable form. How could such an object be hidden in my car's hood? Which mischievous rascal orchestrated this prank? The balding man was incensed outside the taxi, hopping in frustration. I gently patted his shoulder, urging him to remain calm. The old woman cradled the two dolls in her arms and began to sing a chilling nursery rhyme as she hobbled into the dimly lit, unlit road. The balding man was still bewildered. He could not fathom the situation. Curiously, I had searched the hood multiple times and found no sign of that doll. It seemed the old woman had sharper eyesight than I. Did that young couple leave something behind after their abortion? I inquired. No, he replied, confusion etched across his face. I found the situation amusing, but chose not to reveal too much. I bent down to retrieve the talisman and slipped it into the balding man's hand. The charm you sought merely ensures safety, while the one I provide can safeguard your life. Once inside the taxi, the vehicle started smoothly without any further issues. The balding man dropped me off at Ting Tang Road just past 2 in the morning. Exhaustion washed over me like a tide, and after paying the fare, I returned to the shop and collapsed onto my bed, not even bothering to practice, only wishing for a good night's sleep. The following morning, I took out my phone and redeemed 3 items from the Underworld show: the Life Ghost Monument, Heart's Jade, and the Fortune and Prosperity One-Day sign. My points were deducted, leaving me with 43 remaining. After receiving a confirmation text from the Underworld show, I donned my jacket and prepared to step outside. Upon opening the shop door, I was startled to see a strikingly attractive woman, fashionably dressed, lingering at the entrance. Jiang Fei. The once indomitable pearl of the Jiang family had considerably toned down her demeanor, which was evident from her attire. A simple, elegant white fitted t-shirt paired with light denim jeans exuded a sense of quiet purity. I hardly recognized her in this new guise. As I stood at the half-open door, observing the beautiful woman pacing back and forth, my instinct was to close the door and make a hasty exit through the window. I had no intentions regarding this woman. The Jiang family's affairs were too intricate for my liking. Gao Jian. Just as I swiftly closed the rolling door, her voice pierced through. Reluctantly, I reopened the shop door. Standing at the threshold. Is there something you need? We are not open today. I would like to invite you to dinner, she replied earnestly. After all, you are my savior, and I have yet to express my gratitude properly. I promise it won't take too long. Keeping your secret is the greatest repayment you could offer. I'd rather not go to dinner. Please, let us leave it at that. I noticed a strange expression on Jiang Fei's face, and I was puzzled. The red string of fate had already been severed. Why was she still clinging on to me? Had she conspired with Jiang Chen? In truth, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Fei hesitated, her delicate fingers tightening around her phone. Discuss with me? As a privileged young lady, what could you possibly need to deliberate with someone like me, a proprietor of an adult store, hidden from the light? This matter should only concern you. Jiang Fei bit her lip and unlocked her phone, revealing an inconspicuous icon on the home screen, a black and white photograph of herself. I noticed you were live streaming Chapter 203. I saw another shadow in the room. My hand trembled, nearly causing Jiang Fei's phone to slip from my grasp. You saw my live stream as well? As a host of an underworld showcase, I delve into the city's chilling legends past midnight, yet during the bustling daylight hours. I am merely an ordinary person running an adult store. I am an inconspicuous presence in this city, and I require such a low-profile identity for disguise. I do not wish to be recognized. The more individuals who identify me, like Jiang Fei and the balding uncle, the more perilous my situation becomes. As secrets are unveiled to more people, the Underworld Showcase will inevitably be exposed one day, a day that could also lead to my erasure for breaching the contract. Let us discuss this inside. I opened the store door, inviting Jiang Fei in, but she withdrew her phone and produced her car keys instead. Let us go out for a meal. We can talk while we eat. She appeared to embody a hunter who had grasped the weakness of her prey, her full, glistening lips curling into a long-lost smile upon her exquisite visage. After a moment of contemplation, I nodded, but you must first drop by the bank. I need to retrieve something. No problem, get in the car. Jiang Fei drove her fiery red Ferrari convertible, its vibrant exterior mirroring her passionate spirit, blazing like an uncontrollable fire. I had just risen in the morning, having done little to groom myself, merely throwing on a coat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as I sat in the passenger seat. Upon arriving at the bank, the manager was already awaiting our arrival. This was not our first encounter, and we knew the routine well. In a short while, I had retrieved my items. The black parcel was the size of a basketball, and since Jiang Fei was in the car, I refrained from opening it, merely cradling it in my arms. What treasure do you have there? Shall we dine? Or would you prefer I leave it in the car? No need. I shook my head. The contents of the parcel were exchanged using points from the underworld showcase. Precious items difficult to acquire even with money, so they naturally needed to be kept close. You always carry an air of mystery. It seems when we first met, you were also at the bank. Jiang Fei, for some reason, maintained a subtle smile throughout the ride, as if she had encountered some joyous occurrence that delighted her heart. Indeed, but your transformation is quite remarkable. I almost failed to recognize you. I placed the black parcel on my lap. The cursed monument was rather heavy. In my youth, I was naive, but acknowledging one's errors can lead to significant improvement. I have come to express my gratitude. Jiang Fei glanced at me as she awaited the traffic light, seemingly recalling something amusing, covering her mouth in laughter. Focus on the road, drive safely. Not quite understanding. I could only maintain a serious demeanor and close my eyes to find solace. After a brief interval, Jiang Fei and I arrived at a modest Korean barbecue restaurant in the city center. Though the establishment was small, it was adorned with great care, providing a pleasant ambience. The dining tables, also compact, were situated in private compartments, ensuring a tranquil atmosphere free from disturbances. I was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Fei's choice, as I had anticipated she would lead me to the Century New Garden, given that it was the Jiang family's territory and one of the finest dining establishments in the entire Jiang city. I know you don't get along with my brother, so I casually picked a place with excellent flavors. Today also marks the restaurant's 3rd anniversary, and there are special promotions. Jiang Fei elaborated, listing an array of details, which clearly indicated that choosing this venue was no mere whim. She had evidently put considerable thought into it, contemplating various factors before arriving at this decision. Upon entering, I felt increasingly out of place. The patrons were predominantly couples, their meals punctuated by affectionate displays that exuded a saccharine charm, causing me to frown in discomfort. Jiang Fei had already reserved a table, indicating that this gathering was premeditated. If there is something to discuss, let us not complicate matters unnecessarily. Were it not for Jiang Fei's acknowledgement of a live stream from the Underworld show, I might have left outright, not out of disrespect for her, but because I find social interactions challenging and prefer a straightforward approach. Jiang Fei, aware of my disposition, gestured to the waiter to bring the food. Can we speak now? I inquired, reluctant to discuss the matter in public, yet eager to extricate myself from the company of the Jiang family's young lady. Why the hurry? Barbecue should be savored. Their Korean dishes are authentically delicious, she replied leisurely as she began grilling, while I felt no inclination to partake in her time-wasting endeavor. If you have truly watched my live stream, you should be cognizant of the impending challenges I will face, so let us not prolong this. The utensils on the table remained untouched as I lit a subpar cigarette, frowning as I pondered the events surrounding the Underworld show from the previous night. Sir, smoking is prohibited here, a waiter interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. Jiang Fei, with her striking figure and beautiful visage, stood out in any crowd, embodying the epitome of divine favor. Her allure, combined with her wealthy father from Jiang City, rendered her the quintessential object of desire among men. From the moment Jiang Fei entered, several waitstaff, whether delivering dishes or processing bills, conspicuously lingered near our table, their eyes nearly dropping to the floor, a blatant display I could hardly ignore. Yet, I saw no reason to engage with these unrelated individuals. I extinguished my cigarette and pointed at Jiang Fei's phone. When did that app appear on your device? The day you were saved, she replied. A chill ran through me. Jiang Fei truly possessed remarkable composure. You should try the meat with the dipping sauce. It's particularly delectable, she suggested, seemingly relishing the ambience as she placed grilled meat onto my plate. Gazing at the aromatic dish before me, my appetite waned, and I found myself speculating about the extent of Jiang Fei's knowledge regarding my secrets. When did you begin watching, and what have you seen? My deplorable attitude had left the young waiter utterly exasperated, his eyes ablaze with indignation as he glared at me, tinged with a hint of envy as he cast a longing glance at the succulent roasted meat on my plate, its golden hue and tantalizing aroma irresistible. What made it all the more enticing was the fact that it had been grilled to perfection by the delicate, fair hands of a goddess. Upon hearing my words, Jiang Fei did not express anger. Instead, she gestured for me to come closer, stating that there were too many people and she would tell me more if I sat nearer. The small card table felt somewhat cramped with two of us seated together. May I speak? I leaned in to listen as Jiang Fei spoke softly. After you rescued me, an application mysteriously appeared on my phone that I cannot uninstall or open, so I have left it untouched. It was not until the night before last that I dreamed again of the scenes in the Henshan Psychiatric Hospital and woke up in terror, unable to return to sleep. In a moment of distraction, I took out my phone and randomly tapped, astonishingly opening the app to see you appear on the screen. Jiang Fei tapped the icon on her phone, and I was taken aback. However, recalling that you had been filming with a phone during my rescue, everything became clear. She resembled a cunning fox, her hand gently resting on my coat. Your appearance in the Henshan Psychiatric Hospital was merely for a show, and encountering me was merely a coincidence. It had nothing to do with my father's money. Do not say such things. I merely feared your brother might harm me, which is why I refrained from claiming the reward. Upon learning that Jiang Fei had only watched one of my live streams, I sighed in relief. You should avoid my streams. They could bring you misfortune. Is this your way of showing concern for me? Jiang Fei scrutinized me with interest. If so, I shall refrain from watching in the future. When the day of nightmares arrives, you shall realize I am not jesting. I stood to return to my seat when suddenly Jiang Fei grasped my arm. I understood she was not joking. From the moment she faced the blade aimed at her chest without flinching, I knew she was unlike my other admirers, and I believed every word she spoke. She motioned for me to sit down, leaning in to whisper in my ear, I have come to you today for a serious matter. The night I saw your live stream, I discovered a shadow of another person in my bedroom. Chapter 204. Yi Weilong. Throughout my streaming experiences, I have encountered various spirits and vengeful souls. The most rudimentary are those indistinct shadows, resembling ghostly flames. They hardly qualify as spirits, but rather represent the lingering attachments of the deceased, fleeting remnants of memory that have yet to dissipate from the earthly realm. They generally pose no harm to the living and lack the ability to inflict injury. In contrast, a more advanced category consists of souls that retain their former appearances, mingling among the living. Strictly speaking, they do not conform to the conventional definitions of ghosts. They have simply forgotten their own demise for various reasons, holding on to the habits they maintained during life. These two types are relatively common. They do not intentionally harm the living, nor do they disrupt the balance between realms. Occasionally, they may even assist those who have shown them kindness or protect their descendants. It is only thereafter that one encounters the entities commonly referred to as spirits or apparitions, such as the pregnant woman in red whom I encountered on the 14th route hearse, or the malevolent ghost with a green face and sharp fangs, transformed from the Yuanshan spirit in Xinhou High School. These beings, steeped in resentment, are particularly formidable as they can resurrect themselves through their lingering grudges, even after being dispersed. Initially, I did not take Jiang Fei's description to heart, but as I delved deeper into the matter, I realized the complexity of the situation. It seemed to be the shadow of an infant, with a disproportionately large head and broad forehead, scuttling rapidly across the room when illuminated by my phone's light. Terrified, I screamed, prompting my sister-in-law, who was resting next door, to rush into my room and turn on the light. Is Yi Bing also living with you? Upon hearing the mention of my sister-in-law, I instinctively thought of Yi Bing. Indeed, my sister-in-law had been unable to endure the circumstances between her and my brother, leading her to seek refuge at my home one night around 8 or 9 o'clock, expressing her inability to tolerate the situation any longer. Jiang Fei recounted the events as they unfolded, and it quickly became clear to me. Jiang Chun had been nurturing a little spirit at home, which Yi Bing could no longer tolerate, prompting her to escape to Jiang Fei's residence, only to discover that the spirit had followed her there. I feared that Jiang Chen's motives for nurturing the spirit were not merely for wealth or fortune. His marriage to Yi Bing likely harbored ulterior motives as well. I could not yet decipher the reasons behind Jiang Chen's actions, but I had sensed during the wedding banquet that his feelings towards Yi Bing were far from innocent. What do you wish for me to do? I inquired, observing that Jiang Fei had yet to touch the grilled meat on her plate. Her gaze dimmed slightly, and after a brief pause, she slowly articulated her request. I would like you to come to my home to capture that little spirit. During the live broadcast from the psychiatric hospital, she had realized my familiarity with certain esoteric arts and was now seeking my assistance. No problem, but you must promise me not to open that application again. Each time you view it, you are not truly receiving it for free. The cost is something you might not perceive. Does watching your live broadcast require other sacrifices? Jiang Fei's eyes widened, and her full lips parted slightly in surprise. But I felt as though I've lost anything. Presently, I could not fully grasp the implications. leaning back against the wall adorned with card packages. I pondered whether it pertained to lifespan, fortune, or perhaps the soul itself. Very well, I understand. I shall refrain from opening that software again. As Zhang Fei busied herself with grilling the meat and placing the cooked slices onto my plate, a sudden screech of brakes echoed from outside the barbecue shop. Subsequently, the door swung open, and a man clad in a dark suit, adorned in designer labels, strode in. Towering at nearly 6'3", he possessed an imposing physique. His white shirt casually unbuttoned to reveal his well-defined chest, his bronze skin radiating vitality and strength, and his long legs could likely outpace any Korean celebrity. Zhang Fei, what brings you to such a place? He beamed with a dazzling smile, exuding a youthful charm that made me feel akin to a second-hand vehicle encountering a brand-new Lamborghini. Yue Long. Zhang Fei's expression suddenly shifted to one of disdain. Didn't your father just reprimand you recently? What are you doing back in Jiang City? Upon hearing the name Yue Long, I felt a flicker of familiarity, as if I had encountered this young man in the news before. At merely 19, brimming with youthful vigor, he is the son of a major shareholder in the Xinhu City Meiwei Electronics. However, his notoriety does not stem from his father, but rather from an incident where he was apprehended by traffic police for reckless driving and subsequently engaged in a brawl with them, causing a significant stir. In essence, he is but a reckless youth, oblivious to the consequences of his actions, seemingly intent on causing distress to his father. Are you well acquainted with him? I inquired casually, preparing to rise and depart. Already troubled by Jiang Qin's lingering gaze, I had no desire to be unjustly resented due to a misunderstanding. Not particularly. I've merely crossed paths with him a few times. Zhang Fei cast a pleading look in my direction, clutching the hem of my garment as if unwilling to let go. Do not behave this way. If we were to assess our relationship, I would say we are not that familiar either. I stood, attempting to return to my seat. Yet Yi Weilong strode purposefully before me. This young man towered over me, his fiery gaze radiating from above as he spoke with a condescending smirk, exuding an air of arrogance. Who are you? His eyes scanned me up and down, reminiscent of a surveillance camera at a store entrance. I am merely a passerby. Ignoring Yi Weilong, I hoisted my black cloth bag and proceeded towards the exit. Gao Jian, wait for me, Zhang Fei called out, seizing her handbag and following suit. At this juncture, had I managed to slip away, that would have been the end of it. However, as I took 2 steps outside, the door swung open, and a woman with dyed blonde hair and heavy makeup rushed in hastily. Weilong, come back with me. If your father discovers that you sneaked out, he will surely be furious. This woman appeared to be of a similar age to Yi Weilong, her appearance decent, but her makeup overly dramatic, giving her an air of unrefined demeanor. Upon entering, she spotted Yi Weilong and Zhang Fei together, and without a moment's hesitation, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. You are indeed here for her. I cannot fathom what this older woman finds so appealing. She pointed at Zhang Fei, exclaiming as if she had suffered a grave injustice, drawing the attention of the surrounding patrons who watched with intrigue. What a chaotic scene. I quickened my pace, attempting to feign ignorance of their connection. Gao Jian, why not come to my home first? Zhang Fei disregarded the woman's pleas, signaling to the waiter to settle the bill. What is this about you going to her home? As far as I know, you reside in a standalone villa, all alone. What if this scoundrel were to make advances toward you? Yi Weilong interjected, blocking Zhang Fei's path. Moreover, I came all the way from Xinhu just for you. At the very least, let us dine somewhere upscale. Yi Weilong, do you only have eyes for her, and not for me? Speak up. The heavily made-up woman began to throw a tantrum, and the situation grew somewhat unruly until the restaurant owner intervened, ushering us back to our seats. The small card table was enveloped in an awkward atmosphere, with Zhang Fei and me squeezed to one side, while Yi Weilong and the woman occupied the other. The nature of their relationship soon became clear to me. Yi Weilong and Zhang Fei had known each other for a mere 2 to 3 months, both possessing domineering, flamboyant personalities. During a street race, Zhang Fei had overtaken him on a curve, decisively asserting dominance and leaving Yi Weilong humiliated. Feeling disgruntled, the young master Yi rallied a group of friends from Xinhu to confront Zhang Fei. Yet, who was Zhang Fei? The prize jewel of Jiangjin real estate, a name well known throughout Jiang City. While many were aware of Jiang Qin's numerous romantic entanglements, few knew of the men who had captured Zhang Fei's heart. Several calls were made, attracting both the underworld and the legitimate side, and by the end of the night, Yi Weilong was thoroughly subdued, almost kneeling to call her sister. Subsequently, Yi Weilong's feelings for Jiang Fei began to exhibit subtle transformations, shifting from initial resentment to fear, then evolving into admiration, and ultimately culminating in an all-consuming obsession and affection. For Jiang Fei, he abandoned his previous girlfriend, consumed by thoughts of how to win over this flamboyant sister, neglecting food and drink in the process. The most pitiable among them was the heavily made-up woman, a second-tier actress who had been in a relationship with Yi Weilong, promising to grow old together. Yet, within less than 6 months, Yi Weilong's heart had strayed, falling for a sister 3 or 4 years his senior, which nearly drove her to the brink of despair. Observing the tense and complicated dynamics among the three, I awkwardly touched my nose and suggested, "If you all wish to converse, I shall take my leave." Chapter 205. News from Xiaofeng, don't go. The three of them exclaimed in unison, before glaring at each other like a powder keg ready to explode. "We need to clarify things before you leave. What is your relationship with Sister Fei?" "Sister Fei? Sister Fei, what a lovely way to address her." Jia Qingbai retorted, "Don't think for a moment that I don't know your true nature. If you speak ill of Sister Fei again, I shall tear your mouth apart." The two sitting across from each other erupted into another quarrel, and Jiang Fei could no longer bear it. She slammed her bag down on the table and commanded, "Everyone quiet down." Her freshly dyed black hair was tousled over her shoulders, her expression growing increasingly severe. "If you two wish to cause a scene, do it elsewhere and spare me the embarrassment here." At that moment, Jiang Fei resembled the impression I had initially formed of her, although she appeared less spoiled and more composed. Jia Qingbai had long been unable to tolerate Jiang Fei's cold sarcasm, retorting, "Am I not allowed to converse with my boyfriend without your interruption?" Yi Weilong, feeling the pressure of the situation, interjected, "Sister Fei, I sneaked out from my father with great difficulty. Can we at least go out for a meal? You refuse to leave, do you?" Jiang Fei's delicate face bore a frost as she picked up her phone and walked towards the door. "Gao Jian, please wait a moment. I need to make a call." As she passed by me, her alluring figure caught the attention of many onlookers. "What a situation this is." I sighed, seated in the booth, clutching the weighty black fabric bag. With nothing else to do, I rummaged through it, and a seemingly ordinary bamboo stick fell out. A fortune stick of one day. Though this stick could be exchanged for merely a single point, its utility was particularly fitting for someone like me, who had notoriously bad luck. According to Luciezi, this fortune stick could ensure a day of good fortune, mitigating some of my misfortunes. I reached down to pick up the stick, an unremarkable slender bamboo piece that appeared somewhat aged, faintly inscribed with the words "Small Fortune." I pondered how this stick was meant to be used. Just as I contemplated this, the stick snapped in my hand. With a crack, I was left with half of the stick, while the other half fell to the ground. More embarrassingly, I had held the stick upside down. Now, I was left with a fragment that bore the character fortune, while the other half displayed small. What does this mean? Am I devoid of fortune? Or does this fortune stick also fail to alter my wretched luck, leaving me in shame? My sudden mishap caught the attention of the two across from me. "What is that bamboo stick you have in your bag?" "None of your business." I carefully tucked away the broken fortune and Lu Daily sign and took another glance at the other items. A palm-sized brocade box and an oddly shaped, pure black steel. "I advise you to maintain a distance from Sister Fei. She is not someone of your caliber. Do not overestimate your worth. It's akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Sister Fei is merely toying with you." Yi Weilong scrutinized me from head to toe, critiquing my appearance, demeanor, and attire, rendering me utterly worthless in his eyes, as if I were a naive newcomer to the city. Beside him, Jia Qingbai chimed in, assuming that I, like her, would sell everything for money and power. Their exchange was fervent, yet I could hardly be bothered to respond. Compared to the vitriol I faced 5 years ago when I was falsely accused of murder, their chatter was merely the buzzing of inconsequential flies. I stifled a yawn, contemplating my next steps in cultivation. In the face of increasingly terrifying live broadcasts, all I could do was strengthen myself. The qi-nourishing pill I had exchanged for previously remained unused. Once I reached the pinnacle of the Yuan-Du realm, I could attempt to cultivate qi into a self-sustaining cycle. The differences between true realms of cultivation are, in essence, minimal, manifesting more in one's state of mind, a comprehension of the universe and all its wonders. As time ticked by, Jiang Fei had yet to return, and the waiter approached unexpectedly, inquiring if we were ready to settle the bill. At last, an end was in sight. I sighed in relief, prepared to retrieve my wallet, only to find a few talismans in my pocket instead. "Sir, Your total is 210 yuan. The waiter looked at my talismans with confusion. Sir, you can pay by card as well. I wore a troubled expression. In my haste to leave, I hadn't brought my wallet, so I would have to wait for Jiang Fei to return. Indeed, he is just a pretty face. I truly do not understand what Sister Fei sees in him. Jia Qingbai remarked derisively, while Yi Weilong disdainfully regarded me, lamenting that I was living off a woman. Their banter drew a crowd, and at that moment, I found it difficult to retort. I accepted the bill and was about to present the black card I had received from the Underworld showcase when the owner, who had previously intervened, hurried over. He glanced at the number on the receipt and grasped my hand firmly. Congratulations. You are our 10,000th customer since our store opened 3 years ago. All your meals today are complimentary. Please wait. We have more gifts to present. The owner beamed with joy and urged me to keep the black card safe. What extraordinary luck. This is not my usual style. As I tucked away the black card, I unwrapped the cloth to reveal the broken bamboo stick. Could it be that the fortune and lewd daily sign had taken effect? Consider yourself fortunate. Yi Weilong, who had originally anticipated a spectacle, sneered and remained dismissive. 200 yuan was something he wouldn't even bother to pick up if it were on the ground. I recalled the last time I had scraped off a piece of paint from my car. It had cost me around 5 or 6,000, perhaps even 50 or 60,000. Jia Qingbai leaned closer to Yi Weilong, and upon mentioning money, she transformed into a frisky wildcat, flaunting the diamond ring he had bought her, worth 100,000. So might not earn that much in years. Enough. Don't you feel embarrassed? I feel ashamed for you, Jiang Fei exclaimed as she entered the store, a middle-aged man with glasses following closely behind her. Uncle? Yi Weilong blurted out, startled at the sight of the man, promptly standing up. What are you doing here? If it weren't for my business dealings nearby, you troublemaker would undoubtedly have landed in hot water again. The middle-aged man, possessing a refined demeanor yet exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word, is actually more renowned than Yi Weilong's father. He is the founder of my Weiyuan Electric, though he now prefers to remain behind the scenes, indulging in his passion for jade and antique collectibles. Come back with me. As Yi Weilong and his uncle engaged in a heated argument, I found myself bored, idly flipping through the brocade box wrapped in black cloth. This exquisitely adorned box containing the heart jade was meticulously packaged, with intricate patterns embroidered in gold thread and a small piece of jade at the top, engraved with the character for heart, elegantly threaded through with gold wire, presenting an extraordinary sight. Just this box alone could fetch a considerable sum. Indeed, the items in this underworld showcase are all exquisite. I merely glanced at it, yet even that caught the attention of an observant individual. Yi Weilong's uncle abruptly ceased his argument and approached me. Young man, may I have a look at the jade box you are carrying? His eyes shimmered with a fervent obsession for the superior jade material. Yet I had never encountered such a remarkable jade quality or weaving technique. I am willing to offer 100,000 for your brocade box. Not for sale. I frowned. It seemed this family was intent on antagonizing me. I should not have ventured out with Jiang Fei today. How about 200,000? This item is not for sale. The middle-aged man remained composed. This brocade box is merely gathering dust here. You would be better off selling it to me. I acquired a piece of heart jade in Myanmar for 1 million. Though it has minor cracks, it is exceedingly rare, and I am currently in need of a box worthy of its value. If you consider 200,000 too little, I shall increase my offer to 205,000. What say you? I am not interested. My patience had been entirely exhausted. I cared not for anyone's sentiments and prepared to leave with my package. Young man, do not be overly greedy. 250,000 is my final offer. Were it not for the rarity of the heart jade and the serendipitous heart symbol on your box, I would not even consider it. Rarity? If you truly understand jade, then tell me how much you think this piece is worth. Frustrated by the Yi family's antics, I halted, retrieving the jade box and placing it on the table, casually lifting the lid. Emerald bamboo, azure waves, dewdrops glistening. 2 jades, united in nature, resembling a celestial gem. This is what one could truly call unparalleled. I let out a cold laugh, ready to savor the middle-aged man's expression when suddenly my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello? Gao Jian. Hurry. I found Xiaofeng. The urgency in Gu's voice was palpable, and he seemed to have sustained considerable injuries. Found Xiaofeng. Where are you now? My expression shifted dramatically, my voice rising enough for everyone in the restaurant to hear. North Suburban Commercial Street. Hurry. They discovered me. Gu hung up, leaving me with the beeping of a busy line. a surge of blood rushing through my veins. The fleeting words left unspoken to Xiaofeng hung heavily in my throat. At last, I found her. Xiaofeng had been abducted by Lu Xing. Though I seldom displayed worry, I often found myself thinking of that beautiful, fragile, and tragically pitiable woman. The reason I refrained from searching was that my rational mind advised me against wasting effort and time. Xiaofeng is the 7th victim targeted by Lu Xing. As long as Tai Ningxiang remains unharmed before her demise, Xiaofeng is indirectly protected. She was abducted by Lu Xing, and locating her poses a formidable challenge. The police have been pursuing Lu Xing for an extended period, yet he still roams freely, which suggests a deeper rationale behind his evasion. Another reason for my inaction is my self-awareness, whether it pertains to sorcery or deceit. I am at a significant disadvantage compared to Lu Xing. He lurks in the shadows like a predatory serpent, and a reckless pursuit might lead me into his trap, resulting in my downfall. Having clashed with the dual-faced Buddha multiple times, he has long harbored intentions to eliminate me. Thus, I cannot willingly walk into a snare. By employing a consistent approach amidst chaos, I improve with each live stream. If this continues, it is Lu Xing who will ultimately face defeat. Whose call is that? Gao Jin inquired. Zhang Fei stood beside me, sensing my discomposure. I gestured lightly to her. Please postpone your matters. Drive me to the commercial street in the northern suburbs immediately. I seldom employ such an authoritative tone, and Zhang Fei felt a slight grievance yet nodded in agreement. All right. Get in the car. Where are you headed, Sister Fei? A young man called out. Wait. I must admit my ignorance. May I have another look at that jade? 2 men with the surname Yi obstructed the entrance, eager to continue their chatter. Do not seek trouble. Step aside. The crimson hue in my gaze solidified, slowly dissipating as if a bloodthirsty creature revealed its sharp, white fangs. Yi Weilong and his uncle felt a sudden chill and instinctively sidestepped. Let us go. Having finally obtained news of Xiaofeng, I could not afford to miss this opportunity. Sister Fei, wait for me. I'm coming too. Yi Weilong cast a wary glance in my direction, reluctantly starting his vehicle to follow Zhang Fei. At this moment, my sole desire was to reach the location mentioned by Mr. Gu as swiftly as possible, disregarding all else. As I sat in the car, the scenery flashed past in a blur. Clutching the talisman paper, I felt a sense of incredulity. Mr. Gu and the 1,000-legged Gu's sensing range spans merely 100 paces. Yet he managed to traverse Jiang City on foot and ultimately discover Xiaofeng's whereabouts. This Gu master from Yaojiang earns my respect for this feat alone. Of course, luck may also play a significant role. Why did the call come today? Why was Xiaofeng located today? I retrieved the broken Fulu daily fortune slip from the dark cloth bag, realizing that perhaps fate had orchestrated this encounter, aligning my fortune precisely with Xiaofeng's situation. Zhang Fei's driving skills were remarkable. Within mere minutes, we arrived at the commercial street in the northern suburbs. While it may not be the most affluent area of Jiang City, it bustled with activity, teeming with people and traffic. Lu Xing actually concealed himself within this commercial hub. The presence of the nearby police station, merely 200 meters away, underscored Lu Xing's audacity and meticulousness, defying conventional expectations. I dialed the unfamiliar number on my phone, but no one answered. Just as we reached the center of the commercial street, I suddenly spotted a large crowd gathered along the roadside and urgently urged Zhang Fei to stop the car. Make way. Upon disembarking, I found myself thrust into a throng, where my gaze immediately alighted upon Mr. Gu, pallid and clad in a blood-stained black robe. What transpired? Seizing the arm of a nearby onlooker, a vendor, I sought clarification. The attendant, looking quite innocent, replied, "We are as perplexed as you. Merely minutes ago, he shattered the glass from the 2nd floor and leapt down. Now, everyone suspects he may have lost his mind. But fret not, we have already summoned an ambulance. The police will likely arrive shortly." Bending down beside Mr. Gu, I gently shook his shoulder. His eyes slowly parted, revealing a narrow slit. I was too careless. They are in that building. Be exceedingly cautious. They? Following the direction of Mr. Gu's finger, I cast my gaze toward the residential complex before me. Apart from Lu Xing, could he possibly have other accomplices? Clenching a suppression talisman tightly in my hand, I advanced toward the building, with Zhang Fei and Yi Weilong trailing closely behind. The establishment was a small grocery store, comprising 2 modest levels. "You two should wait outside. It's perilous within," I urged kindly, yet neither Zhang Fei nor Yi Weilong showed any intention of departing. "I will accompany you," just as I did during the ordeal at Henshan Psychiatric Hospital. Jiang Fei was resolute in her decision to follow, while Yi Weilong stood beside her, appearing quite dazed. His disdain for my warnings was palpable. What a farcical display of bravado. I commenced my investigation on the ground floor, opening drawers, only to find them utterly devoid of contents, as if everything had been meticulously cleared away. What is this? At the innermost recess of the first floor stood a tribute table adorned with an incense burner. A hollowed-out section of the wall behind the table housed a statue of Guangong. Something felt amiss. The statue, wider at the top than at the base, appeared quite awkward. Attempting to extract it, I discovered that the lower half possessed a rotating disc. As I shifted the statue, I noticed a dual-faced Buddha sculpted on its back, the two visages strikingly grotesque, presenting a stark contrast. Lu Xing, you truly concealed yourself here. As the statue turned, the mouth of the Buddha gaped open, revealing what should have been hidden within, but alas, it had already been removed. I had arrived too late. Ascending to the second floor, I still uncovered nothing of note. Exiting the shop, an unusual detail caught my eye. Despite the establishment being merely 2 stories tall, it boasted 3 external air conditioning units. Could there be a hidden chamber inside? Upon a thorough search, I ultimately discovered a concealed entrance beneath the counter. You remain outside to provide backup. The basement is exceedingly dangerous. Grasping a fruit knife from the shelf, I ventured below. The subterranean space was expansive, featuring 3 side-by-side rooms and a narrow corridor extending outward. What is that foul odor? It reeks. Just as I descended, Yi Weilong, disregarding my warning, followed closely behind, seemingly intent on displaying his courage to impress Jiang Fei. Be cautious. That scent arises from corpses decomposed by chemicals. There has surely been death within. One hand wielded the knife, while the other clutched the talisman as I navigated the passage. Death. That's utter nonsense, Yi Weilong retorted, though the tremor of fear was evident beneath his bravado. Ignoring the foolhardy lad, I kicked open the door to the first room, which was entirely barren, save for a bed and some high-intensity exercise equipment. Have they already departed? I pondered as I approached the second door. Gently pushing it ajar, a noxious stench wafted forth. In the dimly lit, completely enclosed chamber, several tormenting instruments of torture and blood-stained iron chains lay scattered about. In one corner stood 2 enormous iron barrels. I had previously encountered similar barrels in the basement of the Anshin Inn, which instilled a sense of foreboding within me as I cautiously approached and lifted the lid. Peering inside, I was met with the horrifying sight of a highly corroded human corpse. Sulfuric acid. A chill of dread coursed through me. Who was this deceased individual that Lu Xing sought to obliterate? I steeled myself against the discomfort and scrutinized the skeletal remains. The broad frame and hunched spine bore no marks of needle punctures, indicating that it was unlikely to be Xiaofeng. What are you looking at? I paused, my gaze drawing the curiosity of Yi Weilong, who covered his mouth and nose before glancing into the barrel. Just a fleeting glimpse of the severely decayed body inflicted an indelible psychological trauma upon this affluent young man. His stomach churned violently, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. I kicked him aside and hastily covered the barrel, commanding him to call the city precinct immediately. Chapter 207. Morning Garb. Hanged Guests. The hour of doom, I paid no further attention to Yi Weilong and turned towards the last room. It contained a dilapidated wire bed, on which I could still see several coarse hemp ropes tangled around the legs. Lu Xing and the others had likely already vacated, but regrettably, I had arrived too late. Approaching the bed, I picked up the hemp rope and observed the dark red stains that had seeped deeply into the fibers, presumably due to prolonged binding against flesh. Setting the rope down, I glanced at the wire bed, where a set of mourning attire lay in the center. As I shook it out, a few strands of long black hair and a piece of white paper fell to the ground. The black hair likely belonged to Xiaofeng, but upon examining the paper, I furrowed my brow deeply. The paper bore only 5 words. Guess who I am? The writing was as enigmatic as the individual behind it. For seasoned detectives, such phrases are not mere descriptors. Experienced officers can often glean insights into a criminal's character through their penmanship, narrowing the scope of their investigation and aiding in the resolution of the case. However, these 5 words were entirely unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing features that could reveal the writer's gender or provide any useful clues. The author must have been aware that the police would inevitably discover this note at the scene. Yet, why leave such a message behind? Staring at the paper in my hand, Those 5 words felt like a deliberate provocation directed towards law enforcement. Guess who I am? In that moment, I recalled the final words of Mr. Gu, suggesting that there was likely more than just Lu Xing present in this residence. While Lu Xing was known for his erratic and ruthless behavior, he was not one to engage in meaningless acts. This led me to believe that the note was likely left by another individual. Of course, it was also possible that they intended to obfuscate the truth through such antics. The possibilities were numerous, and I could not ascertain the truth just yet. Returning the mourning attire and note to their original places, I found no further clues within the room. It seemed that I would need to inquire further with Mr. Gu for more specific details. Exiting the room, I spotted Yi Weilong crouched in a corner, appearing as if he were suffering from motion sickness, propping himself against the wall with his hands. This young and wealthy gentleman had endured the most harrowing and exhilarating day of his life. Have you called the police? Yes. He nodded obediently, his tall frame of over 6 feet now appearing despondent, his voice barely above a whisper. Let us retrace our steps and avoid disturbing the scene until the police arrive. As I was about to exit the basement, I heard Yi Weilong's voice behind me, tinged with a hint of tears, urging me to wait a moment. What is it now? Could you lend me a hand? My legs have gone numb from squatting. I assisted Yi Weilong out of the basement and caught sight of Jiang Fei, her face etched with concern as she hurried towards us. Are you all right? I assured her that I was fine, but suggested she direct her attention to him instead, as her brother had just witnessed some rather distressing and inappropriate scenes, which was undoubtedly quite traumatic. I unceremoniously dropped Yi Weilong onto the tiled floor of the shop, and his girlfriend, Jia Qingbai, upon seeing this, burst into tears, dramatically collapsing beside him, her performance quite masterful. As I exited the shop, Mr. Gu had already been kindly transported to the hospital. A few minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at the entrance of the commercial street. Clear the way, clear the way. Several officers, wielding barrier tape, cordoned off the store, and the lead officer, Tai Ningxiang, emerged from the police vehicle. Over here, I shouted, and upon noticing me, Tai Ningxiang adjusted her police cap and entered the building. Was it you who first discovered this homicide? The primary witness is my friend, who has since been taken to the hospital. Tai Ningxiang nodded and, along with the forensic expert, descended into the basement. Zhao Bin, who had been trailing behind Tai Ningxiang, stole a few glances at me. Jin Gu, before I met you, violent crimes were a rarity in Jiangxing. What do you mean by that? I regarded Zhao Bin, who was neatly attired and clutching a recording device, and smiled broadly. He scratched his head, asking if I had a distant Japanese cousin, the one resembling Idagawa Konan, who had a knack for encountering death wherever he went. Zhao Bin, a firm yet gentle voice from the basement called out, prompting Zhao to quickly silence himself and rush inside with his equipment. It is not that I have a penchant for death. Rather, it is that you all discovered the truth too late. Who knows how many corpses remain concealed in the shadows of this city, and how many tormented souls weep through the night. I sighed within the shop. As long as there are commissions from the underworld, the tasks of the spectral showcases will not cease, and the chilling live broadcasts shall continue unabated. The on-site investigation concluded around noon, and Jiang Fei, along with the young gentleman who had nearly fainted, accompanied me to the hospital. At that moment, Mr. Gu's condition had stabilized, and he was receiving intravenous therapy in a special care unit. Mr. Gu, this is Tai Ningxiang, the head of the criminal investigation team at the City Bureau, specifically assigned to the Luxing case. Should you recall any pertinent details, please feel free to share them with her. The hospital room was occupied only by myself and Tai Ningxiang, while others were kept outside. Has Gao Jian and Xiao Feng been rescued? Mr. Gu's voice was low and heavy, his body still weak from recovery. I shook my head, lamenting that we were a step too late. Not only had the perpetrators successfully evacuated, but they had also left the scene impeccably clean. It is all my fault. I was too careless. Regret seeped into Mr. Gu's words, as he recounted how he had traversed the streets and alleys of Jiangxing over the past few days. This morning, on a whim, he felt an inexplicable pull, leading him northward. Upon entering the commercial street, the Gu worms responded. After many days of searching, I was finally rewarded, and my heart was filled with joy. The street was relatively quiet, and I sought a secluded spot to test the depths of the situation, but to my dismay, not a single Gu worm sent out managed to return. Mr. Gu clenched his fist and pounded the edge of the bed, realizing that, at this moment, they must have already sensed the danger. Yet, I could only blame my own overconfidence, believing I could rescue Xiao Feng with my own strength. As I compelled my life-bound Gu to enter the establishment, I unwittingly fell into their trap. Two assailants ambushed me from both sides, and despite my desperate resistance, I barely managed to escape by jumping out of a window. You mentioned two assailants? I recalled the subordinates of the dual-faced Buddha. Besides Lu Xing, there were also Zi Mao and Zi Chou. However, one brother perished in a dream, while the other met his demise in the Jiang family villa. Can you recall their appearances? Mr. Gu hesitated, opening his mouth uncertainly. One of them should be Lu Xing, but the visage of the other, which I had clearly seen, now eluded my memory completely. Believe me, it feels as though I have suddenly forgotten, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot recall. Mr. Gu's expression of anguish seemed genuine, and there was no need for him to deceive me. Take your time to think, I urged. I cannot remember it all. You must be cautious. That person whose face I cannot recall is even more perilous than Lu Xing. Mr. Gu repeatedly emphasized this. Yet he could not articulate the specifics of the danger. The dual-faced Buddha has more subordinates than just Lu Xing, but why are they fixated on Jiang City? Pondering this enigma, I continued questioning Mr. Gu. Upon entering the basement, I discovered a set of mourning garments. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Mr. Gu pondered for a long while before slowly responding. While I was engaged in combat with them, I inadvertently noticed a calendar on the table with several dates marked. 3 phrases were inscribed: mourning garb, hanging guest, and door of death. Mourning garb, hanging guest, door of death? Due to my involvement in the live broadcast, I had specifically researched the 8 characters and their divine stars. These terms also refer to 3 critical times dictated by fate. Why would Lu Xing specifically mark these 3 days? What relation do they bear to the mourning garments and that peculiar note? By afternoon, the documentation and evidence collection were complete, yet Mr. Gu still could not recall the stranger's visage, leaving the case at an impasse. The sheet of paper with strange handwriting was also confiscated by the police as evidence. Upon leaving the hospital, I walked side by side with Tai Ningxiang, declining her offer to drive me back to the station in a police car, opting instead for a quiet farewell. Can we go to my home now? Jiang Fei approached me only after Tai Ningxiang had departed, her gaze complex as she occasionally touched her wrist, where the bond of fate's red string had once been tied. Let us resolve your matters today, I suggested. Just as I spoke, Yi Weilong and his ex-girlfriend rushed to catch up with us. No, I must go with him, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Yi Weilong had finally caught his breath. But after the incident in the basement, he dared not meet my gaze, speaking in a soft, deflated manner, reminiscent of a punctured balloon. Chapter 208. Life has 9 locks. Get in the car. Jiang Fei's mood seemed rather low, and even she could not articulate the reason. She sped from the northern suburbs to the southern villa area, constantly exceeding the speed limit and changing lanes, as if to vent her frustrations. I sat in the passenger seat, anxious and bewildered, hoping that some benevolent traffic officer would intervene and stop this reckless driver. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang Fei crossed the city and arrived at our destination. I'll park. Please wait a moment. Jiang Fei adeptly tied her hair back and began to reverse out of the parking space. About 4 or 5 minutes later, Yi Weilong finally arrived. In the bustling city, Fei's driving skills had evidently improved. He tossed the car key to Jia Qingbai and stumbled out of the vehicle, his legs unsteady, as if he were treading on cotton candy despite the even surface of the concrete road. Can you walk now? Are your legs still numb? I smiled faintly, observing Yi Weilong, and the term soft-footed shrimp suddenly crossed my mind. I would certainly not permit you to stay alone with Fei. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. With me around, your sordid thoughts will forever remain unfulfilled. Yi Weilong's complexion was pale as he leaned against the car door, bowing his head, his towering stature of nearly 2 meters offering him no semblance of intimidation whatsoever. Sordid thoughts? Instead of worrying about me, you should focus on your studies and strive to become a useful person. Perhaps then Jiang Fei might hold you in esteem. I lit a cheap cigarette, and through the curling smoke, I suddenly noticed an elderly man in a black robe seated beside Jiang Fei's villa. When did he arrive? I had not seen anyone there when I got out of the car. Yi Weilong also noticed the elderly man beside the villa, who had set up a lightweight bamboo table adorned with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone, exuding an air of antiquity. How did this old man get in? Where are the security guards? Yi Weilong instructed Jia Qingbai to park the car and, feeling somewhat dazed, approached the old man. What are you doing? Divination, fortune-telling. And the I Ching, the old man replied, speaking slowly and with an air of calmness. How ridiculous to come to a villa district and swindle people. Yi Weilong had never believed in fortune-telling or divination, as he could acquire everything he desired without such nonsense. Hurry and leave, or I shall not hesitate to call security. Patience, my friend. 3 parts destiny, 7 parts luck. Knowing one's fate in advance allows for the alteration of one's fortune. The old man opened his ink box and dipped his brush within. If you do not believe, you may write a character, and I shall help you discern your thoughts. Discern my thoughts? If you can truly do that, I will pay any price. Yi Weilong seized the brush and hastily wrote the character Wei on the rice paper. This is the second character of my name. Now, let us see what you can deduce. He placed the brush down and stood by the bamboo table. The old man merely glanced at the rice paper and began to speak. The brush strokes are hasty and reveal a troubled heart. The subject's worries are likely concerning matters of romance. The character Wei signifies half of one's romantic fate. If the person is not attentive, they risk losing their entire fortune in love. The path to romance will surely encounter 2 evils and 1 peril that cannot be avoided, nor retreated from, nor forsaken, nor regretted. Only after overcoming these 3 hurdles can one attain a lifelong union, forever bonded in heart. After finishing his words, the old man turned to Yi Weilong, who had carelessly placed the brush, the handle pointing toward the smoker. If I am not mistaken, the peril on your romantic path lies with this individual. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yi Weilong began to waver. Not only had the man revealed that his greatest concern was romance, but he had also identified the primary obstacle in his romantic journey. Truly remarkable. He retrieved several 100 yuan bills from his pocket and placed them on the table, his tone shifting to one of respect. Sir, I would like to inquire about my future as well. Please let me write another character, but do not allow extraneous thoughts to cloud my intent. I stood at a distance until Jiang Fei returned. Why is there a fortune teller at my doorstep? Where are the security guards? She led me to the entrance of the villa, and out of curiosity, I glanced at the elderly man's bamboo table. This time, Yi Weilong inscribed the character dragon. The elder examined the rice paper for a moment before stating, the character dragon bears a sharp edge, sweeping away all obstacles. Seeking fortune through the dragon signifies a splendid future, yet having just passed the year of the dragon, the tai sui is rampant, and the dragon must evade it. This year, your prospects shall stagnate unless aided by a benefactor, enabling you to bring forth the dragon and summon the winds and rains. Unbeknownst to me, Yi Weilong had unconsciously shifted his address for the elder from old man to master. A dragon rising to the heavens must have the assistance of nourishing rain. You must seek someone whose name embodies the might of the great river and the essence of rain, the elder advised. Yi Weilong pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to Sister Jiang Fei. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, master. The elder smiled mysteriously and ceased to speak, even neglecting the money on the table. Sister Fei, this old gentleman's predictions are remarkably accurate. Would you like to give it a try? Yi Weilong boasted before Jiang Fei, who, feeling somewhat intrigued, replied, All right, I shall test a character as well. She took the brush and inscribed the character Fei, presenting it to the elder. Master, I wish to inquire about my romantic fate. The elder scrutinized the character for a moment, then glanced at Jiang Fei, stating blandly, the sign of the long rainbow crossing the rain suggests that no matter how much effort you exert, you cannot alter the course of the rain cascading down the great river, which flows irretrievably. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fei's expression shifted. Her full and moist lips were tightly clenched. I wish to change the character, she insisted. Please proceed. Jiang Fei took up the brush again and wrote the character Lin, submitting it again for the same inquiry regarding her romantic fate. The elder shook his head, saying, Matters of romance require mutual willingness. Even if you alter your fate, you cannot change the outcome. The character Lin embodies the conflict of Chu and Han, where disputes reign and peace is elusive. Why must you force it? Jiang Fei, wishing to say more, was silenced by the elder, who reiterated, no further words. He took the brush from her hand and then fixed his deep, penetrating gaze upon me. The one intertwined with destiny. Would you like to test your future? His words held a deeper connotation, and a cold smile tugged at my lips. From the moment I laid eyes on this elder, I sensed something amiss. Using my observational skills, I noticed that the collar of his Taoist robe was embroidered with a vibrant, venomous snake, matching the black robe I discovered within the lacquered coffin. It was evident that the individual who sought to deliver me a summons from the King of Hell in the dead of night was connected to this elder. They were likely of the same sect, and the mastermind behind it all could very well be this seemingly virtuous fortune teller before me. I think I shall pass. I am not one to believe in fate. Lu the Blind had consulted the I Ching for me multiple times, yet the omens varied each time, thus diminishing my interest in fortune-telling. Our meeting is fortuitous. Allow me to assist you with a character, and consider it a benevolent deed, the elder implored. Persuaded by his insistence, I stood beside the bamboo table and took up the brush. Let me inquire about my fate. Unsure of what to write, I hastily inscribed the character Tao on the rice paper. To seek fate through the Tao? The elder's eyes gleamed as he took the rice paper and studied it for a considerable duration. To seek fate through the Tao. There are 9 locks binding your destiny, locks that culminate in a fatal binding. One lock leads to a path devoid of locks, the heavenly Tao. It is destined that you will embark upon an exceedingly perilous vocation, traversing the realms of yin and yang. Regrettably, with 9 locks upon you, your journey shall not endure. The elder spoke with unwavering conviction, deliberately leaving his words half-formed, withholding the means of resolution, hoping I would divulge more details. Taking a puff of smoke, I regarded the composed elder with a sense of assurance. Indeed, he did not seem to be a charlatan. I gestured to Jiang Fei and turned to enter the villa. Wait, benefactor, I have yet to finish my words. The elder, witnessing my departure, abruptly rose, pondering that a person of sound mind would typically become anxious, questioning how to unravel this predicament. Gao Jian, perhaps you should allow him to finish. After all, you yourself just stated he is not a fraud. Jiang Fei grasped my sleeve, and within her gaze lingered a hint of concern. I flicked the ash from my cigarette and cast a deep glance at Jiang Fei. Although the red thread of fate had been severed, her attitude towards me remained somewhat peculiar. I am well aware of my own fate and require no external guidance. Gently, I extricated myself from her grasp and stepped into the villa. With a heart devoted to the path, what harm is there in embracing the chaos? Chapter 209. Entangled in one's own web traversing through the courtyard. We arrived at the inner chamber where Jiang Fei pressed the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, the door swung open. Yi Bing appeared, clad in a homey light yellow long dress, yet it seemed to belong to Jiang Fei, as the hem trailed a bit long and the bodice appeared overly tight. Upon opening the door, she caught sight of me and instinctively exclaimed, Gao Jian, let us discuss inside. Jiang Fei and I entered in succession, and Yi Weilang and Jia Qingbai shamelessly followed suit. We settled into the living room on the first floor, where Jiang Fei brewed a few cups of coffee and placed them on the coffee table. Sister-in-law, I have invited Gao Jian. He should be able to assist us. Jiang Fei set down her cup and deliberately sat beside me. This gesture seemingly intended to convey a message to all present. Indeed, Yi Bing said, glancing at me. But I wonder if you are willing to help. She had been unable to rest well in recent days, her complexion wan and her eyes sunken, despite the light makeup that failed to mask her pallor and gaunt cheeks. I will do my utmost to assist you, but I hope that after this matter is resolved, neither of you will trouble me again. My words were directed at both Yi Bing and Jiang Fei. With little time remaining before the next live broadcast, Xiao Feng had once again missed an opportunity right under my nose, while Tai Ningxiang perpetually lingered in mortal peril. I lamented my inability to be in multiple places at once. Jiang Fei remained silent, while Yi Bing nodded in acknowledgement. I rummaged through the talismans in my pocket, leaning back against the sofa, and began to articulate my thoughts. Initially, I warned you at the wedding banquet. My interference was an attempt to thwart Jiang Chen's plan to house a malevolent spirit within you. However, since his discharge from the hospital, he has not relented and still wishes to harbor that spirit within you. Therefore, if you genuinely wish to rid yourself of this torment, you must sever ties with Jiang Chen at the source. I lit a cigarette, speaking candidly before the assembled company. Otherwise, even if I rid you of this malevolent spirit, more bizarre entities will inevitably attach themselves to you. Both Yi Bing and Jiang Fei fell into silence, while Yi Weilang, with a righteous demeanor, declared, from your tone, it is evident you are a fraud. Who would advise someone to seek divorce? I suspect you have ulterior motives and intend to harm this sister. Unfazed, I turned to Yi Bing. Do you share this sentiment? At my inquiry, Yi Bing seemed akin to a fish cast ashore, taking a long while before finally inhaling deeply. I will sever my relationship with Jiang Chen, but I implore you to help me rid myself of that ghostly infant. The relentless torment is driving me to the brink of madness. As she spoke, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. The tribulations of recent days had no outlet for expression. Outsiders merely perceived her as a resplendent phoenix alighting on the branches of a parasol tree. Yet, Who could fathom that she dreaded closing her eyes each night, only daring to steal a moment of slumber with the dawn's light? Sister, you must contemplate this carefully. Manager Jiang Chun is a dragon among men, the future helmsman of the Jiang family. Do not let yourself be swayed by malicious whispers and malevolent influences. Yi Weilong could scarcely imagine that Yi Bing would forsake the riches within her grasp due to a mere handful of my words. In his eyes, I was nothing more than a master of deceit, a villain steeped in malevolence. Zhang Fei could no longer remain silent and interjected, "Sister-in-law, although my brother has been acting strangely of late, we cannot definitively conclude that he is the one controlling the spirits." "You know," Yi Bing said, stealing a glance at me while lifting her teacup to mask her pallor, "I had this thought long ago. I once sought out Gao Jian specifically, and since then, many terrifying memories have resurfaced." She cradled the scalding coffee, her hands seemingly devoid of sensation, oblivious to the pain. When Jiang Chun and I had just met, he would bring me a glass of milk every morning, a ritual that persisted even after our marriage. I had assumed it was a gesture of his care, yet recently, I discovered something troubling about the milk he prepared for me. Was it drugged? Yi Weilong chimed in, only to hastily retract. I was merely speculating. No one paid him any heed. All eyes were on Yi Bing, awaiting her continuation. The milk had been consumed by something else. She covered her lips, revealing. Jiang Chun spends his nights in the study until the wee hours. Once, unable to sleep, I stealthily observed him and discovered that, in the dead of night, he would retrieve fresh milk from the refrigerator and pour it into a black iron tray. He would then place the tray in a corner of the study, kneel, and murmur a name. Soon after, the milk in the tray would ripple as if a cat were licking it, though there was nothing in that corner. What troubled me further was that, by morning, Jiang Chun would pour the milk from the tray into a cup and set it on my dining table. At this point, Yi Bing nearly lost her voice. I could scarcely believe that the milk I consumed each morning had such a sinister origin. Captivated by Yi Bing's tale, I began to unravel a core question amid the fog. From the very beginning, Jiang Chun had fed Yi Bing the milk that had been consumed by the spirits, indicating that he had approached her with a purpose. But why did he specifically choose Yi Bing as the vessel for nurturing these entities? Jiang Chun possessed many other peculiar habits, akin to the strange ritual with the milk. For instance, he insisted that I use a specific white towel to cleanse my face each night and required me to sit in front of the vanity mirror in the west of the bedroom to remove my makeup. If I failed to comply with his demands, he would transform into a different person, filled with rage and coarse words. Have you ever contemplated why Jiang Chun treats you this way? I interrupted Yi Bing. The spirit is drawn to you. There must be something unique about you. Unique? Yi Bing rubbed her swollen eyes. Jiang Chun had repeatedly invited an elderly man clad in a black robe to their home. Each time, the man's gaze upon me was terrifying. It felt less like he was observing a person and more like he was admiring an instrument. I recall an occasion when the elder mentioned to Jiang Chun the calamity of being born during the times of mourning, a harbinger of disaster, and cautioned him to take good care of me to avoid any mishaps. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, I rose and hurried to the window, peering towards the entrance of the villa, where the empty bamboo table stood, devoid of the black-robed elder's presence. So, it was you who taught Jiang Chun those dark arts and provided him with support. I squinted. The sequence of events had become clear. The one consumed by the lacquered coffin must have been the elder's disciple. He delivered the Yama's decree to confront me, both to aid Jiang Chun in his quest for vengeance and to prevent me from interfering with their schemes. Gao Jian, what are you looking at? The others in the room regarded my sudden departure with confusion. Oh, nothing. I just thought I spotted a vividly colored viper outside. I resumed my seat and addressed Yi Bing. When you have the opportunity, seek out a blind fortune teller beneath the overpass. His surname is Liu, and he wears coarse linen garments. Have him calculate your fate and assess your fortune. I could not ascertain the truth, but based on your description, the calamity born during the times of mourning must be you. It is precisely due to this distinctive birth chart that malevolent spirits are drawn to you. The stronger the ghost, the more stringent the conditions for its birth, often requiring a specific host. While I do possess a fate spirit and am not a master of the art of nurturing spirits, I possess a modicum of knowledge about it. What should I do now? Yi Bing asked, her voice trembling with anxiety and a hint of hope, placing all her faith in me. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. I sighed, taking a sip of the bitter coffee, unadulterated by sugar. Gao Jian, do you remember when Yi Bing first returned to Jiang City? She once mentioned in my shop that she had few friends in this city and hoped I would attend her wedding. Looking back, that statement was the greatest irony for her. The subordinates who once flitted around her have vanished. And none of her old classmates who traveled from another city to attend her wedding can be reached. The socialites who boasted of their networking prowess at the banquet now ignore her. No one can be relied upon. And no one is willing to risk offending the Jiang family to assist her.